Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Rainier lay motionless on the bed, her body limp and trembling from exhaustion. Her skin glistened with sweat, her eyes glassy and unfocused. It was as if only the faintest breath kept her tethered to this world, a broken figure caught in the aftermath of madness. "You still have a long way to go, Rainier." Tenraku whispered softly into her ear. Her lips twitched as if to respond, but no words came. She didn't have the strength left to speak. With a faint chuckle, Tenraku stood, covering her gently with a quilt. He slipped into a bathrobe and stepped into the adjoining bathroom. Unlike ordinary homes, Tenraku's private bath was lavish. A wide marble pool constantly steamed with spring-like warmth, the water infused with subtle magical energy. Sliding into it, he closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. The tension in his body eased, his fatigue fading with every ripple of the water. Light shimmered beside him, and several streams of enchanted water coalesced into a graceful figure, the Undine Queen, a spirit of water bound to his will. She knelt by the pool's edge and gently massaged his head with slender fingers. "Undine," Tenraku murmured, "report the situation during my absence." "Yes, master," she replied, her voice soft and soothing. Under his orders, the Undine Queen had led a group of familiars, all disguised as ordinary humans, into Kuo Town. Their mission, to quietly distribute enchanted flyers, fragments of the gods and demons scripture, among the unsuspecting human population. It was the beginning of something far greater. The birth of a new faith. At first, things went smoothly. In mere days, tens of thousands of scriptures were handed out. Tenraku's momentum was unstoppable. Even if the strategy relied on numbers alone, he was confident that devotion would eventually take root. But peace never lasts. The scriptures eventually reached the hands of priests, agents of other gods, and believers aligned with rival deities. They looked like ordinary people, teachers, office workers, pedestrians, but they were devout, and they recognized heresy when they saw it. Some merely discarded the scripture with scorn. Others sensed danger and alerted their superiors. Tenraku had predicted this. His fledgling belief system was fragile. If the church or other divine factions acted too soon, it could all be crushed before it ever took hold. So, he made preparations. Every scripture was laced with surveillance magic. And more importantly, he had created a clearance team, led by Rainier, Middlet, and Calawarner. Their task was simple: eliminate threats before they could strike. How did Rainier handle it? Tenraku asked, eyes still closed, a faint grin tugging at his lips. The Undine Queen's response confirmed his expectations. Rainier had neutralized all potential threats, with brutal efficiency. Her methods were cruel, but effective. Tenraku didn't flinch. He wasn't here to play fair. Faith, true divine faith, was always born in blood. Relaxing further, Tenraku allowed his mind to slip into his sea of spirit, the metaphysical realm where his divine power resided. Floating high above the sea of his soul was the glowing main body of the gods and demons scripture. It shimmered with golden threads, each one representing a connection, a believer. Since the last time he entered, dozens more threads had appeared. It was still a small number compared to the scriptures distributed, but he wasn't discouraged. This was only the beginning. He focused on the threads. The strongest ones were tied to those closest to him, Asia, Ubeluna, and others. They were true devotees, fueling him with powerful belief energy. The newer threads were faint, shallow, weak connections. Some flickered, their belief hesitant, on the verge of fading. Doubt. Uncertainty. Fragility. Tenraku frowned. It wasn't enough to gain followers. He needed to deepen their faith. Otherwise, they would vanish at the first sign of adversity. As he pondered ways to inspire stronger belief, one of the golden threads pulsed with an unusual ripple. He exhaled in surprise. "Master." The Undine Queen paused, noticing his shift in expression. "Continue," Tenraku said calmly, eyes closed once more. She resumed her gentle massage. Meanwhile, within Tenraku's soul, his grin returned. The scripture had awakened a new ability. He followed the thread. Somewhere in Kuo Town, in a room decorated in ornate Warring States-era style, a young girl knelt on the floor. Before her lay an open copy of the Gods and Demons scripture. She wore replica samurai armor and chanted fervently, hands clasped in prayer. "O brave and mighty God, If you truly exist, please answer my call and appear before me. She repeated the words with naive sincerity. To any outsider, especially a seasoned priest, she might seem laughable. To believe a deity would appear from a street flyer? But fate, it seemed, favored the foolish. Light gathered in the room. Her breath caught as a divine figure coalesced in front of her, tall, radiant, and awe-inspiring. The young girl's eyes widened in disbelief.
Her voice trembled.
Godsama, are you really?
Godsama.
She hadn't truly believed it would work. She had only prayed on a whim. But the impossible had happened. In the spiritual plane, Tenraku laughed inwardly, feeling her raw, innocent belief flow into him like a warm tide. Yes, he said aloud, materializing in the room with solemn grace. I am the god you called for, summoned by my devotee. And just like that, his faith gained its first true miracle. Tenraku's presence in the room was ethereal, his body not real, but a spiritual projection formed entirely from faith. This was the newest ability granted by the gods and demons scripture. A miracle that allowed him to manifest before his devotees through the golden thread of belief. It sounded impressive, but the reality was more humble. The projection was fragile, bound by the belief of the summoner. Only the summoner could see him. Physically, it had no strength. Tenraku suspected a strong breeze could shatter this form entirely.
Still, it was a start.
And right now, all of his focus was on the girl who had summoned him. My devotee, Tenraku said, his voice smooth and commanding.
Tell me your name.
The girl flinched in surprise, her voice trembling.
Susan Godsama.
My name is Susan. Susan, Tenraku repeated thoughtfully. Why have you summoned me? Still kneeling, her helmeted face turned toward him. I want courage from you, Godsama. Tenraku's expression flickered with interest.
Courage.
Yes, she nodded, clenching her small fists. I came to this country to study because I admire its culture. But I'm alone here, and everything feels so foreign. I feel anxious, afraid. But when I read your story, I felt something stir in me. I want to be strong like you. Brave like you. Her voice cracked, but her sincerity was clear.
Tenraku smiled.
This was why she had believed. Not for salvation, not for miracles, but for strength of the soul. So you placed your faith in me for that? Susan nodded, cheeks flushed beneath her armor. I wasn't religious before, she admitted, but after reading your scripture, I thought, maybe I could believe. Maybe that would help me find something. She twisted her fingers shyly, embarrassed. And now? Tenraku's eyes gleamed with amusement.
Do you believe?
Susan nodded so vigorously it seemed her helmet might fall off.
Of course. You appeared before me.
How could I not believe? Tenraku chuckled silently to himself. This girl was simple,
pure, and easily swayed.
Believer Susan, he said warmly, I understand your request. But, unfortunately, I cannot give you courage. The light in Susan's eyes dimmed.
You can't?
But you're a god, aren't you all-powerful? I am, Tenraku said with mock solemnity. But that's precisely why I know, you don't need courage from me.
What?
He raised a hand and pointed to her chest. Because, my dear devotee, you already have it, right here.
Susan blinked, stunned.
I already? Yes, Tenraku said softly. The moment you left your home, traveled to a new country alone, and faced the unknown, you were already brave. You don't need me to give you what you've already proven you possess. His words struck like thunder in her heart. People often believed gods granted them strength, but Tenraku understood human nature better. What people really needed wasn't power from others, it was belief in themselves. And faith, properly channeled, could unlock that. You're already strong, Susan. Don't doubt yourself. Being lost for a time doesn't mean you'll never find your way. So walk forward, with your own strength.
Her heart surged.
If anyone else had told her that, she might have dismissed it.
But this was Godsama.
His words were absolute. I'm not weak, she murmured, eyes shining. I have courage.
I do.
She repeated the words like a sacred mantra.
Her pulse quickened.
Her soul burned with new fire. The fear, the loneliness, they were still there, but they no longer defined her.
She had been seen, blessed, baptized by a god.
From this moment, she would live with strength. Tenraku observed her reaction with quiet amusement. That was the trick with faith. You didn't need truth. You just needed belief. If someone trusted your words, then even your nonsense became divine. This girl, Susan, had already fallen. All it took was a nudge. But his manifestation began to flicker. It wouldn't last much longer. He decided to give her one last gift. "Believer Susan," he said with intensity, "live boldly.
Become stronger.
I will always be watching over you. No matter what you face, no matter how hard it becomes. So long as you have belief in me and love for me, you are unstoppable." And with that, his image crumbled, dissolving into golden light. To Susan, that light was sacred. Her heart swelled with devotion, and she whispered,
Belief in God Sama. Love for God Sama.
Her gaze turned zealous, eyes brimming with heat and reverence. She had found her god. As she removed her helmet, golden hair tumbled out, framing her beautiful and determined face. She had once admired her classmate, Hori. He had helped her during her first days in class, and she had even planned to confess to him someday.
But now? He meant nothing. Her heart belonged to someone else, to God Sama. From now on, she would live for him. Draw strength from him. Love only him.
With reverence, she lifted the gods and demons scripture, cradling it like a holy relic. Her eyes blazed with renewed purpose. At that moment, Susan became a true believer. And far away, in the sea of spirit, Tenraku laughed in delight as her belief surged into him like a blazing flame. Yes, this is what it means to be a god.
In fact, Tenraku also felt that the gods and demons scripture was becoming more and more like the system created by the God of Holy Bible, and every ability it displayed matched the meaning Tenraku had given it. As the only sacred gear created by himself, Tenraku previously thought that its abilities were random and uncontrollable, but now it seems that this is not the case. Although it is still uncertain without other references, Tenraku already has some speculations in his mind. If it is really what he expected, then maybe he can really create pieces of powerful sacred gears in the future, just like the God of the Holy Bible. No, maybe he could even surpass him? Despite the expectation, it is still too early to think about this, but it is the matter at hand that concerns Tenraku more. There is no doubt that the young girl named Susan was brainwashed by him, going from being a shallow believer who could fall off the line at any time to a real believer. One has to say that the identity of God gives Tenraku too much convenience. If the girl had not defined Tenraku as God from the beginning, his brainwashing would not have been so smooth. The corners of his mouth raised in pleasure as Tenraku has thought of a way to enhance the believer belief in him. In the room, Rainare was still asleep and Tenraku was sitting at the desk writing in the Holy Scripture. Although it had already been revised, Tenraku had some good ideas because of the previous incident, so he added it to the gods and demons scripture as well. Although it is already very perfect, Tenraku will not be stagnant. Learning is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall back. The same goes for brainwashing textbooks. The Undine Queen stood quietly beside him and there was a hint of admiration in her beautiful spring-like eyes. Strong but not complacent, ambitious but not arrogant, maybe her master can really become the supreme god. The only sound in the room was the rustle of writing, and it was only after a long time that Tenraku stopped writing, nodded in satisfaction, and was about to say something when a young girl's voice rang out from outside the room. Tenraku-sama. The Undine Queen turned into a ball of light and attached to Tenraku, and Tenraku also stood up and opened the door. Where are you, Belina and Tusca? Looking at Mai, who was standing outside the room, Tenraku narrowed his eyes and asked. They went back to their rooms to rest. The young girl whispered back with a shy expression on her face. So you're here to serve me? Tenraku lifted the young girl's chin and asked. I. Mai closed her eyes as her jade hands trembled lightly, although she knew that sooner or later she would give everything she had to Tenraku-sama, but she was still feeling shy. The corner of his mouth raised with a slight curve as Tenraku did not continue, and directly hugged the girl and walked into the room. As her own peerage and bishop, Mai is a gentle girl like Yamato Nades Hiko. She is always considerate and caring for everyone. In the battle between them and Diodora, she put herself in danger to save her sisters. Although he said he would let Mai sleep with him when he returned to human world, Tenraku still wanted to give the girl some time, but since she had come to him, he would enjoy it. The next day, early morning. Lord, please forgive my sins and guide me to radiance. With her hands in front of her, Asia, kneeling and sitting in front of Tenraku, was confessing and praying, purifying her body and mind. As a daily homework, the young girl at this moment is that devout. Asia, actually you don't have to do this. Although he has become accustomed to it, Tenraku can't help but sweat. Tenraku-san, please don't talk. Praying and confessing to the Lord is a holy and solemn thing. Giving Tenraku an angry look, the young girl continued her prayer, and only after another moment of prayer had ended did Asia stand up and say, I've kept you all waiting, now let's go to school. Tenraku-san, everyone. Wu bento bento. HHH. She was still so pious and holy just now, but now she has changed back to the usual appearance. The contrast between the before and the after is jaw-dropping, and Yubelina and other girls laughed as they saw this. Regarding Tenraku as her belief and God, and Tenraku as her friend and family, they are obviously two completely different identities, but Asia has perfectly handled the balance between the two. Even Tenraku can't help but sigh when he saw this. This is really an incredible girl. It had been a while since he had gone to school because he went back to the Underworld because of the incident with Rias, so Tenraku walked out of the house with the girls, laughing and joking, and ran into Hayudu Issei, who was also preparing to go to school. Issei-kun? Looking at Hayudu Issei in front of him, Tenraku and all the girls were stunned. Although the previous Hayudu Issei always looked like squinting, he at least looked energetic, but after a few days, the current Hayudu Issei was as thin as firewood and almost changed his shape. He will surely make people jump in fright if he suddenly ran from the roadside? Ah, it's Tenraku. Hayudu Issei glanced blankly at Tenraku and the girls with a lifeless look in his eyes and then squatted away without a reaction. Woo, that person is terrible. Gasper had a frightened expression on his face as he looked at Issei. Is Hayudu-san okay? I feel some evil aura on him. Looks puzzled, Asia is a little bit concerned. Because of Tenraku's relationship, Asia has almost no intersection with Hayudu Issei, and after hearing about Hayudu Issei's personality, she has always maintained a respectful attitude towards him, but as a pure and kind girl, Hayudu Issei's faint darkness exudes an evil breath that still makes Asia care a little bit. That is the curse I put on him in accordance with the master's order. Rainare next to him spoke with an evil and distorted smile on her face. Curse? Not knowing why, Gasper, Asia, Yubelina, and the other girls all looked at Rainare and Tenraku suspiciously. It's not a big secret either. Tenraku touched his nose and told the story of the perverted trio spying on the Kendo club girls' training and then asking Rainare to put a curse on them himself. They lost interest in girls as you made them like boys? Hehehe, Tenraku-sama is so bad? Harassing girls at school all day long, those three perverted guys deserved it? Although they were extremely shocked and felt chills on their bodies, the girls didn't think there was anything wrong with Tenraku's approach. Instead, they felt that the three perverted guys deserved it. Not only Yubelina and the other girls but even the pure and kind-hearted Asia showed a relieved expression on her face. It turned out that it was only Tenraku-san's curse on Hayudu-san. Looking in the direction where Hayudu Issei left, the girl could not help but bless him with a holy and sincere expression on her face. Hayudu-san, all the suffering you are suffering now is the Lord's trial for you, and the Lord's salvation for your sinful soul. Don't give up, your life is still full of hope. Club President Sama, welcome back. In the Kendo Club, Tenraku looked at the delighted young girls surrounding him and couldn't help but feel amused. It's just that he was away for a few days, there's no need to be so excited. Everyone, did you practice swordsmanship during the few days I was away? Tenraku asked while clapping his hands to get everyone's attention. We have been practicing every day, Club President Sama. The young girls answered back in unison. He nodded in satisfaction, although he was only asked to be the club president of Kendo Club in the beginning, but after so much time together, Tenraku also liked these hardworking and cute girls. Of course, as club president, he only likes his own members and he doesn't mean anything else. Let's see how everyone is progressing. Today's sparring practice is cancelled, so everyone here would attack me together. Anyone who can hit me once, I can reward her with a chance to make a wish come true. Picking up a wooden sword, Tenraku said with a smirk. Attacking Club President Sama together? Chance to realize our wishes. Ah! Exclaiming in shock, even Murayama, Katace, and Kiryu Aika were looking at Tenraku with incomparable blazing enthusiasm in their eyes. As long as they hit the club president once, they will be rewarded by the club president and have a chance to realize their wishes. Although they know that even if they add up all of them, they are not the opponent of club president, but if they only have to hit club president once then it might be possible. Thinking that they might be the lucky one who was rewarded by the club president, the girls couldn't help but get excited. Club President Sama, please advise? After saluting, the young girls could not wait. Let's go together. Tenraku also smiled brightly while raising the wooden sword in his hand. However, half an hour later, you are too powerful, Club President Sama. All destroyed, we were all completely suppressed. Woo, I wanted to get club president's reward. The young girls were panting and wailing as they helplessly laid on the ground. Obviously, they imagined that they would be the lucky ones who would be rewarded by Club President Sama, but in the end, they were wiped out by Club President Sama. Club President Sama is too much, he doesn't show any mercy at all. Yes, even if there was only one, Club President Sama is so stingy. Club President Sama, please return my reward to me. The girls looked at each other with both admiration and sorrow, and then one by one, they started a verbal attack on Tenraku. Since they are no match for their Club President Sama in swordsmanship, they can only rely on their advantages as girls. Acting like a baby. Acting cute? Pretend to be wronged. But losing is losing, and it's useless to play games with me, Tenraku said in an angry manner as he saw through the girls' tricks at a glance. Woo, why is this? The girls are all looking at Tenraku with a lot of grievances in their eyes. Although he had a clear conscience, hundreds of girls all looked at him with that bitter eyes, making Tenraku also quite stressed, and it was as if he had become a villain. Okay, my promise would always be valid. No matter when, if you can hit me once, you can get a reward. Now it's okay, right? Shaking his head, Tenraku had no choice but to make concessions in the face of these resentful girls. Yay! Where there was still the slightest bit of sadness, the girls now cheered with a look of triumph on their faces. Although they failed this time, they still have a chance if the promise remains valid. Looking at the girls' happy cheers, Tenraku couldn't help but feel amused. Well, next time he could just let the water run a little bit. At the same time, the other side of Earth. The night is misty, a church stands in the center of the city and it looked sacred and magnificent. HNGLNG? Yo. Suddenly there was a loud bang as an explosion occurred in the church engulfing everything in flames, and then a figure rushed out of the smoke. The figure has short white hair and unruly laughter. This person is clergy freed. Damn degenerates, stop. The holy sword must not be missed, catch him. One by one, exorcists with powerful auras shot out and surrounded Freed as they caught up with him. Oh, I'm so scared, I'm going to be killed. Looking at the exorcists who were glaring at him, Freed held his chest with a scared expression on his face. But in the next moment, Freed grinned again, then beckoned to the air and shouted, "Boss, this way, this way." Their expressions changed, and the exorcists looked over and found that a man in a black robe was floating in the air. This man has blood-red pupils, elf-like pointed ears, and his body was emitting darkness and evil aura. It's a fallen angel. Freed, you are too slow. It took some time to get the holy sword that the boss wanted, and these clergy sands chased me all the way here. Help the boss, otherwise, your capable subordinate will be killed. Cut the crap, they are nothing more than a bunch of trash. Freed and the man talked as if there was no one else here with them, and then the man coldly looked at the exorcists on one side, and suddenly spread 5 pairs of dark wings behind him. 10-winged fallen angel. Retreat, retreat, we are no match for him. Damn it, to send out a high-level fallen angel, are those guys trying to start a war again? The exorcists' faces changed wildly as they cried out in alarm. The high-level 10-winged fallen angel was definitely not something they could fight against, and they prepared to retreat. However, the man had no intention of letting them go. Yes, this world is too boring, I just want to start a war. Feel honored, you will be the first souls to die in this holy war. The man laughed and spread out a magic formation, and suddenly many spheres of light flew towards the exorcists. The exorcists were pierced one by one and fell to the ground as corpses with that angry and fearful look on their faces. Oh, not bad for a boss, so powerful and awesome. The man landed and Freed clapped his hands together. With the holy sword in my hand, that Michael must be furious. Angel's side is taken care of, next is Devil's side. That current great Satan Surtsks is a useless rotten guy, gotta get him riled up too. With a cold snort, the man ignored the clown-like Freed and muttered to himself. Boss, I have a great idea. Freed raised his hand like a good baby to speak, and the man couldn't help but glance at him. Speak? In the small town where I lived before, the younger sisters of great Satans Lucifer and Leviathan both went to school there, and there was also the sacred gear Plunder, the young master of the Phenex clan. If the boss goes and kill them all, then the devils will also be very angry. The younger sisters of the great Satans, and the trash from the Phenex family. After a little thought, the man's eyes also lit up. Then that's them. Kamiya family residence, Tenraku, and the girls are welcoming Rias, Akeno, and Konako into their house as they would be staying here in the future. Tenraku, we are finally together again. Woo, I miss those days, don't separate from me again. Holding Tenraku in her arms, Akeno looks nostalgic and happy. Akeno, does it really make you so happy to come back to Tenraku? I'm really sorry that I have been restraining you before. Looking at Akeno's happy look, Rias couldn't help but say sourly. Did Rias finally understand? If I wasn't sympathetic to someone's pitiful appearance after I left, I would have returned to Tenraku a long time ago. Akeno stroked her lips and smiled with a wicked expression on her face. The corner of her eyes throbbed as Rias clenched her teeth, and she couldn't help but feel very angry at this moment. This Akeno? Stop it, you two, everyone is still watching you, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Tenraku said in an angry manner after knocking Akeno's head with his hand. Although the relationship between Akeno and Ryan is very good and it is clear to everyone that they care about each other very much, but they would fight from time to time. Yubelina and the other girls saw them and chuckled, and Rias and Akeno also blushed and did not continue their fight. Ahem, so this is it. Well, be staying here from now on, as ordered by my elder brother. Please take care of us in the future. Rias recovered her composure with a light cough, and the 3 women, Rias, Akeno, and Konako, stood in a row and bowed towards the crowd while greeting them. Please don't be polite, Rias-sama. Rias Oni-san, Akeno Oni-san, Konako-chan, welcome. Yubelina and the other girls hurriedly responded when they saw Rias bowing to them in greeting, and Asia also welcomed everyone with a joyful look on her face. Their rooms have already been prepared, and with the help of the other girls, they quickly put their stuff in their respective rooms, and the 3 girls will officially become a member of the Kamiya family. Rias is noble and beautiful. As Tenraku's betrothed and future wife, Yubelina and the other girls in Tenraku's peerage respect her very much, but Rias does not have any pretensions, and the girls naturally have a good impression of her. Although Akeno had a little dark side, she was already familiar with Asia and the other girls in Tenraku's peerage, and she soon became familiar with everyone. Lee, both of the Nikomata clan, and Myra, Isle, and Nell, who had fought together before, also surrounded Konako, welcoming the girl with great enthusiasm. Konako, who was not good at communication, blushed and was at a loss. The cute look on her face attracted everyone's attention to her, and they smiled when they saw her blushing. Seeing the girls getting along well, a smile appeared on Tenraku's face. He suddenly thought of something and spoke to Rias on one side. Rias, come with me. Rias still followed Tenraku even though she doesn't know why Tenraku had suddenly called her, and then the two of them walked into Tenraku's room together under the ambiguous gaze of the women. What's the matter, Tenraku? Rias asked as she surveyed Tenraku's room. Nothing much, I just wanted to give you a gift. A mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as Tenraku replied. Her eyes lit up when she heard the word gift. Although the Gremory princess does not lack anything, but she is still a little bit excited as the gift is coming from Tenraku. Under Rias' gaze, a scarlet jade jewel condensed in Tenraku's hands. This is Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear. Rias had a puzzled look on his face as Tenraku responded. Surprisingly, it was that legendary Longinus that destroy God Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear. Could this be the gift Tenraku was going to give her? Even Rias could not help but look shocked. This is the gift you want to give me? Feeling incredulous, Rias once again confirmed her guess. Ah, that's it, don't you like it? Tenraku smiled while stroking the girl's bright red hair. No, such a valuable thing. Although she was moved in her heart, but Rias refused without hesitation. This gift is too valuable, even if it is Tenraku who has many sacred gears, Rias will never accept it as Tenraku would also need it. Don't worry, I am not really giving it to you, I am just letting you borrow its power so that we can share it. Looking at the young girl's touched and flustered look, Tenraku was amused, and then he explained to Rias that he could share Sacred Gear's ability with someone. I can't believe this is even possible. After listening to Tenraku's explanation, Rias also showed a shocked look on her face once again. Not only could he plunder other people's sacred gears without limit, but he could even share his sacred gear's ability with another person. How perverted and overpowered Tenraku's sacred gear really was. Rias, can you accept it now? Tenraku asked again while touching the girl's face. Why are you doing this? After regaining his composure, Rias looked at Tenraku with a complicated expression on her face. Even if it was just sharing the power of Longinus duels that destroy God, the gift was still incredibly valuable, so valuable that Rias didn't even think that she could ever pay it back. Does that still need to be said? You're my betrothed, isn't it right to give you a little gift? Of course, there are also some other reasons. Rias, you have excellent talent. Sharing my sacred gear with you would help me develop its abilities and it will be a lot easier for me. Sharing Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear with Rias is not a whim of Tenraku as he had long wanted to do so. Rias' talent is unquestionable, and she has also inherited the power of destruction magic power from her mother Venelana, which is highly compatible with the power of the Red Dragon Emperor. Sharing Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear with Rias can not only greatly enhance her strength but it also has many benefits for Tenraku himself, and Tenraku has no reason not to do so. I understand, but if you give me this power and hope, then I will once again have the will to defeat you? Taking a deep breath, Rias said with a solemn expression on her face. Although she recognized that they both had signed a formal marriage contract with each other, she still hadn't forgotten that she had made an agreement with Tenraku. After she gathers her full peerage, she will conduct a raiding game with Tenraku and defeat him. Obviously, it is clear that she is not Tenraku opponents, and she also clearly recognized that they have no reason to fight, but she is not going to be a vase hiding behind a man. She also wants to prove herself to Tenraku. This is her pride as Rias Gremory. Without showing any surprises or dissatisfaction, Tenraku held up the girl's chin and showed a fearless smile. Rias, you know, what I like most about you is this beautiful and proud look of yours. So, accept its power, become more beautiful, more arrogant, more powerful, more dazzling, then come and defeat me. Without hesitation, Tenraku pressed the scarlet jade jewel into Rias' chest and incorporated it into the girl's body little by little. Rias showed a trace of pain on her face as her hair began to flow in every direction, and at the same time, a horrible aura erupted from the girl's body. This aura was like the personification of destruction and violence. It was as if it could destroy everything. The two of them were enveloped by the power of inherent barrier, and a strange look flashed in Tenraku's eyes as he felt the rising aura of Rias' body. Sure enough, the power of Rias and the Red Dragon Emperor is very similar. Compared with Hayudu Issei and him, perhaps she is the most suitable host for this Longinus. After a long time, when the Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear fully merged with Rias, the aura released by Rias gradually calmed down. Panting and sweating, although Tenraku had tried to gently integrate the sacred gear into Rias' body, but the vast and furious power of Longinus had made the young girl experience pain worse than death. But she persisted and persevered. Shaking her own hands, Rias also showed an unbelievable look on her face. There can be no mistakes. There are no mistakes. This is a mighty power. As one of the strongest young kings in the Underworld new generation, Rias has the strength of a high-class devil, and she can even approach the level of top-class devil if she explodes out with all of her strength. However, after receiving the power of the Red Dragon Emperor, she actually became a top-class devil. Rias, do you like this gift? But it would be better if there was a return gift. Looking at the increasingly beautiful and powerful girl, Tenraku was also extremely satisfied, but his mouth was saying nonchalant words. Without saying anything, Rias walked over and kissed Tenraku's lips. This is her gift in return. The two of them embraced for a long time with unbelievable heat and passion, and they did not separate from each other until they were both satisfied. Rias, from now on I am the Red Dragon Emperor, and you are my Red Dragon concubine. Tenraku gently caressed the young girl's face, as if he was looking at a superb treasure. Ah, yes, I am your Red Dragon concubine. With an obsessive and smitten look on her face, Rias blocked Tenraku's lips with hers again. Tenraku, do you want to become a god? Snuggled in Tenraku's arms, Rias, who thought of something, suddenly raised her head and asked. Oh, you already know. A different color flashed in his eyes, and Tenraku did not deny it either. Your peerage and familiars spend their days handing out such things in the territory under my jurisdiction. Do you really think I wouldn't know? A devil pamphlet hiding gods and demons scripture appeared between her jade-like fingers, and Rias had a sullen expression on her face. Rias, Kendo, and Konako were shocked when they first found out that Tenraku was doing such a thing. You are still trying to become a god or something. It is way too ambitious even for you, right? And what this guy wrote in the holy scripture in order to recruit believers. Rias blushed when she thought about that, feeling both angry and funny, and only Kendo, the slut, read it over and over again. Since this case is so serious that she may have fallen out with Tenraku if he doesn't handle it properly, Rias was very confused about how to deal with it considering the relationship between Kendo and Tenraku, but now that she is no longer concerned about Tenraku and Kendo, and it is time to ask him for clarification. There is no surprise that Rias can discover Tenraku's actions here. As she said, it would be strange if she, as the protector and owner of the town, hadn't noticed it. Facing the girl's clear gaze, the corner of Tenraku's mouth raised into a slight curve. Rias, what I'm about to say may be extremely shocking to you, be prepared. Under the girl's waiting gaze, Tenraku told the girl the fact that the biblical god was dead, and Rias, who heard that, revealed an unbelievable expression on her face. God is dead? The high-level members of angels, fallen angels, and devil jointly blocked this piece of news? At present, the church is only administrated by Angel Michael, who can exercise the power of God. Tenraku had no reason to deceive her with this kind of thing, and after listening to him, Rias was shocked. Does Asia know that too? Thinking of something, Rias couldn't help asking. Asia is such a kind and pious believer. If she also knows the news, then I am afraid she will collapse. Don't worry, Asia already knew about this. Also, Asia is no longer the believer of the Bible God. Her belief is me. Tenraku smiled quite contentedly as he stroked Rias' cheek. Opening her lips, Rias couldn't say what she wanted to say as she had received too much information at once, and the girl only felt that her mind was getting overloaded with confusion. Asia is no longer the believer of the Bible God, and she believed Tenraku. No wonder Asia has such a pious and admiring look every time she mentions her Lord. Rias used to think that it was just a believer's love for their God, but now she doesn't think that like that at all. God is dead, so do you want to replace him? Trying to calm herself a little bit, Rias couldn't help asking. Even if God is dead, no one can replace him, right? Even the leader of angels, Michael, can only exercise the power of God in the name of God. What's wrong with that? Rias, this is the real me. I am greedy, selfish, arrogant. I want to be stronger than anyone. I want to stand taller than anyone. Seeing the real me, do you still like me? Tenraku said without evasion as he directly looked into the young girl's eyes. Since Rias wants to know the truth, he will tell her the truth. Thousands of huge waves were stirred up in her heart, which could not be calmed for a long time. The shock Tenraku gave her in this short period of time was too much, so much that Rias didn't know how to react. However, Rias found that she didn't feel any disgusting feelings for this domineering yet arrogant Tenraku. On the contrary, such a real Tenraku made her even more obsessed and felt more reliable. I like. Rias said it almost involuntarily while following her inner instincts. But after recovering, the girl's face instantly became blood red again. What is she talking about? So, Rias, are you willing to help me? In the future, perhaps we will suffer countless difficulties and become enemies of the whole world. Are you willing to stay by my side forever, supporting and encouraging me? Tenraku asked this question with endless gentleness. Do I still have the right to refuse? Blushing, Rias looked at someone mournfully. You don't have. There was also a smile on Tenraku's face. How similar the two of them were to the scene when they confessed their approval of each other. Although Rias still feels that Tenraku's ambition is too crazy, but who asked her to have fallen in love with him so uncontrollably? Since she can't refuse, let's go crazy together. With their hearts in the right place, there was no need for words, and the two of them kissed each other again with many emotions in their hearts. Do you really want to inherit the will of the God of Holy Bible and build a peaceful and radiant world? Rias asked after a long time. Although she is a devil princess, she also has a pure soul, so Rias only saw the world depicted in Tenraku's holy scripture. Even Kendo and Konako were the same. What inherit the will of God? Those are just things used to brainwash my believer. Rias, you don't believe that too, do you? Holding the young girl's chin, Tenraku had a teasing look on his face. For a moment, Rias suddenly sympathized with Tenraku's believers, or the idiots who were about to become his believers. After staying warm in the room for a while, Tenraku and Rias walked out of the room. After seeing the two come out, Kendo, Ubelina, and the others greeted them with concern. Just now, when Rias merged with the sacred gear, a powerful energy fluctuation erupted. Although most of it was locked down by Tenraku with the inherent barrier, some of the aura still escaped out. The women were worried outside, but they were afraid that Tenraku and Rias were doing something important in the room and they would disturb them if they rushed in, so they could only stay outside anxiously. Now that they have seen both of them, the woman let out a long sigh of relief. signaling that they are okay. Tenraku also told the women about sharing the gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear with Rias, which drew a burst of envy from the women, and Akeno even rushed directly towards Tenraku. She acted like a baby and clamored him to give her a great sacred gear. Tenraku would not be stingy with this girl who had gone through life and death with him, but he asked her to wait for a while. He has found a sacred gear for Akeno that is no less powerful than Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear and Light Wings of the White Dragon Sovereign Divine Dividing, and he can share it with her when he gets it in the future. In the Grand and Sacred Church, an old man wearing a golden crown stood on a high platform, while two young girls wearing cloaks were bending down on one knee in front of the old man. One of the young girls looked firm, with hearty blue hairs. The other girl was lively, her long chestnut hair was tied into two cute ponytails. Believer Zenovia, Believer Shadow Irina, you are the best holy sword envoy on the side of the Archduke Church and the Protestants. On the order of Angel Michael Sama, you are ordered to set out on this day to crush the strays and fallen angels and retrieve the stolen holy sword Excalibur. Looking at the two young girls, the old man said with a solemn expression on his face, "Yes, Lord Pope." The two girls replied respectfully, "Go, devout devotees, may the Lord bless you all." The old man closed his eyes and stopped talking, and Zenovia and Irina also saluted and then exited the church. "Irina, it's been a long time, I didn't expect to go on a mission with you this time." "Hee, Zenovia too, please take care of me." Seemingly familiar with each other, the two women walked and talked at the same time. The damn stray and fallen angels, they dare to destroy the church and steal the holy sword? "Irina, the majesty of the Lord cannot be desecrated, we must take back the Excalibur and crush those guys." Thinking of something, Zenovia had a look of resentment on her face. She had been brainwashed by church since she was a child and she hated the guys who dared to blaspheme God the most. They must be defeated. She smiled and nodded, but Irina curled her lips and muttered disapprovingly in her heart. God is already dead, what use would he have for so much majesty? Of course, Irina just thought these words in her heart and wouldn't say them out loud stupidly. Bouncing out of the church with Zenovia, Irina looked at the sky in the distance with a look of anticipation on her face. "I don't know how Tenraku is doing, but I've become super powerful now, so I'm sure it'll surprise him." "Tenraku, go to a place with me." Akeno suddenly took Tenraku's arm and said, "Okay." Nodding his head, Tenraku replied without hesitation. Tenraku also instructed the Yubelina to go back with Rias and the girls. "Rainare, don't follow us." Looking at Rainare, who was always glued to Tenraku's side and wanted to come along, Akeno smiled and stopped her. With a stiff face and an annoying heart, Rainare wanted to stab this woman to death. Undine sent a message that another believer from the other gods has discovered the secret of Devil's Flyer, so you guys go clean it up. Speechlessly amused, Tenraku turned to Rainare, middled, and Kala Warner and ordered them. "Yes, master." Naturally, there would be no objection to Tenraku's order. Rainare gave Akeno an irritable look and then took Middled and Kala Warner to do their cleanup. "Is this a shrine?" Stepping on the stone steps and climbing up a hill, Tenraku was also a little surprised when he saw the majestic and spacious shrine that appeared in front of him. "After the death of the previous generation, this place has been unoccupied, so Rias got this land for me. It only needs a little bit of remodeling. I want to prove the existence of my mother, so I inherited my mother's identity and became the priestess guarding this shrine. It's ironic, isn't it? The priestess should be holy, but it falls into the hands of someone like me, a reincarnated devil who also has fallen angel bloodline." Thinking of some not-so-good memories again, the girl had a sad expression on her face. "Here we go again, if you are feeling inferior then just hide in the corner alone, don't even ridicule me." He is also a human with devil bloodline, and Tenraku lightly slammed his hand on the girl's forehead with a sullen expression on his face. That won't work. If I am in pain, I must also pull Tenraku with me to share it? Let's go in, Tenraku, I will give you a surprise later." Akeno was no longer depressed and she took Tenraku's arm and walked into the shrine together with him with a smile on her face. "Akeno, is this what you call a surprise?" Holding a broom in his hand, Tenraku had a speechless look on his face. "Since I'm the only priestess in the entire shrine, I have to do the cleaning myself. In the past, Rias and Konako would also come here to help me, but in the future, it will be Tenraku. Hurry up and do it and I will give you a real surprise when you're done." Seeing Tenraku's speechless look, Akeno smiled authentically. Tenraku shook his head and sighed, so he was dragged here to do the hard work, and he was even unable to complain. And, why can Akeno be able to work easily with magic, but he can only sweep with a broom? For the first time in his life, Tenraku felt a deep sadness about the fact that he was a magic loser. After the entire shrine was cleaned up, Tenraku was already covered in sweat, and after walking into the shrine's bathroom amongst Akeno's sweet laughter, he felt a lot more comfortable. Sitting in the room while tasting the hot tea made by Akeno, Tenraku's mouth also became curved. In the past, when the two of them wandered together, they would often find some abandoned shrines or temples like this one. He felt a little nostalgic. "Tenraku." With Akeno's voice, Tenraku also raised his head and saw the girl who had changed clothes also walked out of the room. A light makeup was painted on her face, and the girl was dressed in a red and white priestess dress, and she seemed a little embarrassed. Does it look good?" "Ah, it looks good." It was the first time that Tenraku saw Akeno wearing a priestess costume. It was indeed a surprise. Seemingly slightly relieved, Akeno sat down on Tenraku's lap, then leaned into Tenraku's arms and closed her eyes. The faint scent of the body came, making Tenraku feel a little intoxicated. Tenraku gently hugged the girl and the two of them stopped talking, enjoying this warm and peaceful moment. Tenraku, we will come here often in the future, okay? Just you and me. After a long time, Akeno opened her eyes and looked at Tenraku with fascination. Whenever you want, no matter what time. I will come here with you. But, would I get any rewards? Tenraku smiled and asked as he stared at the girl in his arm. Akeno was stunned for a moment and then a charming smile appeared on that beautiful face as Akeno whispered in Tenraku's ears. The reward is, you can do whatever you want to me. Tenraku only felt his ears go numb as a bright expression appeared on his face. Haha, this reward is good? Tenraku leaned down and his lips captured the girl's pink lips. They looked at each other with a passion-filled gaze. This was obviously a sacred and pure place, but the men and women were doing things to defile the holy place. Although they had not taken the last step, they were almost there. It wasn't until dark that Tenraku and Akeno ended their evil deeds intently. They arranged their clothes and smiled at each other. Then Akeno launched a teleportation formation and they left the shrine and returned home. But what made Tenraku stunned was that he had just returned home when he got a piece of unexpected news. Rainare is injured. Who did this? Looking at Rainare, who was being treated by Asia for sword wounds, Tenraku frowned and asked. With Rainare's current four-winged angel's strength plus the strength of the Black Evil Dragon King he bestowed on her, it is almost impossible for ordinary people or ordinary supernatural creatures to hurt her except for the high-class devil or even the enemies above that. High-class devils are one of the few powerhouses even in the underworld, and it is generally not so easy to encounter them. And the sword wound on Rainare's body is not an ordinary wound, it is constantly eroding her body as if it has been painted with some kind of fierce poison. This wound was caused by a holy sword. Tenraku-sama, it's the stray clergy named Freed. Looking worried, Kala Warner and Middled walked to Tenraku and replied. Under the explanation of the two women, Tenraku probably understood what was going on. It turned out that the three of them unexpectedly met Freed when they finished the cleaning work and were preparing to come back. After that guy escaped from Rainare's hands last time, Rainare was very upset, so they began to fight with the intent to kill as soon as they saw each other. Originally, with Freed's skill, it was naturally impossible for him to be Rainare's opponent, but the guy got the holy sword Excalibur from someplace, and he used the power of the holy sword to wound Rainare. Excalibur? A sharp light flashed in Tenraku's eyes as he murmured, and some memories related to the Excalibur appeared in his mind. Freed appeared with the holy sword Excalibur, which means that those few are about to appear. Interesting? Any holy sword would have a great restraining effect on devils and fallen angels, especially the Excalibur, the legendary holy sword. Its power is similar to poison for devil and fallen angels and perhaps just a small injury would be fatal for them. Obviously, it was very painful, but Rainare clenched her silver teeth and did not say a word, letting Asia heal her. Shaking his head, Tenraku also placed a hand on Rainare's body and activated the ability of Holy Mother's Smile. A flash of light flashed, and Rainare's injuries that had been deteriorating also quickly recovered. Why not let Kala Warner and the others help? Tenraku asked after the treatment was over. Rainare's body is covered with injuries, but Kala Warner and Middled were fine. It was obvious that these two women were not involved in the fight. That guy is my prey, I can deal with him myself. After being healed comfortably, Rainare replied lazily while stretching her waist. Humph, you said you can solve it and you still got yourself all bruised up? With a cold snort, Tenraku said sarcastically. Although that guy wounded me with his holy sword, he himself was even more miserable than me, and I would have killed him if he hadn't escaped so quickly. HHH master, are you caring for me? Rainare gave out another evil smile as she looked at Tenraku's body. Too lazy to pay attention to this woman, Tenraku looked to one side towards Rias. Rias, do you have any news from your side? Not yet, but the familiars have been sent out to explore every suspicious place, and the news will come back as soon as they come back. Rias replied while shaking her head. But then something came to her mind and the girl looked angry again. Those damn stray clergy, how dare they bring such a dangerous holy sword to my territory? I will never let them do whatever they want. Without any belief, the stray clergy alone is a dangerous opponent, not to mention that he now has the holy sword Excalibur with him. Rias doesn't know what crazy things the other party will do now. Maybe it will bring huge disasters to this small town under her jurisdiction, and that is something that Rias will never allow. In the next few days, I will let Ubelina and Undine also go out and search. Once they find the target, they will remove the target immediately. Good. After discussing the plan with Rias, Tenraku instructed the women to do their own thing, while he walked into Tosca's room. Hearing the sound of someone coming in, Tusca, who was standing in front of the window, turned around, but her delicate face was covered in tears. Tenraku had guessed that Tusca had heard about the stray clergy and holy sword Excalibur when he didn't see her outside. You still care about what happened back then? Taking Tusca into his arms, Tenraku gently wiped the tears on the young girl's face. I can't forgive them. If it weren't for them, my friends wouldn't er. Woo. Thinking of the painful memories, Tusca buried herself in Tenraku's arms and cried out. She is the last survivor of the Holy Sword Project, and she bears the hatred of all her friends. Those are the only people she could never forgive. allowing Tusca to vent her emotions in his arms. It was a long time before the girl gradually calmed down. Don't worry, Tusca, it won't take long for you to get your revenge, Tenraku said softly while rubbing the girl's cheek. If the direction of fate has not changed, then after Fried got the holy sword Excalibur, then the guy named Valper Galilei who led the holy sword project should also appear soon. Really, Tenraku-sama? Raising her head, a hateful and fiery light erupted in Tosca's eyes. Ah, really? The corners of his mouth raised slightly as Tenraku smiled back. Not only Tosca's side, as the price for taking demonic sword creation, Tenraku also promised Isaiah that he would take revenge for them. Although I don't know the guy Valper, I'll kill him when I meet him. In the underground chamber of Kuok Town Church, several miserable screams rang out from time to time. Damn you Rainare, I will kill you next time. I will kill you. Ah, old man Valper, please be lighter. There were burn marks all over his body and Fried screamed in pain while lying on the bed. Don't move, if it weren't for the protection of the holy sword, then you would have died 10 times over by now. This is the aura of darkness curse. It seems that the fallen angel also has some kind of powerful sacred gear on her. A short and fat-looking and somewhat older man standing next to what seems to be some kind of potion looked at Fried's injuries and analyzed. That woman didn't have any sacred gear before. She must have gotten one from the Phenex family's sacred gear Plunder young master and sold her body in exchange for it. Fried guessed maliciously. Although it is a bit evil, the facts are inseparable from his guess. The medicine is ready, there will be some pain, you must bear with it. After preparing the potion, Valper poured it on the burned area on Fried's body. Zzz. As if being poured with sulfuric acid, Fried's wounds kept bubbling with bubbles, and Fried blinked before. Boom, HNG. At night, somewhere in Kuok Town, Rias and her peers were clearing a group of stray devils who had fled to the human world. I will make you die with me? A monster-like stray devil rushed towards Gasper with a grimly look on his face. Anyway, it has no way to live, so he will drag one down to hell with him? Don't come here. With a look of horror on his face, Gasper activated the ability of Evil Eye, and an invisible field suddenly spread out from his body, and the stray devil that was lunging at him was instantly frozen in time and fixed in the air. Die. With a soft voice, Tujao Konako shot out from one side, and her petite fist hit the stray devil's body with a strong force. HNG. With a loud noise, the stray devil, who had recovered, had no time to scream, and his body burst into pieces. Ga-chan, are you alright? Konako asked Gasper after she landed on the ground. Yay, I'm fine. Gasper patted his chest with a scared expression on his face. Ga-chan. What's wrong? Coward. Arg Konako-chan is a bully. As a person who aspires to be a man to be despised by a girl like Konako-chan, Gasper only felt that his fragile heart had been hurt by 100,000 points, and he immediately covered his face and ran away while crying. A light smile floated on her delicate face, and no one could believe that the young girl actually had a dark side under that cute-looking face. Konako, get out of there. Yes, club president. Rias' voice was heard in the air. Konako responded and her body quickly flashed away from the battlefield. Damn you, Gremory Peerage, don't let her go. Kill them, don't leave any of them behind. Huiyu. The remaining stray devils roared in rage, each one roaring and trying to catch up with the fleeing two. Thunder and lightning? It's over? A Kendo and Rias voices, followed by a scarlet destruction magic power combined with thunder and lightning fell from the sky and directly struck at the group of stray devils. Boom. With screams and loud noises, all stray devils were wiped out. Yoshi, don't be sad, Gasper. Konako-chan is a bully. Seeing Gasper crouching to one side and being comforted by Asia, Tenraku can't bear to look straight at him and looks away. That innocent boy is hopeless. Leaving him alone is the best option for now. Konako-chan, are you okay? Looking at Konako who also came back, Tenraku smiled and asked. Yeah, it's fine. With a little caution, a light red glow appeared on the girl's face. Just when Tenraku was about to say something, two more figures flew down from the sky. It was Rias and a Kendo. A Kendo was dressed in a red and white priestess dress, with thunderlight flashing on her body. Rias wore a full-body scarlet armor and she looked like a Valkyrie. It is the armor of the Red Dragon Emperor? As expected of my Rias, you can use your forbidden move so soon. Tenraku sincerely praised her. When he acquired the gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear, he reached the forbidden move because of his vast spirit power which was comparable to the Great Satan's, and his powerful talents brought by the sacred gear Plunder. But Rias relied on her talents and the extremely high affinity between the power of destruction and the Red Dragon Emperor and she reached the forbidden move in just a few days. Are you proud of me? After dissipating the armor and hugging Tenraku's neck, the Gremory princess had a proud smile on her face. Yes, so proud. With a grin at the corner of his mouth, Tenraku directly kissed the girl. A few days have passed since Fried's incident, but since then there has been no news. They do not have a healing sacred gear like Twilight Healing, so they are probably hiding somewhere to recuperate. Tenraku is not in a hurry. Anyway, that guy in Valper Galilei will show up sooner or later, so he will kill them at that time. During this period, Rias also officially sent out an invitation to Asia and Gasper, inviting them into her peerage. After spending some time with Rias, the two also have a good feeling about Rias, and after consulting Tenraku, they also agreed to Rias' invitation and concluded a contract with Rias to become her two bishop. Needless to say, Asia, who has Twilight Healing, is quite good at using her ability. Although she is not capable of fighting, she can quickly heal the injuries of her companions, which is of great significance to the entire team. Gasper's Evil Eye is also pretty good. It's a great tool to use when you can lock down enemies and make it easier for your friends. It's just that this kid himself is too soft. Although he has been able to use his abilities proficiently under Tenraku's training these years, he will never be able to change his timid problems. Tenraku can guess that Rias will have a massive headache if she is to make him use his ability without fear. It's getting late, let's go back. Tenraku laughed as he let Rias go. The stray devils have been cleared, and everyone does not want to stay here. Kendo expanded the teleportation formation, and everyone stepped into it and disappeared without a trace. Bang! In the basement chamber of the church, the thick iron door was kicked open, and then two young girls in cloaks walked in. It is Zenovia and Irina. There is no mistake, there is still the aura of Holy Sword here, but the stray seems to have escaped. Frowning, Zenovia said while looking at the messy secret room. The exorcist on the church side has been killed. Zenovia, what shall we do next? Irina asked while looking around. Who told the guy to act alone without waiting for us? Next, we will fight against the fallen angel and the stray. Those evil bastards cannot be allowed to abuse their power even if we have to destroy the Excalibur. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, we should first go to say hello to the devil who manages this town. If my information is correct, then the one who manages this town should be that great Satan's Lucifer's younger sister, right? Zenovia calmly analyzed the situation and spoke with a sharp gleam in her eyes. Are you going to meet that Demon King's younger sister? But I still want to go and meet Tenraku first. I have not seen Tenraku for a long time. Irina, although I don't know who this Tenraku you have been talking about these days is, but our task is the top priority. I see. Zenovia is really strict, just like the nuns and grannies in the church. What, grannies? Irina? Boom hng. Early in the morning, a loud sound came from the direction of the training ground. It should be Myra, Swollen, and the other girls who are already doing morning exercises. Slowly opening his eyes, Tenraku was a little bit speechless. Last night, he was crazy late with Mai and Ubelina and missed the morning exercise. How many times has this happened? Ho, master. Rainare also sat up while yawning. She stretched her waist to show her ample figure in front of Tenraku's eyes. Although Tenraku doesn't know how many times he has enjoyed it, but he has to admit that this evil fallen angel still gives him endless temptations. As if thinking of something, Rainare smiled and then got down and swallowed Tenraku's vitals in one bite. The expression on Tenraku's face froze as he only felt a current rushing into his body, and the last trace of sleepiness was also washed away. Instead of stopping Rainare's action, Tenraku looked out the window and fell into deep thought. Is he getting degenerate lately? Although it feels a bit bad to be so degenerate, but after thinking about it, isn't he so desperately thinking about becoming stronger because of this degenerate life? The corners of his mouth were raised and his thoughts became clear. Tenraku also closed his eyes and enjoyed himself. After a long time, when Tenraku and Rainare walked out of the room, Myra and the other girls had already returned from morning exercises, and Malayo and Birant had already cooked breakfast for everyone. Rias and Kendo also walked out of their respective rooms. Except for the hardworking Konako-chan, who joined the group in the morning exercise every day, the two women are also the type of people who love to sleep. After washing up and having breakfast, Tenraku and the girls also changed into their school uniforms and walked out of the house. A new day has begun. Please grant favors to the lost people. Good people, please give us compassion on behalf of our Heavenly Father. Tenraku, Rias, and the girls walked towards the school together, but they ran into two girls wrapped in capes and begging on the street. It's not easy for beggars these days, although many people are looking at them but no one is giving them a hand. They probably consider them scammers. Tenraku remembered that he still has some money in his pocket, so he took it out and gave it to the beggars. This should be enough for them to eat breakfast. Oh, good people, thank you. May the Lord grant you mercy, amen. Feeling grateful and happy, the beggars seemed to be exhausted as they collapsed on the side of the road after getting some money. However, after discovering something, Tenraku, who had already walked a certain distance, suddenly stopped. Under the suspicious and puzzled eyes of Rias and the other women, Tenraku stepped back and then uncovered the hood on a beggar's head, and the expression on his face changed. This voice, I knew it. Long time no see, Irina. Although her look was very different from the boyish appearance that she held as a child, her face became cute and her hair grew longer, but Tenraku still instantly recognized the identity of the girl. Shido Irina? Blinking her eyes, Irina looked at Tenraku dumbly, then a look of endless surprise appeared on her face as well. Tenraku, it's really Tenraku? Flinging herself onto Tenraku, Irina cheered with unbridled excitement. Irina, you haven't changed a bit after all these years. Girls need to be more reserved. I'm just so happy to see you again, Tenraku. Although Tenraku knew that Irina was about to appear after hearing about Excalibur, he didn't expect the two to meet again in this way. Unlike the tomboy before, Irina is now a really beautiful girl, but her character seems to have not changed at all. Tenraku and Irina are very happy to meet each other here, but Zenovia, who is nearby, seems to have spotted something and she spoke with a sharp and wary look. Irina, how long do you plan to indulge yourself in front of devils and fallen angels? Wake up quickly. Zenovia stared at the Rias and Rainare on one side and spoke in a low voice. After returning to her senses, Irina also looked at Rias and the other girls and she instantly discovered the obvious devil and fallen angel aura on the women. Tenraku, it's dangerous, hide behind me. Irina showed a wary look on her face as she stepped in front of Tenraku. Don't worry, they are all my companions. Tenraku was so amused that he even let himself hide behind Irina and he patted Irina on the shoulder and said, companions, they are devils and fallen angels? Doubting if she had misheard, Irina looked at Tenraku with an incredulous expression on her face. It's already weird that devils and fallen angels are walking together. Why is Tenraku also related to these evil existences? Oh, actually, I never told Irina that I am also a devil. Tenraku replied with a bright smile on his face. I am also a devil, I am also a devil, I am also a devil. Tenraku's voice seemed to echo in her ears, and Irina couldn't help but widen her eyes. Woo delicious, Irina, the food here is so delicious? Yeah, I have no more desires, it's like I have arrived in the kingdom of heaven? In the roadside restaurant, the starving Irina and Zenobia were wolfing down all kinds of food. Tenraku, now can you explain to us what's going on? Sitting opposite to Irina and Zenobia, Kendo was lying on Tenraku's shoulder with an evil look on her face, and the other girls also cast inquiring glances at Tenraku. Her name is Shadow Irina. She was my neighbor when I was a child, and we are childhood friends. With nothing to hide, Tenraku briefly explains his relationship with Irina to the women. Oh, is she really just a childhood friend? Narrowing her eyes, Kendo looked on with a scrutinizing smile on her face. From Irina's attitude towards Tenraku, she doesn't seem to be just a simple childhood friend. Woo finally full. How could this be? I was robbed of reason by hunger and accepted a devil's favor. I have really sinned deeply. After eating and drinking, Irina patted her bracing belly with a contented expression on her face, while Zenobia was holding her head and confessing deeply. Irina, do you want to continue? Seeing the appearance of the two women, Tenraku smiled and said, while Irina, who heard the sound, stood up, and then rushed towards Tenraku. Liar, liar, Tenraku is a big liar. The young girl's pair of pink fists kept falling on Tenraku's body. Yubelina and the other girls from his peerage looked towards her with a cold expression on their faces and they wanted to stop her, but they were stopped by a look from Tenraku. After Irina vented her anger, Tenraku grabbed Irina's hands and said, Irina, I'm sorry I didn't tell you before. I am a hybrid between human and devil, and I am also the fourth son of the Phenex family. But devil or human, I am your rival and I am also your friend. I am Kamiya Tenraku. Now, Irina, do you want to say something? Gazing into the young girl's eyes, Tenraku's domineering voice kept echoing in the air. Irina stared at Tenraku blankly, at the familiar but increasingly handsome cheeks, at the deep but sincere eyes, and tears gradually appeared in the girl's eyes. Unable to bear it anymore, Irina hugged Tenraku at once. Tenraku is still Tenraku, it's great, it's really great. Gyuah Academy, Occult Research Club. Although you guys are devil, I'll take note of the previous favors. To formally introduce myself, my name is Zenobia. I am Shadow Irina. Sitting upright on the sofa opposite to Tenraku and Rias, Zenobia and Irina introduced themselves. What has brought the god believer into my territory? Clasping her hands in front of her, Rias had an elegant smile on her face as she asked this question. Demon King's younger sister Rias Gremory, I'm sure you've heard something about Holy Sword Excalibur. I am aware of it, then. Zenobia had a serious expression on her face, while Rias remained smiling. Except for the one whose whereabouts are unknown, 5 out of 6 Excalibur swords were kept by 3 factions of the church, but 3 of them were recently stolen by a fallen angel. Irina briefly explained the situation, still looking at Rainery's direction nonchalantly. Rainery is my subordinate. She hasn't grabbed any holy sword from you. Tenraku interjected. We know that it was Cockabile, a high-level combatant of fallen angels, who ordered the snatching of the Excalibur swords, not a stray like the one standing beside you. Zenobia spoke in a calm tone with just a hint of irony in it. Tenraku shrugged, and Rainery narrowed her eyes. There is stray clergy in the church, stray devil in devil, and stray in fallen angels, too. The so-called stray people are a group of people who have abandoned the reason for their existence. Rainery, who is mixed with devil, is also a stray in Zenobia's eyes. What we hold now are 2 of the remaining Excalibur. Maya's holy sword of destruction, Excalibur Destruction. Without paying attention to Rainery's cold gaze, Zenobia took out a huge sword wrapped in cloth strips from behind her. Maya's holy sword of Mimic, Excalibur Mimic. Pointing to the band she had tied around her arm, Irina also introduced her sword. So, what do you want us to do? Rias asked as her beautiful eyes flashed with a different light. This incident is a problem between us and the fallen angels. We were ordered to defeat the stray and the fallen angel and retake the stolen Excalibur, but we don't want to be disturbed by the devils in this area. That's quite a mouthful. Do you think we will join forces with fallen angel against you? For devils, holy sword is a taboo existence. Won't you have the same interest as the fallen angels? As for whether you will join forces with fallen angel, don't you already have a good example around you? If you dare to hinder us, then we will destroy you, even if you are the younger sister of great Satan Lucifer. It was almost a negotiation between Rias and Zenobia, but the atmosphere became less friendly. Rias emitted a hint of destructive magic power while Zenobia also released a stern aura. The 2 sides confronted each other and Rias finally broke the silence. Interesting. Although we are a little unhappy with your attitude, we have no plans to join forces with fallen angels. On the name of Gremory, I will never do anything that will damage the reputation of great Satans. As soon as the momentum dissipated, Zenovia also smiled after hearing the sound. Hihi, it's enough to hear your words. Just now, I had just conveyed the meaning of the headquarters to you, and I actually don't think the Demon King's younger sister would be stupid to that extent. Then I can also assume that your god camp will also not join forces with fallen angels? Sure, as long as you promise not to get involved in things between us and fallen angel. I can promise that, but I won't sit idly by if your actions bring harm to my territory. Then it's a deal. At the end of the negotiation, Rias also reached an agreement with Zenovia, which is a good ending. I'm sorry for taking up your time, so we should also say goodbye. Since you're here, won't you have a cup of tea? I already owe you a favor. I can't owe you more, and it's not good for us to get too close to devils. Irina, we are leaving. Tenraku, I will come to you after the mission is over. Standing up, Zenovia and Irina were about to leave after a few greetings. However, Zenovia seemed to have discovered something, and suddenly stopped again. I cared a little bit just now. You are Asia Argento, right? Zenovia said as she looked at Asia behind Tenraku. Yes. Not knowing how the other party found him, Asia replied in a flustered manner. I didn't expect to meet Demonis in a place like this. You're the ex-Saintess who turned into a Demonis? I heard that you were exiled because of your ability to heal devil and fallen angels. I didn't expect you to become a devil. Zenovia's expression was cold, and Irina also thought of something in a daze. Because of her contract with Rias, she was given a chess piece and the two women could easily perceive the breath of reincarnated devil in Asia. Too. Clenching her hands tightly, Asia couldn't help but lower her head. Being exiled by church is an unbearable memory for Asia. Now she is called a Demonis, and the girl feels extremely uncomfortable. The person who was once called Saintess turned into devil. There is really no limit to your depravity, Zenovia said sarcastically, while Rias on the other side finally could not help but stand up. You should stop while you still can. Asia is now in my peerage. Please stop speaking. Rias regarded Asia as her younger sister and she would never allow anyone to make her sad. Since she has become the peerage of the great Satan's younger sister, we naturally won't do anything to her. But, Asia Argento, I'll ask you one last time, do you still believe in our god? With a change of tone, Zenovia added. I already have a new belief. Asia replied while biting her lips. So that's it. Not only are you a devil but you have also embraced an evil god. Let's go, Irina. She is hopeless. The sarcasm in Zenovia's eyes has turned into deep disgust and she doesn't want to look at Asia anymore. She calls Irina and prepares to leave. My beliefs is not evil god? Asia suddenly raised her head and spoke in a loud and angry voice. She can tolerate herself being called Demonis, and she can tolerate the ironic and disgusting eyes of the other party, but she absolutely can't tolerate her belief being insulted by anyone. Not expecting Asia, who has always been gentle and quiet, to erupt out with such anger, Rias looked astonished, but Tenraku had a smile on his face. Abandoning our only god, what is your belief if not evil god? Stopping, Zenovia said sarcastically. What I believe is what I believe is. With both hands clenched, Asia's eyes were filled with struggle. Although she wanted to speak out about her belief but Asia finally held back when she thought that might cause trouble for Tenraku. What is your belief, Asia Argento? The entire room became tense as Asia struggled to hold back and Zenovia sarcastically forced the issue. Feeling that it was about time, Tenraku stood up. Asia, no need to hold back, speak up if you want to, let them know your belief. Tenraku smiled while stroking the girl's forehead. Looking at Tenraku blankly, the struggle and pain in Asia's eyes gradually disappeared, and then it turned into firmness and devotion. She nodded and then looked at Zenovia, and said, my belief is Tenraku-san, and Tenraku-san is my true lord, he is my god. The girl's voice seemed to reverberate continuously in the room and Rainare blocked the exit with an evil smile on her face, while Ubelina and the other girls also spread out tacitly to surround Zenovia and Irina in the middle. Rias next to him reluctantly covered her forehead, and a pair of beautiful eyes glowed with cold light. Unexpectedly, things have suddenly become like this, so they can no longer let the two holy sword wielders leave easily? What a joke, you actually believe a devil? Finally coming back to her senses, Zenovia had a shocked and angry look on her face. To think that someone would consider a devil as their belief, is she crazy or is this world going crazy? Not only Zenovia, but even Irina on one side covered her mouth with an unbelievable expression on her face. A saintess has regarded Tenraku as her true lord and belief. What the heck is this? What's wrong with that? Asia just chose what she thinks is the right path for her. God is God because people believe in him. Even if I am a devil, I can become a god if someone believes in me. Don't you think so, Miss Zenovia? While placating Asia, Tenraku laughed teasingly. You're blaspheming God. Zenovia raged as she was truly pissed off. A devil is trying to become God, are you kidding me? Well, blasphemy or not, let's not talk about that. Miss Zenovia, you now know something that you shouldn't know, so think about what you should do next. Tenraku's words startled Zenovia, who realized that she and Irina were surrounded by them. A devil wanted to become God. If this news is spread, whether it is church or other gods believer, they will definitely attack him. She and Irina now know something they shouldn't know. Obviously, the other party didn't plan to let them go. Thinking of this, Zenovia's expression couldn't help but darken. Tenraku, are you going to kill us? Seeing that something was wrong, Irina said with a fearful face. The tomboy from the past has also become weird. Tenraku was feeling amused as he walks up to Irina and touches the little girl's head. Don't worry, I won't kill you for the sake of our friendship, I would just put you in a small black room. Tenraku, I don't want to be locked in a small black room, then stop talking. Would you let us go if I stop talking? How long are you going to fool us? Tenraku and Irina argued vigorously, while Zenovia had an angry look on her face. The holy sword of destruction Excalibur * destruction was already in her hand, and the girl stared sharply at Tenraku. Today's affair is probably not going to end well, but she has already dedicated her loyalty to the Lord and she will never give in to evil. With a shrug, Tenraku also returned to Asia and Rias' side. Tenraku, what are you going to do with them? Rias frowned and asked. Although Rias didn't want to have a conflict with Church, if Zenovia and Irina were allowed to leave then the consequences would be unimaginable, and Rias could still tell what is more important to her. As a last resort, the only way to do that is to silence them. Tenraku signaled to tell Rias not to worry, and then he said, in the face of the stunned looks of the women, Zenovia, Irina, you know the secret that you should not know, and if you want to leave here today, then fight me. Fight you? As long as you beat me, you can leave here. We won't stop you. Then what if we lose? Not knowing what the other party wanted, Zenovia was alert and suspicious, while Irina asked cautiously. Under the gaze of the two women, Tenraku smiled brightly. If you lose, you will also be my devotee? In the open space behind the old school building, Zenovia and Irina stood together and confronted Tenraku, while the Rias and the other girls spread out barriers to prevent others from approaching here. Tenraku, can we leave as long as we win? Where there should have been the slightest hint of nervousness, Irina instead leaped to her feet with a look of eagerness. If only you guys can do it. Zenovia, there is nothing wrong with that, right? Tenraku looked at Zenovia on one side and asked. You even gave us a chance to fight you, I can't ask for more. Let me say something first. Irina and I are both the best holy sword users. Don't blame us if you die. Zenovia replied with a cold smile on her face. If all the devils and fallen angels attacked them together then they might not be able to do anything, but it was foolish for the other party to offer to fight them alone. Oi, don't look like you're going to win that easily. If you lose, you will have to abandon your god and believe in me. Looking at the two women who looked as if they had already won, Tenraku was a little speechless. That's impossible. If I lose to you, I will apologize with death. I will never abandon my belief for the Lord and I will never give my belief to a devil. Zenovia replied without hesitation with a cold expression on her face. Irina also looked at the side like she hadn't heard it. Maybe she would cheat even if she really lost. Feeling a little bit helpless, it seems a bit difficult to make the two girls give up on their beliefs. However, Tenraku was not in a hurry, their fate was already doomed the moment they knew his secrets. Forget it, let's have a good fight now, after all, everything depends on winning and losing. Irina, you've been waiting for this day for a long time, right? Tenraku laughed as he shrugged his shoulders. I've been honing my swordsmanship every single day to beat you. Nodding, Irina looked expectant, and at the same time, she pulled down the holy sword Excalibur * mimic that was tied to her arm, and the form twisted and turned into a sharp sword. It's useless to say more, Kamiya Tenraku, let's get started. Zenovia also pulled out the holy sword Excalibur * destruction and spoke. In order to facilitate the battle, the two women have already removed their cloaks, and now they are both in tight combat uniforms. Their combat uniforms showed off their exquisite curves, the place that should be convex is convex, the place that should be warped is warped, the feeling of compactness on their burst gives people a great temptation. Although Tenraku has never been the kind of person who can't take a step back or hold himself back when he sees a beautiful woman, but his heart can't help but rise to the idea of trying it out sometime. Let's get started then. The corners of his mouth raised into an arc as Tenraku also instantly launched the ability of demonic sword creation, and at once a black demonic sword appeared in his hand. The eyes of the two sides met and their fighting spirit exploded, and then they flew towards the other side at the same time under the gaze of Rias and the other girls like ching 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 ching. The two sides exchanged dozens of rounds in a single encounter, with sparks flying and sound waves piercing the ears. Zenovia and Irina are both excellent holy sword ambassadors, and Tenraku has traveled all over the world to sharpen his swordsmanship, so it can be said that their swordsmanship is definitely the pinnacle of the entire world among their peers. With a loud shout, Zenovia swung the huge sword in her hand and slashed it at Tenraku. She would not show any mercy to those who desecrated gods, even though they were only a devil. The air uttered a sharp whine and Tenraku narrowly dodged the harsh blow. With a loud noise, a huge groove was cut out of the entire ground. Even Tenraku's scalp tingled when he saw this scene. Zenovia with the holy sword of destruction was like a humanoid berserker dragon. However, before Tenraku could breathe out a sigh of relief, holy sword, split. Irina leaped into the air at some point, and the holy sword of mimicry in her hand split up and came at Tenraku as quickly as a snake. Ching 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 kang. The corners of his eyes fluttered as Tenraku waved the demonic sword in his hand and kept defending himself. The two of them are at least childhood friends, but Irina is merciless when it comes to fighting. A sharp light flickered in his eyes, and the corner of Tenraku's mouth rose slightly. It's been a long time since he had met such a swordsmanship master. He will enjoy this fight. Why, damn you, Tenraku, just stand there and let us cut you off? She has been fighting for this for a long time, but even if she and Zenovia team up, they can't hold against Tenraku, and Irina cannot help but puffed out her face in exasperation. Idiot Irina, why don't you stand and let me chop you off? Rolling his eyes, Tenraku said in a good-natured way. Kami ya Tenraku, your swordsmanship is indeed excellent. Even if Irina and I join forces, we may not be able to win against you. But even if you can still fight, your sword is already trembling and crying, Zenovia said coldly while holding the holy sword of destruction. She and Irina not only have their own strength, but also the strength of holy swords, so they will never lose to a devil? Looking at the demonic sword in his hand, Tenraku nodded. Indeed, it's a bit of a stretch to try to fight holy sword with a forged demonic sword, and a holy sword should be fought by a holy sword. A mysterious smile appeared on his face as Tenraku dissipated the demonic sword in his hand, and then a palm of his hand was facing the sky. This is... A heavy and sacred aura appeared in the area, and then under the shocked expressions of the two women, a purple light fell from the sky into Tenraku's hands, slowly turning into a purple longsword. There can be no mistake, this is the aura of a holy sword. Holy sword aim no Murakumo, SA, Zenovia, Irina, let the battle continue? Walking towards the girls step by step, Tenraku had a devil-like smile on his face. Glancing at each other, Zenovia and Irina can see the shock and solemnity in each other's eyes. Woo. Impossible, that we would lose to a devil. Struck in the abdomen by one of Tenraku's sword hilts, Zenovia had an incredulous look on her face as she staggered back a few steps before falling to the ground. It was clear that she and Irina had the advantage at first, but why did it end like this? This devil is too powerful? Irina. Stretching out her hand to grab Irina, who was also on the ground, Zenovia's consciousness gradually fell into darkness. Tenraku, are you really going to take them as believers? There was no surprise at this result. The girls came over and one of them asked. Both of them are excellent talents. It would be a waste for them to stay at the church. Although it's a little troublesome, it's not impossible. Tenraku laughed and replied as he picked up Irina. Rias, I'll leave the rest to you, I'll take them back first. Okay, what, where is this? Slowly opening her eyes, Irina found herself in what seemed to be an unfamiliar room. Are you thirsty? Have some water. Tenraku spoke as he walked towards Irina with a glass of water in his hand. Irina was indeed thirsty as she gulped down the water and let out a long breath, only to feel refreshed. Thank you. What the hell? Tenraku, what have you done to me? Let go of me now? It was only then that Irina realized that her arms and legs were deadly bound by 4 golden rings, and Irina couldn't help but struggle and shout. Don't move Irina, you are my prisoner now. Prisoner? Damn you Tenraku, let go of me and let's fight again, I won't lose to you this time. How dare you say something like that, Irina, when you lost before? You and Zenovia together can't even beat me, you'd better wait for another life to beat me. Oh, how so? It was only then that she recalled the fact that she and Zenovia had lost miserably, and Irina had a dejected look on her face. But having thought of something, the young girl looked at Tenraku with a pitiful expression on her face again. Tenraku, what do you want to do with me? She and Zenovia know the secret they shouldn't know. Tenraku wouldn't let her go easily, right? Even if they are childhood friends. You have 3 options. First, you will be silenced. Second, you will be locked up in a small black room for the rest of your life. Third, you leave church and become my believer. Choose one for yourself, Irina. Pinching the young girl's lovely face, Tenraku smiled and said, No, I don't want that. Irina struggled with anger and shame. She didn't want to be silenced, she didn't want to be locked up in a small dark room. As for being so ashamed of Tenraku's believer, she definitely doesn't want it. In that case. With a sigh, Tenraku seemed to have decided something, and then said, Irina, you actually like me a lot, right? Stopping her struggle, Irina had a stunned expression on her face, then that cute face quickly turned red. Like? Baka, stupid, Tenraku, what are you talking about? The excitement was overwhelming, and the blush under the young girl's heart was even more unbearable. Why did Tenraku suddenly talk about this kind of thing? I have always liked Irina, so, answer me, Irina, do you like me? Tenraku directly looked at the girl's eyes and asked with a serious expression on his face. Staring blankly at Tenraku, Irina could also feel that Tenraku wasn't joking with her. The two of them were childhood friends. They played together, practiced swordsmanship together, grew up together, and her childhood was almost entirely spent under Tenraku's shadow. For Tenraku, who was obviously about her own age but worked so hard and was so strong, Irina longed for and recognized him from the bottom of her heart, so she also tried her best to catch up with Tenraku. The girl has already had an answer to Tenraku's question, otherwise, she wouldn't. Forbearing the shame, Irina's voice can almost only be heard by herself. Louder, I didn't hear it. I like you. Are you satisfied now, Baka Tenraku? Looking at the girl who was yelling at him, Tenraku also had a smile on his face. Super satisfied. Since Irina likes me too, let's go with the last option. She didn't know what Tenraku was going to do to her, but when Irina was about to ask, Tenraku had already come close to her. Then, in the next moment, she was kissed. Zenovia regained consciousness as her eyes snapped open. She and Irina had been defeated by the devil, but the other party didn't seem to have killed her. Looking around vigilantly, Zenovia found herself locked in a dimly lit room. On one side of the room, there was a white-haired girl with her back facing her and she seemed to be looking at something. It was her own sword. Don't move. With a flash of sharpness in her eyes, Zenovia gently stood up, then leaped out like a cheetah and grabbed the white-haired girl's neck from behind and coldly spoke. However, to Zenovia's surprise, the other side did not panic at all, but sarcastically raised the corners of her mouth. Barrier expand. A powerful barrier unfolded from the girl's body, and Zenovia, who was caught off guard, was sent flying. Her body hit the ground with a loud thud, and blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Sacred gear? Gritting her teeth, Zenovia spoke with a gloomy expression on her face. My name is Tusca, I am Tenraku-sama's bishop. Now, don't move. Turning around, Tusca grabbed the holy sword of destruction in her hand and pointed it at Zenovia's neck with a cold smile on her face. Humph, trying to threaten me with holy sword, but this is not a power that a mere devil can covet. Crawling to her feet, Zenovia wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said sarcastically, Covet its power? Why would I covet its powers? It is worthless. My companions have lost their lives for this kind of thing? Tusca replied with a cold expression on her face. The other party seemed to be very disgusted with Holy Sword and it was not a deliberate disguise and Zenovia couldn't help but raise her brows. What do you mean? Holy Sword Project, have you heard of it? You are the survivor of that Holy Sword Project? Finally understanding what was going on, Zenovia also revealed a shocked look on her face. If the other party is a survivor of that Holy Sword Project, then everything makes sense. Ah, the one and only, Lord Holy Sword Wielder. With a cold laugh, Tusca said sarcastically, Tusca, you were once a member of our church, right? I can understand your hatred of the Holy Sword Project. It was a disgusting thing even for us, but the people involved in that project have been punished by the church, and the leader Valper Galilei has also been exiled with the mark of heresy. You should not betray us and join devil because of that. Taking a deep breath, Zenovia put away her hostility. If the girl in front of her is really a survivor of the Holy Sword Project, then the church owes her and her companions a deep debt, and Zenovia did not want to make an enemy of her even as a last resort. Oh, then what do you think I should do, Lord Holy Sword Wielder? Narrowing her eyes, Tusca had a rather interesting look on her face. Naturally, Zenovia could hear the other party's ironic tone, but she didn't care and continued. Tusca, you can return the Holy Sword to me now, and we will rescue Irina together. After the mission is completed, we will return to the church together. I will explain everything to the Pope, and then we will make amends for you and your companions. Zenovia offered what she thought was a reasonable suggestion, that church had indeed done too much to Tusca and her companions, and that she would like to make up for it if she could. Then what? Continue to be used by you like a dog until I lose value and then be abandoned by you? The sarcasm on Tusca's face intensified as she coldly laughed. We would never do that, Tusca, I assure you. I don't deny that there is some darkness even in church, but didn't our Lord exist to banish it? Everything you have suffered is the Lord's trial for you. As long as you firmly believe in our Lord, one day you will be redeemed. Zenovia promised, but Tusca laughed while clutching her belly. She laughed so much that tears were already coming out of her eyes. HHH ha 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 ha. The Lord's trial for me? The Lord will come to redeem me? You have got to be kidding me? With an icy expression, an endless hatred erupted in Tusca's eyes as she spoke. My companions and I believed in him so much and were willing to give everything for him, but he didn't show up when we were deceived. He didn't show up when we were being used. He didn't show up when we were lying on our lab beds screaming in pain. He didn't show up when we were huddled in our rooms shivering and waiting to get rescued. Yes, it was all his trial for us, and we kept believing that he would come to redeem us, but we didn't wait for salvation, we only waited for despair. Tusca roared out at the top of her lungs with a hatred that suffocated even Zenovia. Involuntarily retreating a few steps, Zenovia moved her lips to say something, but she found herself speechless. Yes, they believed in the Lord, but the Lord did not come to save them and neither did he send someone to save them. For the first time in her life, Zenovia had doubts about the Lord she believed. Without bothering about Zenovia's reaction, Tusca caressed her face and all the cold hatred disappeared and was replaced by the look of endless tenderness. When I was in darkness, it was Tenraku-sama who saved me from it. He cared for me, he taught me, he loves me, and he let me regain the hope and courage to live, so, Tenraku-sama is my master, my god, my everything? With her hands clasped together, Tusca's eyes burst out with extreme fascination and fervor. Zenovia couldn't help but stare, as Tusca's expression was not unfamiliar to her, as the believers in the church also had the same expression when they talked about their Lord. No way, this young girl, she has been completely bewitched by that devil? Lord Holy Sword Wielder, do you want to go out? Stopping her infatuation with Tenraku, Tusca suddenly said. You are willing to let me go? Zenovia frowned as she didn't believe in such a good thing. Take it, as long as you finish reading this holy scripture, I will let you go. With a weird smile floating at the corner of her mouth, Tusca tossed a copy of Gods and Demons scripture to Zenovia. No way, I only believe in my Lord, and I will never read this evil Gods Demon scripture. Zenovia replied coldly as she tossed the God and Demon scripture aside. I'm just conveying what Tenraku-sama said to me. Just read it and you can go. But even if you don't want to do this for your own sake, you should think about that companion of yours, right? Next, Please enjoy yourself here, Lord Holy Sword Wielder. If you finish reading Lord Tenraku's holy scripture then you can call us anytime. Hee. Laughing repeatedly, Tusca walked out of the room with the holy sword of destruction. Although Zenobia wanted to stop the girl, the barrier unfolded and threw her back again. HNG Zenobia desperately tried to break the door, but the entire room was also enveloped by a powerful barrier and no matter how hard she tried, it didn't have any effect. Damn it! Smashing her fish against the wall, Zenobia cursed with a gloomy expression on her face. Although she didn't care about her own life or death, she was very worried about Irina's safety. Irina, you must be all right. With endless worries in her heart, Zenobia prayed to her lord that nothing must happen to Irina. However, what Zenobia didn't know was that it was in the room next door. No, Tenraku, we can't. Pieces of clothing were strewn all around the floor, and two bodies were tumbling wildly around each other. One of them is Tenraku, and the other is Shadow Irina. In the room, Tenraku and Irina are embracing each other, enjoying the aftertaste of their recent activities. There are traces of madness all around them. Only God knows what these two have done. Irina, thank you for the hospitality. Tenraku smiled with satisfaction and said as he played with the girl's smooth maroon hair. Bad Tenraku, how can you treat me? Feeling weak, Irina looked at someone with endless sorrow on her face. Although she thought that she and Tenraku might get to this point, she didn't expect it to be so fast. This villain, Tenraku, took her so domineeringly. What's wrong with you? Isn't this also what you expected? Tenraku teasingly said as he leaned down to the young girl's body. I didn't. Feeling flustered and shy, Irina would never admit this kind of thing. Oh, when I was a kid, who took my first kiss while I was asleep, and said that they will be my bride when I grow up? Woo. The teasing on Tenraku's face intensified, while Irina had an unbelievable expression on her face. So Tenraku knew all these things a long time ago. Feeling ashamed, Irina covers her face and does not dare to meet Tenraku's teasing eyes. Irina, don't feel ashamed, you like me, and I also like you and that's why I did this to you. I am the heir of the Phenex family and I am a hybrid between devil and human. Because I couldn't awaken the bloodline of the Phenex family, I was called a waste so Okasama took me to the human world. Weakness is a sin, I have long understood this truth. So after Okasama passed away, I trained as hard as I could. Maybe if I kept doing that, I would have gained great strength, but I would have gone further and further down the road of loneliness, and eventually, I would have destroyed myself. At that time, it was Irina who saved me, you were my friend, my opponent, so at that time, I decided that you would belong to me. Listening to Tenraku's domineering words, Irina slowly lowered her hands and looked at that handsome and resolute face and her eyes filled with emotion and heartache. Tenraku, too. The girl wanted to say something, but Tenraku blocked her lips. You don't need to say anything, you don't need to think about anything, just leave everything to me. I have enough power. I will protect Irina from now on. But that's not enough. I have to get stronger and stronger. I have to stand higher and higher. I will have everything I want. I will protect all the people I want to protect. Irina, will you help me? Looking at the Tenraku at this moment, Irina couldn't help but be smitten. I will. In spite of herself, the girl almost blurted it out. With their eyes facing each other, the two of them could clearly feel each other's mood, and they kissed each other at the same time, wishing to blend each other into their own bodies. After a long time, the two people separated and looked at each other with a smile on their faces and the last trace of barriers in their hearts disappeared. Irina, how about you believe me too? I said, Irina, how about you also believe me? Wouldn't it be fun to be both my wife and my believer in the future? It was a good atmosphere just now, but then someone suddenly said something that was very annoying, and Irina, who had come back to her senses, glared at Tenraku in exasperation. No, absolutely not. Irina doesn't mind being Tenraku's bride and wife, but she definitely doesn't want to be Tenraku's believer. It's too shameful. Why not? You are only pretending to be pious anyway and you are actually a pseudo-believer with no belief, right? Thinking of something, Tenraku had a teasing look on his face. Because of gods and demons scripture, Tenraku can clearly sense whether others have the will and breath of belief. Like Zenobia, Tenraku can sense the strong belief of the God of Holy Bible from her, but Irina, she does not have the slightest belief in God? No, Not expecting her long-standing disguise to be detected, Irina instinctively panicked, but suddenly thought that she didn't need to disguise herself in front of Tenraku, and then she glared at Tenraku with a sorrowful expression on her face. Bad Tenraku, who do you think caused all this? She sank her teeth in Tenraku's shoulder in retaliation. It was because someone said to her that God is dead that she had doubts about her belief. After going abroad with her parents, Irina was trained by church with her excellent qualifications, and because she was very concerned about Tenraku's words, she usually collected relevant information intentionally or unintentionally, and then Irina was shocked to find that God has never appeared since the ancient war. That is to say, the lord of their belief really may have died. This news was too shocking. In fact, anyone who is a little bit more minded can detect it, but they dare not think about it or say it. Even if someone has a trace of guesswork, it will only be hidden in the deepest part of their hearts and will never be exposed. But Irina was different. Her belief in God was not strong at the beginning, and after knowing that God was probably really dead, the last trace of belief in her heart dissipated. The god is already dead, what else is she going to believe, air, or the crap that church spewed out? As a result, the girl who was supposed to have a strong belief in God became a pseudo-believer without any belief. Just because of someone's words? Okay, I don't care if Irina doesn't believe me. Just love me. Tenraku patted the girl's little head, and although it was a little regretful, Tenraku didn't care much about it. Since belief can't be used to brainwash the girl, then he will use love to capture her. Tenraku, one more time. Recovering quite a bit, Irina said with a blushing face. Looking at the young girl beneath him who seemed to have become obsessed with that feeling, a smile also surfaced on Tenraku's face. He is also not satisfied yet, so let's do it again. His figure falls on top of the girl, and soon the girl's depraved voice sounded again in the room. Petra, Basil, Dionysus, and Holy Mother Maria, please listen to my voice. Petra, Basil, Dionysus, and Holy Mother Maria, please listen to my voice. In the darkened room, Zenovia's eyes were closed and one palm was turned to one side as if calling something. But, even after countless attempts, there was still no response in the empty room. Opening her eyes, Zenovia looked ill and more anxious than ever. Those damned devils, they even cast the isolation magic in the room? Her gaze couldn't help but fall to the gods and demons scripture that was thrown out by herself, and her eyes flashed. She is trapped in a desperate situation. If she wants to go out, then it seems that she has to finish reading the demon scripture of evil god as required by that devil. Forgive me, Lord, for this is what I did to save my companion. In the end, a decision was made and Zenovia confessed and picked up the gods and demons scripture. Her belief in the Lord was unshakable, and she was convinced that she would never be seduced by devil's words and that it would be okay to just look at it. The thought that Irina might be being tormented by those devils at the moment made Zenovia's heart burns with anxiety, and she let out a deep breath before opening the evil god's demon scripture. Everyone, from now on Irina will be one of us. Gathering all the women in the house, Tenraku introduced Irina to everyone. Era, not bad for my Tenraku. Even the holy sword wielder was subdued by you. Congratulations. Naturally, it was clear what the two had done in the room, and while Kendo had an evil smile on her face, Rias wore a sour look. Rias, are you jealous? Tenraku laughed as he stroked the young girl's cheeks. I'm not. With a slightly red face, Rias lightly hummed and turned her head to the side. The word no clearly means yes. Although she is usually such a bold and generous grammary princess, she often shows a jealous side like a normal girl in this regard. Tenraku was amused, and then he kissed Rias' lips. Although she struggled at first, she finally gave up her resistance, and Rias responded with a familiar look of ecstasy. Rias, as Tenraku's official marriage partner, is naturally aware that Tenraku will never be a one-woman type man, not to mention Kendo, Rainare, and his peers. There will be more and more women in the future. Of course, Rias is not disgusted with this. This is actually Tenraku's excellent and powerful performance. However, she will not be vague about what she should be feeling. She had a right to be jealous. Tenraku, what do you plan to do with the other holy sword wielder? After a long time, Rias leaned in Tenraku's arms and asked with concern. Irina and Zenovia know the secrets they shouldn't know. If they can't be subdued and become their companions, then they can only be eliminated. Don't worry, I already have a plan. While stroking the girl's bright red hair, Tenraku showed a mysterious smile on his face. Irina has been raided by himself, then it's her turn next. In the next few days, Zenovia was still kept in the small black room and there was no movement, but Irina had already become involved with everyone in the family. He took possession of the girl in such a domineering way. Although both of them loved each other and there was nothing wrong with them, Tenraku still wanted to make up for what he did to Irina. So he did not go to school for the next few days but focused on accompanying Irina. The two went shopping, watched movies, and they did what lovers should do. In just a few days, the two people who were already in love with each other became more and more affectionate towards each other. Of course, the two of them did continue to do their evil and depraved things. Not to mention Tenraku, Irina was completely obsessed with that feeling. There have been traces of their activities in many places, and even Irina's tight and seductive battlesuit has been torn by Tenraku many times. If the people in church knew that their combat uniforms specially designed for female believers had become an alternative combat uniforms, then I don't know how they would feel. In the room, Tenraku was lying on the bed quietly looking at the ceiling, thinking about his life. Looking at his side, Tusca and Mai were exhausted and had fallen asleep. Looking down again, he saw Rainare and Irina who were kneeling and huddling together to clean him. Tenraku couldn't help but sigh. Rainare doesn't need to be mentioned, but even Irina fell into degradation together with Rainara. It's all his fault. Tenraku-sama, the holy sword wielder wants to see you. Yubelina's voice sounded out from outside the room. A strange color flashed in his eyes, and the corners of Tenraku's mouth floated into a slight curve. Did Zenovia finally ask to see him? WWW. Naturally, Irina also heard Yubelina's voice and wanted to raise her head, but Tenraku pushed it down again arrogantly. Let her wait first? There is no hurry. I have been waiting for so many days, so let her wait a little longer. Let me out, I want to see him. In the dark room, Zenovia banged hard on the door. Finally, after reading the evil god's demon scripture and fulfilling the request of the other party, Zenovia couldn't wait to go out. She is wondering how Irina is doing after all this time and she hopes that it's not too late. Let's go, Tenraku-sama is willing to see you, Yubelina said indifferently as she opened the door. Zenovia was secretly relieved as the devil finally agreed to see her, and did not say much, and walked out with Yubelina. Oh, isn't this our holy sword wielder? Burent, stop teasing her. The holy sword has been thrown away by Tusca? That holy sword Oni-san looks so haggard, it's pitiful. Devils and fallen angels stood outside the room, sneering at Zenovia. Her fists were clenched, and she was annoyed, but Zenovia forced herself to endure. Irina's safety is critical, and now is not the time to convict these devil and fallen angels? Following Yubelina to the lobby, Zenovia finally saw the devil who defeated her and Irina. Sitting on the sofa of the main seat, he hugged the younger sister of the great Satan Lucifer and his queen. This figure is Tenraku? However, in addition to the three, there was also a young girl sitting on her knees in front of Tenraku. With her hands on her chest and her eyes slightly closed, her face was devout and holy as if she was praying to her god. It's the demoness, Asia Argento? Seeing Asia's actions, Zenovia couldn't help but feel angry. She was obviously saintess of the church, but she abandoned her belief and went to believe in a devil. How unbearable and depraved is this? Zenovia, what do you think of my holy scripture? The world I portray, the world I envision, the world I want to build, it's not bad at all compared to that holy Bible god of yours, right? Tenraku opened his mouth and asked his question as he looked at the haggard young girl who had been locked up for a few days. Those are just your traps and lies, I won't believe them, Zenovia replied sarcastically. Tenraku shook his head and laughed. Obviously, they are all the same thing, but the Holy Bible's God's words are regarded by you as the holy word of truth, while his words are treated as a trap and a lie. Interesting. That's what Tenraku loves most about religions and beliefs. Giving people complete and utter brainwashing? I have fulfilled your request. Where is Irina? I want to see Irina. Thinking about Irina, Zenovia couldn't help but get excited. If these guys hurt Irina, then even trying to kill them will not make her feel better. The corners of his mouth floated into a slight curve as Tenraku snapped his fingers. Zenovia? Running out of the room, Irina happily hugged Zenovia. Great, Irina, you're okay. Those guys didn't do anything to you, did they? Zenovia asked as she finally felt some relief. They just shut me in the room and didn't do anything to me. What about Zenovia? Are you okay? I'm fine, although that guy forced me to read his demon scripture, but my belief in the Lord is unshakable and will not be deceived by him. Yay, it's Zenovia, it's great. This is a moving reunion between companions as Irina and Zenovia both cared for each other. Rias and the other girls laughed but did not speak. Tenraku also smiled at Irina's performance, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A creature like a woman is indeed a natural actor. Okay, Zenovia, Irina, you can leave now. Clapping his hands, Tenraku interrupts the two girls. Although Irina's acting skills are good, it wouldn't do him any good if Zenovia discovers something if she accidentally overplays it. Are you really going to let us go? Frowning, Zenovia looked at Tenraku suspiciously. What else can I do? Irina is my friend, and you are Irina's companion. Do you really want me to kill you all? Tenraku returned with a smirk, not denying it. At the same time, he raised his hand and returned the holy sword of destruction and the holy sword of mimicry to the two women. Her eyes flickered and her expression turned gloomy. Although she didn't know what the other party was thinking, Zenovia would naturally not stay stupidly to die if she could survive. Irina, let's go? Pulling Irina and turning away, Zenovia just wants to get out of here now. Irina was feeling a little bit reluctant, but it is still impossible for her to reveal the fact that she has joined hands with the devil. For the Tenraku plan, she can only leave with Zenovia temporarily. Tenraku, why didn't you tell Zenovia the fact that God has died? Then her belief would have collapsed and we would have the opportunity to pull her to our side, right? Although they knew Tenraku had his own plans, Rias and Kendo were still a little confused. She is still very wary and hostile to us. Even if I tell her, she will not believe it, and it may have the opposite effect. But don't worry, the seeds have been planted, and it won't be long before someone else tells her the fact that God is dead. We will wait until then. Tenraku's eyes narrowed and he didn't finish speaking, but the clever girls already knew that he has everything in the palm of his hand. When Zenovia learns the truth that her lord has died, her belief will collapse and Tenraku will appear in front of her at that time in a sacred posture, and then he will become her new pillar and belief. Just like Asia? Asia, offer your fragrant lips to me. With endless anticipation, Tenraku looked at Asia, who was still sitting in front of him in prayer posture with unparalleled devotion and holiness on her face, and he caressed the young girl's face and ordered, "Yes, my lord." Asia stood up while feeling shy. She then sat in Tenraku's arms and offered her lips to her lord. Irina, those guys really didn't do anything to you, did they? Having left the Kamiya family residence, Zenovia suddenly stopped and asked, "Haha, no, they really didn't do anything to me." Thinking about her depraved life these days, Irina returned somewhat sheepishly while feeling guilty. Naturally, Zenovia saw Irina's reaction, but she blamed herself instead of questioning Irina. How could that devil let them go so easily? Irina must have paid a huge price to get their freedom. Irina, you will always be my companion and friend. Patting Irina on the shoulder, Zenovia said, feeling endless gratitude in her heart. The corners of her eyes throbbed as guilt and embarrassment appeared in Irina's heart. Zenovia could not have misunderstood something, right? Zenovia will also remain my companion and friend. Let's hurry up and go. We still have to recover the holy sword. We've already lost a lot of time. Well, when we finish the mission we will go to settle accounts with that group of devil. After discussing the plan of action, the two women soon disappeared into the night. Under the night sky, a stream of light came to land somewhere in Kuok town and then revealed the figure of a man. The man has scarlet's eyes and elf-like ears, and there were 10 black wings on his back. This man was Cockabile, the fallen angel. Oh, boss, we've been waiting for you for a long time, and you're finally here? Fried cheered as he came bouncing out of the darkness. There was another chunky figure walking out with Fried, who looked amiable but was once called the Archbishop. He was the leader of the Holy Sword Project, Valper Galilei. Lord Cockabile, have you been delayed by something? Che, that bastard Azazel is hunting me all over the world. It took quite a lot of time to avoid him. Valper asked respectfully, while Cockabile replied with a displeased look on his face. How is the preparation on your side? Cockabile asked as he thought of something. We are ready here. Unsurprisingly, the major factions of church have sent crusaders to chase us, but to disappoint the boss, they only sent an exorcist and 2 holy sword wielders. The useless exorcist has been cut off by me, but I haven't seen the 2 holy sword wielders. I guess they are a little bit more powerful, Fried replied while waving the holy sword in his hand. Damn that Michael, didn't you fall for it? Cockabile secretly cursed as his expression turned gloomy. He had let people steal 3 holy sword and was expecting church to send more people after them in shock and anger, but it turned out that only an exorcist and 2 holy sword wielders were sent, so even if they were killed, it wouldn't make much difference. Forget it. Leave the god side alone. For now, we will create chaos on the devil's side. Lucifer's younger sister, Leviathan's younger sister, and the waste of the Phenex family, for my long-cherished wish, you will be sacrificed in order not to let this world continue to be so boring? Even if it's just me, I must carry on the battle of that time? HHHHH. His scarlet's eyes flickered with cold light as he began to laugh frantically. He wanted to start a war and bring primal chaos back. The next day, Kuah Academy. Ah, you bastards, why are you breaking up Motohama and me? Let go of me, let me go? Matsuda, save me, I don't want to be separated from you. Ah, my Motohama? Tenraku, Gasper, Rias, and the girls came to the school, but they saw a large group of people around the campus. 2 police cars were parked on the side of the road, and the student council members led by Sana were directing a group of police to separate Motohama from Matsuda, and they were trying to pull them onto the police car. It's disgusting. Motohama and Matsuda are really gay. Great, those 2 perverted finally got caught? Whispering, the female voices were filled with disgust, while the boys were excited and let out a long sigh of relief. Motohama and Matsuda of the perverted trio are gay. Somehow there is such a rumor in the school. Although the girls felt disgusted and nauseous, but surprisingly the 2 who became gay never bothered them again. However, the boys were in great distress because the 2 perverts did not harass the girls but them. At this time, seeing the 2 perverts finally being captured by the police, the boys were very happy. Tenraku also smiled and stood with the girls watching Motohama and Matsuda being caught and taken away in the police car, but in his heart, he thought with some amusement as to how long would Hayadu Issei be able to hold on. After watching the good show, Tenraku prepared to go to the classroom with the girls, but the crowd gave way to the student council members led by Sana as they came towards Tenraku's side. Kamiya Tenraku, come with me to the student council room. In the student council room, Sana sits on an office chair with her hands on the table, while Yurit Sabesa and her peerage are standing in a row behind the girl. Please have tea, Your Highness Tenraku. Thank you, schoolmate Sabeki. Shinrit Sabeki made a cup of hot tea for Tenraku, and Tenraku smiled and thanked her. With her cheeks flushed, the girl nodded, and then went back to Sana. President Sana, what can I do for you? Tenraku asked after tasting the fragrant hot tea. Tenraku wonders what this student council president has to say that she called him alone to the student council room. You saw those 2 second years, they have destroyed the school's morals and reputation, and have been sent to the police station for education and reform, but even if they are released, they will not be allowed to enter Kuah Academy again. Sana spoke with a calm tone. Well, I didn't expect Motohama-san and Matsuda-san to have that kind of hobby, so it's hard to believe that people are like that. But they can't be blamed, after all, they are also pursuing their true love. Nodding his head, Tenraku had a rather sighing look on his face. The corner of Sana's mouth was raised, while Shinrit Sabeki and the other girls were blushing with a forbearing smile on their faces. It's true that this is not their fault because they were cursed by someone, so they went against their nature and do that kind of unbearable thing. Kamiya Tenraku, don't you have anything to explain? Pushing up her glasses, Sana looked at Tenraku with a stern gaze. Tenraku's expression froze and then he felt embarrassed. He didn't expect Enyon to know about it. Okay, I confess, I am the cause. It was me who told Rainare to curse them. Why do this? They are just ordinary people. Because they dared to spy on my lovely peerage members, so they were given a little punishment. Of course, there are also some personal reasons. Raising his hands, Tenraku confessed and explained the reason. Sana was speechless for a while, and the other women behind her laughed. They didn't think the Phenex family's miracle son would have such a mischievous side. If President Sana feels bad, then I will ask Rainare to lift their curse and bring them back later. Tenraku proposed, but Sana directly rejected the proposal. No need, no matter now or before, those 2 people are the school's resident insects. Expelling them is a good thing for the school. This is the end of the matter. I have another important thing to confirm with you. Sana didn't care about Motohama and Matsuda's affairs. She wouldn't ask more if it wasn't for the curse on them being very similar to that of the fallen angel beside Tenraku. Important thing? Not knowing what else this House of Citri's Grand Miss had to ask her, Tenraku was also a little puzzled. Some of it involves your privacy, so it doesn't matter even if you don't answer. But I will still ask the last question. Why has the power of Red Dragon Emperor appeared in Rias' body? Can you explain it for me? Sana withdraws and clicks on a magic projection. There, an image of Rias wearing the scarlet Red Dragon Emperor armor and destroying a group of stray devils appeared. Not only Shinra Tsubaki but Sana was also shocked when she saw this image. The Longi news was obviously on Tenraku, but why could Rias use the power of the Red Dragon Emperor? Feeling an unparalleled curiosity, Sana just asked this question as she couldn't think of an answer. If Tenraku doesn't answer, then she won't force the issue. After all, this has already involved the other party's privacy and secrets. However, what surprised Sana was, that is one of my Sacred Gear's abilities. I can share the Sacred Gear I have captured with another host. As you can see, I shared the power of the Red Dragon Emperor with Rias. There was nothing to hide and Tenraku directly revealed his Sacred Gear's abilities. Both Sana and Shinra Tsubaki in the back of the room showed a shocked expression on their faces. Not only can he take other Sacred Gear without limit, but he can also share the captured Sacred Gear with another host. His Sacred Gear was really too good. Is it just a Sacred Gear? All of his Sacred Gear abilities are cheats. Kamiya Tenraku, you shouldn't have told me that. After regaining her senses, Sana gave Tenraku a complicated look. She couldn't help but ask only in a moment of curiosity, but now it was something she regretted. She didn't like this feeling of exploring other people's secrets. I don't care, it will be seen by someone someday anyway. And President Sana is a friend of Rias and someone I trust, so it doesn't matter if I tell you this kind of thing. Tenraku shook his head with an indifferent expression on his face and replied with a chuckle, but when he saw the remaining peerage members of Sana, he added, "Of course, I also trust Tsubaki, Nimura, and others." The girls dropped their heads with slightly red faces as Tenraku gazed at them. After calming down a little, Sana returned to her usual calm and collected demeanor and looked at Tenraku with an intriguing smile on her face. "Kamiya Tenraku, it is not without reason that so many girls like and admire you. If you were just trying to gain our favor, then congratulations, you've succeeded." For a moment, a smile appeared on Tenraku's face. "I didn't expect such a result, but I am honored. But as I said, I do trust President Sana and everyone." Tenraku replied calmly with a clear conscience. "Since you trust us, let me ask you one more thing. In fact, this is what we care about most." Holding up his own glasses, a faintly imperceptible cunning light flashed in Sana's eyes. "Go ahead." Tenraku shrugged. "Kamiya Tenraku, how is your cohabitation with Rias going?" The room echoed with the voice of Sana, while the Shinra Tsubaki and the other women looked at Tenraku with unbridled curiosity in their eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched as Tenraku didn't expect Sana to ask such a question. "Ahem, President Sana, it's better not to talk about such things. I do have an important thing to say to you guys on my side, recently the fallen angel side." With an awkward cough in his heart, Tenraku tried to change the subject, but was directly stopped by the girl. "If you want to say that fallen angels stole Holy Sword and sneaked into this town, then you don't need to. Rias has already told us that, and we have also strengthened our defenses. Now, please answer my question. As Rias' best friend and someone who is trusted by you, I need to know about you." With a cold and serious expression on her face, Sana's expression told Tenraku that she cannot be refused. The corners of his mouth twitched, and Tenraku suddenly felt self-conscious, but facing the girl's cold and sharp gaze, he finally felt defeated. Hi, President Sana, just ask what you want." Raising his hand in surrender, Tenraku finally wiped his sweat and left the student council room after more than an hour, and he left Sana and the other with a satisfied expression. Tenraku has experienced how terrible a group of gossip women are? "Tsubaki, do you guys think I'm a little overly interested in him?" With a narrow smile on her face, Sana asked her question while tapping the table with her finger. There was silence in the room, but none of the peerages answered the girl's question. Ching Kang? Somewhere in Kuok Town, 3 figures are fighting fiercely. They are none other than Irina, Zenovia, and the stray clergy freed. Liberation, Excalibur? Leaping up, Zenovia used the power of the Holy Sword of Destruction and then slashed it towards Freed. HNG. There was a loud noise, and the ground cracked. Even though Freed had resisted the attack with his sword, the powerful force of the Holy Sword of Destruction drove him out in a violent earthquake. A heat hurts so much. Holy Sword makes Oni-san so powerful. I am not an opponent at all. Freed wailed as he rolled around on the while holding his arms. "You stray, you have nowhere to escape now. Freed-chan, be a good boy and return the Holy Sword to us so that we can punish you for your sin." Surrounding Freed, Zenovia's eyes were cold, and Irina also had a cold smile on her face. "Woo, so scary, I'm going to be killed." He covered his chest with a frightened expression on his face, but in the next moment, Freed grinned again and spoke with an evil smile on his face. "But, I'm a man with a boss? Boss, help, your Freed-chan is about to be killed, hurry up and help me." Freed called for help unscrupulously. As a good lapdog and a follower, it was one of Freed's best skills to call for help once he couldn't defeat the enemy. "Shut up, you useless thing." Cockabile's voice sounded as if angry with the disgraced creature, and immediately several light spheres were fired in the direction of the freed and the other two. HNG. The expression on Zenovia and Irina's faces changed, and they quickly dodged these attacks. Freed also rolled to one side desperately, avoiding the light sphere attacks. Freed, if you lose next time, I will kill you. I don't need useless waste. Floating in the air, Cockabile coldly spoke to Freed. Hi, boss, your Freed-chan will definitely work hard next time and never lose. When he got up, Freed didn't care about the fact that he was almost killed just now, and he gave a military salute with a serious expression on his face and promised. This is also a guy whose soul is broken and twisted. They knew that you are not my opponent, but they still sent you here. Looks like the church has abandoned their holy sword wielders. Curse your Pope and Michael for your death. Now how do you want to die? Looking at the two women to one side, Cockabile spoke with a bloodthirsty and cold smile on his face. Getting close to each other, Zenovia and Irina have a solemn expression in their expressions. Idiot Nell, over here, hurry up and surround Tenraku-sama. Isle is the one, it's noisy, don't get in my way. In the hall of the Kamiya family residence, Tenraku is playing a game with Isle and Nell, while the other girls were doing their own thing. We were killed by Tenraku-sama again. After being killed, they lost their helmets and armor. Looking at the big characters of the game over on the screen, the two sisters threw their heads down in despair. Why can't they beat Tenraku-sama even when playing games? Isle, Nell, it's a million years too early for you to beat your master, so try your best next time. Tenraku laughed as he patted the little heads of the two sisters. Looking at his triumphant look, Rias and Kendo who were tasting black tea could not help being speechless for a while. It's just a game, you don't know how to love your peerage. Tenraku-sama, one more time? Quickly cheering up again, Isle and Nell looked at Tenraku with a burning look in their eye. He was about to nod and agree, but suddenly his expression condensed and Tenraku stood up. Ili, Nell, I will play the game again next time. Rias, Ubelina, summon all the peerages, the enemy has begun to act. And without waiting for the women to follow up, Tenraku instantly unleashed his Sacred Gears ability. Hermes boots, 2 pairs of golden wings spread out under his feet, and Tenraku shot out of the hall window as a stream of light. Being bored, Rainare on one side reacted first and 2 pairs of dark wings spread out behind her as she turned into her angel form and she followed Tenraku with an evil smile on her face. HNG. What? Countless spheres of light shot from the air as Zenovia and Irina screamed miserably and smashed to the ground. Irina, hurry, run away. Zenovia was lying on the ground with severe injuries and could not move. She shouted towards Irina who was not far away to run away, but her eyes rolled back as she passed out. Zenovia? With her face pale and guarded by a spherical barrier, Irina also cried out anxiously. The enemy is too strong, they are no match for him? Oh, this is interesting, you have a Sacred Gears protection? And it's still a rare type belonging to the defense category. Looking at the barrier that protected Irina fading away at the critical moment, Cockabile in the air showed a hint of interest. You deserve to be the boss? Kill them quickly. Freed laughed from one side and spoke while holding 2 long swords in his hands. They were the Holy Sword Excalibur Destruction and Holy Sword Excalibur Mimic. I'll let you talk too much. Cockabile raised his hand and threw a light sphere towards Freed. Freed was so scared that he yelled and hurriedly avoided the attack, and did not dare to talk nonsense anymore. With a cold snort, Cockabile was feeling annoyed. If he didn't have anyone available, this useless and annoying guy would have been killed by him. No longer paying attention to Freed, who had become like a quail, Cockabile once again looked at Irina on the side. Even with the Sacred Gears protection, it can only save you once, now you also die. Cockabile condensed a spear of light and threw it at Irina with a bloodthirsty and cold smile on his face. Her body was stiff and she couldn't avoid it, but looking at the light spear that whizzed at her, Irina gradually calmed down. Closing her eyes and folding her hands together, the girl prayed secretly in her heart. Come and save us, Tenraku. HNG. There was a loud noise and the fire blazed into the sky, and Irina's figure was instantly submerged in the dazzling brilliance. Dead. Freed couldn't help laughing again, but Cockabile in the air looked at him with a cold expression on his face, and Freed quickly blocked his mouth. Having decided to kill this annoying guy after this matter was over, Cockabile looked grimly at the extra figure that arrived at the critical moment to save the holy sword wielder and blocked his attack. Who is here? Cockabile said coldly, with a hint of darkness emanating from his body. Under Irina's eyes, the intruding figure slowly raised his head. This is the first time we saw you are that trash from the Phenex family? Cockabile had a playful look on his face as he looked at Tenraku. It's true that I was called that before. Nodding his head, Tenraku replied with a smile on his face but a sharp chill flashed in his eyes. He is not a kind old man with a broad and forgiving mind. He used to be weak before and had to endure being called a waste, but now he does not. Anyone who calls him a waste will pay the price. Lila. Another stream of light fell, and then a figure appeared. It was Rainare who followed Tenraku. Oh, isn't this Rainare? Seeing Rainare, Cockabile couldn't help but laugh. I never thought that Cockabile-sama would remember me, what an honor. Rainare replied with an evil smile on her face as she stood beside Tenraku. It's true that a mongrel like you doesn't deserve to be remembered by me, but something did make you too famous over at the fallen angel's side recently. You are the bitch abandoned by Azazel. HNG. As soon as Cockabile had spoken, a mass of cursed black flames exploded and rushed towards him, but he was enveloped in 10 black wings and remained unharmed. Then Cockabile spread his wings and blew the cursed black flames away. Interesting. Vritra's curse flame, it seems that your new master still favors you, Rainare, and he even gave you the sacred gear that sealed the power of a dragon king? Cockabile laughed, and Freed on one side couldn't help but cut in. It must be the result of her selling her body, shameless woman? Freed sneered, but everyone could hear the deep jealousy in his tone. If he could sell his body in return for a powerful sacred gear, then he would want it to. The corner of Tenraku's eyes throbbed, but Rainare's expression turned, and Irina, who was still held in Tenraku's arms, blushed. Freed is right to a certain extent. She and Rainare did that kind of thing with Tenraku the other day. Tenraku-sama? Just when the atmosphere was going in a strange direction, a teleportation formation unfolded and Rias and Ubelina arrived with the other members of Rias and Tenraku's peerage. In addition to them, the Sana also teleported over with her peerages. Nodding towards the women, Tenraku asked Asia and Mai to take Irina and Zenovia down for treatment, while he himself stood in front with Rias and Sana to confront Cockabile. Good day, Lord Fallen Angel, I am this town's land graph, Rias Gremory. Sana Satrai. Rias introduced herself with grace, and Sana also introduced herself. The younger sisters of Great Satan Lucifer and Leviathan, and the waste of the Phenex family. You are all gathered together, this is really a delightful event. Cockabile laughed, but Rias and Sana have a less than stellar expression on their faces. Stealing holy swords and sneaking into the territory under my jurisdiction, Cockabile, what is your purpose in doing so? Don't tell us that you are just here to visit? Facing the sharp gazes of the two women, Cockabile raised the corners of his mouth and said, I plan to make a big mess here with Kuah Academy, where you are, as the center, and you are naturally my target. Leaving aside the extremely protective Leviathan, even Sertx wouldn't be able to help himself, and he would come out after knowing that his younger sister was being targeted or maybe killed, right? Of course, the trash of the Phenex family is also the same. If I kill you, that Phoenix devil will definitely come to me for revenge. Cockabile's words were extremely bold and the girls were shocked with anger on their faces, and even Tenraku squinted his eyes and exuded a cold chill from his body. The first thing he said was to kill him or something. This guy is really not the usual arrogance H usually encounters. Cockabile, do you even know what you are talking about? If you do this, the war between angels, fallen angels, and devils will be triggered again. Rias questioned with an angry expression on her face. War? I do want to start a war? I've had enough of this boring world. That hypocritical fellow Michael has been thinking about getting along with the fallen angels and the devils. Azazel and Shemuksa also have a negative attitude towards the next war, and what's more annoying is Sertx Lucifer, that loser, who is obviously a devil but is pretending to be a good guy who keeps circling the balance between several major forces. They are doing this one by one and going towards peace, and since they don't want to do it, then I will do it, and start the war again? With a crazy twisted face, Cockabile's words stunned all the women. He wanted to start a war between angels, fallen angels, and devils because of his boredom? Madman, this guy is a madman? You warmonger, we won't let you succeed. We will never let you destroy the peace that was finally obtained. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, both Rias and Sana spoke with determination. They will stop this lunatic no matter what the price is. Then you just need to stop me. Rias Gremory, Sana Satrai, and Kamiya Tenraku, the waste of Phenex family, your school Kuah Academy is a very good place. I will be waiting for you there. Try your hardest to stop me. If you don't come, I'll just destroy the town. Looking up to the sky and laughing, Cockabile disappeared without a trace with a flash of light in the air. Everyone, I will be waiting for you. Freed waved his hand triumphantly and he also ran away as his boss was gone. Those bastards! Rias clenched his fists and cursed with a gloomy expression on her face. Don't worry, Rias, we will definitely stop that guy. Sana reassured Rias as she also understood Rias' feelings. Cockabile is not a simple character. If you want to stop him, we need to discuss it first. We will temporarily retreat. Irina and Zenovia also need to recover. Okay, Tenraku suggested and the girls agreed as they had no better opinion. Launching a series of teleportation formation to temporarily retreat, Sana and her peerage also went to Kamiya family residence to discuss countermeasures to stop Cockabile. At the same time, at Kuah Academy. Oh, I'm so tired, Murayama, please carry me back. Don't press me down, Demkiryu, I'm almost exhausted too. Well, Kaiku, club president, Sama won't be angry at us seeing as we are training secretly here, right? What are you afraid of? Just don't let Kaiku, club president, Sama know about it. Besides, don't you want to improve your swordsmanship and get a reward from Kaiku, club president, Sama? Yeah, that's right, Kaiku, club president, Sama is so tolerant, even if he knows it, he won't punish us. I really want it, Kaiku, club president, Sama's reward. While talking with each other, a group of girls carrying school bags and wooden swords came out of Kendo Club. It is Kiryu Aika, Murayama Kates, and the other Kendo Club girls. It was late, and their other classmates had already gone home, but in order to improve their swordsmanship as soon as possible and get the reward from the Kaiku, club president, Sama, these girls are working hard. Hey, look, there is a man with wings flying over. Seeming to find something, a young girl walking in front suddenly exclaimed. The other girls wanted to make fun of her, but looking in the direction the girl was pointing, Murayama, Kates, and all the Kendo club girls were stunned and a ghostly look appeared on their faces. Irina. Waking up with a start, Zenovia gasped for breath. Great, Zenovia, you're alright. Irina cheered and hugged Zenovia, and Asia and Mai beside them also wiped the sweat from their foreheads with a sigh of relief. Zenovia was seriously injured, but they were finally able to rescue her. Asia Argento, Kamiya Tenraku's peerage. Irina, why are we here, and what happened? Seeing Asia and Mai Zenovia, she pretty much knew where he was now. She rubbed the still aching forehead, and asked Irina. Just when we were about to be killed by Kakabile, Tenraku came to rescue us. Zenovia, you were seriously injured. It was Asia and Mai-san who treated you. There is more. Irina recounted what happened afterward, while Zenovia, who had heard the story, was for a while in a complicated state of mind. I can't believe I owe such a favor again. Our sins are really getting deeper and deeper. With a sigh, Zenovia couldn't help but smile wryly. In the moment of danger, the Lord did not protect her and Irina, instead a devil saved them. It is impossible for Zenovia to not have some thoughts in her heart, but at this time the crisis has not been resolved and Zenovia does not want to think too much. She will think about this when everything is resolved. Where is Kamiya Tenraku now? After calming down, Zenovia asked. Tenraku-sama is discussing with Rias-sama and Sana-sama about countermeasures against the fallen angel Kader Kakabile, and he instructed me to tell Miss Zenovia to come over if she wakes up. Mai replied with a dignified and gentle posture. Take us to him. Got it. Both of you please follow us. Under the leadership of Mai and Asia, Zenovia and Irina walked out of the room and came to the lobby together, and Tenraku and the girls, who were discussing countermeasures, also looked back and looked at them. Under the gaze of everyone, Zenovia took a deep breath, then walked towards Tenraku and bowed down. Kamiya Tenraku, although I hate to admit it, Irina and I owe our lives to you, and you can always take them back if you want. Rias and Ubelina were impressed with Zenovia, and Tenraku had a smile on his face as he saw her bold and unbroken heart. I don't think I need to say anything about Irina, and you are her companion and friend, so I couldn't just let you die. Let's talk about all these things afterward. Right now it's more important to discuss the matter of dealing with Kakabile. Zenovia and Irina as Chich's representative should also join. Okay, Zenovia nodded and did not refuse. She already knew that Kakabile wants to cause a war between the three races. The current situation is no longer something she and Irina can deal with. If a war can be avoided by cooperating with devils, then even their lord will forgive them even if he knows it. So, now I'll say some of my thoughts. After clearing his voice and seeing the crowd looking at him, Tenraku continued. Kakabile wants to start a war between angels, fallen angels, and devils. He needs to be stopped or the whole world will be plunged into chaos if he succeeds. Rias, President Sana, the situation is serious now, so please contact Underworld and report this incident to Surtsks and Leviathan. Looking at each other, although neither Rias nor Sana wanted to rely on their elder siblings, they also knew that now was not the time to be capricious and nodded at the same time. We can't get in touch with the church for the time being, but Irina and I will participate in the fight on behalf of the church. Zenovia spoke out, and everyone also expressed their understanding. In Devil's territory, it would be uncharacteristic to have Chich's personnel casually pass on messages requesting support. We have already contacted the Underworld, but it will take an hour at the earliest for Aniai-sama and the others to get here. Me too. Putting down the communicator, both Rias and Sana spoke with solemn expressions on their faces. It will take another hour for Underworld support to arrive, but Kakabile is not going to sit there waiting for them, and if nothing is done, I'm afraid that by the time Underworld support arrives, the entire Kuok town will be left in ruins. Don't worry, we would just hold that guy for an hour, it's quite simple. Tenraku chucked and said as he didn't pay much attention to this matter. Although he hasn't tried it, Tenraku doesn't think he will lose even if he really fights Kakabile. At the same time, at Kuok Academy, a magnificent throne was floating in the air, and Kakabile held his cheek boredly waiting for the arrival of Tenraku, Rias, and others. On the playground below Kakabile, Valper Galilei laid out 5 united magic squares, while Fried inserted 5 holy swords in the center of each of the 5 magic squares. Holy Sword of Destruction Excalibur * Destruction, Holy Sword of Mimicry Excalibur * Mimic, Holy Sword of Heavenly Flare Excalibur * Rapidly, Holy Sword of Dream Excalibur * Illusion, Holy Sword of Transparency Excalibur * Clarity. The real Holy Sword Excalibur has been broken in the ancient war. Later, the church used alchemy to refine the fragments of the Excalibur into 7 new holy swords. These 7 holy swords each inherited part of the abilities of Excalibur. Compared to the real Excalibur, these fragmented holy swords are naturally much weaker. And now, Valper Galilei seems to be preparing to combine these 5 holy swords into a new holy sword. Look at it all, my dream will finally come true. Looking at the 5 holy swords that were exuding dazzling brilliance and gradually merging, Valper Galilei was extremely excited, and Fried on one side also blinked his eyes with a look of anticipation. Wow, hey, should we do? That's magic, right? Hey, it looks like magic in a comic series, right? That man is so scary, isn't he the legendary fallen angel? The fallen angels printed in the Holy Bible that I read in the bookstore last time was like that. Are you kidding me? Those are all lies, how can they exist? But. Hidden in the Kendo club and quietly looking in the direction of the playground, the girls were talking nervously one by one. Suddenly a man with wings came flying in and suddenly an old grandfather was performing magic on the playground or something. Please, this is the real world, don't give them this supernatural unfolding. Shut up all of you, do you want to be discovered by that monster? Kiryu Aika spoke in a low voice, and the girls stopped talking nonsense. They are just ordinary girls and they almost panic when they encounter this kind of shocking routine. Among the more than 100 Kendo club girls, Kiryu Aika and Murayama are barely able to maintain their composure. Hey you guys, what happened with the police, are they coming here? Kiryu Aika asked as she looked at a few girls who were anxiously talking on the phone. Woo, the police don't believe us, they told us to go back home without staying in the school. A girl with a mobile phone replied and she was almost crying at the end of her sentence. Kiryu Aika's face turned dark, and the other girls became nervous again. The police didn't believe them. Although they were a little angry, it was not difficult to understand. If they hadn't seen this kind of thing with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it either. Should we just go out? Maybe they are not bad guys. A girl suggested weakly, but everyone's eyes rolled in an instant. If you are not afraid of death then go out. Kiryu Aika wasn't really pleased by this idiot but she didn't really mean it. Shrinking her neck, the girl who spoke just now hurriedly covered her mouth. She just talked about it casually, but she didn't dare to really go out. Kiryu, what should we do now? Murayama and Katace both asked Kiryu Aika. Kiryu Aika, who is in danger and has the most spooky ideas, seems to have become the head of the girls at this moment. Kiryu Aika, who had pondered for a little bit, finally made a decision. I don't know what these monsters those are, it would be too dangerous to go out. There is no way, I can only call that person for help. Under everyone's gaze, Kiryu Aika also took out her mobile phone, and then dialed a number. Kiryu Aika? Looking at the caller ID on his mobile phone, Tenraku frowned, not knowing what the other party was calling him for at this time. Kiryu-san, what can I do for you? Tenraku asked as he answered the phone. Kaiku, club president, Sama, please help us, we're trapped in the school. Kiryu Aika's urgent voice rang out on the phone, and with the young girl's explanation Tenraku also knew what was going on, and his expression suddenly became gloomy. I told you to go home early after training, I'll settle the score with you later. If you don't want to die, stay in the dojo and don't go out, I'll come right away. We know we are wrong, Kaiku, club president, Sama, we will never go out. Hanging up the phone and ending the call, Tenraku was really mad at the group of idiot girls. It was almost dark and they were still staying at school. If Kakabile found them out then even 100 lives would not be enough for them. Tenraku, what's wrong? Rias asked as she the expression on Tenraku's face. The members of the Kendo club are trapped in the school. The plan has changed and we will act immediately. After hearing Tenraku's words, both Rias and Sana changed their faces, but they nodded and didn't say much. They can't wait for the Underworld's support now, they have to go and kill Kakabile by themselves. Location, Kua Academy. Wow, I was going to give you guys a little more time but you came here earlier than expected. What, you can't wait to die soon? Sitting on top of the throne in the air, Kakabile looked at Tenraku, Rias, and the other girls who came out of the teleportation formation and laughed coldly. Come here, Asia-chan, Irina-chan, everyone, this way. Fried laughed and waved to everyone. People who didn't know anything would think that he had seen some good friends. Except for Asia and Gasper who were hiding behind Tenraku in fear, everyone else ignored the clown. Kakabile, the great Satans are rushing over here as you wish, in the meantime, we would be fighting you. Tenraku coldly hummed as he looked at Kakabile proudly sitting in his throne in the air, and then looked at the chunky figure next to Fried on the opposite side. You are Valper Galilei? Oh, I didn't expect that the famous sacred gear Plunder would also know me, it's really an honor. Valper Galilei replied with a smile. On the surface, he looked like an amiable grandfather, but who would have thought that this was an old bastard who despised life and was cold-blooded and cruel. With a cold laugh, Tenraku patted Tusca, whose eyes were red and were ready to explode with anger. Patience, Tusca, I will let you avenge your friends later. Yes, Tenraku-sama. After taking a deep breath, the girl gradually calmed down, but her eyes turned cold as she looked at Valper Galilei. She has waited too long for this day and she will never let him escape today. You Belina, lead all the peerages to set a barrier around the school, and don't let the battle spread outside. Yes, Tenraku-sama. Rias, President Sana, I'll leave him to you for the time being, I'll go to Kendo Club first. Leave it to us, Tenraku. After placing the arrangement and deployment, Tenraku prepared to go over to the Kendo Club to check, hoping that those dumb girls are still okay. Boy, aren't you going to fight me? Where are you escaped to? Hooking his finger, Kakabile on the throne condensed a light sphere and shot it at Tenraku. HNG. There was a loud noise, but it was Rias and Sana who took their respective peerages to spread out the magic array to block Kakabile's attack. Kakabile, we would be your opponent. Well, forget it, I will let my pets play with you before that kid comes back. Kakabile shrugged indifferently and snapped his fingers and several pillars of magma fire rose to the sky, then some huge figures came out of the pillars of fire. The huge body had 3 heads, sharp claws, and steel-like teeth, and its body was bathed in the fiery flames. It's the Hell's watchdog, Cerberus. Seeing such beasts, Rias and the other girls showed a look of anger. That guy brought such vicious things to the human world? Gasper, Asia, support us. Akeno, Konako, let's go. Yes, President. Rias and Akeno flew up into the sky, and Sana and her peerage also took action. Ho 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 ho, HNG. The fire blazes into the sky with the roar of the beast, the sound of explosions, and the battle to annihilate the fallen angel Kakabile has officially started. Kaiku, Club President, Sama. Tenraku just walked into Kendo Club and was surrounded by excited girls. Kaiku, Club President, Sama, have you come to rescue us? The monster outside is so scary. Senior Rias and Senior Akeno have grown wings to fly in the sky. Have you seen that Kaiku, Club President, Sama? That's magic, isn't it? That's magic, isn't it? Tenraku was surrounded by girls who were asking questions, all of them clearly nervous and scared but incomparably excited and curious. Annoyed, Tenraku directly shouted, "Shut up!" The girls instantly fell silent as they heard Tenraku's anger-filled voice. "Someone explain this to me, why you are still staying at school so late? I told you to go home early after practicing swordsmanship?" Tenraku asked with a gloomy look on his face. He tried to suppress his anger. If it wasn't for the barrier he had Rainare place around Kendo Club to lock the girls' scent, then they would have been found by Kakabile outside and killed. The girls have never seen Tenraku angry before. They were scared and put their heads down, but none of them dared to come forward at this time. Who is it? Who pushed me?" With a cry of exclamation, Kiryu Aika stumbled forward and stood still. She couldn't help shouting furiously. The girls put their heads down and she couldn't tell who pushed her. Kiryu Aika was so angry that she couldn't see who did it, but she thought, "I'm blind, how could I have met you guys who have no loyalty?" "Kiryu Aika, tell me, what the hell is going on?" The corner of his eyes throbbed as Tenraku said gloomily, "HHH. Kaiku, Club President, Sama, Vu. The sense of oppression given by the current Kaiku, Club President, Sama is too strong." Kiryu Aika couldn't help but step back a few steps and cold sweat appeared on her forehead. "Kaiku-sama, that's how it is, we know we're wrong." After explaining all the reasons to Tenraku, Kiryu Aika looked at Tenraku cautiously. As long as their club president shows any displeasure, she would act coquettishly and beg for mercy. Although it's a bit of a shame, she has already fallen out of that kind of thing and it doesn't matter. "You're all doing it for this reason?" With no expression on his face, Tenraku's scrutinizing gaze swept across all the girls in dojo. "Kaiku, Club President, Sama, we know we're wrong." One by one, the girls lowered their heads again, but no one dared to contradict Tenraku at this time. Feeling both angry and funny, Tenraku couldn't help but soften his expression as he looked at the pitiful looks of the young girls. "You were lucky this time. From now on, don't stay in school after training. If Kuok Town is the stage of this world, then Kuok Academy is the stage of Kuok Town. Many fights in the original book are staged in Kuok Academy. Usually, this is an ordinary and peaceful campus, but when it is empty, it sometimes becomes a battlefield where gods and demons tear each other apart." The girls were relieved to know that the club president had forgiven them and the tense atmosphere had dissipated. "Kaiku, Club President, Sama, we will definitely not do it next time." "Kaiku, Club President, Sama, you came to save us, thank you." "Kaiku, Club President, Sama, the monster outside is so scary, and that is magic, right? Really magic, right?" Speaking continuously, the girls surrounded Tenraku asking questions. Even if Tenraku said something, they wouldn't understand that they had already walked in front of hell once and survived. This is the happiness of the ignorant. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Now all of you stay here. I will come back to pick you up when the guys outside are gone. Tenraku said in an angry manner as he again looked at the chattering girls. Tenraku was about to go back to fight, but he stopped after thinking of something. Although Rainare has set up barriers around the Kendo Club, it is not very powerful as it just prevents the schoolboys from peeping in. He is afraid that a little aftershock of a real battle will be enough to flatten this place. After thinking for a while, Tenraku made a decision, and the spirit power surged in his body. Under the exclamation of the girls, a beautiful and magical-looking ancient mirror appeared behind Tenraku. It was one of Tenraku's many sacred gear. Yat no Kagami 8 mirror? Under Tenraku's intention, Yat no Kagami 8 mirror glowed brightly and then rose up into an invisible light curtain over the Kendo Club. "AMA, amazing, Kaiku, Club President, Sama." Although they didn't understand what was going on, the girls' eyes were shining and their gaze towards Tenraku was getting hotter and hotter. At the same time, the direction of the playground. Hiss. Ah. A violent beam of energy shot straight into the sky, and Yubelina and the girls who were maintaining the barrier were also trembling, which almost caused the magic array to fall. HHH finally merged. Holy Sword Excalibur? Seeing the 5 holy swords in the magic array, Valper Galilei looked very excited. HNG. The last hell dog, Cerberus, was knocked to the ground, and Rias and Sana gasped slightly. By receiving the massive power generated when the sword is united, that archbishops deal with me. Rias Gremory, Sonasatrai, I have already used the earth destruction technique here, and your school and town will be in ruins in 20 minutes? HHHHH. Cockabile above the throne laughed, while Rias and Sana looked gloomy. What a way to do it, Cockabile. I won't let you get away with it. Seeing the anger on the girl's face, Cockabile felt even more joyful in his heart, and said to Freed on one side, "For the final after party, Freed, you can play with them with the Excalibur that has gained the power of 5 holy sword. Yes, boss. I got the super perfect Excalibur-chan, so who should I start with? Pulling out the all-in-one Excalibur from the magic array, Freed has a bloodthirsty and twisted smile on his face. Strays clergy Freed, you have tainted the holy sword Excalibur, you are the shame of our church. Rias Gremory, Sana Satrai, leave this guy to us. Rias and Sana were preparing to act, but Irina and Zenovia next to them have already stepped forward. After a glance with Sana, Rias did not refuse either. Then it's up to you guys. We have to deal with Cockabile later, and it's a good thing to keep a little bit more energy now. My opponent is the Holy Sword Oni-san again, so terrible, terrible. But what can you even do without your holy swords? HHHH. Seeing the 2 women who had lost their holy swords and could only use ordinary iron swords as weapons, Freed laughed triumphantly. The last time he was beaten by them, his father and mother wouldn't have been able to recognize him had they been alive, and he finally had asked for help from his boss, but now they have no holy sword, while he has a super strong Excalibur that has fused with 5 holy sword. How can he lose now? We can still punish you even without the holy sword? Irina, it's on. Understood. Time is running out and the 2 women are not talking nonsense as they rushed towards Freed. HHH flash? In a flash, Freed easily escaped the attack of the 2 women. The extremely fast figure that surpasses night is constantly flashing around, which is the ability that belongs to Holy Sword of Heavenly Flare. Glancing at each other, Zenovia and Irina also flashed and swiftly chased Freed. Ching ching, ching ching kang. It was already difficult for the naked eye to see the 3 figures, and the air is constantly exploding with the clash of swords. In just a few breaths, the 2 sides have fought for dozens of rounds. HH. Flashing out, Zenovia and Irina gasped for breath. This kind of forced speed-boosting battle was very taxing on their bodies, even they couldn't last too long. And to make matters worse, the sword in their hands has become 2 piles of scrap iron in the previous battle. HHH I won. Super Excalibur-chan, you are great, these guys are dead. Freed burst out laughing as he danced with his hands in the air. Although he is not an opponent of either Zenovia or Irina with his own strength, but relying on the power of Excalibur, he can completely crush these 2 women. Cockabile on the throne looked on with a joking look while Rias and the other girls on one side looked ugly. Time is running out. If Zenovia and Irina can't beat Freed, then they will have to take action. Zenovia, what should we do? We're no match for that guy without holy sword. There is no way, although it is still difficult to control its power, but the only way to use that sword. Irina, get out of here. As if knowing what Zenovia wanted to do, Irina's eyes lit up and she quickly stepped aside without saying much. Oh, are you trying to deal with me alone, blue-haired's holy sword Oni-san? No way, you can't do it, you will really die. With an astonished face, Freed looked like he was kindly proposing. Not bothering with Freed, Zenovia closed her eyes and recited the spirit of summoning. Petra, Basil, Dionysus, and Holy Mother Maria, please listen to my voice. With the summoning, space next to Zenovia distorted for a while, and then a blue giant sword sealed by the chain slowly stretched out from the crack of the dimension, and Zenovia grasped it with the sound of the chain breaking. The power that resides in this sacred sword, liberation, Holy Sword Durndal, the legendary holy sword that can destroy everything and is equal in strength to the holy sword Excalibur. Impossible, my research shows that no one has been able to use Durndal. Rias and the other girls were extremely surprised, and Valper Galilei yelled out loud. Even Cockabile in the air frowned, seeming to be quite surprised that Zenovia was able to use Durndal. I and Irina are different from the existing artificial holy sword wielder, we are very rare natural holy sword wielders. Durndal is a tyrant beyond imagination. He will cut off everything he encounters. Sometimes he won't even obey my orders, so I have to seal it in a different dimension. It is an extremely dangerous holy sword. S.A. Freed, thanks to you, we can now carry out the duel between the Excalibur and Durndal. I'm shivering with joy now, don't lose and show off the power of Excalibur to your heart's content. With a wave of the great sword in her hand, Zenovia was very excited and her eyes were shining with excitement. After all, she is also a complete fighting fanatic, so they are the natural holy sword wielders. Valper Galilei on the other side was dumbfounded and incredulous. He once also yearned for the power of the holy sword and the legend of Excalibur, but he despaired when he knew that he could not even adapt to the power of the holy sword, which is why he desperately studied the possibility of an artificial holy sword wielder. Facing a natural holy sword wielder like Zenovia, or a true holy sword wielder, Valper Galilei envied and awed them, but more often than not he was jealous and angry. Obviously, he desires so much but he has no such qualifications. How unfair God is, how unfair the world is. Freed, kill her for me? Kill her? Changing his pretenses of affability, Valper Galilei snarled. He will destroy this kind of darling favored by gods, she must be destroyed. Understood. Freed responded as the Excalibur in his hand split quickly, constantly stretching and twisting to attack Zenovia like a snake. Ching 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 kang. Zenovia easily blocked the attack, and she who holds Durndal will no longer be threatened by the power of Excalibur. Quite cunning of you, it has come to this point and you still came up with a super development? Damn it, such a setup isn't even needed. Activating the extreme speed ability again, Freed turned into an afterimage and attacked Zenovia, and Zenovia also greeted him with a soft voice. Ching 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 ching. The holy sword clashed against a holy sword, the two fiercely collided against each other, but unlike the previous situation, this time Zenobia had the absolute upper hand. Holy Sword Excalibur is known for its diverse forms and unpredictable abilities, but Durandal is even better when it comes to pure destructive power. In the end, it's just a broken holy sword, it's no match for Durandal. Cut it off, Excalibur. With a loud shout, Zenobia lifted Durandal and cut it down, and Fried finally showed a trace of panic on his face. This attack is unstoppable, the will from the sword tells him that this blow is absolutely unstoppable, but, boom, there was a loud noise, and a ball of sparks exploded in the air. Fried flew out like a hanging kite, and Zenobia fell back to the ground, frowning as she watched Tenraku that had stopped her at a critical moment. Kami-ya Tenraku, why are you stopping me? I'm very sorry for interrupting your fun, Zenobia, but Excalibur cannot be destroyed by you yet. After dissipating the Aim no Mirakumo sword in his hand, Tenraku replied with a chuckle, and then picked up the Excalibur that had fallen on the ground next to him. Irina, this Excalibur will be yours in the future, Tenraku said as he tossed the Excalibur to Irina. Slightly stunned, Irina followed with a delighted look. Nodding, Zenobia also put away the Durandal without saying anything more. Taking everything in, Fried, who was lying on the ground, blinked and then looked at his body, which was broken into several pieces and scattered everywhere. I'm dead? Fried spoke as his tongue spits out of his mouth. Tenraku-sama? Rias and the other girls also rushed over, and they were secretly relieved when they saw Tenraku came back. The next step is to deal with Crocodile, the most powerful enemy here, and they feel relieved that they have Tenraku. Nodded towards the girls, Tenraku looked at Valper Galilei on one side again. What? Facing Tenraku's cold gaze, Valper Galilei was so agitated that his whole body was paralyzed to the ground. He could see clearly just now that Fried holding the holy sword Excalibur was killed by Tenraku with a single sword strike, without the slightest resistance. How strong is this devil? Don't worry, Valper Galilei, although I once promised a man that I would take revenge on you for him, there is someone better suited to kill you than me, Tusca. With just a faint glance at Valper Galilei, Tenraku shouted. Yes, Tenraku-sama. Yubelina and the girls continued to maintain the barrier, but Tusca responded and stepped on the magic array, and slowly landed from the air. Valper, do you still recognize me? Looking pure and moving, Tusca slowly walked towards Valper Galilei. Although the girl smiled, everyone could feel the extreme coldness from her killing intent. You are Tusca? Although her appearance has changed a lot, the beautiful white hair is impressive, and Valper Galilei, who recognized Tusca, couldn't help but lose his voice. I'm so happy, Valper, you still remember me, really so happy. Tusca laughed like a ghost straight out of a nightmare and then her tone changed. So, Valper, do you remember what you did to us? Naturally, Valper knew who the us in Tusca's mouth refers to, and he also knew how much hatred the girl in front of him has towards him. Valper Galilei's eyes flashed with sorrow, and when he raised his hand and a magic array began to take the form. Die, HNG. With a roar and explosion, a light arrow shot towards Tusca, but such an attack was like a joke in front of the girl's inherent barrier and could not hurt Tusca in the slightest. Thinking of Tusca's Sacred Gear's ability, Valper Galilei cursed inwardly as he got up, and prepared to escape. Suddenly attacking others, you are still as cold-blooded and cruel as ever. But, I love it. Tusca had a twisted smile on her face as she appeared in front of Valper Galilei's body like a ghost, and only by killing Valper Galilei like this would she feel the pleasure of revenge. With a grasp of her hand, Valper Galilei was immediately trapped by a ball of barrier light and slowly floated into the air. Help me, Crocodile-sama, please help me. Clearly aware of Tusca's unending hatred for him, Valper Galilei slapped the barrier ball of light and called out loudly to Crocodile in the air for help. However, Crocodile is still sitting lazily on his throne with an expression of watching a good show. Whether Fried was killed or Valper Galilei was getting killed in revenge, he seems to have no intention to do anything. Do you feel desperate? Valper Galilei, that's how we felt back then. You deceive us, you used me and my companions as experimental materials, and after we lost our value, you planned to cover up your evil deeds and clear us. You know, I thought about killing you every day and night. Thanks to my god, I finally got to see this day. The girl's face was distorted with hatred, and Valper Galilei, who was trapped in the barrier ball of light, finally panicked. He kept calling for help, but no one had the slightest sympathy for him. Die. As Tusca's voice fell, a black butterfly appeared in the barrier. It was Tusca's familiar hell butterfly. Naturally, Valper also knew this vicious monster as he looked desperate and horrified, and then the next moment. Bang lung. Valper Galilei's body fell to the ground, covered with tens of thousands of holes. Tusca. Looking at Tusca standing to one side blankly, Tenraku walked towards the girl. Tenraku-sama. Turning around, tears were already on the girl's face. If you want to cry, just cry, you have already taken revenge for your companions. Wiping the tears on the girl's face, Tenraku said softly. Yaa. Unable to bear it anymore, Tusca hugged Tenraku and burst into tears. The hatred that had accumulated for countless days and nights in her heart was finally released, and she finally took revenge for her dead companions. From now on, you don't need to bear the shackles of hatred anymore, just live for me. Okay? Despite constantly sobbing, Tusca seemed to have reborn. Having unlocked the knot in her heart, she only needs to live for the person in front of her in the future. Her king, her master, her god. What a moving revenge, hhhhh. After dissipating the throne under him, Cockabile laughed happily in the air. Whether it's Fried's defeat and death or Valper's vengeance and killing, everything is nothing but a sideshow for this cold and evil fallen angel. Now that the clowns on the show are all dead, it's finally his turn to play. Tusca gave Cockabile a cold look before she regained her emotions and wiped away the tears on her face, then she stepped on the magic array and flew into the air again to maintain the barrier with her sisters. That guy can go ahead and laugh if he wants to, there would be time for him to cry later. Tenraku, Cockabile used the energy released during the fusion of Holy Sword to cast the technique of earth destruction. In 15 minutes the school and the whole town will be ruined. Rias opened her mouth and explained with a solemn expression on her face. 15 minutes. His eyes flickered a few times, but Tenraku soon returned to normal. Rias, President Sana, I will hand it over to you in the first 10 minutes. If you can't beat Cockabile then I will fight him in the last 5 minutes. Okay. Tenraku uttered his proposal, and Rias and Sana agreed without even thinking about it. Cockabile is undoubtedly the most powerful enemy the girls have encountered so far. Although they are a little afraid, it also aroused their arrogant and competitive spirit. So what if he is a strong fallen angel, they will defeat him all the same. With time running out, Rias and Sana went forward with their respective peerage. Irina and Zenobia looked at each other and also followed the pace of everyone with holy swords in their hands. Let's go, we're on it too, let's go and kill that high and mighty Cockabile Sama. Rainery's body lit up with a layer of black fireworks as she spoke. Middled and Kala Warner were nervous and fearful. If it had been before then they would have never dared to go against the powerful and cold fallen angel Cotter like Lord Cockabile, but since following this group of lunatics they had no way back, they could only follow them and go crazy if they wanted to live. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in their eyes as the two women also followed Rainery's pace. Asia, are you afraid? Even Gasper shivered and went to fight with everyone. Only Asia, who was in charge of the recovery treatment, stayed behind. Tenraku looked at the girl beside him and smiled. As long as I'm around Tenraku-san and everyone then no matter what darkness and despair I face, I won't be afraid. Shaking her head, Asia put her hands together and prayed for everyone sincerely. A smile appeared on his face as Tenraku stroked the girl's forehead. Although she has no fighting ability, Asia's bravery is no worse than anyone. Partner, that guy is a man who fought God and great Satans in the past and survived. Even if the little princess and all of them add up, they will not necessarily be his opponents. The back of his hand flashed brightly as Drake's voice rang. It's okay, even if they are not his opponent, I will defeat him in the end. They may not come across someone so powerful in there so I will let Rias and the others practice their hands first. Tenraku replied with a chuckle. Haha so that's how it is. There was also a laugh, and Drake also understood Tenraku's intentions. Drake, you also go to Rias' side. Thinking of something, Tenraku said again. Although Tenraku shared the power of sacred gears with Rias, it is impossible for Drake to be in two places at the same time as he only has one soul. He is usually lodged in Tenraku's hand, but he can transfer to Rias at any time if he wants. With the help of Drake, Rias can also exert Sacred Gear's power to a greater extent. Understood. In response, Drake instantly moved to Rias' side. Hello, holy sword wielders, devils, and fallen angels, your combination looks a little strange. Only you guys want that Phenex kid play together with you? Looking at Rias and the other girls below, Cockabile revealed a playful expression. We only need us to defeat you? Rias replied coldly, and then she urged the power of the Red Dragon Emperor shared from Tenraku. Boost! The violent breath of power of destruction erupted from Rias, and at the same time, a gorgeous scarlet armor quickly covered the girl's body. Zenobia and Irina were extremely surprised, and even the women such as Sana, who had already known, showed a hint of surprise on their faces. Drake? She obviously felt that her power had soared when she displayed her sacred gear, and Rias couldn't help being surprised. Little princess, my partner asked me to come and help you first, please take care of me. Drake's happy voice rang from the jade jewel on the armor. Please take care, Drake. There was a flash of light in Rias' beautiful eyes and her confidence increased with Drake's help. Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear isn't that Phenex kid, why can you use its power? Rias Gremory? His brows have frowned, but Cockabile's expression in the air became a little hard to look at. Whether it was the trouble in the ancient war or the guy next to Azazel, Cockabile was very upset with the so-called two heavenly dragons and the sacred gear that hosts their power. I have no need to answer you. Sana, Akeno, everyone, let's go. Rias has already acted while speaking as two scarlet power of destruction magic bullets condensed in her hands and then turned into two beasts that roared towards Cockabile. Ho 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 boom. Boom. HNG. In the sky, Rias and the other girls have launched a stormy attack on Cockabile. Thunderlight, sword chi, magic the entire sky has been exploded into one piece. Had it not been for the Ubelina and the girls to maintain the barrier, just the aftermath of the battle would unthinkable consequences to Kuok town. Rias constantly releases violent magic powers of power of destruction. Even high-class devil will be shocked when faced with such an attack, but Cockabile has easily blocked them again and again. Akeno drew the golden thunder and shot it down towards Cockabile in the sky, but surrounded by 10 black wings, the mighty fallen angel was still unscathed. Tujao Konako and Urit Subasa punched frantically. The shadow of their fists was mixed with thunderous explosions, but only a few feathers were shot down. Sana released a violent water current to spit out the enemy, but when the water wave rolled down, Cockabile appeared again in the same place. Rainare and the other two girls frantically fired a light sphere, but Cockabile shot a light sphere 10 times the size to smash them. Ah! Sitting slumped on the ground, Gasper's mouth was open and bloodless. He also wants to help everyone. He also wanted to fight together, but his evil eye has no effect on Cockabile. This is no longer a simple gap in strength, but a dimensional gap. The strongest of the women is undoubtedly Rias, who shared Longinus duels that destroy God by Tenraku. She possesses the strength of high-class devil, but as a cotter of the fallen angel, the man who fought with the god and the great Satans and survived, Cockabile possesses the power similar to great Satans? Perhaps he can only be regarded as the bottom-most existence among the great Satan's level powerhouses, but he is also a real great Satan's level powerhouse and he is far from what the current Rias and the other girls can contend against. HHHHH. Too weak, too weak, too weak. Cockabile laughed, and condensed 2 light spheres. He fought wildly with Zenobia and Irina, who were holding their respective holy swords, and shot out 2 blades of light with their backhands while the 2 women were losing strength. Boom! What? The 2 teaching buildings were directly smashed to pieces by the light blade, and Zenobia and Irina also cried out and were buried in the ruins. The battle was extremely fierce, and there were constantly screaming girls who fell to the ground and couldn't fight anymore. Only Rias, Kendo, Sana, Shinrit Subaki, and Rainare could barely hold on. Too much, this is too much, Senior Rias and President Sana. While watching the battle outside, the girls in Kendo Club pressed their lips tightly, although they were shocked by the exaggerated god fantasy battle, but the girls' hearts were filled with uncontrollable anger. That nasty monster is too much. Nimura-san, you're too badly injured, give up. Looking at Nimura Ruriko, who was seriously injured but still trying to get up, Tenraku said while healing the girl's injuries. I can still fight, I can still fight. She tried to stand up again and again but she fell again and again. Even though Tenraku healed the girl's injuries, she could not continue to fight after her magic power was exhausted. Tenraku-sama, I'm so. Giving up the attempt, the girl's eyes flowed with tears of reluctance. Obviously, she had put in so much effort and sweat, but in front of powerful enemies, she could not even persist for a few minutes. Despite knowing that the other party was a cotter of fallen angel, despite knowing that she and the others would not be a match, but she felt so reluctant. Wipe away your tears, Nimura-san, your Sana-Satri's peerage. Keep this unwillingness in your heart, and then become stronger. Tenraku said as he stroked the girl's forehead. For the current girls, it is too early for them to face great Satan's level opponents. The confidence that has been built up has been crushed by the absolute gap between their strength, and those with a weaker mind may become depressed from then on. However, Tenraku didn't see any weak people here. As long as they keep this unwillingness in their hearts, they will continue to break through themselves and become stronger and stronger in the future. Sure enough, the weakness in the girl's eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by unprecedented firmness. I understand, Tenraku-sama. Wiping away her tears, Nimura nodded vigorously and no longer continued to fight stubbornly. Instead, she worked with Tenraku and Asia to heal her companion. The fire was soaring, the electricity was blazing and Rias and Sana were still fighting Cockabile. Die, Rias Gremory, Sana Satrai? A trace of coldness floated at the corner of his mouth as Cockabile condensed a huge light sphere of several feet and shot it at Rias and Sana. As long as the 2 women die, that Lucifer and Leviathan will definitely go crazy, and then he can smoothly start the second war between gods and demons? Club President? Sana-sama? Rias and Sana, who are the main attackers, consumed a lot of magic power in the previous battle. The 2 women who were on the strong side could no longer escape Cockabile's attack. On the other side, Kendo and Shinrit Subaki's expressions changed drastically. They shouted and rushed in front of them to block these attacks. Shinrit Subaki activated her Sacred Gears ability, and suddenly a vertical mirror blocked the flying light sphere, and Kendo desperately urged the magic power in her body to launch a defensive magic for her and Rias. As for Rainare, if her owner was in danger then she would have rushed to his side to block the attack with her body but she didn't care about these women. They flew far away with a wicked laugh as she didn't want to let herself in danger. Click. What? Like the sound of glass breaking, the vertical mirror and the defense magic collapsed instantly, and the 4 women Rias, Kendo, Sana, and Shinrit Subaki also screamed and flew out. The light sphere thrown by Cockabile contains extremely terrifying energy. If it continues like this then the 4 girls will also be in danger but Tenraku below is not in a hurry and the corner of his mouth was slightly raised. In the next moment, the light sphere that was pursuing the 4 girls suddenly stopped, and then doubled in size, and reflected back to Cockabile under Cockabile's stunned expression. Mirror of Recollection Mirror Alice, the sacred gear owned by Shinrit Subaki can summon a sacred mirror to protect the owner, and once the mirror is destroyed, the attack will be returned to the opponent in multiples. Boom! The brilliance was dazzling, and the loud noise blasted into the sky. Cockabile, who had never expected this situation, was directly hit by the light sphere and his figure was also submerged in the turbulent energy flow. Did that kill him? Kuzakareya and others swallowed and stared in the direction where Cockabile was. Getting hit by the spear of light reflected by Tsubaki's magic mirror, even the cotter of the fallen angels couldn't be unscathed, right? The dust and smoke dissipated and the field of vision gradually became clear, and Cockabile's figure appeared again. Wrapped by 10 pitch-black wings, although his form looked quite beaten up, it is 1,000 miles away from being killed. Why is it like this? Covering their lips with their hands, the girls were shocked and desperate. Can such a monster really be defeated? Sacred gear? An interesting ability, I admit it shocked me. Slowly spreading out the scorched wings, Cockabile's expression also became cold. Although he has always dismissed the toys made by God, he has to say that sometimes they are also very disgusting. Rias and Sana Satrai, to be honest, you've made me happy, but if that's all you've got, then it's time to end it too? A cruel arc floated at the corner of his mouth as Cockabile raised his hand and prepared to shoot an energy light at the two women. However, at this moment, Cockabile? With a soft roar, Zenovia's voice rushed out of the ruins in blood. Who, so you are not dead yet? With a cold gaze, Cockabile instantly shot the light sphere he had prepared for Rias and Sana towards Zenovia. Hiss HNG. With a loud noise, Zenovia leaped into the air and violently smashed the light sphere with her sword. Durandal? With a cruel expression on her face, Zenovia desperately urged the power of the holy sword to continue cutting Cockabile. Kang? The girl's attack was blocked by a sword of light, but the tremendous force still caused the ground where Cockabile was standing to cave in, and with a deep frown, Cockabile kicked Zenovia out with a cold snort. What? Boom? Irina had just climbed out of the rubble, but was immediately smashed squarely by Zenovia, and there was another burst of wailing. Woo Zenovia, I'm going to die from you hitting me. Ahem, sorry, Irina. Bracing themselves against their swords and standing up with difficulty, both women kept panting, and although the enemy was stronger than imagined, the strong-willed girls still had the fighting spirit in their eyes. How can you fight like this when you've already lost the master you serve? It seems that Michael and Church have done a good job of brainwashing you. Seeing the appearance of the two women, Cockabile suddenly smiled wickedly. What? Cockabile, what the hell are you talking about? Zenovia asked coldly. Oh yeah, did I accidentally slip up? Answer me, Cockabile. Cockabile turned her head to the side as if she had spoken out of turn, while Zenovia loudly pursued the question. To say that the master they served had been lost, how could such word not be dismissed as not having been heard? Yes, I'm about to start a war anyway, and there is no need to hide it anymore. As if thinking of something very happy, Cockabile laughed, and then looked at them again. Poor bugs who were deceived, your god and the 4 great Satans died together in the ancient war. With a voice like thunder, Cockabile's words left Zenovia dumbfounded, and Sana and Shinra Tsubaki on the other side also showed a shocked expression on their faces. It was a public fact that the great Satans of the first generation had died in the ancient war, but even the god had died in that war. You are lying? After recovering, Zenovia shouted. She would never be deceived by this evil fallen angel. How could the great and omnipotent lord die? She didn't believe it. In that war, the devil side lost the great Satans and most of their stop-fighting powers. The angels and fallen angels also lost almost everyone but the cotters. The pure-blooded angels will no longer increase, and the pure-blooded devils have become very rare. The force has fallen to the point where it has to rely on humans to survive. Angels, fallen angels, devils, the top brass of the 3 powers sealed the fact in order to keep the humans' belief in the god afloat. Poor holy sword wielders, it's super ironic that you believe in someone who has already died. Having said that, Cockabile couldn't help laughing again. This is so interesting, and Cockabile suddenly thought of an awesome idea. After the second war between gods and demons, he would completely disclose the news of God's death, and then watch the so-called believer collapse and go crazy. It would be super fun. You are lying, the Lord is still giving us protection and blessing. She was already shaken by the words, but Zenovia suddenly thought of something and became excited again. The Lord can obviously listen to their prayers and give them protection and blessings. How could he have died? Cockabile is a liar. This damn fallen angel must be a liar. Oh, you mean that? It's all Michael's doing, managing the human and angel instead of God. Although the god is dead, the system he left behind is still there. As long as you pray to God, you can be blessed, and it also has a certain effect on exorcism. Just the way you still don't know. No, Rias and your accomplice are not surprised at all. The irony on his face grew stronger, and it seemed that he had found something as Cockabile pointedly pointed that out. Irina, did you already know this? Looking back, Zenovia looked at Irina incredulously. Although Zenovia's appearance at this time is very distressing, but thinking of Tenraku's instructions to her, Irina finally nodded and decided to tell her this cruel fact. Yes, our lord is already dead, Zenovia. Zenovia involuntarily looked at Rias on one side, and Rias also nodded. The lord is dead, the lord is dead. Blurge. With a pale face, Zenovia murmured, and then she vomited a mouthful of blood. Her body was severely injured in the previous battle, and at this time, her spirit and belief collapsed. Even a strong girl like her finally couldn't hold it and fainted. Zenovia? Zenovia? Before Zenovia could fall to the ground, she was caught by the flashing Tenraku, and Irina hurried over and shouted anxiously. Don't worry, she just couldn't bear the blow of God's death and fainted. Nothing will happen to her, Tenraku said as he looked at Irina. After stroking the heroic and beautiful face of the girl in his arms, Tenraku's mouth raised slightly, and then he looked in the direction of Cockabile. Cockabile, Thank you for telling Zenobia the truth about God's death. Boy, what do you mean? Seeing Tenraku's appearance, Crocodile suddenly felt like he was being used. And this feeling made him feel very upset. Don't mind me, I'm just saying that casually. With a light laugh, Tenraku also had no intention to explain. Leaving Zenobia in Irina's care, Tenraku walked towards Rias and Sana. Rias, President Sana, the time is almost up, leave the rest to me. Activating the ability of Sacred Gear Holy Mother's Smile, Tenraku waved several balls of glowing light to heal the injuries of several women, while saying, "We can still fight." Rias stubbornly tried to stand up, but the next moment, she turned pale and fell to the ground, where a Kendo grabbed her. "Little princess, your magic power is too depleted to fight anymore." Rias, although I am also very reluctant, but Crocodile is not someone we can defeat now, so let's leave it to Kamiya Tenraku. Drake's voice sounded from the jade jewel on the armor, and Sana, who was next to her, also dissuaded her. Rias clenched her teeth and an unwilling expression appeared on her face, but she finally defeated her impulse with reason. "I know. Tenraku, please, you must defeat that guy." Rias hated her weakness and could only pour all of her hope on Tenraku. Whether it is for the safety of this small town or the whole world, Crocodile must be defeated. "Yes, my princess." Stroking the girl's forehead, Tenraku smiled and replied, but a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. Although he let the girls fight for them to know their weaknesses, but it is also a fact that Crocodile had bullied his fiancée and his family and friends. He must pay for this. "Little princess, I had a lot of fun fighting with you this time, but I'm going back to partner's side." "Thank you, Drake, let's fight together next time." Recovering her usual noble and calm expression, Rias removed the Red Dragon Emperor's armor, and Drake returned to Tenraku's body. Knowing that there was going to be a bigger fight, the girls gave a quick glance at Tenraku and backed away, leaving the battle to Tenraku and Crocodile. "Boy, I've heard some things about you, but even those two Demon King's younger sisters and their peerage combined were no match for me, and you want to defeat me just by yourself?" Seeing that Tenraku seemed to want to defeat him by himself, Crocodile frowned and said coldly, "I alone am enough." With his mouth slightly raised, Tenraku instantly activates his Sacred Gear's ability. Boost! The vast and violent aura rose to the sky, and the Red Dragon Emperor's armor instantly covered Tenraku's body. This aura. Feeling the terrifying aura on Tenraku's body, Crocodile finally revealed a shocked look on his face. There is no mistake, this kid possesses the same level of power as himself. "Crocodile, are you surprised by this level?" Almost instantly, Tenraku flashed to Crocodile's side and then struck him in the abdomen with a punch. With his eyes bulging out, Crocodile spat blood out of his mouth while his body shot up like a meteor. Finally stabilizing himself in the air, Crocodile looked startled, angry, and ferocious. "Damn boy, die!" With his hands in the sky, a spear of light rose above Crocodile's head and then shot viciously at Tenraku below. "Drake, it's coming?" "Understood, partner." Tenraku rose into the air with his power and swung his scarlet fist and collided with the flying light spear. Boom! Ah! The brilliance of the collision was dazzling and the waves of fire were soaring in every direction while the barrier maintained by Yubalina and the other girls was trembling. Boom! HNG. In the sky, two streams of light, one black and one red, crazily intertwined and collided against each other. It was Tenraku and Crocodile who were fighting with the intent to kill each other. Club President. So amazing, so amazing. Come on, Club President Sama, beat that bad guy who bullied the seniors. The girls in Kendo Club were shocked and excited, cheering loudly for their club president. Although they haven't figured out the situation so far, it doesn't matter, they just need to cheer for the gorgeous and brave figure of the club president. Rias, it seems we are still far away. Glancing at each other, Sana and Rias both smiled bitterly at the same time. They have been hailed as underworld geniuses since childhood, but they were not Crocodile's opponents, but Tenraku can fight against Crocodile alone. Although the girls know that Tenraku is very strong, they still feel that the current situation was a little unbelievable. There was another collision as Tenraku and Crocodile roared and attacked each other and the air was filled with thunderous explosions. It was a close fight at first, but after thousands of rounds, Crocodile was no match for Tenraku's iron fists. His hands were shattered with blood flowing out of them. Enraged, Crocodile knew that he couldn't go on like this, so he pulled his hands back and quickly turned around. Ching 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 kang! Sparks flashed as the 10 black wings attacked the armor of the Red Dragon Emperor like steel blades. Panting and gasping, Crocodile's 10 wings came down from the attack so bloody they were almost down to the skeleton. "Do you still want to continue?" Tenraku asked in a playful voice as he moved the spirit chi in his body and the cracks in the armor are restored in no time. "Don't get cocky, you damn brat." With a cry of anger, Crocodile unleashed a magic formation and hundreds of light spears were instantly fired at Tenraku. There was another loud explosion, but Tenraku, who had deployed the inherent barrier, was still unscathed. "Impossible?" With a cry of shock, Crocodile almost fell from the air. His attack had no effect at all. "Nothing's impossible, it's just that you're too cocky, Crocodile." Million Red Dragon Fist? Time was of the essence, so Tenraku didn't bother with nonsense, and once again came flashing in and attacked Crocodile like a storm. Flying around and unable to resist, Crocodile's screams suddenly filled the entire sky. HNG LNG? After eating tens of thousands of fists from Tenraku, Kakabile was covered in blood and he smashed into the playground below like a meteor. Rias and the other girls who were watching the battle have long been dumbfounded. A full-powered Tenraku was terrifying. That powerful Kakabile was abused and turned into a dead dog. Impossible, impossible. Struggling to stand up, Kakabile could not accept such a fact. As a fallen angel Cotter, as a man who fought both God and great Satans in the ancient war, he would actually lose to a devil kid who hadn't even awakened his bloodline. Are you kidding me? Rainare on one side sneered sarcastically, while Middlet and Kala Warner gulped. The two fallen angel girls suddenly felt that being able to become that man's slave and running dog might really be their supreme honor. Kakabile, it's time to end this. With a cold expression on his face, Tenraku flashed to the sky above Kakabile's head, then he raised one of his palms and aimed it in the direction of Kakabile below. Since he wanted to trigger a war and bring primal chaos to the world, then he should also be prepared to the consciousness of being sanctioned after failure. At the same time, on the other side of Kuok town, rushing under the night sky, the water was gurgling, and a middle-aged man leisurely took a fishing rod and sat on the wooden bridge by the river. This man is the Governor-General Azazel. Hey, Vali, what are you waiting for? Kakabile is going to get killed if you don't get to him, Azazel said as he looked at the silver-haired youth on one side. Cut the crap, it's not like you care about him. Vala cursed uncomfortably, but he didn't refuse anymore and turned into a silvery white light and rushed to the sky. Obviously happy but also pretend to be unhappy, Vali is also a bit Sundara. Azazel mumbled, but he suddenly thought of something and touched his chin with a mischievous smile on his face. Red Dragon Emperor, White Dragon Sovereign, something interesting should happen after these two fateful opponents meet. He is really looking forward to it. Boost. Being compressed and condensed, an energy ball continuously expands and then regrows in the air. Die, Kakabile. Without showing the slightest mercy, Tenraku aimed the energy ball in Kakabile's direction and shot it down. Kakabile has been severely injured and even he would die if he takes such a powerful blow to his body. However, at this moment, Kakakawi. The barrier that enveloped the entire academy shattered like glass, and Ubelina and the girls also wailed and fell from the air, only to see a silver-white stream of light falling down directly in front of Kakabile's body. Divide? Constantly shrinking and dividing, the energy ball shot by Tenraku disappeared in the blink of an eye. Under the night sky, the figure that suddenly entered into chaos finally appeared in front of everyone's eye. Rias and the other girls were shocked as they looked at the silver-white battle armor with faintly blue light wings on the figure's body. So he is. The atmosphere was terribly quiet for a while. Scarlet's figure and the silver-white figure gazed at each other. The sharp gaze collided with a flower of electricity in the air. Red Dragon Emperor? White Dragon Sovereign? Yes, that silver figure is the White Dragon Sovereign Vala Lucifer. Is this his fateful opponent? Tenraku obviously felt Drake's agitation and the blood in his whole body involuntarily boiled up. Vanishing asterisk dragon, did that motherfucker send you to get me? A trace of panic flashed in his eyes as Kakabile struggled to get up. Looking at Kakabile, the indifferent voice also sounded from the silver-white armor. It is really sad that Kakabile, the famous fallen angel Cotter, has been reduced to such state. But a defeated dog has to look like a defeated dog? Vala stepped on Kakabile's chest with one foot after he spoke. What? With a scream, Kakabile's whole body was stepped into the ground. You bastard. He was already severely injured, but now he was humiliated in such a way. Kakabile raised his hand to catch Vali, but he fainted due to blood loss. Red Dragon Emperor, although this is your prey, but Azazel asked me to take him back to face the trial. No longer paying attention to Kakabile, the clown, Vali instead looked at Tenraku in the air again. Do with him what you will, that is if you can take him from me, White Dragon Sovereign. The corners of his mouth were raised as Tenraku had a playful expression on his face under the armor. There was a brief conversation, followed by a moment of silence, and then both of them burst into the sky at the same time. No, Tenraku. Guessing what they were going to do, Rias and the other girls on one side were shocked and wanted to stop them. But it was already too late. Rustling. Turning into two red and white streams, Tenraku and Vala's fists collided in the air. Boost, 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 divide, 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 divide. The collision of red and white, the duel between dragon and dragon, the jade jewel on the armors of the two people flashed with chaos, and then, boom, Rias and the other girls were instantly swallowed and drowned by the violent air current. It wasn't until a long time that everything gradually calmed down, but the entire Kuah Academy has disappeared without a trace. The girls in the Kendo club opened their lips wide and sat down on the ground one by one, although they were not hurt because of Yatano Kagami 8 Tamirur, but the scene just now had deeply shocked the souls of the girls. So that is their club president, just like a god. Cough cough cough. After the defensive magic was dissipated, Rias and the other girls also got up from the ruins. Although they were also frightened by the surrounding scenes, they were looking for Tenraku very anxiously. Tenraku? Tenraku-sama? They finally located Tenraku in the middle of the ruins and the girls rushed over to his side. They saw that Tenraku's scarlet armor had become tattered and his entire right arm was exposed without any armor on it, and blood was dripping down on it. Woo. Feeling shocked, Rias and the other women couldn't help covering their lips, and Asia and Mai burst into tears and hurriedly treated Tenraku. Tenraku, you were too impulsive just now, Rias said complicatedly. If the two heavenly dragons really fight, let alone the school, I am afraid that the entire Kuok town will be destroyed by them. Sorry, Rias, but I just couldn't help it. HHHHHHHHH. Tenraku laughed very openly after he apologized. Just as he expected, that white guy is also super powerful. He is really looking forward to the day when he fights that guy for real without holding back. At the same time, on the other side, Valik, your opponent will be the strongest red dragon emperor of all time, but only this time, don't lose to them. Don't worry, Albion, I will never lose. After landing from the air, Vali retracted his light wings and threw the dying crocodile to the ground. How about it, Vali, are you having fun? Holding the fishing rod and turning his head, Azazel looked at Vala Lucifer, whose tattered hand was still dripping with blood. Yes, I am very happy. If that stage wasn't so shabby and tattered, then I might have actually fought him for real. Vali replied with a cheerful smile on his face. I knew it would be like this. However, I just told you to bring Crocodile back, so why are you bringing in extra guys? Azazel couldn't help complaining as his gaze fell on another flying figure. Because it feels funny. I will bring Crocodile back to Underworld first, Azazel, just take your time and enjoy it, HHHHH. After opening a teleportation formation, Vala kicked Crocodile into it, and then waved his hand and also smiled broadly as he walked into the teleportation formation and disappeared without a trace. Ha! Sighing, Azazel rubbed his forehead and could only stand up helplessly. He will take care of that bastard Vala later. For now, he had to get rid of the one in front of him. Yo, Rainare, long time no see. Raising his hand and looking at Rainare on the side, Azazel could only say stiffly, HHH. Finally, I am so happy to see you again, Azazel-sama. Rainare had a broken and creepy smile on her face as she looked at Azazel. The corners of his eyes are beating, but Azazel is crying in his heart, secretly saying, Rainare, your smile makes this Governor-General feel very stressed. The battle with the fallen angel cotters was finally over, and the earth destruction technique was automatically lifted after Crocodile was defeated, and although the entire Kuok town survived the crisis, Kuok Academy was left in shambles. Except for the Kendo Club, which was guarded by Yatano Kagamae Tamirer, almost the entire school is in ruins. Asia, Mai, I'm alright now. Tenraku smiled as he spoke after moving his arm. Although he can also heal himself and it is even better than the effect of the two girls, but Tenraku will naturally not refuse the girl's heart. The girls breathed out a sigh of relief. It was the first time that they saw Tenraku got injured. Tenraku-sama, Rainare-sama went chasing after the white dragon sovereign just now. Walking up to Tenraku, Middlet and Kala Warner said apprehensively. Seeing Tenraku crush Crocodile and the strength and the power he showed when he collided with White Dragon Sovereign, these two fallen angel girls are more and more in awe of Tenraku. Nodded, Tenraku naturally knew what that woman was thinking, but he didn't care much. Although she has become a lot stronger under his training, it is still far from enough in front of that person, and she will come back when she hits her head and bleeds. You are afraid of me? Looking at the nervous and apprehensive look of the two women, Tenraku raised an eyebrow. No, Tenraku-sama, Vu. Middlet and Kala Warner panicked when Tenraku suddenly asked this question. How can they not be afraid of this man who can decide their life and death at any time, but even if they are afraid, they dare not say it out loud. Tenraku walked towards the two women step by step, and Middlet and Kala Warner couldn't help but feel tight in their chest. Could it be that they didn't do a good job and made Tenraku-sama angry? When thinking of the possible consequences, both of them became frightened, and even their bodies were trembling. However, instead of the punishment that they had imagined, Tenraku instead held the two women's faces. Although you are just my tools, as long as you are loyal to me and obey me, I will not abandon you or abuse you. So, there is no need to show such fearful expressions and be yourselves as you want to be. The two women and Rainare have become his tools for some time. Although Yubelina and the other girls have never rejected them, it seems that they themselves feel that their status at home is low. In addition to obeying Tenraku and Rainare's orders, they are always cautious and didn't dare to contact everyone. To be honest, the performance of these two women made Tenraku dislike them a little. Even if they are his tools, they still have the capital to be proud of. The two women have been together for so long that they know Tenraku very well, and Middlet and Kala Warner naturally know that Tenraku would not care enough to deceive them. He wouldn't abandon them or abuse them, so they can be who they want to be. Those fallen angel leaders would never say this to them, would they? The two women only felt that something hidden deep in their hearts was touched, and a strange feeling instantly spread across their bodies. They no longer need to be so scared. Tenraku-sama. After calming down, the two women suddenly understood Rainare's thoughts about this man in front of them. It may be a great honor for them to be a tool for the man in front of them. Seeing the reaction of the two women in his eyes, Tenraku also nodded in satisfaction. As expected, they seemed more pleasing to the eye. Middlet is petite and cute, always wearing various cosplay costumes. Kala Warner is tall, and there are many teachers and students who have a crush on her in school. You did a good job this time. As a reward, you can come to my bed with Rainare later. Tenraku smiled after stroking the faces of the two girls again. Yes, Tenraku-sama. Their cheeks flushed as the two women lowered their heads, but there was a flash of joy in their eyes. While Tenraku was talking to Middlet and Kala Warner, Rias and the other girls were using their magic to repair the damaged school. The school was still in a good condition during their battle with Cockabile, but a single confrontation between the two heavenly dragon directly razed the entire school to the ground. Even some streets and buildings outside the school were destroyed. Fortunately, no ordinary person was injured. The girls quickly repaired the damaged place, and everything was restored as before. No abnormality can be seen. It would be hard to imagine that such a fierce battle took place here not long ago. It's going to be a sleepless night in Kuok Town, but of course, someone will take care of that. It is not something Tenraku and Rias care about. Kami ya Tenraku, Rias, well, go back when the matter is over. Although Cockabile has been defeated without the need for great Satans to come over again, we still need to report the Underworld about tonight's events. Sana and her peerages came over and their complexion looked a lot better as they have restored some of their magic power. Sana, thank you for your help tonight. Obviously guarding this town should have been my responsibility. Don't worry, it feels surprisingly good to fight together with you, who has always been my opponent, and there are a lot of gains for us tonight. Rias thanked her, but Sana, who was withdrawing, replied indifferently while pushing her glasses. The two women looked at each other and smiled. There is no need to say such kind words in their relationship. Kami ya Tenraku, you have once again impressed me, but next time, please stop making decisions with that impulsive behavior. You and White Dragon Sovereign will eventually fight, and I'm looking forward to it, but let's reserve your showdown for the most exciting stage, and until then, please refrain. Sana had a serious expression on her face as she looked at Tenraku. I was a bit impulsive this time, but I won't be next time, President Sana. Tenraku replied while touching his nose. Looking at Tenraku's awkward look, the corners of Sana's mouth were raised and the girls behind her even laughed. That's it for tonight, see you tomorrow, everyone. After a glance with everyone, Sana and her peerages started the teleportation formation and were about to leave. Sana, who had already taken 2 steps, suddenly stopped. Sana, just call me Sana from now on. Leaving a word behind, Sana did not stay any longer and disappeared into the teleportation formation. With Sana's words still echoing in his ears, Tenraku was a bit dazed, while the Rias and the other women had a wonderful expression on their faces. Tenraku, President Sama seems to be interesting to you too. You won't really be with Sana. Kendo hugged Tenraku evilly, and Rias beside him also looked suspicious. This guy Tenraku, did he really develop that kind of relationship with Sana? Not only Kendo and Rias, but even Ubelina and the other girls on one side looked at Tenraku with that ambiguous gaze. The corners of his eyes fluttered, but Tenraku was speechless. Even if he explains now that they have no such relationship, the others obviously won't believe it, right? It would be fine to say it in private afterward, but she happened to say it in front of Rias and the others. Tenraku couldn't help being speechless. That damn President Sama did it on purpose, boom. HNG. Over the river, 2 black streams of light were violently colliding against each other. Thunder, lightning, waves of fire, and every now and then a light spear fell to the ground, and the whole perimeter of the river was covered with potholes and ruins. Boom, rustling. It was another collision and streams of light fell from the air and then revealed 2 figures. They were Azazel and Rainare. Tisk, not only did you evolve into 4 wings fallen angel, but that kid also gave Vritra's power to you. Rainare, your progress makes me so proud of you. Unscathed, Azazel folded his hands and giggled. If Rainare once received such praise and recognition from Azaz, then she would have been ecstatic, but now, Azazel? With a blood-soaked body, Rainare's eyes only had that endless coldness and hatred in them. It's unforgivable that he could talk to her so calmly after abandoning her. She can't forgive this bastard. Well, calm down a bit. Rainare, although you have made a lot of progress, you are still far from catching up with me. That's it for tonight. If you want revenge, wait until you become stronger. With a wave of his hand, Azazel turned and prepared to leave. Although Rainare has indeed become stronger, but she still belongs to the category of people that can be slapped to death in Azazel's eyes. As for Rainare's hatred of him, Azazel didn't care about it, and it was no different from a kid's tantrum. Stop. She wanted to stop him, but Rainare lay weakly on the ground just after she took a step. Although Azazel only played with her for a few rounds, Rainare was exhausted and bruised all over. Damn it, move. With her eyes cracking and her hatred soaring to the sky, even her fingers were about to bleed as Rainare struggled desperately to stand up. It's the same again, being abandoned because of being weak, and because of being weak, she doesn't even have the qualification for revenge. Strength, she wants strength. Her long hairs were dancing in the wind, hissing and howling, and then the next moment, a violent breath of darkness erupted out from Rainare's body. Azazel, who was about to walk into the teleportation formation, stopped, and turned back with a flash of a different color in his eyes. Darkness, curse, evil. He saw a dark flame ignited on Rainare at this time, and then these flames continued to shrink and condense, and gradually became black armor covering Rainare's body. When Wielder's thoughts and wishes violently reverse the world's flow, the wielder of the sacred gears would be able to reach the forbidden move to get new power. Because of her anger at her own weakness and her desperate thirst for power, Rainare also used the sacred gear Black Evil Dragon King given to her by Tenraku to reach the forbidden move. A few pieces of snow-white skin were faintly exposed, and her graceful figure was wrapped in black armor. Her long hairs were dancing behind her as the dark flames wrapped around her body. Just like a female demon god walking out of hell, Rainare at this time gives people a feeling of surprise, temptation, and endless danger. This power. Shaking her hands and feeling the unprecedented power in her body, Rainare couldn't help but laugh. Power, she got the power to take her revenge again? Azazel-sama, thank you, because of the hatred for you I transcended myself once again. Gradually regaining her calm, Rainare looked at Azazel indulgently and gently, while Azazel rubbed his forehead helplessly. You surprisingly reached the forbidden move, Rainare, I really admire you for this. As he spoke, a silk thread had wrapped around Azazel's body, and the black flame instantly burned along the silk thread, and then, HNGLNG? With a shocking explosion, Azazel's figure was instantly submerged in the cursed black flame. Now, if you have anything you want to ask, please feel free to ask. In the Kendo club, Tenraku told Kiryu Aika and the other girls about angels, fallen angels, and devils. After listening, the girls were stunned. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed Tenraku's words. There are so many legendary existences in this world. Kaiku, club president, are you a devil too? That's right, but to be precise, I am a hybrid between devil and human. What about Senior Rias and President Sama? They are pure-blooded devil, and they are also princesses from the Gremory family and the House of Phenex. Woo, that's amazing. It turns out that Senior Rias and President Sama are real-life princess? Also, is the man with black wings a fallen angel? Why did Kaiku, club president, and the seniors fight him? That guy is called Kakabile, the cotter of fallen angel. He wanted to start a war and we were stopping him. That's terrible, he wanted to start a war. The girls keep asking Tenraku questions like this, and Tenraku answered to satisfy the girls' curiosity. However, the first part was normal, but later on, the girls' questions seemed to be going in a strange direction. Kaiku, club president, what is your relationship with Senior Rias? Rias is my betrothed. Marriage, betrothed? What about Yubelina Sensei and Senior Swollen and them? They are my peerage. Peerage, is it like the peerage of the great Satans in the comics? Pretty much. Then did Kaiku, club president, Sama does that kind of thing to Yubelina Sensei and the girls? In the manga, the great Satan Sama would do that to his beautiful peerage girls. What kind of messy questions are you asking? Isn't the focus of your concern a bit wrong? Yubelina and the other girls on one side were embarrassed, and Tenraku's eyes also throbbed as he heard the girls' questions. Okay, your curiosity has been satisfied. Now I will let Yubelina clear your memories. Later, you will forget what happened tonight, and you will be able to resume your normal life in the future. After angrily stopping the girls, Tenraku clapped his hands. Clear our memory? No, Kaiku, club president, please don't erase our memories. I don't want my memories to be erased. I don't want to forget the handsome figure of Kaiku, club president. Hearing that their memory is going to be erased, the girls turned pale, and then they all begged him to not erase their memories. Generally speaking, most of the people would hope that they can forget those terrible memories and return to a normal life, but for these girls who admire Tenraku, losing the memories of their Kaiku, club president, who saved them and forgetting the memories of Kaiku, club president's handsome figure is the most unacceptable thing. After all, most of these Kendo club girls joined because they admired Tenraku. Yubelina cast a questioning look at Tenraku. As long as Tenraku gave an order, she would immediately activate her magic to erase the memories of the girls. Do you guys really don't want to forget those memories? Aha. Tenraku confirmed to the girls, and they nodded in unison. They can return to their normal life after forgetting everything that happened tonight, but keeping the memory would allow them to see more of this wonderful world. Since this is the girls' own choice, Tenraku will not force it and he just hopes that they will not regret their choice in the future. Lying in the huge pit and panting, Rainare was in a terrible state, and the armor of the evil dragon had become tattered and torn. She lost again. Even with the power of forbidden move she was still no match for Azazel. She hates it. Rainare, I had a lot of fun tonight. Azazel laughed as he looked down at Rainare. Azazel? Rainare tried to grab the person she was thinking of revenge all the time, but her arm only lifted a little and dropped down weakly. She no longer had any strength. Seeing Rainare's hatred towards him, Azazel suddenly thought of an interesting idea, and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Rainare, you actually never knew the real reason why I abandoned you yet, right? As a reward for your efforts to take revenge on me, I'll tell you the real reason for abandoning you. By the time Tenraku and the girls got home, it was almost midnight. The girls were very tired after the battle, so after washing up and cleaning, they went back to their rooms to rest. Tenraku, Rias, and some girls were still sitting in the lobby reporting information to the Underworld when a light swirling unfolded, and then a bloody Rainare stumbled out. You are badly hurt. Asia quickly supported Rainare and prepared to treat her. Don't bother me. Indifferently rejecting Asia's kindness, Rainare walked directly in front of Tenraku. Master, I have something to ask you. Naturally, Tenraku discovered Rainare's abnormality and he slightly frowned while Rias and the other women looked confused. Rainare chased the white dragon sovereign away. Everyone knew that she would come back with injuries, but now it seems something else had happened. Rias, you should rest soon after reporting to the Underworld. Rainare, middled, Kala Warner, the three of you come to my room. Standing up, Tenraku said, then walked into his room with the three fallen angel girls. Go and clean yourself up. Sitting down on a chair, Tenraku waved a ball of glowing light to heal Rainare's injuries. Without saying much, Rainare turned around and walked into the bathroom. After a while, there was a rushing sound of water in the bathroom. Seeing that Tenraku had stopped talking, Kalawarner and Middle didn't dare to ask any questions. Glancing at each other, Kalawarner walked to the back and gently massaged Tenraku's shoulders, while Middle knelt down next to Tenraku and gently massaged his legs. Closing his eyes, Tenraku enjoyed the two women's ministrations and only opened his eyes when Rainare came out of the bathroom. There were still drops of water on her black's hair, but Rainare didn't care about that as she stood in front of Tenraku with a cold expression on her face. You meet Azazel? Yes. Did you understand the gap between you and him? Understood. It was a brief and straightforward conversation before Tenraku nodded. Ask, what do you want to know? Staring at Tenraku, Rainare's eyes instantly sharpened. Azazel told him why he really abandoned me. The room was silent and even Middle and Kalawarner couldn't help listening. Well, what then? Tenraku asked without the slightest change in his expression. Azazel said that everything was a deal between Master and him and that it was because of Master that he abandoned me, Rainare said in a low voice with a cold expression on her face. Leaving aside Tenraku, Middle, and Kalawarner were shocked when they heard Rainare's words. Rainare was abandoned by Azazel because of the transaction between Lord Tenraku and Azazel? Stroking Middelt's face and motioning for her to continue, Tenraku showed a meaningful smile on his face and said, Ah, it was indeed my deal with Azazel. I found Azazel and told him that I would lend him Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear for a few days to study as long as he abandoned you to accompany me in a play. He is very interested in Longinus and you happened to bother him again, so he agreed. That's the truth about everything you wanted to know. Are you satisfied now? Tenraku gazed at Rainare with a smirk, while both Middle and Kalawarner lowered their heads, and a hint of pity flashing in their eyes for Rainare. To be abandoned for such a reason, to be played by Lord Tenraku from beginning to end, this sad and pathetic woman? So it was all just a ploy by Master to deliberately let me go in the first place, to let me escape back and be abandoned by Azazel, and then to pick me up when I was at my most desperate. With the slightest hint of darkness emanating from her body, Rainare's voice grew lower and lower. Yes, or did you think I would really be foolish enough to let you go? I let you endure the despair and pain of being abandoned, and I appeared in front of you when you have nowhere to go and were roaring and barking in the street like a wild dog. As you can see, everything went very well. I picked you up, then possessed you, conditioned you, and made you my most faithful and excellent lackey and tool. Without the slightest concealment, Tenraku spoke with an evil expression on his face. Hula. A dark flame erupted, shocking Middle and Kalawarner, while Rainare, who was bathed in flames, was staring at Tenraku with a deadly stare. Why me? Rainare couldn't understand this at all. Why the man in front of her would choose her? Signaling Middle and Kalawarner to step aside, Tenraku stood up, and then took 2 steps to support Rainare's chin. Because you are special, Rainare. Darkness, depravity, evil, these are the things that make you better than anyone else by nature? It is because I see this that I will use all means to get you. This world needs radiance, but it also needs darkness. Asia is Saintess chosen by me to represent radiance and goodness, and you are Demoness chosen by me to represent darkness and evil, as my tool, slave, and lackey, to be used until you die. This is your destiny, Rainare? Tenraku's voice constantly echoed in the room, and the black flame has spread to Tenraku's whole body, but as the real master of Black Evil Dragon King, these curse flames naturally cannot harm Tenraku. Middle and Kalawarner on one side couldn't help but hold their breath and were extremely nervous. In their opinion, Rainare would surely rush away in anger. Although they sympathized with this sad woman, they would not stupidly help her. However, what surprised the two women was HHHHH. With her long hair fluttered and the black flames going out, Rainare, who was silent a little bit, started laughing up to the sky. Looking at Rainare, who seemed crazy, Tenraku was not anxious and he waited for her to laugh enough before speaking. Rainare, knowing the cruel truth, don't you want to retaliate against me? Retaliation? And to be locked up in a dark room by Master and brainwashed every day and night until I lose myself and becomes Master's faithful tool and slave again? Rainare asked rhetorically with a crazed expression on her face. Oh, it seems you are quite clear. Tenraku spoke with a smile on his face, and he realized that he liked this woman more and more. If this is my destiny, then so be it. To be used, possessed, and conditioned by my master until I die? With a crazy expression on her face, Rainare's words took Tenraku by surprise, while Middle and Kalawarner on the other side were even more stunned. My god, does this woman even know what she's talking about? Rainare, have you gone insane? I've been crazy for a long time. You still want to be loyal to me even after knowing the truth? Why not? Master tried all means to get me. Isn't it just because Master recognized me? For whatever reason, Azazel abandoned me, but Master recognized me and needs me, so I'm very happy. I want to be more and more loyal to my master and love him. Wrapping her arms around Tenraku, Rainare frantically kissed him. This woman is completely crazy. After a long time, Tenraku finally pushed Rainare away, and both of them had a trace of blood hanging from the corner of their mouths, both Rainare's and Tenraku's. You really are a hopeless woman, Tenraku said as he looked at Rainare. In fact, he was already prepared for Rainare's rebellion, but he didn't expect this to happen. Sure enough, you will never understand a woman who surrendered herself to darkness. HHH, then Master will come to save me. Rainare twitched her lips as she smiled. No, you don't need to be saved. Without much to say, Tenraku took Rainare in his arms and walked up towards the bed on one side. This is a downright crazy woman, but this is what Tenraku likes most about her. They began to roll and plunder each other in bed, and seeing that Tenraku and Rainare are already fighting in bed, Middled and Kala Warner looked at each other with a blushing face, and then took off their clothes and walked over. The above is the full account of this incident. Ani-sama, older brother. In her room, Rias was still reporting the incident to Surtsks, the fallen angel Cotter who wanted to cause war or something. This is not an event that can be swept under the rug. Although Cockabile has been defeated and repelled, the great Satan and the angel leader should come forward and ask for an explanation from the fallen angel leader. Worthy of our Gremory family's princess, Rias, you did a good job this time. If not for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In the magic projection, Surtsk said, and he did not hesitate to admire the performance of Tenraku, Rias, and the other girls. Mainly Tenraku. She was a little happy to get the affirmation from her older brother, but Rias was still humble. I don't need to say anything about Tenraku-kun, but you also contributed in this fight. Because of this incident, it has recently been determined that there will be a summit meeting between angels, fallen angels, and devils. And Rias, as an important witness, you will also attend this meeting. Unexpectedly, there will be a summit meeting of the three major forces. Even Rias was surprised as she heard this, but she still nodded. I know, Ani-sama. We also got some news about the White Dragon Sovereign, but we didn't expect him to be on the fallen angel's side. Is Tenraku-kun's injury okay? Surtsk said with a solemn expression on his face. The White Dragon Sovereign, one of the two heavenly dragons, has picked the fallen angel's side. This is not good news for Underworld or Heaven. It was just a minor injury, it's already healed. Those two guys didn't care about the surrounding, they fought as soon as they met, and the whole school was destroyed by them. Rias had a depressed expression on her face as she recalled the scene where the scarlet figure fought against the silver figure. They are the host of those two heavenly dragons, they are predestined rivals. Since they have already met, the day of their duel would not be far away. Surtsk couldn't help laughing as he said this, and a faint expectation appeared in his expression. Predestined rivals. Muttering to herself, Rias didn't feel happy at all. Rias is naturally very confident about Tenraku's strength, but recalling the power shown by the White Dragon Sovereign, she couldn't help but look worried. Don't worry, Rias, although the White Dragon Sovereign is powerful, Tenraku-kun is also not weak. If it is Tenraku-kun, he will definitely win. Surtsk comforted as he saw Rias worry. He will definitely win. After returning to her senses, Rias nodded and her expression became firm. No matter how strong the White Dragon Sovereign is, her Tenraku will never lose. Speaking of which, how are things between you two progressing? As if thinking of something, Surtsk gave a narrow smile as he asked this. That, we are all right. Rias said perfunctorily as she blushed. Ani-sama, really? Why did you bring up this topic all of a sudden? It's just okay, Rias, as Tenraku-kun's marriage partner, you have to take the initiative, otherwise, Tenraku-kun will be snatched away by others. Leaving Tenraku-kun's peerage aside. As far as I know, the daughter of House of Agars is also very fond of Tenraku-kun. Your good friend Sana also seems to have some relationship with Tenraku-kun. Many other ladies in the underworld are very interested in the rising star Tenraku. There's more. Wu, stop talking, Ani-sama. Surtsk continued to teach, but Rias blushed and stood up. Since you already seem to understand, then I won't say it. The more outstanding men are, the more women will target them. If you don't capture Tenraku's heart now, then you will regret it in the future. Surtsk laughed as he spoke of this. He doesn't get bored with teasing his younger sister. I see, Ani-sama. Rias weakly slumped back on her seat. Although she didn't want to admit it, Rias knew that this was true. There are just too many girls around, and after Tenraku, apart from others, even Sana, who she thought would never like someone, had become so ambiguous towards Tenraku, which made Rias wary. Maybe she should take the initiative. Well, that's it, our Gremory family's princess can't lose to other women. That's it for tonight. Goodbye, Rias, After the communication was over, Surtsk's projection disappeared and Rias was left alone. The next day, early morning, Tenraku yawned as he opened his eyes. Middled and Kala Warner lay on either side of Tenraku, while Rainare lay directly on top of Tenraku. Thinking about last night's events, a look of reminiscence surfaced on Tenraku's face. Fallen angels women are born with the ability to capture men, and even Middled and Kala Warner, who hadn't tried it before, were quick to catch on. Middled is petite and cute, Kala Warner is tall and sexy, and Rainare was hysterical last night. Together, the three girls made Tenraku experience the ultimate pleasure. Is it morning already? Rainare also stood up and stretched her waist, and then she habitually bowed her head to Tenraku. Still not satisfied? Tenraku stroked Rainare's cheek and said as he saw the look on her face. I will never be satisfied with my master's pampering. She smiled again before she blocked Tenraku's lips with hers again. What about Azazel? Will you continue to look for revenge in the future? Tenraku asked after finally satisfying the depraved woman. Why not? Even if I am being played by my master, I am still quite upset. Someone has to accept my anger. And the fact that Azazel abandoned me is undeniable, so it's him. Rainare replied with icy chills in her eyes. She had been so thoroughly brainwashed and conditioned by her badass master that she was madly in love with him, so even knowing that everything she had suffered was a ploy by this master, Rainare couldn't raise the slightest bit of hatred for Tenraku in her heart. But her anger and hatred must be vented on someone, and there is naturally no more suitable person besides Azazel. Seeing Rainare's appearance, Tenraku couldn't help but sigh up. He couldn't fault her, she was created by him. However, thinking of something, the corner of Tenraku's mouth couldn't help but float with a hint of teasing. That evil guy Azazel must have wanted to see the plot where Rainare turned against him after learning the truth, but Rainare did not do what Azazel had expected. Not only did she not break with him, but she became more loyal and obsessed with him. If Azazel was the target of Rainare's vengeance, now he has also become a target to vent his anger. It's ironic to say that if Azazel had known about this development, he would have been very depressed too. Bite. In a good mood, Tenraku stroked Rainare's cheek and ordered, "HHH." Rainare smiled and lowered her head again. Tenraku-sama, the holy sword wielder has awakened. After he walked out of the room with Rainare, Yubelina greeted Tenraku and said, "Already awake? Then let's go check it out." The corners of his mouth were slightly raised as he thought of something. Leaving Rainare and the girls to do their own thing, Tenraku walked into the room where Zenovia was settled. "Tenraku-san." "Tenraku, Zenovia," she. Seeming to be comforting Zenovia, Asia, and Irina both stood up when they saw Tenraku walk in. Nodding towards the two girls, Tenraku's eyes fell on Zenovia. At this time, Zenovia no longer looked like the heroic spirit of the past, and she was sitting on the bed with a numb look on her face. She didn't show any reaction even after Tenraku walked in front of her. Although the girl's physical injuries have been healed, the mental damage caused by her belief's collapse cannot be recovered. As a pious believer, the fact that the Lord has died has caused an unimaginable blow to Zenovia. Becoming so decrepit because you know your belief's Lord is dead. Zenovia, is that all you have? Instead of saying any comforting words like Asia and Irina, Tenraku said sarcastically from a high position. The numb eyes finally flashed with a hint of fluctuation, and Zenovia stood up with a face of anger and grabbed Tenraku's clothes and said, "What would a devil know? Everything I am is for the Lord is dead and my life has no meaning." Feeling angry and painful, the girl almost roared. No one could understand how much pain she felt inside knowing the fact that the Lord had died. Zenovia-san. Irina and Asia had worried looks on their faces, but Tenraku was unconcerned, and a smile surfaced on his face. Since there is still anger and pain, then it means there is still salvation. What a silly cute guy. Is this how church brainwashed you since you were little? The Lord is indeed dead. This is an unchangeable fact. But even if he is dead, the world is still moving, and you are still alive. So, Zenovia, what does it matter even if the Lord is dead? Tenraku said with a smile while stroking the girl's face. Although Tenraku's voice was not loud, every single one of his words fell like a thunder strike in Zenovia's heart. No, without the Lord's guidance, Vu. Zenovia instinctively wanted to refute Tenraku's words, but she suddenly found that she couldn't refute it. Yes, it is clear that the Lord has died long ago, but the world is still moving, and they are still alive, so what is the difference between the Lord's death and him not being dead? Although she feels that what Tenraku said is reasonable, but it is contrary to the education and warnings she has received since childhood. Without the Lord, their lives would be meaningless, and without the Lord, the world would fall into primal chaos? Feeling pained and conflicted, Zenovia grabbed her head and shouted. Irina and Asia were ready to go forward to comfort her with a worried face, but they were stopped by a look from Tenraku. If you want to bring her back to life, then you must first let her destroy herself? Letting Zenovia scream and go crazy is one way to do that. The girl gradually calmed down after a long time, and after she had fully vented the frustration and helplessness in her heart. She was lying on the ground and panting, and her face had a blank expression on them. What should she do? What should she do? Seeing that the fire was about to come, Tenraku nodded and lifted the girl's chin. Zenovia, if you really need the Lord so much, then let me be your new Lord. If you really need belief so much, then let me be your new belief. I want to build a peaceful and radiance world. I want to build a world where everyone can be happy. Zenovia, if your life needs meaning, then come help me, and work with me to save this world that has lost its Lord. Tenraku's voice constantly reverberated in the room. Asia clasped her hands together while looking at Tenraku's pious face, while Irina next to her was blood-red, and her heart was secretly broken with someone's shamelessness. Tenraku, this villain, really dares to say something like this. He is obviously a big liar. At this time, Zenovia also looked at Tenraku with a blank expression on her face. But, in the blankness, she seemed to see a glimpse of radiance. Like a drowning child, a lamb in a stray direction, any hint of radiance at this time will make them frantically chase after it, and they would want to catch it. Think about it, Zenovia. I look forward to your choice. Tenraku smiled a little, but he said nothing more. He turned around and walked out of the room. Everything that needs to be done has been done, and the next step is to wait for Zenovia to make her own choice. It would be best if she could obediently submit to him. If not, then he would have to resort to other means. As his believer and tool, this is the destiny set by Tenraku for Zenovia, and no changes are allowed. When she came back to her senses, Tenraku had already walked out of the room, and Zenovia suddenly felt a sense of loss, and that great sense of emptiness and confusion came over her again. After taking a few deep breaths, Zenovia stood up, and then looked at Asia and Irina on the side. Irina, did you already know the fact that the Lord has died? Well, Tenraku told me a long time ago. So, Irina replied slightly cautiously, while Zenovia showed a self-deprecating smile. Obviously, the Lord had already died but the church had been deceiving them all the time. Zenovia suddenly developed deep anger and disgust towards the church to which she had been loyal. Whether they are angel or pope, they are all liars. Asia Argento, is this why you chose to believe Kamiya Tenraku? Zenovia asked as she looked at Asia again. Well, when I learned the truth about the Lord's death, I was as painful and sad as Zenovia-san. I lost the direction and meaning of life, but it was Tenraku-san who saved me at that time. He had inherited the Lord's will, he is gentle, loving, and great. If anyone can save this world without the Lord then I think that person must be Tenraku-san. So, Zenovia-san, you should join us too. Both Irina and Zenovia could see that there was no hypocrisy in Asia. Everything she said was from her heart. Irina was secretly surprised. What did the bad guy Tenraku do to brainwash a pious saintess like this? At the same time, Irina also secretly warned herself that she must not be brainwashed by the bad guy Tenraku. That absolutely cannot happen. And Zenovia on one side also took a deep look at Asia, and then she had already made a decision in her heart. I know what to do. Lord, please accept our confession and guide us to radiance. In the hall, under Rias and the other girls' eyes, Zenovia and Asia knelt down in front of Tenraku and prayed to their Lord. You are welcome to join us, Zenovia. Tenraku smiled brightly while touching Zenovia's face. This is really good. With this, he now has one more tool and believer bewildered by the pain of losing their Lord, seduced by someone's words, and angry at church for keeping the truth from them. In short, Zenovia fell into the arms of evil God just as Asia once did. No, for them now it's their God. As a girl with a stubborn head, since she became Tenraku's believer, Zenovia won't regret it. From now on, she will believe Tenraku. Although she was a little uncomfortable at the beginning, but with the new belief, there was no longer the feeling of emptiness and loss and it was as if her life had regained its meaning. Everyone, Zenovia will be one of us in the future. With Tenraku's announcement, Zenovia has officially become a member of the Kamiya family. Although Zenovia's attitude towards the women was not very friendly because of the different positions since everyone would be her companion in the future, the girls also abandoned their previous suspicions and warmly welcomed her, making Zenovia both ashamed and moved, and she became more determined in the fact that her choice is correct. Bad Tenraku, even Zenovia has been tricked by you, now you are happy. Looking at Zenovia who was being welcomed by the women, Irina stood beside Tenraku and said, I am very happy, not only did I get Zenovia but I also got Irina. Tenraku smiled while stroking the girl's lovely face. I didn't. With her cheeks flushing, Irina still wants to do her best to resist this bad guy. Speaking of Zenovia, she was not only deceived of her belief but she was deceived of her whole body and mind. It is because of this bad guy Tenraku. Lord, I plan to go back and officially leave the church, please allow me to do that. After getting familiar with everyone, Zenovia walked in front of Tenraku. Now she and Irina are both Church's holy sword wielders, so Zenovia also plans to go back and settle this issue, and then she will follow her new master wholeheartedly in the future. Of course, they don't have to go back to the Church's headquarters, they just need to go to a nearby town with a church and tell them that she and Irina are officially leaving the church. As for the Church's disagreement, it's none of their business. Just like Asia, you can call me by my name as a friend and companion. If you want to go, then go. I will wait for your return. Tenraku patted Zenovia on the shoulder and laughed. Yes. Zenovia and Irina returned to the church while Tenraku, Rias, and the other girls continued their campus life. Although the school was in ruins not long ago, and the entire town was almost destroyed, the teenagers and girls on the campus are still jogging, copying homework, and playing games. This is the happiness of the ignorant. Rias, what are you doing? In occult research club, Tenraku asked as he saw Rias frowning and writing something from time to time. I'm writing a report on our occult research club's activities. Rias replied helplessly while rubbing her forehead. The activity report, didn't you just need to hand it to Sana? Each department has to submit an activity report of its own department to the student council. Even Tenraku's Kendo club is no exception to this, but that kind of stuff is just fine. Tenraku remembers that Rias should have submitted it with him. Not from human world side, but from devil side. As a pure-blooded devil, Rias originally had to go to the school where Underworld superior devil often goes, and now she only stays on the human world side as a special international student. And if she can't get the credits she had to get at the QA Academy then she will be forced to return to the Underworld. Kendo explained with a light smile as she brought Tenraku and Rias their tea. Tenraku nodded and understood. Underworld has various controls on the scarce number of pure-blooded devils, and Rias is one of them. Mixed breed and reincarnated devils like Tenraku and Kendo do not have these restrictions. First it was the marriage contract, and then it was cockabile. Recently, and lately, there has been absolutely no time to do activity research. Woo, why do I have to write these pesky reports? Holding her hair, Rias looked like a kid who hated homework at this time. The depressed and cute look made Tenraku and Kendo laugh. It's decided, I have to ask for help. Tenraku, come with me to meet someone this afternoon. It seems that Rias had decided something as she spoke to Tenraku. After school, Tenraku, Carlamine, and Ceres walked towards the Kendo club. Although he had agreed to Rias' request to meet someone, it was not yet the agreed time, so Tenraku planned to come here first to guide the girls' swordsmanship. But Kaiku, club president, please, once. Kaiku-sama, club president, this is our lives request, please show us. The corners of Tenraku's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the young girls who were begging him instead of practicing swordsmanship, but in the end, he sighed and did not refuse, just once. After this, all of you should properly practice swordsmanship. Yay! Seeing that Tenraku finally agreed to their request and others, the girls cheered in unison. Shaking his head in amusement, Tenraku then used his sacred gear's power with the expectant faces of the young girls and transforms himself into the form of the armor of the Red Dragon Emperor. Ah! The girls were all excited and their eyes were aglow with excitement. This is the formidable and handsome figure that they have been obsessed with since they saw it once. As soon as he arrived at Kendo Club, he was asked by the girls to show them again, and Tenraku couldn't refuse because they were all his lovely members. It took a long time for Tenraku to finally get out, and they had said that it was just a look, but these girls couldn't stop when they were excited. It was almost the time to meet Rias. Tenraku asked Carlamine and Ceres to guide the girls' swordsmanship on his behalf, and he left Kendo Club amidst the girls' complaints. "WWW partner, you betrayed me, you betrayed me." In his sea of spirit, Drake was constantly wailing. You heard it right, the Red Dragon Emperor Drake, one of the two heavenly dragons, was wailing. Hey, Drake, isn't it just being touched by a group of girls, why are you doing that? Even Tenraku couldn't help being speechless for a while. Isn't Drake being too shy in this regard? Isn't it just being touched on the armor? What's the big deal? What for? The armor is like my body, partner, what would happen if you were touched by a group of men? The sound was thunderous as Drake said in grief and indignation. If you are a man, you will definitely feel sick, and I will never let that happen, but you. Tenraku suddenly realized something, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Drake, are you a female dragon? Tenraku asked tentatively while holding his breath. Have I ever said that I am a male dragon? Drake roared back. Dumbfounded, even Tenraku couldn't help but open his mouth wide. One of the legendary two heavenly dragons, the Red Dragon Emperor Drake, who has frightened countless people, turned out to be a female dragon? Although no one has ever clearly determined the gender of the heavenly dragons, this fact is too shocking. Drake, your old enemy Albion won't be a... Thinking of something, Tenraku hurriedly asked. Albion is also a female dragon. Okay, Tenraku thinks that he really knows something incredible. The two heavenly dragons are female dragons? During the end period of the ancient war, two dragons appeared on the battlefield of the three forces and fought against each other in the sky. And as a result, the three major forces of fallen angels, angel, and devils had to come to a temporary truce and jointly attack the two dragons. The two dragons that were interrupted by the battle were very upset, so they attacked the three powers in their anger. As a result, the three powers suffered heavy losses. The two dragons' physical bodies and were shattered by the leaders of the three powers and their souls were sealed into two sacred gears which were then gifted to humans. But even after that, the two dragons never stopped fighting. They met and fought countless times through the medium of human beings. And the true identity of these two dragons are the two heavenly dragons in the legend. Red Dragon Emperor Drake and White Dragon Sovereign Albion? They have a fierce reputation and they also do the kind of evil that makes the gods and demons angry, but who would have thought that the so-called two heavenly dragon would be two female berserker dragons? If this news gets out, I wonder how many people's jaws will drop in shock. It's not that the two heavenly dragons can't be female dragons, but they are too far from the image they have always given to other people. Even Tenraku has always subconsciously regarded Drake as a male dragon, and never thought that she would be a female dragon. It is difficult to distinguish a male from a female with the name of dragon race. In order to maintain the sense of majesty, the voice of dragons also seems neutral or even masculine. As a result, this kind of subconscious misunderstanding is caused over time. Knowing that the two heavenly dragons are female dragons, even Tenraku couldn't help but feel a little shocked. No wonder Drake's reaction to being touched by the girls under the armor was so great, except for those who seek true love. Whoever is touched by the same sex will be quite disgusted. Tenraku felt very sympathetic to Drake and he reassures her in his sea of spirits. Tenraku assured Drake that no one else would touch her armor in the future and he even used the usual methods for dealing with girls on Drake. The effect was surprisingly good. Although there were still some complaints, Drake finally calmed down. Tenraku couldn't help but sigh out in relief. This is really a female dragon. Tenraku, what's wrong with you? No, it's nothing. Hearing Rias' voice, Tenraku came back to his senses and saw the girl looking at him in the front. Tenraku thought secretly in his heart, the news that the heavenly dragons are female dragons or something can easily trigger gossip, so it shouldn't be spread out and know it by others. I have made an appointment with that person, let's go now. A trace of doubt flashed in Rias' eyes, but she didn't ask much. According to Rias, she had to submit a research report on demonic being Orikai in order to obtain credits from Underworld school, but she had lost a lot of time because of the things that had happened, so it was too late to do it again from scratch. So she had to ask someone who was familiar with demonic being Orikai to help her, and it so happens that there is such a person in Kua Academy. Having agreed to meet with each other, Tenraku and Rias came to the school tennis court together. It seems that the one Rias is looking for is here. Thump thump. The sound of tennis rackets came from the court, and girls in short clothes were sweating and practicing their skills in the court, and the running and jumping movements made the short skirts flutter from time to time, revealing a slight underside and showing an infinite reverie scenery. Suddenly he felt a pain in his waist. Tenraku gasped and turned to see Rias beaming at him. Tenraku, do they look good? Rias, do you really think of me like that? Tenraku replied silently while feeling wronged. Although Tenraku is not a gentleman who sits on his feet, but at least he has enjoyed Rainare and Yubelina, the best of the best, so how could he be tempted by such a small temptation? Who knows what you are thinking? Rias blushed and let go of her hand, but she still gently rubbed Tenraku's arm. Tenraku was amused. This grammary princess really gets jealous in these aspects from time to time. It's Rias-sama and Tenraku-sama? No one knows who yelled, but the girls who were practicing their skills also found Tenraku and Rias. Both Tenraku and Rias are the idols of the school, and if Rias is the most popular in the school, Tenraku is the most popular among the girls in the school. This kind of big man who is usually difficult to get close to has come here. The girls didn't even care about practicing as they all gathered around them with joy and excitement. Whether they knew each other or not, Tenraku and Rias smiled and greeted the girls. Both of them were very proficient in dealing with such scenes. Good day, Rias-san, it's really rare for you to come to our side too. A passage was opened in the crowd, and then a young girl walked towards Tenraku and Rias with a smile on her face. It was a beautiful girl with chestnut-colored curly hair and a graceful and noble aura that made it clear that she was not the child of an ordinary family. It seems that because she had just played tennis, she was wiping the sweat from her forehead. Tenraku also has a slight impression of this girl. If he remembers it correctly, she is also like him and Rias, who are in the 3rd grade, and she is also Kaiko, club president, of tennis club. Her name seems to be Abe Kiyom. As stated in the previous correspondence, there are some things I need to ask for your help this time, Kiyom-san. Rias also replied with a smile without losing her temperament. I see. Come with me. Kiyom nodded and said as this was not a place to talk, she told the other members to continue with their practice and took Tenraku and Rias to the tennis club activity room. Although it is an activity room, it is decorated very luxuriously and it looks no worse than the occult research club and the student council. Tenraku and Rias were left to their own devices, while Abe Kiyom went into the adjacent bathroom. They had to sit patiently on the sofa and wait, and then 2 young girls served hot tea to Tenraku and Rias. It might not be appropriate to say that they are girls, because one of the girls has bird-like wings and bird-like claws on her feet, while the other girl's upper body is human, but the lower body is that of a snake. There is no doubt that these 2 girls are demonic being, and Tenraku also found a figure hiding behind the corner cowardly and peeking at them. If he is not mistaken, that would be a snow-colored gorilla, right? Kiyom-san is from a famous family of familiars. Not only does she have a good understanding of various demonic beings, but she also has contracts with many demonic beings. She is the one who can help me complete the activity report this time. While tasting the hot tea, Rias explained while Tenraku didn't say much. He had just followed Rias to take a look and there was no need for him to say anything. Finally, under the waiting of Tenraku and Rias, Abe Kiyom washed her body and walked out of the bathroom putting on a formal suit. Abe Kiyom walked over, and then sat down opposite to Tenraku and Rias in a graceful posture. Sorry for the wait, Rias-san. Don't worry about it, it's us who come here to disturb you. The 2 spoke politely and then Abe Kiyom's gaze fell on Tenraku. Is this Tenraku-kun? I have heard about you too. The son of Miracle from the Phoenix family, Rias' fiancé, and the Red Dragon Emperor. Even among my members, many people admire you. I am Abe Kiyom, the daughter of the magical servant Abe family. Please take care of me. Abe Kiyom extended a jade hand to Tenraku as her jewel-like eyes kept looking at him, seemingly interested in him. Pleased to meet you, Kiyom-san. Tenraku nodded while holding the girl's hand. Now then, please tell me what Rias-san and Tenraku-san have come here for. The pleasantries ended, and Abe Kiyom put away her smile and spoke with a serious look on her face. I need Kiyom-san's help for a number of reasons. Can I interview you as the envoys of demonic beings? It would be nice if you could tell a little more about the people you're working on. Rias said please after explaining the reason to Abe Kiyom in general. So that's it. I refuse. Nodding with a dazed look on her face, the young girl refused without thinking about it. Can't you think about it, Kiyom-san? Rias had a speechless look on her face as Kiyom rejected her so simply. Why do I have to tell the devils about me? Although I am very grateful to you for accepting me into this school, it doesn't mean I would speak about myself to you. Demonic beings are the most important thing for us. How can we easily reveal information to you? Abe Kiyom replied without hesitation. She did not compromise even though she knew the identity of the person she was facing. I also know it's a bit hard, but as a reward, how about a favor from me? Not caring about the other party's attitude, Rias continued to negotiate calmly. You are quite self-conscious, Rias-san. Although one of your favors is really exciting, it will not be good for me to get involved with you because of it. I usually keep a distance from even the President-sama of the House of Phenex. After all, I am dealing with the devils, and if I am not careful then my soul will be taken away. Stroking her lips with a light smile, Abe Kiyom's tone had a faint hint of teasing in it. Kiyom-san, is there no room for further discussion? I will definitely pay you a handsome reward. The other side has already shown her their attitude and Rias also cannot help but put on a helpless expression on her face to make a last effort. Well, it's actually not impossible. How about this? Simple transactions are also very boring. How about this, Rias-san? You and I and my demonic beings will have a tennis duel and the winning side will listen to whatever the other side says. Abe Kiyomi proposed with a twinkle in her eye, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It seems like fun, and I'm also a little confident in my tennis skills. If I win, I will ask Kiyomi-san to accept an interview to help me finish my research paper. But what do you want if you win? Rias was also interested in Abe Kiyomi's proposal, but the other party obviously had an ulterior motive, and Rias would not be foolish enough to agree before finding out. Era, you have found out. If I win, then let the Red Dragon Emperor be my servant. Abe Kiyomi said her purpose as she looked at Tenraku. The whole room was quiet, and Tenraku, who heard this, was also amused. This girl even wanted to make him her servant or something. This big miss really dared to think too big? Kiyomi-san, you must be joking, right? There was a smile on Rias' face, but her body exuded a terrifying aura. This girl wanted Tenraku as her servant. She couldn't ignore such a bold and rude remark as if she hadn't heard it. Don't worry, I'm not so arrogant as to really want to take the legendary Red Dragon Emperor as a servant. I am just saying I want him as my servant for a day, just for a day, and I won't do anything excessive. The Red Dragon Emperor can also be regarded as a demonic being, and it's the top one, so I am very interested in it. Abe Kiyomi explained with passion burning in her eyes. This girl was really blunt, but Rias still shook her head and said, "No, we cannot agree to such a condition." Just as Tenraku did not use Rias' happiness as a bet for rating game, Rias would not use Tenraku as a bargaining chip for any competition. It's not a question of winning or losing. That's a shame. If Rias-san can't accept it, then there's nothing I can do from my side. Abe Kiyomi looked regretful as she spoke. Excuse us, Kiyomi-san, we will leave now. Since Rias was no longer able to negotiate, then she didn't plan to say anything more, so she was planning to leave with Tenraku. However, it was at that moment. Wait a minute, Rias. Tenraku called out to Rias, and then he looked at Abe Kiyomi again. Kiyomi-san, we agreed to your terms. Tenraku, Rias was stunned when she heard Tenraku's words, but Abe Kiyomi's eyes lit up, and a winning smile appeared on her face. Tenraku-san, have you really considered it carefully? If you lose, you will be my servant for a day. Abe Kiyomi reminded with a smile while covering her lips. If we lose, you can call me whatever you want. But if we win, please help Rias in completing her research report. Tenraku also smiled and replied without backing down. Then it's a deal? Seeing that Tenraku had reached an agreement with Abe Kiyomi, Rias was both touched and somewhat chastised at heart. Tenraku, I will think of another way. You don't need this. Time is running out, isn't it? To complete the report, you must get the help of Kiyomi-san. If you don't want me to be someone else's servant, then try hard to win the competition. Tenraku smiled carelessly while stroking Rias' bright red hair. Feeling warm currents flowing from her head, Rias sighed helplessly, and then the expression on her face became firm. I know, in the indoor court of tennis club, Tenraku and Rias were facing off against Abe Kiyomi and her demonic being. There are 4 of us, Rias-san, so why don't you go and find 2 more companions as well? Abe Kiyomi said with a confident face as she once again changed into a short outfit for sports. If it's a competition of magic and fighting, then she's definitely no match for Rias and Tenraku, but if it's a tennis match, then she's not afraid of anyone. I will call Kendo and Konako over. Don't bother, Rias. Tenraku snapped his fingers, and several clouds of water appeared in the air, then coalesced to form Undine Queen's figure. Elf Undine of Water. No, this aura is Undine's queen. Recognizing Undine Queen's identity, Abe Kiyomi couldn't help but look shocked. As expected of Tenraku-san, Undine's queen is actually your familiar. Abe Kiyomi sighed and said as she tried to calm herself down. Even the ordinary Undine is already a rare demonic being, not to mention Undine's queen. This level of familiar is rare even in their Abe family. Kiyomi-san has already let her familiar participate in the battle, so I'll let my own familiar come out and have some fun. You have no problem with that, right? Tenraku said with a light smile on his face. Since Undine's queen is Tenraku-san's familiar, then naturally, it's fine, but even so you're still 1 short. While she admits to being surprised by Tenraku's familiar, Abe Kiyomi is still confident on her side, as tennis doesn't always get better with more power. Originally, Tenraku intended to let Rias summon her familiar, but Rias' familiar had been sent out by her to do other things. In desperation, Tenraku could only look at Undine Queen again. Undine. Yes, master. Tenraku shouted, and the Undine Queen immediately complied. Several streams of water separated from the floating belt behind the Undine Queen and then transformed into another Undine Queen which looked exactly the same. Using water and magic power to make a clone of her is a breeze for Undine Queen. Kiyomi-san, is it all right now? Although it would be considered as cheating, but I guess you guys pass. Now I will explain the instructions for the competition, using the rule of 4 vs 4 2 out of 3 games, 1 doubles, and 2 singles. There is no restriction except that the use of magic is forbidden in the competition. Do you understand? The rules were very simple, and both Rias and Tenraku nodded their heads to indicate that they had no problems. Then, let's start now. The first game, Christy, you go? A successful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth as Abe Kiyomi sent out her first player. Thump thump thump. Roar. The snow-colored gorilla with a bow tie stepped onto the court, looking a bit timid at first, but as soon as she picked up the huge racket, she seemed to burn up with confidence. Christy is said to be a kind of demonic being called Yukiana, and also a female among Yukiana, but how she looks is far from the Yukiana Tenraku had imagined. I'll take the first game. Rias walked onto the court while swinging the racket to find the right feel. Wow, Rias-san is on for the first game? Christy, let that devil princess have a good look at your power? Ho ho ho. At the order of her master, the Yukiana gorilla responded loudly, then flung the ball up and made a flapping motion. She obviously looks so clumsy, but her movements are quite skillful. Presumably, Abe has trained her familiars. The moment the tennis ball was hit by the huge racket, the ball, which was originally the size of a fist, turned into a head-sized puck and shot towards Rias' half of the court with a hiss like a cannonball. Boom! What Rias was caught off guard and a loud bang was heard on the court as a layer of ice-blue mist suddenly filled the entire stadium. If it hadn't been for the ground that had been strengthened by magic in advance, I'm afraid that this blow would have been enough to smash half of the stadium where Rias was located. Hey, Kiyomi-san, your familiar fouled, right? The rules only forbid the use of magic, but Christie's freezing is her natural ability, so it's not considered a foul. Tenraku protested loudly, while Abe Kiyomi smiled treacherously. Well, Tenraku has nothing to say to that. According to the opponent's statement, it is indeed not a foul, so I was set up right from the start. But that's not enough to beat me. With a flash of color in her beautiful eyes, Rias also tossed the ball into the air and smashed it. Even though she couldn't use magic, as a pure-blooded superior devil, Rias' physical strength alone was no worse than these demonic beings. Boom, boom, HNG. It doesn't look like a tennis match anymore. The little tennis ball is like a cannonball being shot around by Rias and Yukiana gorilla. The whole court was filled with the sound of HNG. Finally, with a powerful smash from Rias, the Yukiana was hit in the head by the reflected tennis ball and fell to the ground with a dazed look on her face. Christy, are you okay? WWW. Damn Rias, you have won this round. HHH, okay then. Under Abe Kiyomi's gritted teeth, the first game ended with Rias' victory. Bye, come on. In the second game, Abe Kiyomi sent two other familiars of her own, a winged girl named Pai and a snake girl from the Lamian clan. Undine, you guys go too. The second game was a double and Tenraku also sent out the Undine Queen and her clone. Yes, master. In response, the Undine Queen and her clone walked onto the court together. Even Undine's queen is fearless. Be sure to dedicate the victory to Kiyomi-sama. They are all loyal familiars and the winged girl named Pai and the snake girl of the Lamiya clan both had determined expressions on their faces. This time the duel was finally not as violent as the previous one, and Tenraku was looking forward to it. As his familiar, the Undine Queen is excellent in every aspect, and Tenraku trusts her very much. As long as they win this game, they will have the chance to win. However, master, I lost. It didn't take long for the Undine Queen to return to Tenraku with an ashamed look on her face. If it was a competition of magic or other aspects, the Undine Queen could have crushed the two familiar girls with one hand tied behind her back, but because the competition was tennis, the Undine Queen was crushed by the two familiar girls. No matter how strong she is, she doesn't even understand the most basic rules of the game, and she hit his ball on her own court several times. It's not your fault, it's all my fault, I didn't think about it. Tenraku slapped his forehead, while Rias and Abe Kiyomi were holding their stomachs and tears were almost coming out of their eyes because of laughing. The Undine Queen's clumsy skills are so fun to watch. Letting Undine attach herself back to his body, Tenraku also picked up her racket and walked onto the court. Now it's one win, one loss, so hell finish this last game. Oh Tenraku-san, just wait until you become my subordinate servant, I will definitely love you well. With one hand on her hip, Abe Kiyomi spoke as she pointed at Tenraku with a racket in her hand. Who Kiyomi-san, do you think you've already beaten me? Tenraku laughed as he was amused by the confident big miss. I'm super confident when it comes to tennis. Even if Tenraku-san is the legendary Red Dragon Emperor, there's no way I can lose. Abe Kiyomi was as confident as a proud peacock and did not look modest at all. Then let's wait and see, don't cry later when you lose. Nodding. The smile on Tenraku's face grew stronger, while Rias on the other side covered her forehead. Although the competition hasn't started yet, she could almost see the end. The eyes of the two people in the field met and a trace of electric light exploded in the air, and the final duel had finally begun. With a soft cry, Abe Kiyomi takes the lead to serve. The little tennis ball was thrown into the air and then slapped by the girl's racket. Whether it's the takeoff action or the strength of the serve, everything is perfect. It's no wonder that this big miss is so confident. It can be seen from this simple serve that her skills are indeed far better than ordinary people. Although he admired her in his heart, Tenraku didn't forget to move his hand and swiped the racket before hitting the tennis ball back. Speaking of which, Tenraku is not very good at tennis, he only knows how to play, and he is no match for Abe Kiyomi. But Tenraku's body, which has been refined for many years, is 18 blocks ahead of his opponents in terms of strength, speed, and nerve reaction. These basic advantages have easily made up for Tenraku's technical shortcomings. The two played against each other for more than 10 rounds. Abe Kiyomi finally caught Tenraku's flaw, and a smash hit the ball to the dead corner of Tenraku's side. With a beautiful curve at the corner of her mouth, the girl seemed to see victory beckoning to her. Even though it was just a tennis match, it was a pleasure to trample the legendary Red Dragon Emperor under her feet. However, she couldn't remain happy for too long, as in the next moment something unbelievable happened to Abe Kiyomi. She saw Tenraku turned around with one hand on the ground and slapped the tennis ball back at her from a blind spot in a way that is impossible for a normal person to do. Lie. The tennis ball brushed from the girl's ear and landed on the backcourt. Only then did Abe Kiyomi come back to her senses. That was dangerous. Kiyomi-san, are you okay? Tenraku smiled authentically with a scared expression on his face. I am fine, let's continue. Abe Kiyomi replied bitterly while gritting her teeth. Luck, it must have been just luck. The damn Kamiya Tenraku, that damn Red Dragon Emperor, the real competition is only starting now, wait for it? Abe Kiyomi was so proud that she didn't believe that she would lose to someone else in her tennis skills, so she thought that she would make Tenraku feel lost in the next match. However, what the girl never expected was that what started next was not a real competition, but her nightmare? Obviously, every time she caught Tenraku's flaws and thought that she had the chance to win, Tenraku always fought back at the last second and caught her off guard. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points until the end of the competition, she didn't even win a single point. If she still can't see that the other party is fooling her, then she really would be a fool? WWYO bullied me? Sitting paralyzed on the ground, the big miss of Abe's family no longer had the self-confidence and arrogance from before, she was actually bullied and cried by some wicked bad guy? Kiyomi-sama? Kiyomi's familiars rushed over to comfort her, and Rias also looked at someone with an aversion and speechlessness. Tenraku, bullying a girl is not something a gentleman would do. Ahem, I didn't hold back because it felt interesting. With a soft cough, Tenraku was also a little embarrassed. It is indeed a bit too much to make the big miss of a famous family cry. Kiyomi-san, I apologize to you, please forgive me. Tenraku walked up to Abe Kiyomi and apologized. No, I want to remember for the rest of my life that you bullied me. The girl glared at Tenraku relentlessly with tears in her eyes. If Tenraku had just won, then it would have been fine, but he made a fool of herself, and now she thinks she would always look like a fool. For Abe Kiyomi, who has always been arrogant in her heart, this is definitely a shame that she will remember for the rest of her life. Rias looked like she couldn't help him, and Tenraku rubbed his forehead helplessly, thinking that women are really vindictive creatures. Although it is difficult to deal with such an angry and vindictive miss, but it is not impossible for Tenraku. Kiyomi-san, are you sure you don't want to forgive me? No, absolutely not. Tenraku confirmed it again, and Abe Kiyomi answered without hesitation. This hateful Red Dragon Emperor Kamiya Tenraku dare to fool me like that. I will hate you for the rest of my life? Then there is no other way. Tenraku signed, and he seemed to have decided something, and then under the stunned looks of Rias and several familiar girls, Tenraku leaned down and lifted Abe Kiyomi's chin. Kiyomi-san, I think you have forgotten something. I am the Red Dragon Emperor, no one can refuse my request. So, now, I command you, forgive me. Tenraku spoke with an extremely domineering and authentic tone. Both Rias and Abe Kiyomi looked dumbfounded, wondering if they had heard it wrong. What did Tenraku say, asking Abe Kiyomi to forgive him, in such a domineering and commanding tone? Is there a mistake? According to the normal reaction, Abe Kiyomi directly wanted to slap this self-righteous guy back. However, she didn't dare. At this moment, Tenraku exudes that cold and majestic aura, and it was as if the red heavenly dragon bathed in flames is looking down at her. It was like she was an ant facing God. When would she remember grievances and resentment? The girl's heart is only filled with endless awe and panic. I know. Although she is from a famous family, but in the end, she is just a little willful big miss, and Abe Kiyomi couldn't help but say when she saw the domineering aura of the Red Dragon Emperor. And at the moment when Abe Kiyomi compromised. Kiyomi-san, you said it yourself, even if you are a girl, you can't take back your word. The moment the aura dissipated, Tenraku had a bright smile on his face, and that cold and majestic look just went away. Looking at Tenraku with a blank expression on her face, Abe Kiyomi suddenly understood something. She seemed to have been fooled again. You. Tears can't help but play in her eyes again as she cursed Kamiya Tenraku in her heart. Alright, Kiyomi-san, it was just a joke just now. I sincerely apologize to you. How about this? Although I can't be your servant, if Kiyomi-san needs anything in the future, and as long as it's within my power and not too much, then I will help you. Abe Kiyomi, who was about to have a fit, stopped after hearing Tenraku's words and looked at Tenraku with some suspicion as she wiped her tears. Really, you are not lying to me? If it's true as Tenraku said, then it's not impossible for her to forgive him. This is the promise made by the Red Dragon Emperor, and it is naturally true, Tenraku promised as he nodded his head. Since you said that, then, I will forgive you. After thinking about it, Abe Kiyomi finally made a choice. She blamed herself for being too self-confident, and the other party just teased her a little bit. Compared with the promise of the Red Dragon Emperor, her little bit of resentment can't even be compared. Thank you very much, Kiyomi-san. But it's also true that you lost the match, so I will ask you to help Rias. Losing is losing, and I'll keep my promise. That's good. The purpose of this trip has been achieved, and it is getting late. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Abe Kiyomi, Tenraku, and Rias also offered their farewells. As for agreeing to help Rias complete the research report, the two women also agreed on a time, but that was the girl's own business. Kiyomi-sama, that Red Dragon Emperor is terrible. After Tenraku and Rias left, the winged girl spoke with a frightened expression on her face. He is quite good. No one knew what the girl was thinking, but a blush suddenly appeared on her face. Although he is a bit domineering and hateful, He is unexpectedly not that annoying. It was almost night when Tenraku and Rias returned home, but Tenraku was surprised to see that Zenovia and Irina had also returned. They were talking to everyone, and when they saw that Tenraku was back, the two women quickly walked towards him. Zenovia, Irina, have you taken care of everything? Yes, we have officially left the church. Those guys didn't do something to you, right? Tenraku couldn't help but laugh a little as he spoke. It wouldn't have mattered if it was some ordinary believer, but the two girls are both holy sword wielders trained by the church. The people in the church won't let them simply leave, right? Those guys actually wanted us to hand over Excalibur and Durndal, and they convicted me and Zenovia and wanted to kill us. We got back after we taught them a lesson. I will never forget the way they looked at me when I said I was leaving the church. Irina spoke with a disdainful expression on her face while Zenovia had a sad expression on her face and there was some pain in her eyes. Although she had decided to treat Tenraku as her new master and she will follow Tenraku in the future, Zenovia still retains some feelings for church. After all, she grew up in the church, and there are also many of her friends and partners there. But what Zenovia never expected was that after all she had done for church, when she said she wanted to leave church, the attitude of her so-called friends and partners immediately changed. Disgust, indifference, disgust. The look in their eyes when looking at her was as if they were looking at a depraved, disgusting cockroach. The so-called friendship and bond broke so simply, which made Zenovia feel a little unbelievable, but at the same time, she felt pain and uneasy in her heart. Zenovia, no matter what the others do, but we will never abandon you. Forget about the bad things in the past. From now on, you just have to be your true self. Tenraku stroked the girl's face as he spoke while silently giving a thumbs up to those church guys. Yes, master. Zenovia nodded back while feeling that her last trace of attachment to church has disappeared. Since they don't care about her anymore, then why should she care about them? From now on, she will forget everything in the past and just follow the Lord with all her heart. Did you forget it again? I told you to call me by my name. Yes, Lord God, Tenraku. Tenraku lightly knocked the girl on the head and Zenovia also showed a hint of blush on her face. Such an expression is rare to see on Zenovia's face, which drew a chaste laugh from the women on one side. Malayu, Burant, prepare a sumptuous meal for the evening. Yes, Master Tenraku. Well, I'll come along, too, and let you guys try my cooking once in a while. In the evening, in Tenraku's room, flopping onto the bed, Irina was panting in a dazed expression on her face and she looked as if she was about to break. In addition to Irina, there are also Mai, Tusca, Ubelina, Rainare, Middled, and Kala Warner. Several of them seemed to have passed out. Irina, thank you for your hospitality. Tenraku's voice sounded in Irina's ears as he hugged her from behind. Bad guy Tenraku, if Otosama finds out then you would have to take responsibility. Turning her head back with some difficulty, Irina looked sadly at a certain evil person who was close at hand and spoke in a low voice. If Otosama knew that not only did she leave the church, but also did such a depraved and evil thing with Tenraku, he would be so angry that he would beat her to death. Don't worry, I will take care of everything on Uncle Shida's side. Irina just needs to be my wife. Tenraku comforted Irina while gently stroking her hair. Okay. Naturally, Irina has absolute trust in Tenraku, and she slightly closed her eyes and showed a peaceful look on her face. Both of them stopped talking and rested for a while, until Irina. Want to do it again? No, I already. The next day, early in the morning, Tenraku sat up while yawning. Seeing the naked bodies of the snow-white girls around him, Tenraku rubbed his forehead and was slightly speechless. This kind of thing really couldn't be stopped after it started. He is really getting more and more degenerate. After finally breaking away from the bodies, Tenraku dressed and decided to go for a long-lost morning exercise. If he wants to continue such a depraved life then he has to improve himself as he won't be able to do it without power. He greeted Malaya, Burant, and Asia who were preparing breakfast for everyone. Tenraku came to the training ground, but it seemed that someone had already come here first. Konako-chan? Konako was training her boxing skills and she stopped when she heard Tenraku's voice. Tenraku-san, Konako spoke while walking towards Tenraku. Konako-chan training so hard. Are you interested in training with me? Tenraku smiled and spoke while touching the girl's head. It's been a while since Konako moved here with Rias and Akeno, and Tenraku has been paying attention to this girl, and both of them have become accustomed to this level of closeness. Yes. Konako turned her head to look at Tenraku for a while before she nodded. They came together in the middle of the training ground and Konako took a fighting stance while Tenraku moved his arms and legs, and then confronted the girl. Aren't you going to use your sword and the power of the Red Dragon Emperor? Konako couldn't help asking as she saw that Tenraku didn't seem to plan to use his sword skills and Sacred Gear's abilities. It's just training, don't take it seriously. And in order to adapt to the Red Dragon Emperor's fighting style, I also want to improve my physical skills, so I leave myself in Konako-chan's hands. Tenraku chuckled and replied. It wasn't that he was looking down on her or anything but he really thought so. The power of the Red Dragon Emperor is suitable for all kinds of melee killings. It would be of great benefit to Tenraku if he could improve his fist and kick skills. Without saying anything, Konako took the lead in action as she stepped on her foot and shot at Tenraku like a cannonball. Boom! The heavy muffled sound is obviously coming from a petite fist that contained huge power. Without the help of any Sacred Gear's ability to block the girl's attack, even Tenraku felt his arms getting numb. Tenraku signed in admiration in his heart. She is worthy of being Rias Rook? Again. With an expressionless reminder, Konoko's other fist struck Tenraku again. With a sharp flash, Tenraku's eyes also erupted with a strong battle intent and a fist greeted the girl's attack. Two fists, one big and one small, hit each other in the air, and then, boom! In the training ground, Tenraku and Konoko were fiercely fighting against each other. As Rias Rook and with the inherited bloodline of the Nikoshou clan, Tujou Konoko's one-of-a-kind physical skills are extremely good, and even Tenraku has to make full-powered attacks without using his swordsmanship and sacred gears to contend against her. The fighting spirit of both parties is high. In the battle with the girl, Tenraku's body art is also rapidly improving. Ha! With a loud shout, Tenraku's fist wrapped in spirit chi ruthlessly struck at the girl. HNG. The air wailed like a blast, and even though Konoko had crossed her arms in front of her to resist this attack, she still paled and her whole body flew out. Tenraku's expression changed as his figure flashed, and he quickly caught the girl who was about to hit the ground. Sorry, Konoko-chan, are you okay? Tenraku spoke with an apologetic expression on her face as he hugged the girl. Although Konoko's physique is very good, it is still too far from Tenraku's level. It was good at first, but with the fierce battle, the girl's physical strength was unable to keep up with him. I'm fine, Konoko replied indifferently while shaking her head. Because of the fierce battle, the girl was feeling a little faint, and there was a trace of sweat on her body, but there was not the slightest odor and the sweat intensified the fragrance of her body. Although she is usually very quiet and doesn't have many expressions, there is no doubt that Konoko is a very cute girl. Her delicate face seemed to have carved out after the artist has spent his life's energy. Her cuteness is definitely a deadly weapon. Looking at the girl that exhaled some air from her soft lips, even Tenraku could not help but feel a warmth in his heart, and then he lowered his head to kiss the girl. Woo! Eyes opened wide, it was as if Konoko was struck by thunder. She wanted to push Tenraku away, but the strange attack made the girl's entire body go soft. She was unable to resist it and even her eyes gradually became dazed. Konoko-chan. Tenraku-san. After a long time, the two of them stared at each other, and the atmosphere became ambiguous before that. However, at this moment, Tenraku, Era, Tenraku, and Konoko have been found out. One doesn't need to guess who the owner of the two voices is. Konoko's face is bloody red, and she buried herself in Tenraku's shoulder. Tenraku's heartbeat also quickened as he stiffly turned his head. Rias, Akeno, you are my fiancé and you already have so many girls and I can't believe that you won't even let Konoko go. Tenraku, you greedy big sex fiend? Pacing back and forth in the room, Rias huffed and puffed as she berated someone while Akeno was comforting Konoko with a look of watching a good show. Although she has signed a marriage contract with Tenraku, Rias also understands that Tenraku will never be the type to only has one woman. Whether it is Ubelina and Tusca, his peerage, or the fallen angels, Rias has always turned a blind eye to these things. But with more and more women coming into Tenraku's room every night, it's impossible for Rias not to have a thought. And when she saw that this guy's claws were reaching out to Konoko, Rias finally exploded. With a sigh, Tenraku was also speechless. He actually did that kind of thing in a ghostly manner. Fortunately, he was seen by Rias, even if the girl was angry. Now Tenraku is faced with two choices, either he apologizes and promises Rias that he will never do this kind of thing again, or to dominate Rias and make her shut up. Although the first one is the choice that a good man should make, Tenraku directly discarded this choice. Seemingly deciding on something, he took a step towards Rias. Rias, what do you want to do? Looking at Tenraku's serious appearance, Rias subconsciously panicked a little. Without any intention to explain, Tenraku directly lifted Rias' chin and then blocked the young girl's lips. The good man and the good choice can go to hell with everything. He is a devil. He will let Rias shut up in an obedient manner? Woo. Rias' beautiful eyes widened as she struggled constantly, but she couldn't move because of Tenraku's powerful arms, so she could only let the bad guy bully her in shame and annoyance. Rias, have you lost your temper? Tenraku laughed as he asked while his lips parted. No, not at all. Rias replied angrily while staring at him in a shy manner. Without saying anything, Tenraku once again arrogantly kissed the girl's lips. What now? Don't think I will forgive you this way. Oh, do you want to continue? I won't give in. Woo. Rias, please continue to work hard. You. Time and time again, even though Rias resisted fiercely at first, but afterward, she gradually became confused and could only be manipulated by Tenraku. Are you still angry, Rias? Tenraku smiled as he looked at the limp form of the girl in his arms. Woo. Rias wanted to say something but her tongue was numb and she couldn't even speak. I don't understand what Rias is saying at all. If Rias is still angry then I will have to continue. With a sigh, Tenraku made a gesture that he wanted to continue his previous actions. No, not angry, I am not angry anymore. Rias finally said with some difficulty while constantly shaking her head. She was really scared of this guy. No matter how much angry she was, this guy would suck it away. Seeing the girl's sad but compelling look, a triumphant smile appeared on Tenraku's face while Akeno and Konoko on one side looked away in unison. She was conquered like this, poor Kaiku, club president. After resting for a while, Rias finally recovered her strength and was able to speak normally, and she suddenly stared at Tenraku in an angry manner. Are you satisfied now? But even if I forgive you this time, I won't allow you to make any moves on Konoko-chan again in the future? Seeing the cute look of the girl, Tenraku smiled and said nothing, but he turned his gaze towards Konako to one side. Konako-chan, come here. Hearing Tenraku's voice, the girl's cheeks floated with red clouds but she walked over with Akino's comfort. Not knowing what Tenraku was going to do, Rias looked confused but didn't stop it. Konako-chan, do you like me? Tenraku asked while stroking the girl's delicate face. Konako's body trembled while Rias and Akino's eyes flickered as they also looked at the girl. In fact, they also kind of want to know the answer to this question. Obviously, they can feel the girl's tension and shyness. After the three of them watched and waited, Konako finally gave her answer. I don't hate. A soft and shy voice sounded. This is Tujao. Konako's reply. Rias and Akeno were slightly stunned, while Tenraku nodded his head in understanding. I don't hate it, which means I don't like it very much. This is the expected answer, although they are relatively close to being just ordinary friends but they haven't reached the point to make the girl like or even fall in love with him. After all, Tujao Konako is not one of those nympho girls, but... Konako-chan, I like you very much, and I have decided to let you and Rias be my wife in the future. Tenraku spoke with a slight smile on his face and he made no secret of his ambition and hope for the girl. Whether it's because of her beauty, strength, or her being Rias' peerage, Tenraku didn't plan to let Konako go from the beginning. What's more, the girl's first kiss has already been taken away by him and Tenraku will never let anyone interfere with her again. Tenraku-san, too. Era, Tenraku is so bold. You fiend? Tenraku's blunt words caused endless embarrassment to Konako while Akeno continued to watch the good show, and Rias was almost pissed off. Setting Gasper aside, this guy has already stolen Akeno's heart from the start. Asia was poisoned and brainwashed by him, and now he even wants Konako-chan to be in his harem. Tenraku really wants to put her and her peerage with him? Don't you think we're satisfied with what we already have? Rias gritted her teeth as she spoke to this greedy guy. Rias, it is the honor of my life to have you guys, but my ambition and hope are super big, and this level is far from satisfying me. Tenraku confessed while stroking Rias' bright red and beautiful hair, but his words caused Rias to remain speechless for a while. Being a devil is to have the desire to realize desire and give desire and yearn for desire, but this guy Tenraku also owns half of the human bloodline, right? But no matter how she looks at him, he is more like devil than the pure-blooded devils she knows. Tenraku was amused as he saw the girl's reaction in full view, but he knew that it was too late, and his tone changed and said, "But don't worry, Rias, although this is my ambition, I will never force Konako-chan if she doesn't want it. But again, if Konako-chan likes me and volunteers to be my wife, don't interfere anymore. How about this?" If Konako agreed then I wouldn't say anything more. Rias was also secretly relieved after hearing Tenraku's words and hummed back. If Konako herself fell in love with Tenraku and she interfered to stop it, then that would be shameful on her side. Then it's settled. The corners of his mouth raised as Tenraku stroked Konako's forehead again. Konako-chan, I'm going to focus on you making you like me. If you don't want to be my wife then you will have to try to keep herself from becoming obsessed with me. Rias was feeling angry and amused at the same time. This guy even said this to her. How confident is he? And Konako, as the person involved, is even more perplexed at this time. While saying that he would make her like him, he also reminds her that she should try to not become obsessed with him, which feels a little strange. I know, Tenraku-san. Konako finally replied while blushing. Now that Tenraku-san had reminded her, she would be more careful in the future. The matter regarding Konako was agreed upon, and Rias didn't say much. If Konako fell into someone's claws even after all this then she would have nothing to say. Irina, Zenovia, you also come to school with us. After breakfast, Tenraku faced Irina and Zenovia as he spoke. Yeah, school? It seems quite interesting. Irina looked expectant, and Zenovia also showed a look of interest on her face. The two girls either received various training or completed tasks like this or that when they were in the church. Actually, they wanted to try this kind of ordinary people's campus life for a long time. After preparing, it was almost time to go to school, and Tenraku set off with Gasper and the girls as usual. Uncle Hayudo and the others still live here. I really miss it. Irina sighed as she passed by Hayudo's house. Not only Uncle Hayudo and others, but Issei is also studying at Kyoah Academy. Tenraku laughed as he suddenly remembered something. Hayudo Issei, the guy who spent time talking about Oppai when he was a child? Issei-san who likes Oppai. However, Issei-san seems to have encountered a little emotional setback recently. He seems to be taking a leave of absence to recuperate at home these days. Would you like to visit Irina afterward? Visit that guy? I don't want to. Well, just forget it if you don't go. Because of the Tenraku, Irina and Hayudo Issei knew each other to a degree when they were young, but Irina didn't have a good impression of Issei, who had awakened the soul of the pervert at a young age. She would just say hello to him if she encounters him somewhere and then she would be on her way. Tenraku and the girls passed Hayudo's house while talking and laughing, while a figure stood in front of the upstairs window and looked at their leaving backs. This figure is Hayudo Issei. Tenraku's harem has increased again. Issei sighed numbly, and after not seeing him for a while, poor Issei seemed to have lost a lot of weight. Since Motohama and Matsuda were caught by the police and sent to a reform center, Hayudo Issei took a leave of absence to recuperate at home. No way, although his persistence to Oppai has made him hold on to the present, he is almost reaching the limit. If he stays in school and looks at the beautiful young people who are showing up every day, he may not know when he will do. But even so, the urge to pursue true love continues to grow stronger over time. What Hayudo Issei himself couldn't believe was that he couldn't help but confess to his Otosama 2 days ago. That was the first confession in his life. The object turned out to be his Otosama? His Otosama's horrified expression at the time is still vivid in his memory, not to mention his Otosama. Even Hayudo Issei feels afraid of himself. The confession naturally failed, and he was beaten severely by Otosama. He is now locked in the room and not allowed to go out. Since when did his life become so troubled? It can't go on like this. Oppai or true love, he has to choose one. Sighing and looking sadly into the distance, at the crossroads of life, poor Issei-kun was endlessly confused. That's how it is, I'll have to trouble you again. Sana, Tenraku said as he stood inside the student council room. There is nothing wrong with enrolling them here, but aren't they from church? Sana raised her brows and asked when she heard Tenraku's request. Although they had fought with Irina and Zenovia, but in the end, they all had differences, and it was not smart to let Chichi's people come to the school controlled by devils. Don't worry, Irina and Zenovia have left the church, and now they are our companions. Tenraku chuckled as he replied, and Sana couldn't help showing a look of surprise when she heard the sound. It is well known how stubborn the church guys are. It is not that simple to make them betray their belief and leave the church. Especially the strong-willed holy sword wielders like Irina and Zenovia? In this case, there is no problem. I will help them with their admissions. Sana nodded after some time. Tenraku was a little surprised as he saw that the girl in front of him had no intention of asking how he pulled 2 church believers to his side. Aren't you curious as to how I did it? It's not my style to dig into other people's secrets. So that's how it is. Sana, I owe you another favor. Do you owe less? HHH seems to be quite a lot, so in that case, it doesn't matter if I own you 1 or 2 more times. I will pay you back one day. Irina and Zenovia's enrollment was settled, and naturally, they were in the same class as Tenraku and Rias. When the 2 women stood on the podium and introduced themselves, the boys below were instantly excited. Ho ho, 2 beautiful girls have transferred from another school? However, when they looked at the 2 girls and Tenraku's intimate appearance, the boys were instantly saddened. Damn you, Kamiya Tenraku, why are these beautiful girls who have transferred from another school have something to do with him? Kendo Club. Tada? Tadada? With the sound of wooden swords colliding against each other, Murayama, Kates, and Kiryu Aika were fiercely fighting against each other. As the main force of Kendo Club, and under the guidance of Tenraku training for a short time, Murayama and Kates' swordsmanship has gotten very good, and they would be able to easily handle a fight against 3 or 5 strong men. However, even if the 2 of them joined forces, they could only barely draw a tie with Kiryu Aika. This is quite unbelievable. Any of them could have easily cut Kiryu to the ground a month ago, and now she had reached this level. The progress of this girl is really too exaggerated. However, there's more to it than that. With a soft roar, the wooden sword in Kiryu Aika's hand suddenly flashed with a bright light and then cut off to Murayama and Kates with that sharp whistling sound. A different color flashed in Tenraku's eyes on one side, and the other girls who were watching the match also showed shocked looks. This girl has actually mastered the sword energy that Kaikusama, club president, taught them. A big alarm bell went off in their hearts as Murayama and Kates' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly resisted Kiryu's attack with their horizontal sword slash, but the wooden sword in their hands broke at the sound. They only felt that a huge force was coming towards them, and the 2 women wailed and flew out. In a flash, Tenraku picked up the 2 women, and at once the whole dojo was silent and Kiryu Aika herself looked stunned. She seemed to have accidentally done something extraordinary. HHHHH, you have all seen it? Murayama, Kates, and all of you surrender to my sword in the future? Kiryu Aika pointed her sword at the woman with one arm on her hip and laughed with great glee. That appearance of her is really rampant. Everyone would have stood up and demolished her stage if it was a normal time. They wouldn't have let an arrow-mouth girl dare to be so rampant, but at this time, the girls didn't say anything. The eyes that looked at Kiryu Aika were filled with shock. Even Tenraku has to admit that Kiryu Aika gave him a surprise. Her swordsmanship has surpassed everyone in the Kendo Club, and she has mastered the use of energy. Even in the Phenex family, this girl will be regarded as having great potential, and she would be a future peerage member in training. Kiryu, we lost. I can't believe you won against Murayama and Kates. Kiryu, you're good. That was the kind of energy that Kaiko, club president, would use. I didn't expect Kiryu would be able to do it too. So amazing. Kiryu, teach us next time. Murayama and Kates confessed their defeat with a wry smile, and the other girls came to congratulate Kiryu Aika one by one. Although they usually like to dismantle this arrow-mouth girl's stage, everyone is really happy for her to see her progress. You don't even know who I am. Kiryu spoke to a girl who hadn't talked to her before today. Oh, hhhhh. Enjoying everyone's praise, Kiryu Aika was so proud that her nose was almost going up to the sky. Good job, Kiryu-san. Tenraku also praised her when he reached her. Hee, Kaiko, club president, you haven't forgotten the promise you made before, right? Kiryu Aika smiled as she hugged Tenraku's arm. As long as her swordsmanship surpassed all of Kendo Club, Tenraku would fulfill her one wish and request, which was the motivation for her to keep fighting so hard. That's natural, say it, what do you want? As long as it's not an excessive request, I can satisfy you. Tenraku nodded and replied as he would not forget his promise. My wishes. After deliberately prolonging her tone, Kiryu glanced around and saw that everyone was looking at her with envy, and then she said, Go on a date with me, Kaiku, club president? Date with me, date with me, date with me. Kiryu's voice seemed to reverberate continuously in the air. After a short silence, the entire Kendo club rioted. Date, date, how dare you to try to date Kaiku, club president? Kiryu, don't get carried away. That's right, Kaiku-sama, club president, is already engaged, so shameless. Kaiku-sama, club president, reject her? Looking at the excited girls, Kiryu laughed coldly and said, I don't know what you're thinking, you're all acting so righteous, but don't think that I don't know how envious you are of me at this moment. That is indeed the case. The girls are burning with imposing and powerful jealousy and they can't wait to replace Kiryu. Are you sure, Kiryu-san? Whether it is precious jewels or gorgeous dresses, I can get them for you as long as you want them. Are you really sure that this is your wish? Tenraku confirmed with a playful smile on his face. Date, I want Kaiku, club president, to go on a date with me? A slight hesitation flashed in her eyes, but Kiryu immediately replied firmly. Although she wants precious jewels and gorgeous dresses, she is not stupid. Those things are nothing compared to going on a date with Kaiku, club president. Only Kiryu, the arrow-mouth girl, could say such words without shame. The girls were very jealous while cursing Kiryu for her shamelessness in their hearts. They also really want to go on a date with Kaiku, club president? If that's what you want, then I'll grant it to you. Tenraku nodded and held up her jade-like hand and said, Kiryu, will you go on a date with me? Although it was the girl's wish, this is really something that a boy should propose. Looking at that handsome smiling cheek, Kiryu couldn't help but be slightly lost in thought, even thinking about such a place, her Kaiku, club president, Sama. Yes? A happy smile appeared on Kiryu's face as she answered. Although he was going to have a date with Kiryu Tenraku was not in a hurry, so he would wait until the weekend. After their respective club activities ended, Tenraku, Rias, and the other girls also returned home, but just before they sat down, two unexpected guests came to their home. These two were Great Satan Surtsk's Lucifer and his maid Grafia. Tenraku-kun, Rias. Walking out of the teleportation formation with Grafia, Surtsk smiled and shouted, Surtsk-sama, Ani-sama, why did you come to the human world? Tenraku, Yubelina. And the other girls also hurriedly got up to salute, and Rias asked with a surprised expression on her face. Rias, have you forgotten? It's almost time for the public class at school. Surtsk replied while nodding at everyone. Public class could it be? HHH, I really want to see how hard Rias works. Thinking of something, Rias had a stunned look on her face, while Surtsk let Rias confirm her suspicions. It must be you, Grafia, it must be you who snitched to Ani-sama. There was a red glow on her beautiful face as Rias asked Grafia on the side with a blushed face. Rias was not prepared for the fact that her older brother would come to her public class or something. Rias, don't blame Grafia, attending your public class is our duty as family members. Older brother is really, you have obviously come here while ditching your work, Rias complained in a voice while glancing at Grafia. Tenraku and the other girls next to them all held back their smiles. Rias was happy but she refused to admit it. In fact, there is also some work things here, because of the incident last time, I plan to hold a meeting of the heads of the three major powers at your school. Surtsk also understood his younger sister and laughed while explaining some things. In our school? Not only Rias but Akeno and the other girls also showed a surprised expression on their faces. In the living room, everyone has been seated as the guest and the host and Malaya and Burant respectfully served hot tea to the distinguished guests. Tenraku-kun, this time I am afraid I will disturb you for 2 days. It is our honor to host Surtsk-sama in our house. The incident of the fallen angel last time was solved due to Tenraku. If you hadn't stopped Cockabile, the consequences would have been unthinkable. It was just a small effort. Cockabile wanted to start a war for his own selfish reasons, and any peace-loving person would have stopped him. Yes, we must not let anyone destroy this hard-won peace now. Tenraku and Surtsk were talking to each other, and Rias also interjected a few words from time to time, so the whole atmosphere was not bad. Surtsk-sama, please feel free to stay with us, I'll be back after I go out for a while. Tenraku-kun, where are you going? It was getting late outside while Tenraku suddenly stood up, and Surtsk also had a puzzled look on his face. I'm going to go buy some ingredients and come back, if it's any later they'll be snatched up. Wouldn't it be better to let the servants go for such things? Surtsk-sama comes to visit us once in a while, and I know a few dishes that I'm good at, so I'll let Surtsk-sama taste them afterward, so it's better to pick the ingredients myself. I see, I didn't expect Tenraku-kun to be able to cook, so I'm looking forward to it. Surtsk didn't expect that Tenraku was also good at cooking and he had an expectant look on his face, and then he looked at Grafia who was standing behind him, and said, Grafia, you go and help too. Yes, Surtsk-sama, Grafia replied as a different color flashed in her beautiful eyes. Leaving Rias and the other girls to entertain Surtsk, Tenraku went out to buy ingredients with Grafia. Although Asia and Swollen also wanted to come along to help, they were refused by Tenraku, leaving the girls to do their own thing. Miss Grafia, please take care of me. After walking out of the Kamiya family residence, only he and Grafia were left and Tenraku spoke as he smiled. Obviously, she was still as dignified before, but as soon as she left the house, Grafia became cold, and gave Tenraku an expressionless look, as if she had no intention of talking to him. Shrugging his shoulders, Tenraku didn't say anything anymore, and the two of them walked towards the nearby supermarket one after another. Thank you for your patronage, welcome to the next visit. The two of them were carrying 2 bags full of ingredients, and Tenraku and Grafia walked out of the supermarket under the envious look of the shopkeeper. Miss Grafia, don't you have anything to ask me? It was getting late and Tenraku said helplessly while walking on the street together. This one is really able to endure. If he did not open his mouth then I am afraid she really will not say a word to him. You deliberately drew me out, you have something to ask, right? Stopping, Grafia looked at Tenraku and a slight arc of irony appeared at the corner of her mouth as she spoke. HHH, so it's all been seen through. Huh, you are worthy of being Underworld's strongest queen. It was a little embarrassing, but Tenraku didn't care about it and continued. Actually, I have always cared about what happened last time. Why did Miss Grafia approach me at that time? The questions you asked me, and the unknown secret hidden by Grafia, miss? In the end, Tenraku had put away the smile on his face as he squinted his eyes and stared at the woman standing in front of him. In the beginning, Grafia suddenly appeared and asked him if any sacred gear could be plundered, and she also said that he was too weak. She also told him to become stronger in the future as he may become useful to her in the future. With all these unclear words, Tenraku has long wanted to find a chance to ask her, do you really want to know? Looking at Tenraku, a smile suddenly appeared on Grafia's cold and beautiful face. It seemed as if thousands of flowers have bloomed and even Tenraku couldn't help but feel slightly lost. This is a woman who stands at the apex of this world in terms of beauty and strength. Yes, I want to know. With a sharp bite of his tongue, Tenraku woke up and then solemnly replied. Grafia's unusual actions all show that she has huge secrets hidden within her, whether it is related to him or not. Tenraku doesn't like this feeling of detached control, so he must figure it out. Under Tenraku's scrutiny gaze, Grafia finally spoke out again. You are not qualified to know my secret. As Grafia's voice fell, it seemed that the air nearby had frozen. She actually said that he was not qualified. Even Tenraku was slightly angry. At the same time, an invisible field spread out with Tenraku as the center. Evil Eye that stops the world. Forbidden Baylor view. This time, Tenraku is not using the power of Evil Eye in a normal state, but he directly used Evil Eye's forbidden move. Time domain? Tenraku is no longer limited by vision and he can control everything within this domain. Although the consumption of spirit power is a bit huge, the effect is quite good. As long as it is within the domain, anyone below the strength of Great Satan level would hardly have any resistance, even the opponents at the Great Satan level will be severely impacted. However, is it a Sacred Gear's ability, and it's a balance breaker? Looking at time domain, Grafia's body exuded a layer of silver light and she was not affected at all. But it's still too weak. Obviously, she was still standing opposite to Tenraku, but Grafia's ironic voice sounded from behind Tenraku. He just felt that someone had clicked his heart, and another Grafia appeared behind Tenraku. Tenraku doesn't have to look back to know that the opponent's fingertips are brewing with a powerful magic. Although it is only a clone of Grafia, if she attacked him at such close range then even he will be seriously injured. Miss Grafia, I give up. Raising his hand to surrender and dissipating the time domain, although he is a little bit unwilling but Tenraku has to admit that he is not the strongest queen's opponent. If he chooses to fight with his opponent then he would be the one to lose. After dissipating her magic, Grafia's clone walked out from behind Tenraku and merged with the real body. Without saying much, Grafia turned around and walked away while carrying the ingredients. Miss Grafia, I am really curious about your secrets, when will you tell me? Tenraku smiled as he asked after catching up with Grafia. Although this woman has a cold attitude towards him, Tenraku also feels that she is not his enemy. If she really wanted to be against him then he wouldn't have been able to resist at all. Let's talk about it when you can beat me, Grafia replied without looking back. Beat you? Tenraku narrowed his eyes with a shocked expression on his face when he heard Grafia's words. Grafia is proficient in all kinds of powerful magic and she has extremely rich combat experience. Even in the ranks of Great Satan level, she would be at a top level. In other words, to defeat the strongest queen, Tenraku would at least need the strength that surpasses the power of Great Satans. He needs to become a legendary transcendent? There have been very few people who have been able to reach that level since ancient times. Even characters like Azazel and Michael have not yet reached that level, let alone others. However, Tenraku is different. With Sacred Gear Plunder, he can continue to grow his power as long as he keeps plundering Sacred Gear. According to Tenraku's estimation, he can reach that level as long as he plunders a few more Longinistools that destroy God. Although it is quite challenging to really achieve this goal, Tenraku is confident that that day will not be far away. The next day, Surtsk-sama, well, go to school first. With all the girls getting ready to go, Tenraku said to Surtsk. Please be careful on the way, Tenraku-kun, everyone. Surtsk nodded and said as he looked at Rias on the side and said, Rias, do well in the public class, we will come together when we receive Otasama. Why, Aniai-sama is really something, Rias complained and felt a little embarrassed but the matter is over and she could only bite the bullet. Rias can easily cope with countless admirers, but she is feeling nervous and shy because her family wants to participate in her own public class. The Princess of Gremory is as cute as ever in these unexpected aspects. After bidding farewell to Certsks and Grafia, Tenraku and Rias walked towards the school with the other girls as usual. Although today is the day of the public class, apart from Rias, for Tenraku and others, it is no different from usual. However, just before arriving at the school, two unexpected figures stood in front of Tenraku and the girls. This figure is the Governor-General of Fallen Angels, Azazel, and the White Dragon Sovereign is also with him. Yo boy, we meet again. So it's Azazel. Good day. Azazel greeted Tenraku with a smile on his face and Tenraku responded. While Rias and the other women were on the verge of a state of danger, Rainare beside Tenraku smiled grimly and then condensed a light spear and stabbed it towards Azazel. Hello, Rainare, you probably already know the truth, right? A hand grasped the attacking light spear as Azazel spoke with a speechless look on his face. Tenraku is the black hand that is playing with Rainare behind the scenes. Rainare should break up with that brat after knowing the truth, so how come she still came to attack him? This is completely different from the scene he was looking forward to. HHH, so what if I know the truth? I have been thoroughly possessed and brainwashed by my master and can no longer lose him, but I still need someone to bear my anger and hatred. Azazel-sama, it is an undeniable fact that you have abandoned me, so please continue to be the object of venting my anger in the future? Rainare replied with a distorted smile on her face. The corners of his eyes throbbed as Azazel suddenly have a depressed expression on his face. He turned into the object for Rainare to vent her anger. He is not even as good as the original object of revenge. HHHHH. Azazel, your methods have finally come back to bite you in the ass. Vala laughed on the side as he spoke. Looking at the clever Azazel's deflated appearance, there is nothing more happier for him than this. Hey, Vala, which side are you on? With a strong grip, Rainare's light spear was crushed. Azazel was angry and gloomy, but Vala smiled happily without caring about his anger. Rainare, come back, Tenraku spoke with a happy smile on his face. Originally, Rainara was planning to gather another light spear to stab Azazel to death, but her master's order must not be violated and Rainare came back to Tenraku's side. Azazel, White Dragon Sovereign, why are you here? Unlike Tenraku and the others, Ria stood up with a vigilant expression on her face and asked the obvious question. Both Azazel and White Dragon Sovereign are extremely dangerous figures in the opposing camp, and Rias can't help but feel a little cautious when they suddenly appear in her territory. Relax, little princess from Gremorous family, we have no intention of making trouble. Didn't Certsks tell you that there will be a summit meeting of the three major forces in your school later, and we are just here to say hello and we will leave soon. Raising his hand, Azazel gestured to Rias to be not nervous. Although Rainare's matter had made him quite depressed, he hadn't forgotten the business yet either. Red Dragon Emperor, you and I will have a battle eventually, let's see who is the strongest then. I am looking forward to it, White Dragon Sovereign. Tenraku and Vala looked at each other with unruly and confident smiles on their faces. Although they admitted that the other was strong, neither of them thought they would lose. Without further ado, Azazel and Vala waved their hands and turned to leave, while the Rias and the other girls finally relaxed. Tenraku, even if it's White Dragon Sovereign, you'll definitely win, right? Rias looked at Tenraku with expectation and trust in her beautiful eyes, but more than that, she was concerned. Tenraku replied while stroking the girl's forehead. Yes, I will definitely win. That concludes today's public class. Thank you for your parents' cooperation. Please take a break outside. The bell rang and the sensei, who was standing at the podium, clapped his hands and said. As the parents left, the atmosphere in the classroom finally relaxed. It would not be easy for anyone to be watched by their respective families in a class. For example, the Gremory family. It's finally over. It's been a hell of a day. Rias was in a state of disillusionment as he slumped on his desk and spoke in a low voice. Rias felt ashamed at the thought of her Unii-sama standing behind and patting herself. Era, Rias is really embarrassed today. Are you okay? How can it be okay? Akeno won't understand at all. Akeno teased, and Rias answered with an angry expression on her face. Yes, I really don't understand at all. Not knowing what she was thinking, Akeno had a sad expression on her face, and Rias couldn't help covering her lips in the realization that she had said something wrong. Sorry, Akeno, I didn't mean that. Rias still have family members who care and love her, but Akeno is. The atmosphere suddenly became low, and Tenraku sitting next to them was speechless for a while and then he knocked on the little heads of the two girls. Well, you both should stop thinking about unhappy things. Certsks-sama and the others are still waiting outside, let's go out too. Converging, Rias and Akeno looked at each other and smiled. It's really not the time to think about it now. They called the other girls and everyone walked out of the classroom together, but besides Certsks and Grafia, there were two other familiar figures. Duke Gremory and Duke Phenex. Let alone Duke Gremory, in Tenraku's impression, his father seems to have never been to human world since the death of his Okasama. He didn't expect that he would come to the school's public class today, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange and he was also a little touched. Otasama, uncle, Tenraku spoke while Rias and the other girls also hurried forward to greet them. As the family lord of the Gremory family and the Phenex family, the two dukes are well-known figures even in the underworld, but today they are just fathers who are visiting the school. There was a gentle smile on their faces and the two dukes also exchanged greetings with everyone for a while. Your mother was also a student in this school. We met here at the beginning. Duke Phenex suddenly said as he remembered something. Otasama, you and Okasama Tenraku was stunned as this is the first time he had heard of this. His own mother Kami Yatamako was a human, while his father Duke Phenex is a big devil of the underworld. These two people met and fell in love at this human world school, and then had him. Tenraku always felt that it would be a tortuous and romantic story. There were little stars in the eyes of Asia and the other women on the side, and Tenraku has a rare gossip thought in his heart. However, before Tenraku could ask the truth, "Don't mind me, I'm just going to walk around the school. HHH'll take a look around with Duke Phenex." The two fathers left and Tenraku and Rias next to him were slightly relieved. "Rias, you were very nervous just now." I was not. Unii-sama, what are you talking about? Really? I thought Rias didn't want to leave a bad impression in front of her future father-in-law. Moo, Unii-sama is really a devil, I won't tell you anything anymore. He. Although Surtsks was the more majestic great Satan in name, he was much easier to talk to. And Rias' embarrassed look will remain cute no matter how much you look at it, and everyone laughed. However, at this moment, there is a photo session for magic girls? Hurry up and go, you won't be able to see it if you're late. Ah. There was a burst of noise not far away, and they saw a group of guys holding cameras and rushing towards the corridor. Speaking of which, the one from the House of Phenex also came with us. That, could it be? Surtsks had a mysterious smile on his face while Rias had obviously guessed something. If it's really that person then Sana might become a little uncomfortable over there? Well, it's better not to tell her, they can just go over there and watch the fun. Please let me take another one? Here, please look here. KCH, a group of boys in a corner of the corridor are constantly taking pictures with their cameras. Tenraku and his party walked over and finally saw the so-called magic girl. There is no doubt about the beauty of this girl. She is wearing a magic girl Milky cosplay, with a beautiful magic stick in her hand. Her dress gleams all over her body, and she is cute and playful. If one looks closely, one will find that this girl's appearance is somewhat similar to that of Sana. It really is the style of that person. Rias sighed and covered her forehead, and Tenraku squinted slightly at the corner of his mouth. Unsurprisingly, that magic girl is Sana's Oni-san, elder sister, and she is also one of the current great Satans. Sephiroth Leviathan? What are you guys doing? Dismiss, don't mess up on public class day. Two young girls came running from one side and quickly dispersed the boys who were taking pictures. These two girls were none other than Hanakai Momo and Nimura Ruriko of the student council. Ruriko, Momo, what's the matter? Sana came up from the back and was about to ask her two peerage what was going on, but when she saw Sephiroth on the stage, the president Sama, who was always calm and collected, showed a rare look of panic and confusion. Oni-sama, elder sister, it's a bit inappropriate to say fear, but the young girl's voice was vaguely trembling. Sana-chan, I found you? Unlike the reaction of Sana, Sephiroth was surprised and happy, and jumped straight down and hugged Sana's body. Sana-chan, Oni-san, elder sister, missed you so much. Is everything okay? Sana-chan, your face is all red. It's rare for you to see Oni-sama, elder sister, again, so please be a little bit happier. You should shout Oni-sama, elder sister, Sotan, and then we should hug each other. As expected of the legendary master of magic, her style and tone are quite bold. Sephiroth kept talking but Sana was beginning to sweat a little. Although it was interesting to watch Sana's unbearable appearance, as a friend, Rias walked out in time to help her. Sephiroth-sama, long time no see. Rias-chan. It's been a long time since I saw you. How are you doing recently? Sure enough, Sephiroth's attention was attracted by Rias, and Sana was secretly relieved and cast a grateful look at Rias. I am doing great, are you here to see Sana today? Well, Sana-chan is really too much. If it weren't for Surtsks-chan, I wouldn't even know what happened that day. I wanted to attack the heavens but Surtsks stopped me. Sephiroth looked like she was shocked and she spoke while waving the magic stick in her hand. Rias was embarrassed, and Surtsks, who felt the girl's resentful gaze, was also embarrassed. Sephiroth, this girl is really good at selling out her teammates. After exchanging a few words with Rias, Sephiroth also turned his gaze to Tenraku. She blinked those big eyes and looked at Tenraku with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Are you Tenraku-chan from the Phenex family? Looking at Tenraku, Sephiroth looked curious, and she had obviously heard about Tenraku. Sephiroth-sama, this is the first time that we have met. I am Kamiya Tenraku, the fourth son of the Phenex family. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as Tenraku introduced himself as seriously as possible. Sephiroth nodded her head and then the magic stick in her hand pointed at Tenraku and she spoke with a vigilant look on her face. You are not allowed to approach my Sana-chan in the future? Everyone present at the scene was taken aback and they didn't know what happened to Sephiroth. Sephiroth-sama, did I do anything? Whether you did anything or not, you are not allowed to approach Sana-chan. Leviathan's instinct tells me that you are dangerous. If you get close to Sana-chan then I will lose Sana-chan. Sana-chan is mine and I will never let anyone take her. Oni-sama, elder sister, what are you talking about? It turned out that this is the case. She really was a wayward great Satan. Tenraku was speechless for a while, and Sana was even more embarrassed to stop Sephiroth. Sana-chan, don't get close to him in the future, okay? Whatever Sana-chan wants, Oni-san, elder sister, will get it for you. Who I interact with is my own business, I don't need Oni-sama, elder sister, to take care of it. Wusana-chan actually talked to Oni-san, elder sister, like this. Oni-san, elder sister, is so sad. Don't look like a victim, it's because of your willfulness. I don't care. Sana-chan belongs to Oni-san, elder sister, and I will never let you go. Wu Oni-sama, elder sister, is like this again, I can't stand it. Sana could bravely fight with a calm expression on her face even in the face of a powerful enemy like Kakabile, but faced with her Oni-sama, elder sister, who is so self-willed and spoils her, the always calm Sana turned around with tears in her eyes and ran away. Remember, you are not allowed to approach Sana-chan. This is an order from Great Satan Leviathan. Sana-chan, wait for me. Sephiroth warned Tenraku again with a fierce expression on her face, and then she chased after Sana. Tenraku, don't take it to heart, Sephiroth-sama is not that kind of domineering Great Satan. Forgive her, Tenraku-kan, that girl just likes to spoil her younger sister for fear of her being snatched away. Seemingly worried that Tenraku might get upset, both Rias and Tusca spoke up. I know. Tenraku chuckled and shook his head as he naturally wouldn't take this kind of thing to his heart. Speaking of which, he feels that Great Satans are very interesting. In the evening, in Kamiya family residence. Otasama, uncle, won't you stay a little longer? After dinner, Tenraku and others are seeing off Duke Phenex and Duke Gremory as Tenrak spoke. There are important matters to be dealt with in the territory. We will come back next time. Rias, Tenraku-kan, you can get along well. It is already very rare for them to be able to spare a day to come to the human world. The two fathers said a few words, and then returned to the underworld through a teleportation formation. Tenraku-kan, I've bothered you for the past 2 days. Is Tusca-sama leaving as well? Tomorrow is the meeting of the heads of the 3 major powers, so we have to go and make preparations on our side as well. As important witnesses, Tenraku-kan and Rias will also attend the meeting then, so please prepare for that as well. Understood, Tusca-sama. Tusca and Grafia also left after saying goodbye to everyone. Woo, it's finally over. Rias looked tired as she spoke and collapsed to the sofa. Whether it's her older brother or the two father, her spirit has been declining for the past 2 days, and now she can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Tenraku, help me take a bath, Rias yelled lazily without opening her eyes. Shaking his head, Tenraku hugged Rias and lifted her up in a princess carry. Although they haven't finished the last step, the two of them have almost done other things, and it's commonplace for them to take a bath together. Asia, do you want to come with us? Hi, Tenraku-san. Era, Tenraku is so partial, I want to be together. The next day, Kendo club. Okay, that's it for today's training, don't stay at school, hurry up and go home. Clapping his hands, Tenraku said to the young girls who were practicing swordsmanship. Kaiku, club president, Sama, is there something wrong? Murayama and Kate swiped their sweat and asked. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, all of you go back, no one is allowed to stay here. Seeing the serious expression on Tenraku's face, the girls didn't dare to ask any more, but they also had some guesses in their hearts. It should be something related to Devil and Fallen Angel again. After placing the props and organizing their own things, the girls said goodbyes to Tenraku and left one after another. Soon Kiryu Aiko was left alone in the Kendo club. Kiryu, what are you still doing here? Tenraku asked as he saw the girl's embarrassed look. Kaiku-sama, club president, when will our date start? Not expecting this unscrupulous arrow-mouthed girl to show such a look, Tenraku couldn't help but be amused and knocked the young girl's head. Wait until the weekend. Oh. With a flash of joy in her eyes, Kiryu Aika also grabbed her own school bag and prepared to leave, but stopped again where she reached the door. Kaiku-sama, club president, if you dare to stand me up, you will definitely not be spared. Kiryu Aika raised her fist at Tenraku as she spoke, and then she ran away with flushed cheeks. Tenraku was amused by the fact that although she usually looks like a bold girl, she is still a simple girl in the end. The 3 Powers Summit meeting was still some time away, and Tenraku planned to meet up with the Rias and the others and rest for a while. However, at this moment, Akeno's voice suddenly rang from the communicator. Akeno, what's the matter? Why did you suddenly called us over? In the shrine, Tenraku, Asia, Irina, and Zenovia looked at Akeno, who was sitting on the floor in a mythical priestess dress. Actually, I got a divine call from someone, saying that he wanted to meet you. Akeno smiled and spoke while standing up from the floor. Divine call? A different light flashed in Tenraku's eyes, and Asia and other women also showed a surprised look. Mythical priestess, is the existence that serves gods, and they are also the spokesperson of gods on the earth. Usually, when gods has any instructions to give to their believer, they will use the divine call method to let their mythical priestess communicate with themselves. Although Akeno can only be regarded as a fake mythical priestess, who is guarding a shrine, and she also does not serve any gods. If we get technical about it, then she is serving a guy who is a devil and wants to become a god, so he was surprised to hear that she actually got a divine call. It feels very interesting. He should almost be here. Akeno stood beside everyone and spoke with a sweet smile on her face, and in the next moment, a dazzling light burst into the room, and then a figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. With a halo on his head, this person wore a gorgeous cloak, and there were 12 golden wings behind him. It's a big angel. Ah. It turned out to be. Except for Tenraku and Akeno, Asia, Irina, and Zenovia were stunned. A divine and dazzling light appeared as the angel showed a gentle smile under everyone's gaze, and then said, "Hello, I'm the leader of angels, Michael, the legendary angel, the first person under the god who existed in ancient times." Asia and the other girls still maintained their surprised expressions, but Tenraku, who had been expecting it, had a calm expression on his face and said, "Michael-sama, one of the archangels, I don't know what you want to see us specifically. This is our first meeting, Kamiya Tenraku. I actually want to thank you before the summit meeting of the three powers begins." "Thank me?" "Yes, because you stopped Cockabille's conspiracy and avoided a huge disaster for us. I just happened to be there, so there is no need for Michael-sama to thank me. No, you are the one who guarded the peace of the world. This is a thanks you deserve." With a gentle and sincere smile on his face, Michael opened his hands while speaking, and then a longsword that exuded powerful fluctuations condensed in the air with a flash of light. "This is Dragon Slayer. It is also known as the Holy Sword of Dragon Slayer Ascalon. This is a gift of gratitude from me, Kamiya Tenraku. Please accept it," Michael said as Ascalon floated slowly in front of Tenraku. The so-called Dragon Slayer refers to the sword that punishes the dragons or things related to it. Ascalon is the holy sword, which is as famous as the Aim no Murakumo sword, and it has a great restraining effect on the power of the dragons. Tenraku was stunned by the opponent's move. As the host of the Red Dragon Emperor, Michael gave him the holy sword of Dragon Slayer. On the one hand, Michael expressed his gratitude to him, and I am afraid that there is also a warning for him to not abuse the power of the Red Dragon Emperor. Regardless of the other party's true intentions, Tenraku has no reason to refuse the good thing that got delivered to his door and said, "Since this is your kindness, then I won't be disrespectful and accept it." Seeing Tenraku accepting Ascalon, Michael added, "Even after the ancient wars, although large-scale wars have disappeared, small-scale conflicts between the three major forces have continued. If this state continues, then a war will begin one day. This incident with Cockabille was a crisis, but it also gave us an opportunity to allow the three major forces to come together for peace talks. Kamiya Tenraku, you are the Red Dragon Emperor, and you have the potential to surpass the previous Red Dragon Emperors. I hope you can continue to guard the peace of this world like us." Tenraku couldn't help but feel awkward for a while as he looked at Michael, who was looking at him with that deep gaze. Speaking of which, he is a good person like Surtsks. "I will continue to guard this peace, Michael-sama." Although Tenraku has his own ambitions, he does not want to throw the world into chaos. His goal is to become the supreme god and dominate all existence. He wants to get everything he wants and treat the world as his amusement park. If the amusement park is chaotic all day and if there are also fighting and killing, then Tenraku wouldn't be able to do anything for his amusement. Thinking that Tenraku truly loves peace, a trace of appreciation flashed in Michael's eyes, and he nodded in satisfaction. "Asia Argento, Shido Irina, Zenovia. Michael-sama." Michael's eyes fell on the three women, while Asia, Irina, and Zenovia also spoke out. Although they had left the church and even abandoned their belief in the god, the three girls still maintained their due respect for the strength of the archangel. "I am deeply sorry about your affairs. You already know the cruel fact. After the death of the Lord, only the system survived. Even if I tried my best, I could barely maintain the operation of system. Instead of the Lord, I took charge of the power of care, compassion, and miracle, so I must keep away the harmful things from system. Believers' belief is the source of the power for the inhabitants of the heavens. Asia Argento, you have the excellent ability to heal everything, but for this world that has lost the Lord, your ability will make the believers feel threatened and afraid. In order to stabilize the believers' belief, they had to drive you out. Shido Irina, Zenovia, you are also an excellent holy sword wielder. You have always made a lot of contributions and efforts for the church, but the news that the Lord has passed away is a fact that must never be made public, so they have to regard you two as fallens and you became the enemy of the church. I can only subject you to such injustice because of my powerlessness. I am really very sorry." Michael apologized very sincerely as he lowered his head, and Asia and the other two women couldn't help but be moved. "Please raise your head, Michael-sama," Zenovia said while taking a deep breath. "Now I understand it. You were also helpless in this matter, Michael-sama. When I first knew the fact that the Lord has passed away, I suffered, and I felt lost and despaired, but with the help of my friends and partners, I cheered up again. Although I can no longer stay in the church, I have a good understanding of my current life and I feel very satisfied." "Well, me too, because with Tenraku-san and everyone, I feel very happy with my current life. So, Michael-sama doesn't need to worry about us anymore." Asia also walked out and spoke. Looking at the two women's heartfelt happiness, the guilt in Michael's heart was slightly reduced, but he couldn't help but show a bitter smile on his face and say, "It should have been our responsibility to bring you happiness, but it's wonderful that you are happy." He was happy and blessed for Asia and the other two girls, but if Michael knew that the girls were simply brainwashed by some evil guy. "Shido Irina, I also have a gift for you," Michael spoke again as his eyes fell on Irina. "Gift?" Irina looked surprised when he heard Michael's words. "I heard that Valper Galilei has combined the 5 holy swords into one. Now you are using the holy sword Excalibur, then I will give this holy sword of blessing to you. Although you are no longer a member of church, I hope you can use the power of the Excalibur to continue to guard the love and peace of this world." Michael lifted his hand and another long sword appeared beside him, which was one of the fragments of Excalibur holy sword of blessings. Irina's eyes flashed when she heard Michael's words. If this holy sword of blessing was to be combined with the sword, then the power of Excalibur would recover more. However, Irina didn't immediately accept it but cast a questioning look at Tenraku on the side. Irina, since this is Michael-sama's kindness, then accept it. Naturally, there is no reason to refuse such a good thing, and Tenraku said with a smile on his face. Thank you, Michael-sama. Irina happily accepted the holy sword of blessing with Tenraku's consent. The summit meeting of the three major powers is about to begin. Let's end this talk. See you in a while, everyone. With his purpose accomplished, Michael did not stay any longer and he nodded towards Tenraku and the girls and disappeared in a flash. Tenraku, that Lord Angel is really a generous and good person. Kendo smiled and spoke while holding Tenraku's arm. The holy sword Ascalon and the holy sword of blessing Excalibur, Michael is indeed a good guy. Let's go, we should also go now. A layer of barrier unfolded as the entire Kuaha Academy was fully enveloped, and one by one, angels, fallen angels, and devils flew up into the air and confronted each other with unparalleled vigilance. In the spacious room, the summit meeting has officially started. Michael, Azazel, Xerxes Lucifer, and Seraphil Leviathan, the top leaders of the three major forces, are gathered here. The above is the full account of the facts that I, Rias Grammary, and my peerage, have been involved in. I, Sana Satrai, can also prove that Rias Grammaris' report is all true. Thanks for your hard work, you can retreat. Thank you, Rias-chan, Sana-chan. Rias and Sana reported everything about Cockabile incident, and the Great Satans, Big Angel, and Governor General also officially started talking. After hearing Rias' report, I want to hear the opinions of the fallen angel Governor General. I have no other opinion on this. This is Cockabile's sole action. Don't tell me you didn't even know what he was planning? Well, I just let him act for a while before I found out his real purpose. And in the end, the idiot was taken care of by the Red Dragon Emperor. Cockabile was sentenced to remain in a permanently frozen state. He can't get out anymore. The problem is Cockabile's motive. Michael and Azazel are negotiating while Tenraku stared at it with a boring expression on his face. Not including Seraphil, Michael, and Xerxes are both good old men who advocate peace. Although Azazel looks like an old and rude uncle, he actually has no interest in wars and rights. The result of this meeting has been doomed from the beginning. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Azazel to impatiently wave his hand as he said, Okay, let's hurry up and sign the peace agreement. That's what you planned to do from the beginning. Rias and Sana were taken aback for a moment. It seemed that they didn't expect the fallen angel to talk so easily. Michael and Xerxes looked at each other and nodded intentionally. It would be great to be able to conclude a peace agreement so smoothly. Well, although we have concluded a peace treaty, in addition to the three major forces, there are other forces that can influence the world. Red Dragon Emperor, White Dragon Sovereign, I also want to hear your thoughts. With Azazel's voice, everyone's eyes focused on Tenraku and Vale. I just need to be able to fight powerful guys. Even if there is no war, there are powerful guys. So too. Vale expressed his opinion, and everyone looked at Tenraku on the other side. So, Red Dragon Emperor, how about you? In my case, I naturally hope for peace. I don't have much interest in fighting or anything. If I have that time, then it would be better to spend that time with my fiancé. Tenraku also expressed his opinion. Strength and battle have never been Tenraku's pursuit, but only a means to achieve his ambitions. Rias was embarrassed as she didn't expect Tenraku to say this in public, but there was also sweetness with the shame in her heart. HHHH Red Dragon Emperor, you are really funny. Then, this formally concludes the peace treaty. Azazel laughed and snapped his fingers. Since everyone had no other opinion, the three major forces officially concluded their peace treaty. Rias, Sana, and the other women on the side were also a little excited. There is no doubt that they are now witnessing a historic moment. However, at this moment, boom, HNG, there was an explosion and a shout from outside, and the whole room trembled a few times. What's going on? An enemy attack? At such a time, the expression on Rias and Sana's faces changed while the two great Satans and Governor General also stood up. Tenraku-sama. A communication magic circle appeared in her ear as Ubelina's expression changed, and then she whispered softly in Tenraku's ear. Did those guys really show up? Is Gasper okay? Tenraku asked as a trace of light flashed in his eyes. Carlamine and Swollen have already repelled the enemy. They didn't let them succeed, Ubelina replied, and Tenraku also nodded. Everything is still following the destined trajectory. The summit meeting of the three powers is attacked by the enemy, but this time, Tenraku will naturally not let Gasper fall into the enemy's hands and let them use the power of sacred gears, so he arranged his peerage to strictly guard Gasper. This magic array, is it at this moment? A magic array flashed in the air, and then a figure teleported out. Good day, the current great Satan Xerxes and Seraphil. With a tall figure and sexy attire, a beautiful woman appeared through the teleportation formation. You, why are you here? The person who inherited the blood of the previous generation of great Satan Leviathan. Kateria Leviathan? After seeing the woman, Seraphil was extremely surprised, and Xerxes also had a stony look on his face. Bring destruction and primal chaos to the world. Without any intention to explain anything, Kateria raised the magic staff in her hand and spoke with a bloodthirsty cold face, followed by, boom, cough cough cough. Are you okay, Asia? I'm fine, Tenraku-san. The dust and smoke dissipated as the whole school building was turned into rubble in the explosion just now, but the Tenraku and the other people were guarded by a strong layer of barrier and were not seriously hurt. In the sky, magicians dressed in robes continuously teleported in through the magic teleportation array and fought with the devils, angels, and fallen angels who were guarding in the air. How ugly is the defense barrier deployed by the leaders of the three major forces. Kateria smiled sarcastically as she spoke. Kateria, for you to suddenly barge into our meeting, what do you want to do? Sertx asked with a serious expression on his face after dissipating the barrier. Of course it's to break your peace treaty. Since the gods and great satans are not here, we will take control of the world. Kateria replied coldly while waving the magic staff in her hand. Kateria-chan, stop it. Why are you doing this kind of thing? You asked me why, Sephiroth, you really are brazen. Ask yourself who took the Leviathan's throne from me? Don't worry, I will kill you here today, and I will inherit the name of Great Satan Leviathan from now on. Kateria laughed and everyone's expressions were a bit ugly. Kateria, although I understand your feelings well, as the last descendant of the old Great Satan's Leviathan, you don't think you and the magicians you brought can solve us, do you? Kateria, although I understand your feelings but as the last descendant of the old Great Satan Leviathan, you don't really think that you and the magicians you brought would be able to take care of us? Azazel said as he stepped out. That's true, no matter how arrogant I am, it is impossible to get rid of the leaders of the three major forces at the same time, but what if I add the strongest white dragon sovereign in history? Everyone was shocked when they heard Kateri's words, and they saw Vale, who was still standing behind them, walk out step by step, and then he stood beside Kateria. Oi, Vale, are you kidding me right now? Although Azazel spoke in a relaxed tone, there was a dangerous glint of light in his eyes. I'm sorry, Azazel, but I find it interesting here, Vale replied with a cold smile on his face. How stupid of you, Azazel, you didn't even realize that the White Dragon Sovereign has already turned to us? Kateria laughed as she spoke while Sertx and Michael had ugly expressions on their faces. The White Dragon Sovereign, who originally belonged to the fallen angel side, had turned to the enemy. This is really troublesome. I'm really sorry that these rebellious guys keep appearing under me. Azazel helplessly rubbed his forehead and said as he felt everyone's resentful gazes. No matter whether it is Cockabile or Vale, they are all guys who don't worry about his image and they are all under him. Could it be that his education policy is not as good as he had thought? But Azazel felt that he was doing quite well. Nah, Vale, there is one thing I want to ask you. My Deputy Governor General Shem has noticed that there is an organization that is gathering dangerous elements from the three major forces. It is called Chaos Brigade, right? Chaos Brigade. To be able to lead so many dangerous elements, the leader of this organization must be a person with considerable strength, right? Azazel asked Vale, and everyone present in the room was surprised except for a few people. That's natural. According to reliable sources, the dragon god of infinity, Aphies, is in charge of them, Azazel said with a flash of sharpness in his eyes. Aphies? So the leader is the dragon god of infinity, the strongest dragon that even gods fears? If the people were surprised before, then they are now stunned. Dragon god of infinity, Aphies is an existence that even the great satans and the god couldn't compete against. I did join forces with Aphies, but neither I nor this person is interested in dominating or leading this world, but there are some guys who want to use us to stick to it by themselves. Like this boring woman next to me. Vala pointed to Kateria and spoke with a relaxed expression on his face. Kateri's expression turned gloomy. If it weren't for the fact that she needs this guy, for now, she would have already killed this arrogant fellow. So that's how it is. Then Vale, what exactly do you want to do? You must want something for you to suddenly turn sides now. Azazel nodded and asked again. It's obviously not a day or two since Vale fell to Chaos Brigade's side, but he has been holding back until now, so he must have his purpose? My purpose? Haven't I already said it, Azazel? I just want to fight a powerful guy. The corners of his mouth were raised as a pair of faintly blue wings spread out behind him, and Vale slowly rose into the air. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. With an aura soaring into the sky, the silver and white armor condensed on Vale's body, and then under everyone's gaze, he directly resorted to using Long Anus forbidden move. Armor of the White Dragon Sovereign Divine Dividing, Scale Male? Is this the forbidden move of White Dragon Sovereign? What a powerful magic power! Feeling the vast and powerful magic power fluctuation on Vale's body, even Sertx, Sephiroth, Michael showed some surprise on their faces. Useless trash has no place being here. With a cold voice, a large amount of magic power condensed in Vale's armored hand, and then he waved his hand and threw it out. The magic power through by Vale suddenly turned into lightning and burst in the air. HNG boom boom. Even before the screams were made, hundreds of angels, fallen angels, devils, and magicians who were fighting in the air were blown up and turned to ash in an instant. Rias and the other girls were shocked beyond words. Just a single attack can have such great power. Then how powerful is this White Dragon Sovereign? White Dragon Sovereign, why did you even attack my men? Kateria spoke with an angry expression on her face as she flew beside him. Go away, woman, or even you will be wiped out, Vala said indifferently as he pointed his palm at Kateria. Kateria only felt a burst of invisible killing intent locking on her, and a dangerous alarm started to go off in her heart. She flashed back and pulled away from Vale. Damn you, White Dragon Sovereign, I will make sure to pay you back later. Kateria gritted her teeth. She felt bitter in her heart, but in order to achieve her goals, she must rely on this guy's power. In the teleportation formation, magicians continued to teleport in, but they did not continue to attack under Kateri's orders. All the magicians have gathered behind Kateria. Several guards brought by Surtsks and the other two leaders also stopped their fighting after taking a heavy loss, and they stood behind their respective leaders. Suddenly everyone's eyes were on the lonely figure in the sky, and they awaited his next move. Red Dragon Emperor, how much longer do you want to stare at me? Vala finally spoke as his gaze fell on Tenraku. Tenraku-san. No one needed any more explanation to understand the purpose of White Dragon Sovereign. Rias, Asia, and the other girls looked worried, while Tenraku cast a reassuring look at the girls and then walked out. Partner, I'm already so excited that I can't hold back. The Red Dragon Emperor's hand armor automatically appeared on his body and Drake's voice rang from the jewel. Be patient, Drake. The corners of Tenraku's mouth were slightly raised as he walked out, and then he looked at Vale in the air. White Dragon Sovereign, is this your purpose? Angels, fallen angels, devils, we have a stage and an audience, all the conditions have been set. Red Dragon Emperor, it's time for our duel? Although they had already guessed Vale's purpose, the crowd still showed a nervous look when they heard him say it themselves. The fateful battle between the two heavenly dragons, is it actually going to be staged at this time? Instead of directly responding to Vale's declaration of war, Tenraku looked at Surtsks and Sirafal behind him. Surtsk-sama, although this is a little willful of me, so please forgive me, but this is a battle that I have to accept. Since the White Dragon Sovereign has taken the side of the enemy, then there is no other way. Tenraku-kun, just go for it. Surtsks and Michael naturally had no reason to stop Tenraku, as there is no more suitable choice than to let the Red Dragon Emperor deal with the White Dragon Sovereign. So, the corner of his mouth raised into a slight curve, and a skyrocketing aura burst out from Tenraku's body. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Scarlet's armor quickly wrapped around Tenraku's body and a pair of mighty dragon wings stretched out from behind him. Tenraku also resorted to using the Longinus that destroy God's forbidden move. Armor of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear, scale mail. The fateful battle between the Red Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Sovereign, the two heavenly dragons, is finally about to begin. A lot had happened today, from the Cow's Brigade attack to the White Dragon Sovereign mutiny. Now a scarlet and silvery white figures were floating in the air, and at this time, they gathered everyone's eyes. There was a sense of anticipation and excitement in the surroundings. The two heavenly dragons' fateful battle is not something that everyone has the luck to see. Red Dragon Emperor, I have been patient since I fought with you last time, and finally, it's time for us to fight. Me too, White Dragon Sovereign? Although they couldn't see each other's expressions under their armors, anyone could hear the excitement and fighting spirit in their voices. None of us have officially introduced ourselves to each other. Let's do it now. My name is Vale Lucifer. Lucifer, how is that possible? Vale reported his real name for the first time. Although Tenraku knew it from the beginning, Surtsks and others who didn't know this showed shocked expressions on their faces. I am the one who inherited the dead great Satan Lucifer's bloodline. I am a hybrid born from the union of my father, who was the grandson of former great Satan, and my human mother. So he is a half-human, no wonder we don't know. Although everyone here understood what was going on, they still couldn't conceal the shock in their hearts. This guy is not only the descendant of Lucifer, but he is also the host of the White Dragon Sovereign. How small is such a probability? My name is Kamiya Tenraku, the fourth son of the Devil Phenex family, and a hybrid between devil and human. Although the other party must know all this information about himself, Tenraku also formally announced his name. Kamiya Tenraku, we are both hybrids born from devil and human, and we are also the host of the two heavenly dragons. Don't you think this is the so-called destiny? So what? It is fate that we must fight? A burst of powerful aura exploded out of Vale's body and attacked Tenraku, but Tenraku stood in the same place without moving. Albion, it's finally time again. I will definitely win this time, Drake. You are still as confident as ever, but my partner will not lose. The voices of Drake and Albion also sounded out from the jewels on the armors. Although they have met and fought each other countless times in the long river of time, this time they are more excited than ever. This is the fight between the strongest Red Dragon Emperor and the strongest White Dragon Sovereign. Let's see which side is the real strongest. Raising his hand, Tenraku also pointed in Vale's direction. Vala Lucifer, I think you have heard about my true Sacred Gear's ability. In this fateful battle, if I lose, you can do whatever you want, but if you lose, your White Dragon Sovereign Sacred Gear will be mine. To take light wings of the White Dragon Sovereign Divine dividing from Vale and make all the power of the two heavenly dragons available to him, Tenraku had already decided to do so. What an arrogant fellow, Red Dragon Emperor, but that's why I want to beat you even more now. If you can really beat me, then do whatever you want. The loser loses everything and the winner decides everything. Vale has long understood this. Moreover, Vale has absolute confidence in himself and he didn't even think that he will lose. Then, the fateful battle of the two heavenly dragon. Let's begin. In the presence of everyone, Tenraku and Vale acted at the same time and shot towards each other as scarlet and silvery white streams of light. Boom, HNG, boost, boost, divide, divide. Over the Kuah Academy, Tenraku and Vale have already attacked each other dozens of times. The air currents burst, stirring up the storm clouds, and every time the two collided, a huge explosion was created, and just a little bit of fallout from them almost reduced Kuah Academy to rubble. Is this the battle between the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Sovereign? How fierce! Well, after all, those two boys are a monster of an existence. With the barrier guarding everyone, Michael was sincerely admiring them, and Azazel next to him had a heartless smile on his face. Asia, Ubelina, and the other girls are also staring at the battle in the air. Although they are extremely worried, the girls firmly believe that the Scarlet Figura will definitely win. Standing on the opposite side of the barrier not far away, Kateria has a sneer and disdainful expression on her face. The so-called two heavenly dragons only amount to this measly power. If she released all of her power, then she would be able to reach this power level. HNG. It was another collision, and the White Dragon Sovereign have S ability instantly took away half of Tenraku's spirit power, but the Red Dragon Emperor's Multiply S ability hadn't been activated yet, and Tenraku, who had lost half of his power, directly smashed against a building and the building was smashed to pieces. Volley is really good. Tenraku felt some on his body under the armor. It was so painful that he grinned and gasped for breath. Partner, here we go again. Drake reminded Tenraku, who had just gotten up, and he saw Volley attacking him again. The Multiply ability was instantly activated and it made up for the lost spirit power, and a cold arc floated at the corner of Tenraku's mouth. The same thing happened to Volley, and Tenraku swept his legs across Valis' abdomen to let him experience the same pain. What? Volley directly spits out blood under the armor, and his body was thrown into the air. Taking advantage of this situation, Tenraku launched both of his palms, and then thousands of magic bullets were shot out. The barrier surrounding Valis' body was already overwhelmed and it shattered with a big explosion, and Volley was blown tens of thousands of meters into the air. The aftermath of the low-altitude battle has destroyed the Kuah Academy. If it continues, the entire Kuah town will be affected by the battle between the two. Tenraku's dragon wings also turned his figure into a scarlet flash of light in the sky. Boom! HNG. Above the sky, Tenraku and Vala clashed against each other. A scarlet and a silver figure pierced through the clouds, and there were loud noises from their collisions like lightning and thunder. One can guess the fierceness of the battle between the two without even looking. Boost! Divide! Tenraku and Vala fought against each other on the sea of clouds, and they collided against each other again and again. Boom! With a final explosion in the sky seemed to glow as if the sun had come out, shining the night Kuah town like daylight. The violent energy continued to spread around the two people. The white air current swept everything, and everything in the sky was pushed away. Everything finally calmed down after a long time. The blue sky looked clear as if it has been washed. The sky was full of stars, and the clouds that were previously floating in the sky had disappeared, leaving only the two figures in it. You actually forced me to such an extent. Besides Azazel, you are the first one to do so. Drenched in blood, Vala stood floating in the air, but with a look of unprecedented excitement on his face. As expected of his fateful opponent, he did not let him down. Damn that White Dragon Sovereign, he's really hard to beat. Baring his teeth, Tenraku was also woefully out of shape at this moment, but he admires Vala's power in his heart. Although Cockabile was also strong, he was nowhere near Vala. If we continue like this, we won't be able to tell the winner even if we go on for another 3 days and nights. I have decided, Red Dragon Emperor, I will let you see my Dragon of Supremacy Juggernaut drive. You have that qualification. A sharp light flashed in Valis' eyes as he spoke, while Tenraku, who had heard the sound, almost had his heart pounding out of his chest. Hey, what did this guy just say? He wants to let me see his Dragon of Supremacy Juggernaut drive? He's not crazy, is he? Vala, that move is too dangerous. You will be swallowed by my power. Albion's voice rang from the duel, and he didn't seem to approve of Valis' crazy decision. I don't care about that. I just want to win this fight. Vala had decided to do so, and without listening to anyone's advice. Vala urges the magic power in his body to condense the armor of White Dragon Sovereign once again, and at the same time, his one palm is facing the sky. I, who am about to awaken. I am the heavenly dragon who has taken the principles of supremacy from God. I envy the infinite and I pursue the dream. I shall become the White Dragon of Supremacy, and I shall take you to the limits of White Paradise. Dragon of Supremacy Juggernaut drive? An endless violent magic power broke out from Valis' body, and his body swelled, his neck stretched, and his hands and feet turned into sharp claws. Under the stunned look of everyone, Vala became a huge silver-white heavenly dragon. That is. Rias and the other women below are overwhelmed beyond measure. Even if they are so far apart, they can feel the aura that is strong enough to suffocate them. Even Dragon of Supremacy Juggernaut drive had been used. Vala seems to be in a hurry. Azazel looked like he was happy, but his eyes flashed and no one knew what he was really thinking. Michael and Sertsk have a solemn expression on their faces, and even Kateria on one side had a gloomy look on her face. Although she didn't want to admit it, but Vala at the moment made her feel fear. If she fights Vala in this state, then she would lose. Huey roar? The silver-white heavenly dragon roared up to the sky, then a magic power light bullet compressed and coalesced in the giant mouth. Drake, is there any way? Tenraku in the armor asked Drake as cold sweat came out of his body. Run for your life, partner. There was a little silence before Drake's voice rang from the duel. The corners of Tenraku's mouth twitched and he almost had the urge to explode at Drake, but before he could say anything, the silver heavenly dragon hissed and ejected the magic bullet towards him. One bullet got divided into 10, 10 into 100, 100 is divided into 1,000, and 1,000 is divided into 10,000. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky is filled with dense magic power bullets. Tenraku's scalp was almost numb and he couldn't help but sigh. He would just do what Drake said, and run for his life. HNG boom boom. The whole sky was blown into a ball, and Tenraku turned into Scarlet's stream of light, but the number of magic bombs was too much, and Tenraku's figure was finally buried in the turbulent energy turbulence. Tenraku-sama. The explosion in the air lasted for a long time before it gradually subsided, but apart from the silver heavenly dragon, Tenraku was nowhere to be found. Rias and the other girls were worried, and the youngest Isle and Nell even covered their lips with tears in their eyes. After suffering from such a fierce attack, is there Tenraku-sama already? Just as the girls were thinking about the worst possible case, a long roar suddenly sounded in the sky. Volley? As if the star had fallen, Tenraku came out while holding a huge ball of energy of tens of meters from the deep sky. Under the surprised expressions of the girls, Tenraku slammed the energy ball on the back of the white heavenly dragon. HNG. There was another loud noise and the silver heavenly dragon howled in pain, and Tenraku quickly retreated tens of thousands of meters away. Is it done? Tenraku asked while panting heavily. Not yet. Tenraku's power was quickly restored but Drake replied with a solemn voice. With the clear vision, Tenraku couldn't help but have an ugly expression on his face. His full-powered and exhausting blow only left a shallow burn mark on the opponent's back. Roar! The silver-white heavenly dragon that Vala turned into did not pounce on him, but stood in the air and looked at Tenraku with a cold expression on his face. In the other party's eyes, Tenraku saw sarcasm and disdain. Drake, channel all your power to me? Tenraku said in a low voice as he finally got angry. Partner, we can't defeat his Dragon of Supremacy Juggernaut drive in this state. Drake seemed to know what Tenraku wanted to do and he tried to dissuade him. However, Tenraku, who was already on fire, didn't listen to him, and clenched his iron-like fist and shot out again. Million Red Dragon Fist? HNG boom boom. With his full power, Tenraku slammed tens of thousands of fists onto the dragon's body. Such a fierce attack could easily erase a mountain, but the silver-white heavenly dragon remained motionless and he just stared at Tenraku with an indifferent expression. Divide. After constantly reducing Tenraku's strength, the silvery white heavenly dragon's palm slapped, and Tenraku's body shot out like a meteor. What? It felt like all the bones in his body were about to shatter, and the violent attack made Tenraku look like a ball of fire falling from the sky. Tenraku smashed a 100-meter deep crater in the ground. The blood gushed out of his body and Tenraku almost fainted. Unbelievable, he is completely vulnerable in front of the opponent's Dragon of Supremacy Juggernaut drive? Tenraku? Rias anxiously prepared to run over but was blocked by Surtsk's raised hand. Stop, Rias. Ani-sama, Tenraku. If you still consider yourself to be Tenraku-kun's fiancé, then carefully watch his fight. Surtsk spoke with a serious expression on his face and his words shocked Rias. Rias Oni-san, elder sister, I believe in Tenraku-san, I believe he will win. Asia's voice sounded out from behind her. Looking at the miserable Tenraku in the distance, the girl was already in tears with a distressed expression on her face, but her eyes were unsuspectingly firm. Rias, let's watch it here at this time and watch Tenraku fight. The same tears were streaming down on Akino's face but she had an unprecedented gentle smile on her face. Gradually, Rias recovered her calm, and she also knew that she was a little impulsive just now. Yes, what she can do now is not to help Tenraku, but to stand here with everyone watching him and believing in him. Sana-chan, the Red Dragon Emperor seems to be dying. Sirafal's voice did not contain any irony in it, as she was merely stating a fact that she is seeing. The White Dragon Sovereign's Dragon of Supremacy Juggernaut drive is so powerful, let alone Tenraku, even as the Demon King's, she has no confidence in winning against him. He won't fall, Sana replied while pushing her glasses up her nose. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were on the broken scarlet figure, and even the eyes of a certain silver-haired maid on one side flashed with inexplicable splendor. Kamiya Tenraku, let me see if you are qualified to be my hope for everything. Are you still alive, partner? Drake's voice finally recovered with a ray of light in the dim jewel. Drake, your joke is really not funny at all. Tenraku gasped as he staggered to his feet. As bad as the situation is right now, we need something to liven things up. The previous battle was extremely damaging to Tenraku, with depleted spirit power and several broken bones. If not for the Holy Mother's smile healing ability and Drake's multiply ability to quickly regain his strength, it's doubtful whether he would have been able to fight next. But even so, the situation at this time is still extremely bad. Although extremely unwilling, Tenraku has to admit the fact that Vali in the Dragon of Supremacy Juggernaut drive state is infinitely close to the level of the Transcendence beings, which is simply not something that he can compete against for now. Looking up, he saw the silver heavenly dragon floating in the air. It looked noble, beautiful, and majestic. The indifferent look in his eyes made the dragon look like a high king overlooking everything in the world. Despite the lack of language, Tenraku instantly understands what the other person is saying and he also understood that this guy is waiting for him to challenge him. Are you really so conceited that you have lost your mind after being swallowed by your current power, Vala? Tenraku never thought of himself as a competitive person, but at this moment, his heart was stirred with an endlessly strong desire to win. He doesn't want to lose to this guy no matter what. Drake, can I also use Dragon of Supremacy Juggernaut Drive? Although your awareness is comforting, but I'm sorry to tell you that you can't use that move yet. Even if you forcefully use that move, it would only result in you physically collapsing. Although a little disappointed, it was all expected, Tenraku only asked the last sentence out of unwillingness to give up. It has only been a few months since he had acquired the Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear. Compared with the use of Longinus, Tenraku is naturally not as good as Vale, who got his sacred gear very early. Even though sacred gear Plunder has given Tenraku a great talent for controlling sacred gears, Vale is also a true genius born once in a century. I know. Drake, my next move may be a little crazy and I may accidentally kill both of us, but if we succeed then we may be able to defeat the White Dragon Sovereign. Do you want to try? Tenraku exhaled deeply as a sharp light flashed through his eyes. It doesn't matter what you use as long as you can defeat that Albion, partner, do what you want to do. Hearing Drake's answer without hesitation, Tenraku couldn't help but shook his head, and he was also amused at the moment he himself hesitated just now. Whether it's the Red Dragon Emperor or the White Dragon Sovereign, these two female berserker dragons are out-and-out lunatics. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done that kind of thing in ancient times that caused the three major forces to join forces and kill them. Even the leaders of the three major forces joined hands to kill them, and then God made them into sacred gears. But this is just right. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. The spirit power in Tenraku's body surged as he once again condensed the armor of the Red Dragon Emperor, and at the same time, he raised his hand and a longsword exuding a sacred aura appeared in his hand. This sword is the holy sword of Dragon Slayer Ascalon? Are you planning to use the Dragon Slayer against the White Dragon Sovereign? It is indeed a wise choice. Surtsk watched Tenraku with others with him, and when he took out Ascalon, he nodded along with Michael. However, the next moment, what surprised everyone was that Tenraku directly inserted the sword into his chest. Oi, partner, do you mean it? Ah, that's it. Drake's horrified voice sounded from the jewel on Tenraku's hand while he grinned and continued to thrust the sword into his chest. Surtsk's expressions changed drastically, and even Kateria and a group of magicians on one side had a ghostly expression on their faces. Whether it is the White Dragon Sovereign or the Red Dragon Emperor, they are both crazy, they are both lunatics. In the original work, Hyudu Issei made the Ascalon fuse with the boosted gear. After the fusion, they had the power of Dragon Slayer in their fights, and they can be separated when they are not needed. What Tenraku is doing now is also to fuse Ascalon with boosted gear, but the difference is that Tenraku wants to integrate the two sacred gears thoroughly, allowing Drake to swallow the power of Ascalon. Letting a dragon swallow the power of Dragon Slayer, even a 3-year-old child knows how crazy it is. Ah! Tenraku and Drake screamed in pain at the same time, and the jewel in front of Tenraku's chest flashed and countless cracks appeared on it. Everyone who was watching this scene almost had their hearts in their throats, because as long as there is even a slight mistake, Longinus and Holy Sword will be destroyed, and even Tenraku himself will be directly killed by that uncontrollable energy. It didn't last long, and finally, Ascalon was melted into the jewel and Tenraku gasped. Although the whole process was extremely dangerous, Tenraku had succeeded in the end. The jewel in front of Tenraku's chest gradually regained its light, and the broken cracks continued to heal. Tenraku could clearly feel two diametrically opposed powers in his body, the power of Dragon and Dragon Slayer, and these two powers were flowing inside his body. Once they burst out. Drake, are you okay? I'm okay, it's just that you really almost killed me, partner. Naturally, Tenraku could hear Drake's deep resentment, and he grinned with an innocent look on his face. Wasn't he also forced to do so? He couldn't afford to lose in this battle. Well, I will make it up for you in the future, so don't complain. With a crazy partner like you, even I will die sooner or later, but I like it. Feel it, partner, our brand new power. As Drake's voice fell, a scarlet beam of light rose into the sky, and then an endless aura burst out of Tenraku's body. This aura was thick and violent, and it was as if it had the power to destroy anything. Ah-ha! Tenraku let out a low growl, and the scarlet armor on his body wriggled as curved blades stretched out from the back of his hand from the joints and the jewel on the armor. The blades were shining with cold light and they looked extremely sharp. They were full of dangerous and gorgeous beauty. Tenraku-san. Tenraku-sama. Asia, Yubelina, and the other women were surprised and excited, and even Azazel looked convinced. Either Vale or Tenraku, they are all monsters. Is this our new power? Tenraku's face under the armor showed a smile as he shook his hand. This time, it might work. Looking at the silver-white heavenly dragon in the sky, Tenraku burst into the sky with an intent to fight. This battle would go on, the fateful battle of the two heavenly dragons. Apologies for the wait, Vale. With the dragon wings behind him, Tenraku turned into Scarlet's stream of light and shot off into the air. Tenraku clenched his fist and slammed it into the void. Chaotic Edge Dragon Extinguishing Fist? Li. Countless energy blades burst out, forming a huge torrent of blades in the air which directly rushed towards the body of the silver heavenly dragon. Huiyu. The huge body was directly lifted off and tens of thousands of energy blades chopped on the body of the silver heavenly dragon. Blood flew out and the huge heavenly dragon also hissed out in pain. Divide. Boost. The blue light wings spread out from behind as the silver-white heavenly dragon adjusted its posture and condensed a densely packed magic bullet balls. Tenraku's hands also waved like wheels as he threw out tens of thousands of energy bullets one after another. HNG boom boom. The entire sky exploded with many explosions and the dazzling light shone in the night sky. Volley, roar. The sound shook the sky as one person and one dragon were tearing at each other. Boom. HNG. In the sky, the scarlet figure and the silver heavenly dragon were frantically attacking each other. Magic bullets, hurricanes, blazing flames, thunder, and lightning. The scene that seemed to be the end of the world made the people of Kuok Town tremble. They were all lucky. As long as they can survive, then someone will naturally erase their memories and let them forget these horrible things. They are also unfortunate as they would only live in that hypocritical peace, looking up at the supreme beings as tiny ants. On top of a tall building, a young girl wearing glasses was standing against the wind, looking at the fighting figures in the air, her eyes filled with endless fervor. HNG. In another collision, a huge spark exploded in the air, and Tenraku was thrown over and over by the turbulence, his dragon wings flapping behind him to keep his body steady. Hey partner, your body can't hold it anymore. Drake's voice sounded from the jewel on his hand. Although their new form that was evolved by swallowing holy sword Ascalon has great power, Tenraku barely has the power to confront the dragon of supremacy Juggernaut drive. But this form is also very dangerous. If this fight drags too long, then I'm afraid that the opponent wouldn't even need to do anything as Tenraku's own body will collapse first. Then let's do it quickly and finish him off in one go. A sharp light flashed in Tenraku's eyes as he made a crazy decision in his heart. With his iron-like fist clenched, Tenraku flashed below the silver and white heavenly dragon, and then threw out many punches at the huge body. Yay! Each punch will produce a furious torrent of energy blades. The silver-white heavenly dragon shouted in pain as its huge body was attacked by that continuous torrent of energy blades and was shot straight up to the sky. Not long after, one person and one dragon have already risen to the edge of the atmosphere, almost rushing into the universe. In the deep space, the temperature was extremely cold, and Tenraku and the silver-white heavenly dragon's bodies were soon covered with a thick layer of ice. Ordinary creatures could not survive at all in this place, but for the powerful devil and dragon race, they can resist this place for some time. Tenraku used his spirit chi and shattered the obstructive ice on his body before he strongly hugged the huge body of the silver-white heavenly dragon. Partner, let go, our power will be sucked out. Not knowing what Tenraku wanted to do, Drake's shocked voice came out of the jade jewel. It can suck it if it wants, it doesn't matter anymore. Watch it, Drake, we will do an unprecedented feat with this. A flash of madness flashed in Tenraku's eyes as he hugged the silver-white heavenly dragon and slowly turned and then rushed down towards the earth. Partner, you can't be thinking. Cold sweat breaks out from his body as Drake finally seems to have guessed what Tenraku is up to. Let's decide the winner, volley, Albion. Look at my last stunt, 2 heavenly dragons. Earth hit. Tenraku loudly laughed and the scarlet and silver figure fell down towards earth under the influence of gravity. Is Tenraku okay? I'm so worried. I can't hear the sound of fighting anymore. What happened? They are too far and are completely invisible. On the ground, everyone waited for a long time without seeing the figure of the 2 heavenly dragons, and they were also worried about the Tenraku. That is. As if he had found something, Gasper on one side suddenly opened his mouth as he pointed to the air and couldn't properly speak. The crowd also could not help but look over, only to see a blazing red ball of fire appeared in their field of vision, and the 2 heavenly dragons were at the center of this fireball. Like the fallen star, a huge fireball flew from the sky and fell to the outside of Kuok Town, and then, boom! The fire blazed into the sky, and the whole land trembling under the heavy impact. Tenraku-sama? Rias flew into the sky and everyone quickly followed her. Smoke filled the air. There was a big mountain outside Kuok Town, but now the whole mountain has disappeared, replaced by a huge charred black pit. In the middle of the huge pit lay 2 similarly scorched figures. They were motionless and it wasn't known whether they were alive or not. Woo! Seeing the ruined scene, Rias and the other women couldn't help covering their lips. Even Sertsk and Michael couldn't help but feel shocked. Is this the battle of the 2 heavenly dragons? How tragic. Everyone was quietly waiting and even the anxious girls also forcibly stopped the urge to run over there. The battle is not over until the final winner appears. Drake, are we still alive? Tenraku said hoarsely while lying on the ground. We are still alive, but we are not that far from death. A faint light flashed in the jade jewel as Drake's grieving voice came out. Drake used to think that she and Albion were crazy enough, but her partner was crazier than them. As long as you are not dead yet. Tenraku wanted to laugh a few times, but his laugh hurts his wounds, and Tenraku can only grin in pain. His whole body was scorched black, his internal organs were damaged, and all the bones in his body were broken. It was the first time in Tenraku's memory that he was injured so badly. In the final collision, it was not only the silver heavenly dragon that had suffered. Part of the impact had also hit Tenraku, but a major part of the impact had hit Volley, otherwise Tenraku wouldn't be alive right now. Now Tenraku can't help but feel some palpitations in his heart. Tenraku himself didn't believe that he would do such a crazy thing. It seems that he had underestimated himself. Maybe he also hides the violent side in his soul. After taking out the tears of Phenex with some difficulty, Tenraku bit off the lid and drank the liquid inside before he relaxed his body. Tenraku only felt an itchy feeling all over his body and soon his injuries have recovered. Although Tenraku's spirit power hasn't recovered yet, it doesn't affect his movement anymore, so he staggers up from the ground. Looking at Vale, who was still lying on the ground and had completely fainted, Tenraku's heart was unexpectedly calm for a moment. Partner, we won. Drake's voice was full of excitement, and Tenraku also felt an endless excitement in his heart. Yes, they have won in this fateful battle between the two heavenly dragons. On the other side of the huge pit, Vale, who had recovered his humanoid form, was still lying there. With the powerful repercussions of using Dragon of Supremacy Juggernaut drive and the huge damage he suffered in the final impact, it can be said that Vale was in an extremely miserable state at this time, and he was on the verge of death. But it's okay as long as he is not dead. Tenraku used Phenex tears on Vale, and Vale's serious injuries quickly recovered. Regaining consciousness, Vale slowly opened his eyes, but his body was extremely weak and he still couldn't move. Although he was swallowed by Albion's power when using Dragon of Supremacy Juggernaut drive, Vale still retained a part of his consciousness. Looking at Tenraku, who was also looking at him, Vale naturally knew the end of this fateful battle. He lost. Although he had never thought about this possibility, this is the fact. I lost. Vale spoke with no expression on his face. A win is a win and a loss is a loss, and even with all the anger and resentment inside of him, the proud man lying on the ground is not so arrogant that he would not face his defeat. Do you remember our agreement, Vale? This is a powerful and respectable opponent, so Tenraku also did not say any hypocritical and polite words and he directly spoke what was on his mind. There was a moment of silence. Vale naturally remembered the so-called agreement. If he lost, Tenraku would take away his sacred gear. I won't be polite then. Seeing that his opponent is aware of this, Tenraku does not hesitate. He directly uses his Sacred Gear Plunder ability and plunges his hand into Vale's chest. It is quite dangerous to seize Longinus type Sacred Gears. For an ordinary person like Hayuduise, who had not yet awakened his Sacred Gear, Tenraku could take it away by force, but for a host like Vale, who had already awakened and had a strong will, it is quite difficult. If Vale was determined to resist, then I am afraid that even if Tenraku uses all of his Sacred Gear power, he may not be able to seize it. However, Vale did not resist at all. Although the process of extracting a sacred gear is extremely painful, he still looked indifferent and didn't let out any painful voice. Tenraku admires this man's will, but he would not be lenient in taking things. Under the silent gaze of everyone, a silver-white jade jewel was seeped out of Vale's body by Tenraku. It was the Longinus that Vale possessed. Light wings of the white dragon sovereign divine dividing. Vale, you were indeed a good host, and the time spent with you has been pleasant. But the winner has the right to speak and the loser can only remain silent. As a loser, you are no longer qualified to own me. Don't blame me for this. A brilliant light flashed in the jade jewel and Albion's voice sounded at the same time. Albion was still very optimistic about Vale and he had once regarded him as the strongest and most potential host in history, but the result was regrettable. I understand, Albion, all of this is my responsibility. I was too weak. There was finally a slight change in Vale's indifferent expression as he spoke. There was a little silence. Then, goodbye, my former partner. As Albion's voice fell, the sacred gear was finally taken away. Feeling the emptiness in his soul, Vale, who was already extremely weak, fainted again. Looking at the silver jade jewel in his hand, Tenraku was extremely excited at this time. With the gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear, this Longinus that hosts the White Dragon Sovereign Albion has finally come into his hand. Albion, this time it's a complete victory for me and my partner. Drake's voice also rang out from the jade jewel which showed her happiness. I acknowledge this defeat, Drake, and you and your host rejoice to your heart's content, as is your right as winners. That is nature, Although the two have fought countless times in countless years, and each has their own victory and defeat, this time both sides have met their strongest host, so this victory and defeat are of great significance, and Drake was naturally overjoyed to win this time. But, Drake, does your host really intend to merge my powers? It's no laughing matter. Not to mention the opposing power attributes of you and me. The huge energy generated by our union alone would be beyond the reach of ordinary people. Albion's words were not raising an alarm, and Drake could not help but fall silent until after a while. Albion, if it were before then I wouldn't believe anyone could fuse the power of us two heavenly dragons at the same time, but my partner is different. He is a man who can be called the son of miracles. Partner, let Albion see it too. You have the qualifications to be her host. You have the qualifications to be the host of the two heavenly dragons? Drake felt like she was crazy, even though she herself didn't think anyone could fuse the power of the two heavenly dragons at the same time, but she trusted Tenraku? Understood. Tenraku replied with the corners of his mouth raised, and then, under everyone's gaze, he directly shot light wings of the white dragon sovereign divine dividing into his body. The violent aura rose into the sky, and after a brief period of calm, Tenraku's entire face was almost distorted. For the time, all Tenraku could feel was pain, a heart-piercing pain, and it was as if every cell in his body is hurting and his soul was being torn apart. The power of the two heavenly dragons is so powerful that the energy emitted by the combination of the two would be enough to directly kill a high-class devil. And more importantly, the two heavenly dragons' power attributes are opposite to each other, and after meeting in Tenraku's body, they frantically started to collide against each other. Huiyu, Huiyu, two huge dragons' roars sounded, and at the same time, two scarlet and silver soul phantoms appeared in the sky. It is Drake and Albion? They looked huge, majestic, gorgeous. Everyone looked at the shocking scene with a dumbfounded expression on their faces, and they saw the phantom of the two heavenly dragons hovering above Tenraku's head, constantly roaring. PPP. Scarlet and silver, multiply and have, scorching flames and violent poison. The power of heavenly dragons uses every cell in Tenraku's body as a battlefield, constantly colliding and fighting to try to swallow each other, and some overwhelmed cells directly burst out. At this moment, Tenraku looked like a man completely made out of blood and nothing else. Tenraku? Tenraku-sama? Ah! Rias, Yubelina, and the other girls yelled out in worry, and they wanted to run over, but they were directly swept out by the turbulent energy flow, and they couldn't get close to Tenraku. Serdzx, Seraphal, Michael, and Azazel quickly deployed some barriers, and each of them had a solemn expression on their face. Kateria also took the group of magicians back, but there was a sneer on her face. Although she was shocked that the boy had defeated the White Dragon Sovereign, but he still wanted to combine the power of the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Sovereign. In Kate Ree's opinion, this boy didn't know the meaning of dying a painful death. Although somewhat ironic, Tenraku's current state is a bit of a mess. Drake and Albion's power is constantly attacking and fighting in his body, and it is possible that his body will explode like a nuclear bomb in the next moment. Despite the pain, Tenraku clenched his teeth and resisted. He still has many ambitions that he absolutely wants to achieve, so how can he fall here? Fuse? Tenraku's eyes flashed with a cruel glint, and as he shouted, a red and white beam of light rose into the sky, and at the same time, the soul phantoms of Drake and Albion also shouted simultaneously and rushed into Tenraku's body. Boom! A dazzling light filled the air, and there is only a piece of silver left in the whole world. As the brilliance dissipated, the whole world returned to calm. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction where Tenraku was, and then a shocked expression appeared on their faces. They saw a figure in scarlet and silver white battle armor. He looked gorgeous and mighty, and there were also two pairs of scarlet dragon wings and blue light wings behind this figure's back. Tenraku did it. He had successfully combined the power of the two heavenly dragons. HHH partner, you did it. Drake, is this your host? No, he will be our host from now on. The voices of Drake and Albion sounded from the jade jewels of the left and right hand, while Drake was excited and Albion was deeply shocked. It's incredible that someone really unified the power of their two heavenly dragons. Not even thinking about if someone had done this before, I am afraid that no one had been suicidal enough to even think about such crazy things. Under the armor, Tenraku was also extremely excited at this time. Although the previous situation was extremely dangerous, he had finally done it. From now on, the power of the two heavenly dragons will be used by him, and he will be the only lord of the two heavenly dragons in history. He shook his hands and felt the vast spirit power in his body, and even Tenraku was shocked by the power in his body. Compared with before, the spirit power in his body has skyrocketed by several times. This is not simply the result of 1 + 1 = 2. Originally, the power of the two heavenly dragon has opposite attributes, but it is now perfectly integrated within Tenraku, forming a wonderful cycle in his body. The Red Dragon Emperor's infinite strengthening of himself, White Dragon Sovereign's infinite weakening of the enemy. It is impossible to imagine how terrifying such a combination would be. Tenraku now has absolute self-confidence in himself. Except for some transcendence beings and the two dragon gods, he is now unafraid of any enemy in this world. Not to mention the Red Dragon God Emperor and Dragon God of Infinity. Even if Tenraku fights against a transcendent being, he can fight them to death. Looking up at the sky, Tenraku remained silent for a long time. Is this the feeling of being powerful? It's really fascinating. Converging his mind, Tenraku did not let his power consume his mind. He still has a long way to go, and he will continue to work hard in the future. His ambition is huge, and he can't be satisfied by reaching this level. Facing the air, Tenraku punched out. A huge shadow of the fist condensed in the air before it rushed into the sky with an overwhelming momentum. After spying in the shadows for a long time, it was time to bring out the rat. She, I have been found. Rui gold-banded stick? A man's voice resounded in the air, followed by a golden cudgel which swept across the air, and then collided against the shadow fist sent by Tenraku. Boom! There was a shocking explosion which resulted in the constant trembling of the ground, and then a golden light flashed in the air as a man in armor appeared in front of everyone holding a golden cudgel in his hand. So scary and terrifying. You are worthy of being the legendary sacred gear plunderer and the man who defeated Vale. The man said with an unruly smile on his face. Are you that great victorious fighting Buddha Sun Wukong's descendant, Baikao? Tenraku recognized the identity of the person who appeared in front of him and spoke with a smile on his face. Oh, I didn't expect you to know me. It's a great honor. Are you here for Vale? Yeah, I was originally here for him, but I didn't expect Vale to lose to you, and he also lost his sacred gear to you. This is a bit difficult. After all, the organization does not need a waste. Holding his head, Baikao spoke with a troubled expression on his face. Although he admitted that the former Vale was very powerful and talented, and he was even prepared to let him become his companion, but in Baiko's view, Vale has become a useless person after losing his sacred gear, and he doesn't need a useless person to be his companion. Baikao, you came just in time. Help me take them down. Kateria said as she flashed to Baiko's side. It never occurred to her that Vala would lose the duel, and her plan was completely disrupted, which made Karia extremely annoyed, but after seeing Baikao, a glimmer of hope appeared in Kateri's heart. Although this monkey is very annoying, but it cannot be denied that he is quite powerful. As long as he helps her to hold back Michael and Azazel, then she would be able to use her powers to kill Sertsk and Seraphal and regain the throne of Leviathan, which should have belonged to her? Stupid woman, what are you talking about? Don't drag me in if you want to die. With a loud cry, Baikao jumped back to create some distance between him and Kateria. This woman is really crazy for wanting revenge here and now. She doesn't even understand the power gap between her and those standing here, let alone the leaders of angels, fallen angels, and great Satan. Tenraku alone was enough to crush both of them. Although he had only blocked one of Tenraku's strikes just now, Baikao already knew that he wouldn't last long against Tenraku. I am not interested in your business. Since Vala has become like this, then we will go back. The two great Satans, the leader of angels, the governor-general of fallen angels, and the lord of two heavenly dragon, no matter who comes here, they would have to retreat in face of such power, and this stupid woman wants to make trouble here. She really doesn't know the gap between her and them? Kintown? With the golden cudgel in his hand, a golden cloud rose from the ground and then carried Baikao and shot off into the air. At this moment, Baikao wants nothing than to run away from this scene. Damn it! Kateria cursed with a gloomy look on her face. Whether it is the white dragon sovereign or that dead monkey, none of them were reliable. Although Kateria also knew that she and the group of cannon fodder magicians had little chance of winning here, but she just didn't want to give up here. Kateria, do you want to surrender yourself or do you intend to make me catch you? Tenraku spoke as he looked at Kateria. If she had escaped with Baikao just now, then Tenraku wouldn't bother to chase after them, but this stupid woman wanted to stay and fight on her own, then he would welcome a prisoner. Such big words coming out of such a small mouth. Don't think that winning against that useless guy Vala is something to be proud of. Let me show you the real power inherited by the blood of the real Leviathan. The cold light in Kateri's eyes flickered as she directly released her powers and a wild aura arose from her body. Unfolding the magic formation, a violent attack rushed towards Tenraku. However, divide. The ability of the White Dragon Sovereign was activated, and the magic attack sent by Kateria was continuously weakened, and in the end, it became impossible for this attack to cause any damage to Tenraku. Impossible? Kateria couldn't accept this result and she screamed in rage. It was her full-powered attack just now, and even a great Satan-level powerhouse would not be able to easily take it. She felt coldness grip her heart at this moment. She had thought that Vala who lost the duel was a waste, but Kateria suddenly realized that it might not be the case at all. This guy in front of her is completely a monster? Is that all there is to it? Tenraku wanted to test the power of the two heavenly dragons with another fight, but he was disappointed by Kateri's attack. The opponent is too weak, so he is not in the mood to fight. Not bothering to say anything more, Tenraku directly appeared in front of Kateria in a flash and then punched her in the abdomen. Kateria kept holding her stomach and backing away as her eyes widened, and then she fell to the ground in disbelief. She's a descendant of Leviathan, and she's been given the power of snake by Aphais, and there are too many buts, but the result is, she was put down by a single attack. Kateria-sama? The magicians on one side were shocked and immediately released their magic to attack Tenraku, but their attacks were no different to Tenraku than scratching an itch, and he didn't even bother to activate the power of White Dragon Sovereign to weaken them. Yat no Kagami 8 Tamirror. Summoning one of his many sacred gears, Yat no Kagami 8 Tamirror, an ancient and huge divine mirror appeared in front of Tenraku. Under Tenraku's control, the Yat no Kagami 8 Tamirror glowed brightly, and then the mirror turned into a vortex of darkness, sucking Kateria and the crowd of frightened magicians into it. Everything has returned to calm, but the shock in everyone's hearts would be unquenchable for a long time. Tenraku-sama? Seeing that there were no more enemies, Rias and the other girls simultaneously ran towards Tenraku. After several twists and turns, the fateful battle between the two heavenly dragons was filled with many ups and downs, and it is far from being able to describe it with the word exciting. In contrast, Kateri's revenge was like a child throwing a tantrum, and she was easily suppressed by Tenraku. The girls looked at Tenraku with scorching eyes, the girls looked at him with admiration and many other emotions. And as for Yubelina and Tenraku's peerage, they are even more proud, because they can follow such master. I am sorry to have worried you guys. After dissipating the armor on his body, Tenraku comforted Isle and Nell, who were hugging him, and then said to the other girls, it's good that you know it. I just say this every time, Tenraku is too cunning. Tenraku-sama, that was amazing. Sana-chan, that Red Dragon Emperor is also your friend, aren't you going to go over there? Seraphal said as she looked at Tenraku being surrounded by a group of girls. Why, does Oni-san, elder sister, want me to go there? Sana asked back while pushing up her glasses. Not really. Although I admit that he is strong, but Sana-chan only needs Oni-san, elder sister. Oni-san is enough to guard Sana-chan? Seraphal spoke while waving the magic stick in her hand, and Sana was speechless for a while. Her Oni-san, elder sister, had started again. Sana automatically blocked her Oni-san's, elder sister, voice, and she took a look at Tenraku not far away. Her eyes under the glasses flashed with some complexities. Creating impossible miracles time and time again. Kamiya Tenraku, what kind of a man are you? Tenraku-san, congratulations, that was a really wonderful duel. Surtsk and Michael walked over, while Yubelina and the other girls quickly gave way to both sides. Thank you, but I am still far behind Surtsk-sama, Tenraku replied humbly while shaking his head. Of course, Tenraku is indeed being humble. After integrating the power of the two heavenly dragons, Tenraku's strength can be described to have gotten a geometric multiple. Except for Surtsk's, whether it is Michael, Azazel, Seraphal, and Grafia, Tenraku is now confident to fight them on equal footing. Kamiya Tenraku, you are the only person in history who has harnessed the power of the two heavenly dragons at the same time. So please make good use of their power in the future. I will, Michael-sama. Michael is a good guy except for his nagging personality, so Tenraku also nodded. Of course, as for how Tenraku would use the power of the two heavenly dragon, it is up to Tenraku's mood. Boy, you are really a monster. You might have been able to fight against God, and that is an accomplishment that even I couldn't achieve. Azazel laughed while patting Tenraku on his shoulder. The corners of Tenraku's eyes twitched for a while as he remained speechless for a while. This guy even dared to say such things. No wonder this fellow fall from heaven. Tenraku couldn't help but look at Michael on the side, and as expected, Michael was also looking at Azazel with a helpless expression on his face. Boy, I'm really interested in your sacred gear. Can you let me study it? We can talk about any conditions. Azazel's eyes flashed with fierce heat as he spoke. The sacred gear Azazel was talking about was naturally the sacred gear Plunder, but Tenraku did not hesitate to refuse. Don't even think about it. Tenraku can even allow Azazel to research the gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear and light wings of the White Dragon Sovereign Divine dividing. But no matter what happened, Tenraku would never allow anyone to even see the sacred gear Plunder. This sacred gear can be described as Tenraku's roots. It has the secret involved in his rebirth into this world. There is no room for any difference, and Tenraku does not want anyone else to know its secrets. Azazel was a little disappointed, but he didn't care much. He had just asked casually and he didn't really expect Tenraku to agree. Next, the guards brought by the leaders of Angel, Fallen Angel, and Devil were left to deal with the rest. Surtsk and his party returned to the restored Kuah Academy and continued to sign a peace agreement with the three major forces. As for how to deal with Kateria, it was also mentioned in the meeting. Originally, as the main culprit who attacked the summit meeting of the three major powers and being the last descendant of the old Leviathan, Kateria was to be handed over to the Underworld. But it was Tenraku who subdued Kateria, and he also showed an extraordinary and powerful strength after he fused the power of two heavenly dragons. So Surtsk, Michael, and Azazel also acquiesced to Tenraku's right to dispose of Kateria on his own, but they still asked Tenraku to report the information he obtained about Kao's brigade afterward. When everything was over and by the time they returned home, it was almost late at night. Originally, it was just a meeting between the leaders of the three factions, but then so many things happened. Not to mention the hard struggle of Tenraku, even Rias and the other girls were very sleepy. In the luxurious bathroom, Tenraku's eyes were slightly closed and he allowed Tusca to wipe his body, while Mai was kneeling on the ground in front of him and was showering him with all of her attention. Mai is a dignified and gentle girl like Yamato Nades Hiko, and she is regarded as the best wife candidate and perfect goddess by many boys in the school, but if those boys know what Mai is doing at this time, then it will definitely blow up their minds. You are getting better and better, Mai. Tenraku stroked the girl's face and praised her after he finally released his frustrations. Swallowing the foreign matter within her mouth and cleaning up after her master, Mai stood up blushingly. Indeed, under the supervision of Master Tenraku, she is doing better and better. Putting on the yukata, Tenraku put his arms around the waists of the two women and walked out of the bathroom. He hit the bed and was about to rest and sleep, but Rias' voice suddenly came in from outside the room. Tenraku, are you sleeping? Opening the door to let Rias in, it also seemed that she had just bathed, and the young girl had only tied a light red nightgown. Rias, what can I do for you? Tenraku asked as he looked at the girl in front of him. He doesn't know what Rias is looking for at this time. Tenraku, too. Rias' cheeks flushed, and she, who had always been bold and unrestrained, looked at Tusca and Mai, but couldn't say anything. Tenraku-sama, we will go back to our room tonight. Looking at each other and smiling, Mai and Tusca spoke to Tenraku and then exited the room. It seems that there is no need for them to serve the bed tonight anymore. Rias, can you talk now? Feeling somewhat amused in his heart, Tenraku looked at the still somewhat blushing young girl and a bit of anticipation appeared in his heart. After taking a few deep breaths, and with her beautiful eyes shining as if she had made up her mind, Rias took 2 steps forward and she hugged Tenraku. Rias hugged Tenraku tightly as if she was afraid of losing it. Obviously, Rias hadn't said anything, but Tenraku instantly understood the girl's mood. I am sorry, Rias. Tenraku gently stroked the girl's hair. Do you think that your apology would work? Do you know how worried we were about you? Rias raised her head and her eyes had been covered with a thick mist for some time. Even now, recalling the battle between Tenraku and Vali, Rias did not dare to imagine what would have happened if Tenraku had died under Vali instead of winning. Not to mention others, Akeno will definitely break down. Even she herself. I am sorry. Again, just like what Akeno said, Tenraku is too cunning. I am sorry. Tenraku also knew that he was a little headstrong as he recklessly clashed against Vali and made the girls who cared about him worried. However, whether it is for ambition, dignity, or strength, he must fight. The weak are not worthy of happiness, nor can they bring happiness to those they love. Tenraku understands this, and Rias also understands it. But the girl who is already in love can't help but worry. Tenraku, love me, Rias said foolishly as she suddenly raised her head. Obviously, it was just those simple words, but it made Tenraku's blood surge, and his breathing also quickened. Although he couldn't wait to tear the girl's dress and threw her on the bed, Tenraku forcibly calmed himself down. Rias, you are my fiancé, your body, your love, everything about you belongs to me. However, I don't want you to make a choice that you regret because of impulse. I will give you time to prepare. No matter how long I have to wait, I will wait, so Tenraku said while stroking the girl's head. He may be a domineering and greedy man, but for those he loves and who love him, he is also willing to treat them with tenderness. But, I don't want to wait any longer, Rias replied as he looked at Tenraku. Diodora, Cockabile, Vala Lucifer. Tenraku is always fighting, and the opponents they face are getting stronger and stronger. Rias was really worried that one day Tenraku would encounter an enemy that he could not defeat no matter how hard he tried. So she didn't want to wait any longer and she didn't want to regret anything, she wanted to give everything she has to Tenraku. Seeing the firm look in Rias' eyes, Tenraku was silent for a while, and then, he hugged Rias and walked into the bedroom. Since this was Rias' decision then he had no reason to refuse. At the same time, outside the room. You are late, our princess has already stepped forward. Looking at Kendo, who was standing outside the room hesitantly, Rainare leaned against the wall and spoke with a wicked expression on her face. Kendo looked at Rainare and she did not bother to pay attention to this broken woman. However, even though Kendo didn't want to pay any attention to Rainare, but Rainare leaned forward with interest. Although you are also very much in love with the master, but in fact, you are still confused, right? I can see it in your eyes. I don't need you to butt in my business, Kendo said in a low voice with an electric glow bursting out of her body. Oh, so you got angry, did I get it right? Just work hard, Himajima Kendo, I'm looking forward to the day you serve the master with me. HHH. With a wave of her hand, Rainare walked into her room, leaving only Kendo with an ugly expression on her face. Although she didn't want to admit it, Rainare was right, she was still confused. Obviously, Rias had already made up her mind but she was still hesitating. But then again, idiot Tenraku, obviously I can do it if you ask. A small moment of sorrow flashed in Akeno's eyes but in the end, it turned into a sigh and she turned and left and returned to her own room. She will let Rias have Tenraku this time, and next time, she will be able to. Somewhere in Kuok town, in a remote and abandoned building, Hayudu Issei leaned against the wall with his hands and looked at the two familiar figures with a frightened expression on his face. Issei, you didn't expect us to be back again, right? Issei, you are so unkind. We were taken away by the police and you never came to see us. Matsuda, Motohama, what happened to you guys? Hayudu Issei was very happy when he received the message from Matsuda and Motohama. He ran out to meet them while his parents weren't paying attention, but now Issei regrets it a bit. The atmosphere is a bit bad no matter how you look at it. Those damn police sent us to a mental hospital, and they said that they would do some psychological treatment for us. We are not sick at all, we just want to pursue true love. We don't want to accept those weird treatments, so we escaped while those guys were not paying attention. Thinking of what happened to the two of them these days, Matsuda and Motohama looked angry. Each and every one of them had to come against them, they just wanted to pursue true love. What the hell is wrong with that? Issei, you can understand us, right? They looked at Issei with an expectant expression on their faces. I understand, Matsuda, Motohama, I understand you. Hayudu Issei quickly replied, nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. No matter how you look at Motohama and Matsuda, these two guys are a bit mentally disturbed and he does not dare to anger them now. Moreover, he can indeed understand Matsuda and Motohama, because he also has the urge to pursue this true love. If it wasn't for his obsession with Oppai that kept him hesitant, I'm afraid he would have joined Motohama and Matsuda on that path of no return. We knew that you would be able to understand us. I was right about you, you really are our best friend. Matsuda and Motohama looked moved, which made Hayudu Issei feel a little embarrassed. HHH, we are buddies, shouldn't we understand each other? Just now, he was worried about what Motohama and Matsuda would do to him with their mental disorders. Now it seems that they are still the same as before and Issei couldn't help but mutter in his heart, feeling ashamed. However, in the next moment, Issei, we actually came back here for a purpose. Issei, follow us to pursue the true love. The three of us will get married together. Okay, let's. Issei subconsciously prepared to agree, but he suddenly reacted and he couldn't help but look terrified. Get married? Issei, you are our best friend, that's why we thought of you. Marry us, and then the three of us will live a happy life together. Issei, come with us. Obviously, Matsuda and Motohama both had an affectionate smile on their faces, but in Hayudu Issei's eyes, they were like the most terrifying nightmare in the world and he suddenly understood. It's hopeless, Matsuda and Motohama are perverted and they are beyond any help. I don't want to. With a shout, Issei rushed away from the two of them and prepared to escape. If he stays here, he may be defiled by these two perverted. Issei, I won't let you escape. Motohama blocked the door for a moment. This guy looked thin and weak but he moved fast. He pushed his glasses and looked at the panicked Issei with a smirk. Issei, enter the world of true love with us. Trust me, you will like it soon. After cracking his fists, the tall Matsuda also pushed forward step by step from behind, blocking Issei with Motohama. Matsuda, Motohama, just let me go, I don't want to become perverted like you. Issei is regretting coming here, he shouldn't have come to see these two perverted, but at this point, he can only plead, hoping that they can let him go. But, nonsense, we are just looking for true love, we are not perverts. We will be angry if you say that anymore. Issei, don't resist anymore, and accept your fate obediently, Issei. With excited grins on their faces, Matsuda and Motohama directly threw Hyudo Issei to the ground like two beasts. Ah, no, I don't want to become that perverted. Help, someone, help me. Ah, Issei, we chose this remote place especially for this. Scream, scream all you want, but no one will come to rescue you even if you scream till your throat gets broken. Observe your fate and enter the world of true love with us. Ahhhhh. Issei kept calling for help and struggled, but Motohama and Matsuda were determined to pull him into the world of true love. The two perverts laughed while tearing Hyudo Issei's clothes. The thought that he would be tainted by Matsuda and Motohama and become perverted like them caused Issei to become desperate for a while, and what made Issei horrified was that a sense of faint excitement began to rise in his heart. When it's over, the curse-like impulse will explode again. If Motohama and Matsuda are allowed to succeed, then he will definitely fall here. Issei began to struggle, he cried for help, and he begged, but everything was useless. Issei also gradually gave up resistance in despair and numbness. Maybe it's not bad to be like them and to enter the world of true love with Motohama and Matsuda. His whole body and mind calmed down and he allowed the two perverts to tear his clothes, but some long-lasting memories appeared in Hyudo Issei's mind at this time. He remembered the days when he watched Oppai Uncle comics in the park when he was a child. He remembered the anxiety and excitement when he first ate Oppai ice cream. He remembered the man's agreement between him and Oppai Uncle. He remembered. Stop it, Motohama, Matsuda. Hyudo Issei suddenly muttered with a dull expression on his face. Issei? Before, no matter how Issei called for help, the two of them ignored it, but for some reason, Matsuda and Motohama suddenly felt that Issei had become a little different, and they really stopped. Standing up, Issei pulled his clothes and then walked to the window and looked at the sky outside. His back looked so vicissitudes and stalwart. Matsuda, Motohama, I do understand you. Maybe it would be nice to join you in the world of true love. But I finally understand. What I really want to pursue is really Oppai. Turning around, Hyudo Issei's determined loud shout reverberated in the entire room. He has been hesitating between Oppai and true love, but just now, he finally understood that what he wants to pursue is still Oppai. Filled with a resolute determination, it was as if his whole body is emitting an aura, and because of his huge obsession with Oppai, Hyudo Issei dispelled the curse that Rainare left in his body. There is no more hesitation, no more confusion. The true love can go to hell, he just has to think about Oppai. At the same time, far away in another world, an unknown deity suddenly flashed, and a pink beam of light broke through the dimensional barrier and fell on Hyudo Issei's body. Ah, so dazzling, Issei is so dazzling. Eyes? My eyes? Looking at the incredible scene in front of them, Matsuda and Motohama covered their eyes and screamed loudly, and Issei also had a dumbfounded expression on his face. What the hell is going on? He raised his head to find the source of the beam of light, but Issei was stunned in an instant. Oppai, so many Oppai? Oppai, 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 Oppai. Singing the Oppai song, a winged Oppai flew down around the pillar of light towards Hyudo Issei. You who have awakened the soul of Oppai, accept them, the power of Oppai. A mysterious voice rang out as all the Oppai flew into Hyudo Issei's body, and then under the stunned expressions of the three people, some parts of Issei's body quickly rose. Ah! This miracle-like scene made Matsuda and Motohama so shocked that they could no longer speak, and Issei even almost fainted. He actually grew a girl like Oppai. Oh my god! The incredible vision did not last long, and soon all the Oppai flew into Hyudo Issei's body, and the pink pillar of light also disappeared without a trace, and everything returned to calm as if nothing had happened in general. However, Issei's Oppai, which are even bigger than girls, is telling the facts that had happened here. Oh you Oppai, Issei has grown Oppai. Give it to us, Issei. After that, Motohama and Matsuda had green eyes, and they screamed and rushed towards Issei. Although not as strong as Issei, they also like Oppai, but they have to give up these in order to pursue true love. So how could Motohama and Matsuda not be excited and thrilled to see Oppai and true love appearing in such harmony? Don't come here. Issei was shocked and he subconsciously pushed his Oppai in front. Then, under the unbelievable looks of the three of them, two pink lasers shot from the Oppai in front of Hyudo Issei. Matsuda and Motohama were directly hit by the laser, and the two screamed as if they had received an electric shock. At the same time, a trace of black curse emerged from their bodies and dissipated without a trace. With his mouth wide open, Hyudo Issei was completely dumbfounded. His Oppai that grew out of nowhere shot out light like a laser gun. Dreaming, he must be dreaming, right? Motohama, Matsuda, are you all right? After regaining his senses, Issei hurried over to inspect Matsuda and Motohama. Although these two guys went on the perverted road of no return and they even tried to pull him into the group, but how can he leave his former buddies and close friends in this manner, especially when he was the one who attacked them? He really didn't mean to hurt them. Woo, my head hurts. What happened? Issei, Matsuda, why are we here? Although they were screaming with miserable expressions on their faces, the two of them were not hurt by this accident. Matsuda and Motohama stood up while shaking their heads, and it was as if their consciousness had been shocked. Motohama, Matsuda, you didn't lose your memories, right? Tell me what you still remember. Oh, let me think about it. Issei looked at Motohama and Matsuda nervously, for fear that these two guys would play amnesia plot on him, but the two guys who finally recovered some also recalled their actions, and their expressions changed in an instant. Motohama, Matsuda, Thinking and remembering all the things they had done, Motohama and Matsuda looked at each other with a blank expression on their faces, and then, vomit. The two guys vomited while leaning on the side. Why were they pursuing such true love? When they thought about all the things they had done, Motohama and Matsuda almost wanted to kill themselves. They even felt disgusted with their bodies. Motohama, I am going to kill you. Matsuda, pay me back for my innocence? After vomiting in confusion, the two of them rushed towards each other and began to punch each other like crazy. This is just like the Motohama and Matsuda Issei know, and he also didn't expect the two of them to be back to normal after being hit by the light. Hyudu Issei didn't bother to care about the two guys who fought because they took away each other's innocence, and instead he checked his own situation. It seemed that his chest had returned to its original shape after the light was emitted, which made Hyudu Issei give out a long sigh of relief. Although he likes Oppai very much and even regards Oppai as his lifelong pursuit, Oppai should only appear on sacred and beautiful girls. Doesn't it become way too perverted if they grow on him? Thinking of everything that had happened, Issei only felt a mess. What the hell is going on? Underworld, Fallen Angel Headquarters, Grigori. In the dark underground prison, a silver-haired man was lying motionless on a cold iron bed. This man is Vale, Azazel-sama. How is Vale? Vale-sama is awake, but open the barrier, I'll go in and take a look. Hi. The voices of Azazel and the guards guarding the prison were heard from outside, and then the barrier covering the prison opened as Azazel walked in from outside. Yo, Vale, how does the prison feel? It's not bad, right? Azazel smiled and greeted Vale while raising his hand, but Vale was still lying motionless on the iron bed without answering. Hey, Vale, can you hear me? Give me some reaction. I'm Azazel. Azazel, I came to see you. Vale. The chattering continued, and Vale initially didn't want to pay attention to this guy, but he couldn't stand it anymore. Azazel, are you here to laugh at me? Vale said coldly while sitting up. Yeah, you finally showed a reaction. That's right, I'm here to laugh at you. You are really miserable. Not only did you lose in the fateful battle of the two heavenly dragons, but your Longinus was taken away, and even the Cows Brigade who was about to take you in has abandoned you. Vale, what do you want me to say about you? You're really a miserable guy. Azazel was really not at all polite as he spoke with a gleeful expression on his face while constantly poking Vale's scars. Although Vale knew that this guy was deliberately trying to get a rise out of him, but he still couldn't help but clenched his fists, almost sinking his fingers into the flesh. Whether it is losing a duel or being abandoned by Cows Brigade, it is a shame to him, an absolute shame. Well, it seems that you also understand your situation. Let's talk about what to do with you now. As soon as his tone changed, Vale's eyes sharpened after hearing Azazel's words. Vale, your identity as a descendant of the old great Satan Lucifer has been exposed, and you also joined the terrorist organization Cows Brigade. After the angels, fallen angels, and devils negotiated, you are now sentenced to a permanent prison. In other words, you will spend your life in prison. Azazel's voice echoed in the prison, and Vale sneered when he heard it. I can't believe you didn't just execute me. I can escape anytime I want from a prison like this. Although your identity is a bit sensitive, it is also a serious crime to take refuge in Cows Brigade, but it has not caused any damage, so there is no need to sentence you to capital punishment. Even though your sacred gear has been taken away, we still trust your abilities, so we will impose some powerful barriers outside your prison. If you can still run away in this way, then that would be your ability. Well, that's about it. I'll have the guards outside keep a good eye on you. Enjoy your prison life before you can escape. Azazel turned and left the prison while waving his hand. Seeing Azazel's leaving back, the coldness on Vale's body gradually dissipated, and a trace of complexity rose in his heart. Azazel, you must be disappointed in me. No one could hear that heartfelt voice, but even this complexity was quickly buried by Vale, and his gaze returned to harsh and cold eyes again. Just wait, Kamiya Tenraku, our duel is not over yet. Human world, Kamiya family residence. What's wrong, Tenraku? Rias said with a silly expression on her face when Tenraku suddenly stopped. Early in the morning, wisps of morning light spilled in from the window and hit Tenraku's eyes as he opened them. Tenraku had a smile on his face as he thought back to what happened last night, and looking at the girl who was still cuddling next to him. Finally, Rias' memory completely belonged to him, although she was a bit shy at the beginning, but she was also very bold and proactive in the back. Tenraku couldn't help but grin as he thought of the madness of last night. It was really amazing, the taste of Rias. It's morning. Rias, wake up, Tenraku said as he patted Rias on her shoulder. Woo, I want to sleep for a while. With a groan, Rias arched towards Tenraku as she didn't want to get up at all. The whole night was crazy and she stopped fighting and rested until the early morning. Even with the powerful devil body, Rias was too tired, and now she just wanted to sleep. Little slacker, we have to go to school today. Tenraku hugged Rias and lifted her before he walked into the bathroom next to him with a funny feeling in his heart. The two kissed while washing their bodies. Tenraku, do it again, Rias said with a blushing face after she got sobered up. She is just like Irina at the beginning. Although it was the first time she had tasted the forbidden fruit, Rias was obsessed with that feeling. Yes, my lady princess. Tenraku couldn't refuse such a request, and he immediately started with a smirk on his face. With the rushing sound of running water, the young girls groaning, the early morning Kamiya family residents staged that evil and depraved scene again. When Rias and Tenraku walked out of the room together, they had already missed school and Rias couldn't help feeling shy when she thought of the indulgence he had asked for. Not to mention others, Kendo would definitely make fun of her. And as expected, Kendo didn't let her down either. Rias has finally come out. Zunai, although she had expected this but Rias still couldn't help but stare at her own queen angrily. Kendo really doesn't let go as long as she has a chance to tease her. Kaiku, club president, congratulations. Konako's voice also appeared in Rias' ears and no extra expressions can be seen on that delicate face. It seems that she is simply congratulating her Kaiku, club president. However, the invisible black belly is the most deadly, and Rias is feeling so shy that she is ready to bury herself in a hole. Even Konako-chan is like that. Hee. Yubelina and the other girls couldn't help but laugh. The naughty girls Isle and Nell even squeezed forward like Konako to congratulate Rias and made Rias even more embarrassed. Asia, what did Princess Rias did in the main room last night? Looking at Rias and Tenraku who were surrounded by everyone, Zenovia, who was standing on the side, asked Asia beside her. Although she had often seen Yubelina and Rainare walking into the Tenraku room to serve Tenraku at night, the meaning of serving is still very vague for Zenovia, who is very nervous in some aspects, and she doesn't know what they are doing. She remembered the one time she had asked Irina about this as she often spends the night in the main room, but Irina didn't clearly tell her. It's just about giving birth to a baby, Asia replied while circling her fingers. Giving birth to a baby, have you done anything like that with the Lord? No, I haven't yet. Zenovia asked, and Asia shook her head with a blush on her face. However, if one were to carefully observe her at this moment, they would find that the girl's eyes are a little dodging. It is true that Asia has not done anything with Tenraku that would result in giving birth to a baby, but they have done everything else. And in order to welcome the moment when they will completely dedicate themselves to the Lord in the future, Yubelina Oni-san, elder sister, and the others also often give her some relevant teachings. Nodding thoughtfully, Zenovia didn't ask any more, but she looked at Tenraku not far away and she also had a different thought in her mind. Kyoah Academy, Occult Research Club. To sum everything up, I am a sensei of Kyoah Academy from today. Please take care of me, everyone. Azazel smiled and spoke while lying on the sofa. Your Excellency Governor General, what the hell is going on? Rias had a speechless expression on her face when she heard those words. The dignified Governor General of Fallen Angels came to their school to be a sensei. What's the cause for that? Well, whether it is about Cockabile or about the Cows Brigade, there have been some troubles in the human world recently, so after discussing some things with Surtsks and others, we all decided to let a leader temporarily stay in the human world. Surtsks and Michael both have a lot of things to do, so I was selected. I also had nothing to do, so I decided to come to your school to play sensei. Azazel spoke in a casual tone and everyone who heard him understood. Although it feels that the Fallen Angels Governor General is not very reliable, there is no doubt about Azazel's strength. If he guards the human world, then those who intend to create chaos will also have to think twice about it. Azazel, since you are so free, why don't you do me a favor? Tenraku said as he thought of something. Interesting, let's hear it. A trace of interest arose in Azazel's eyes and he did not refuse. Gasper, come out. Tenraku-sama. Tenraku yelled to one side, and it took Gasper's cowering figure a long time to get out of the cardboard box under the table. His name is Gasper, he is a vampire and he has a sacred gear that can freeze time-evil eye that stops the world forbidden Baylor view. Azazel, didn't you say you were free, so how about helping me teach him? Tenraku said as he patted Gasper's shoulder. Tenraku is really feeling uncomfortable for this little boy. Although Azazel doesn't seem to be very reliable, anyone who knows the original work should know that he is actually a very good sensei. Even the original protagonist Hayudo Issei grew at a rapid rate under his teachings. And trusting Gasper to teach him may be able to change Gasper's cowardly nature. A vampire kid owning a sacred gear is indeed interesting. Although there is nothing wrong with me teaching him, but my fee is very high. Light wings of the white dragon, sovereign divine dividing, I will lend it to you for a few days. Okay, deal? Simply and directly, Tenraku and Azazel reached a deal, and then Tenraku said to Gasper, Gasper, didn't you always want to become a real man? You will live with Azazel in the future and receive Azazel sensei's teachings. Woo, Tenraku-sama, that person is so scary, I don't want to go. Gasper's head shook like a wave as he spoke with a frightened expression on his face. What are you afraid of? He won't eat you and my decision is final. Woo, why is this? Silly boy, your Tenraku-sama actually thinks that you are getting in the way. Without you, he can do anything he wants at home with his harem members all day long? Tenraku-sama, is this really the case? Well, there are indeed reasons for this. That's too much. Tenraku-sama is too much. I am getting abandoned by Tenraku-sama again. On the rest day, Tenraku sat by the spray pool in the park and seemed to be waiting for someone. Kaiku, club president, have you been waiting for a long time? A girl's voice sounded out as Kiryu Aika's figure appeared in front of Tenraku's eyes. I just arrived, but you look really pretty today. Tenraku couldn't help but has his eyes lit up as he stood up and looked at the girl. Kiryu Aika was no longer wearing the school uniform and she is wearing a refreshing short outfit today. She seemed to have sprayed some light perfume on her body, and even the lovely pair of hairs have been carefully taken care of. Hehe, of course, I have prepared well for today's date. Kiryu Aika took the hem of her short skirt with her hand and turned around twice with a smug smile on her face. In fact, Kiryu Aika has a good figure and face, but the image of the unscrupulous arrow-mouth girl is so popular that everyone does not notice it. The well-dressed girl is indeed very good, and Tenraku also nodded secretly to himself. So, what do you want to do today? Is there any place you want to go? It's the boys' decision where to go on a date, but this is our first date, so Kaiko, club president, can't just mess around with it. Hi, then let's start now. This kind of thing is naturally easy to start, and the two of them started their date trip from the park. They went to amusement park, movie theater, aquarium. All the interesting places where a boy should take a girl on a first date were visited by them. Kiryu Aika even wanted to fly, and Tenraku took her to the sky for a stroll. Tenraku was in a good mood as he looked at the girl's happy smile along the way. Hehehe, I am really happy because of today's date. As the sun set down in the distant horizon, the two were holding hands, and Kiryu Aika said while biting the marshmallow, "It's okay as long as Kiryu is happy." Tenraku also took a bite of the marshmallow that the girl handed over, and laughed. After a whole day of getting along with the date, the two looked like real lovers. Suddenly a child's cry sounded, and the two couldn't help but look at it. It turned out that it was a little girl whose balloon was flying away. Seeing that his beloved balloon was about to float away, the little girl cried with a sad expression on her face. Leaping up, Kiryu Aika jumped into the air several meters above and then grabbed the flying balloon under the dumb look of passersby. For a girl who already knows how to use chi, this level of trivial matter is naturally quite easy to accomplish. Little girl, don't let it fly away next time, Kiryu Aika said as she returned the balloon to the little girl. Thank you, Oni-san, elder sister. The little girl politely thanked her with happy tears in her eyes. Big Oni-san, elder sister, are you dating the big Oni-san? Tisk, how do you even know the word date at such a young age? Yes, Big Oni-san, elder sister, and Big Oni-san are on date. Is date interesting? I want a date too. Then you will have to wait until you grow, and then you have to find the boy you like. Okay, go home now, don't worry about your parents. Hi, thank you Big Oni-san, elder sister, Big Oni-san, elder sister, Big Oni-san, elder brother, goodbye. After sending away the little girl, Kiryu also walked back, but she saw Tenraku looking at her with a strange expression on his face. What's wrong, Kaiko, club president? It's nothing, that was just a little surprising. Do you like children's? A little bit. Tenraku smiled as he saw the girl's embarrassed look. He didn't expect this unscrupulous ergonomic girl to have such a side and was a little surprised. Next, the two enjoyed some delicious desserts at a nearby dessert shop. Seeing that the time was almost up, Tenraku prepared to send the girl home to end today's date. But, if it isn't Kiryu, and our famous senior Tenraku. Suddenly a few boys appeared out of nowhere, blocking the way of Tenraku and Kiryu, and they seemed to know them. It's you guys. Someone you know, Kiryu-san? Kiryu frowned as she looked at the boys in the way while Tenraku asked. Just a few scumbags from school, I've beaten them up a few times before, Kiryu replied with a look of disdain on her face. Damn you Kiryu, don't be so smug, we were just careless last time. I can't believe we ran into you outside the school, we won't let you off easy this time. The two sides seem to have a lot of trouble between them as several boys are glaring at Kiryu, but when they saw Tenraku standing next to her, several boys looked at each other and showed a dark smile. Kiryu, you won't be able to get away this time. Kiryu, aren't you on a date with senior Tenraku? Tisk, I didn't expect someone like you to get bad stuff. It really makes people laugh. Several boys laughed brazenly and Kiryu Aika looked gloomy, while Tenraku next to her narrowed his eyes. You guys seem to have a lot of opinions on me? You are the famous senior Tenraku, how dare we small people have opinions on you? Yeah, senior Tenraku is a celebrity in the school. You have good grades and you are handsome. You are also the Kaiku, club president, of the female Kendo club. We are nothing compared to you. The guys spoke with a sneer on their faces, and Tenraku nodded when he heard them. It turned out that it was just a few guys who had been jealous of him. Indeed, you are nothing compared to me. Tenraku smiled as he didn't deny anything. You? Several boys stared at Tenraku with fierce expressions on their faces. They were just dishing out sarcasm, but this guy took those words seriously? However, they seemed to have thought of something as a tall boy standing in front gave another sneer. Hey senior Tenraku, you seem to have a very good relationship with senior Rias and senior Yuuma. You usually walk very close in school, but if they both knew that you were here with Kiryu-ten, I don't know how they would feel about it. The boy sneered, but Tenraku looked at them as if he was looking at some idiots. He can guess from these words that these guys admire Rias and Rainare, and if he let them know that he had enjoyed himself with Rias last night and the senior Yuuma they admire is nothing more than his plaything and tool, then I don't know how would they feel. Kiryu, are you going or should I go? Tenraku looked at Kiryu and asked as he was too lazy to talk nonsense with these guys. They are just a few scums and I don't need Kaiku, club president, to take action. There was a coldness at the corners of her mouth as Kiryu Aika cracked her fist and walked out. Kiryu, even though you are a bit powerful, do you think you can defeat so many of us? You are just a useless girl, let us show you how good we are today. With sneers, the few boys who thought they had the advantage being in a crowd didn't even put Kiryu Aika in their eyes, but before they could finish their cruel words, the girl had already called out. Die, monster, you monster! The big boy with a blue nose and swollen face spoke with a terrified expression on his face as he looked at Kiryu who put all the guys on the ground. This girl is a monster. A cold arc floated at the corner of her mouth as Kiryu Aika stepped on him with one foot. Then, with a scream that sounded like someone's soul had been ripped away from their body, the big guy clutched his little brother with a pale look on his face, and his body bent on the ground like a shrimp, constantly twitching. Tenraku cast a pitiful look at the boy on the ground. Why did this guy have to go and anger this girl? He really deserves this punishment. Kaiku, club president, let's go. Kiryu clapped her hands and returned to Tenraku with a smile on her face. Okay, let's go. Tenraku nodded, and then the two left the scene, leaving only a group of poor guys who were starting to doubt their lives. This is the end of today's date, you should also go back. It was getting late and Tenraku said at the separate intersection. Kaiku, club president, to Kiryu was hesitant to speak something as she bit her lips. Do you want to say something, Kiryu-san? Tenraku asked seeing that the girl was acting a little strange. Kaiku, club president, do you also think that I am a bad girl? After plucking up her courage, Kiryu asked but Tenraku who heard the sound was a little amused. Why do you ask that? I'm a girl, but I like to talk about ergonomic topics, and it's even more disgusting to be called bad trash by those boys. It's hard for me to feel good about myself. Do Kaiku, club president, also hate it? Kiryu Aika asked with a downed expression on her face. Unsurprisingly, the girl is not as strong as she seems, she is still paying attention to the previous things. Indeed, it is true that you like to talk about ergonomic topics, and is not liked by other boys. But what about it? I don't hate you for it. Although I am a bit mischievous and like to take advantage of other girls, but I also care about my friends and often protect those girls who are bullied by boys. So I don't hate you for being you and I instead admire you for it. Hearing Tenraku's answer, Kiryu raised her head with a faint mist in her eyes. Kaiku, club president, to no one had ever said these things to her and the girl was moved. I just said a few beautiful words casually. Are you really so moved like this? Tenraku smiled while stroking the girl's forehead. Kaiku, club president, is so cunning, can't I be moved? Kiryu Aika looked at Tenraku without flinching with a bulging face. Well, she is indeed Kiryu Aika, for her to return to normal so soon. Kaiku, club president, can you close your eyes? Kiryu seemed to have decided something as she spoke with a blushed expression. No more. Without even thinking about the girl's intentions, Tenraku sighed and shook his head, then he held up Kiryu's chin and kissed her lips. Although the pure feeling of playing is also very good, Tenraku really prefers this overbearing and direct way. Woo! Her beautiful eyes widened as Kiryu was completely dumbfounded. She hasn't even acted yet, so why did Kaiku, club president, kiss her first? Powerless to resist, the wave of electric current soon rushed into Kiryu's body and she became a little dizzy. Kiryu, how do you feel? Tenraku let go after a long time and looked at the girl who was limp in his arms and smiled. The action is very rusty and there is no doubt that it was the girl's first kiss just now. Kaiku, club president, too. With an obsessive look, Kiryu wanted to say something, but Tenraku had already blocked her lips again. Feeling a little depressed, Kiryu Aika has a hateful thought in her heart. Bad Kaiku, club president, can't you let me finish my sentence? But that feeling is so wonderful, and soon Kiryu immersed herself in it again. Kiryu, remember, you are not allowed to associate with other boys from now on. You only belong to me now, Tenraku whispered domineeringly while leaning over the girl's ear. Yes, Kaiku, club president, looking at the boy whom she admired and loved, Kiryu Aika replied. Although Tenraku didn't have these thoughts about Kiryu at first, but since she had already made a move and had taken away her first kiss, then Tenraku would not allow anyone to interfere with her. As for Kiryu, she has no right to refuse, and faced with Tenraku, whom she loves and admires, she has no reason to refuse. After the goodbye kiss, the two did not do anything further. Looking at the girl who left with a reluctant expression on her face, Tenraku smiled a little. In fact, as long as he wants to, he can completely take down Kiryu, but for the current Tenraku, it is very simple to simply obtain the girl's body, but what he prefers is the process of love, training, and even conquest. He would pay more attention to this girl in the future, and he would enjoy her after the training is more perfect. The following days returned to normal again, and because the summer vacation was approaching, the boys and girls in the school also seemed quite excited. However, if you want to live a happy summer vacation, you must pass the final test. If someone gets a fail grade in a subject, then happy summer vacation will become painful tuition. Of course, for Tenraku, Rias, and the other girls, it is natural that they will not worry about this kind of thing. It is easy to achieve excellent results even for a guy like Tenraku who doesn't go to school all day long. Gasper has moved to live with Azazel. Although he was clamoring to go home at first, no one knew what Azazel had said to him, but when he suddenly ran into Tenraku, he said that he would definitely become a real man or something. Although Tenraku had heard these words many times, this time, he was looking forward to it. Incidentally, Hayudu Issei also went to school again. Without knowing what happened, the curse that Rainare had put on him was lifted, and his persona was restored to his previous spirit, which surprised Tenraku. Of course, it's just a surprise and Tenraku really can't take any interest in the protagonist who has lost the protagonist's aura. Although he knows there must be some secrets on Hyudu Issei as he looks mysterious all day long, but Tenraku is too lazy to explore it, and as long as he doesn't kill himself, no one cares about him. In a room full of Warring States-style items, a golden-haired beautiful girl was kneeling on the ground, looking at the figure exuding holy light in front of her with an infatuated and religious expression on her face. Susan, believe me, love me with all your heart, become more loyal to me, and I promise to always watch over you. Tenraku appeared and spoke while touching the girl's head. Yes, Holy Lord Sama. Looking up at the god in front of her, the girl's eyes became more fierce and religious, and her body also exuded a burst of holy and dazzling light. Feeling the sudden increase in belief's power, Tenraku's mouth was raised. Under his almost hypnotic brainwashing, this girl finally became a mad believer. Now, even if Tenraku told her to die, she would not hesitate to do so. The manifestation dissipated as Tenraku's consciousness also returned to his own body. Seeing the huge mountain-like gods and demons scripture exuding more and more sacred aura in his sea of spirit, Tenraku felt extremely happy in his heart. Unlike the sparse situation at the beginning, thousands of gold threads are now densely radiated on the gods and demons scripture. In other words, Tenraku now has thousands of believers. In order to improve the belief of his believers, Tenraku will communicate with the believer from time to time through his manifestation, and show them some miracles. Susan, who is favored by Tenraku, is naturally the focus of his attention, and she did not disappoint Tenraku. She is the first devotee, and now she had become a mad believer after Asia and the other girls. Of course, she is the first, but she will definitely not be the last. There will be more and more believers in the future. A steady stream of belief power is being collected into Tenraku through gods and demons scripture. According to Tenraku's estimation, if these belief powers are converted into magic power, then it would almost be equivalent to the amount of magic power owned by a low-class devil. This is only the belief power that thousands of believers can provide. If it is tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, several million, and if there comes a time when everyone in the world believe in him, then it would be terrifying. Developing the number of believers and enhancing the belief of the believers, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. However, there are some things that make Tenraku feel a little speechless. Why are his believer almost all women? Through gods and demons scripture, Tenraku can detect some of the believer's situation, and he had realized that most of the believer he currently owns are all women, and they are also girls. On the contrary, male believers are a rare commodity for him. After much thinking, Tenraku finally came up with a possible reason, which was that he had inserted himself into holy scripture with various sacred gears transformation portraits, which made him particularly attractive to women, especially to young girls. They believe God because their God is handsome. Although this is a little difficult for Tenraku to accept, but I am afraid that this is the closest reason to the truth. Tenraku was speechless when she thought that the believer was a bunch of nymphomaniacs. But maybe that's also why it was so easy for Tenraku to brainwash them and promote their belief, which was really a funny concept. Boom boom. Suddenly there were two loud noises, and then a violent storm was set off in his entire sea of spirit. Helplessly caressing his forehead, Tenraku willed the picture in his mind to change a little, and the picture of two giant dragons who are tearing at each other appeared in Tenraku's mind. It is Drake and Albion? Since Tenraku captured the light wings of the white dragon Sovereign Divine Dividing, the two legendary heavenly dragon have also lodged in Tenraku's body. Unsurprisingly, these two fateful enemies got involved in fighting as soon as they met. Although it is interesting to fight through the host, again and again, it is not easy to fight by yourself. The two female berserker dragons fought in his sea of spirit all day long, and at first, Tenraku understood them and thought they would stop when they had had enough, but the more they fought, the more they got into it and never finished. Drake, Albion, that should be enough. With a loud shout, two great swords condensed under Tenraku's mind, and then flew down and shot down towards the two female berserker dragons. Partner, we are just happily playing. Kami-ya Tenraku, why stop us? Both Drake and Albion complained as their battle was interrupted. I am almost ready to die due to all the noise you two have been making, so keep quiet. Tenraku said in an angry manner as he looked at the two dragons. If someone else had dared to speak to the legendary heavenly dragons in this tone, then they would have slapped him or her to death. However, as a host who is accommodating them, Tenraku ordered the two berserker dragons to stop, so they had to consider. Since you said that, partner, let's rest for a while, Drake replied, and Albion also did not object. Anyway, they are now inside the same host, and they have all the time in the world, and they don't care if they have to wait for some time before they fight again. Seeing that the two female berserker dragons still obeyed the orders of their host, Tenraku nodded with satisfaction, before he spoke while thinking of something. Drake, Albion, can you take human forms? The bodies of heavenly dragons are ridiculously big, and every time he talks to them, he has to raise his head, which feels strangely uncomfortable. It's not a problem, but I have never become a human being before. Partner, help me shape a human appearance. Me too. After hearing Drake and Albion's words, Tenraku's eyes lit up and then nodded. No problem. Thinking of something interesting, Tenraku quickly sketched two images of human women in his mind. Drake and Albion took a look, and then their bodies were filled with flashes of lights. The huge dragon body kept shrinking and transforming, and two beautiful figures appeared before Tenraku's eyes. Both figures represent a tall Oni-san image. Drake has long scarlet hair and is enthusiastic, while Albion has long silver hair with a cold temperament. Both of them wore scarlet and silver armor, faintly revealing a few pieces of snow-white skin. They were beautiful, forming two extreme contrasts between ice and fire, but at the same time, they gave people endless temptation. Partner, my chest is too big here. Can it be made smaller? My place is too big. After transforming into human forms, the two voices also turned into beautiful female voices. Drake supported her astonishingly large breasts with a distressed expression on her face, while Albion pointed to her excessive buttocks with a dissatisfied expression on her face. No way, you can only keep this human form in the future. This is my absolute command to you as your host. Tenraku refused their requests without hesitation and commanded in a loud tone. Although they don't know why Tenraku is so persistent but know that he had said this, then Drake and Albion have no choice but to accept it. Seeing the reluctance of the two berserker dragons, Tenraku can only apologize in his heart, but he wants to see the breast dragon emperor and butt dragon sovereign. With her hands and feet bound by Lejun's golden dragonfly, Kateria let out two miserable cries from time to time in the room of darkness. In front of Kateria are three women, Raineray, Middled, and Kala Warner in SM outfits, each holding a whip and other props in their hands. One doesn't need to ask to know what these three fallen angels are doing. Do you give up, the last descendant of old Leviathan, Kateria? Rhaenyra said as her fingers slowly moved on Kateri's body. Don't even think about it. Kateria stared at the three fallen angel girls with endless hatred as she gritted her teeth. She doesn't even remember how long has it been since she got captured. Since being captured, she has been tortured by this group of devils every day and every night. She is a proud Leviathan, she will never give in to these guys. Really, that's really a pity. Although the words of regret were spoken, but Rhaenyra was revealing that excited twisted smile on her face, and then a black gas was inserted into Kateri's body through her fingertips. This is one of Vritra's many curses. Although it will not harm the opponent's body, it will directly affect the nerves, making the cursed person feel the pain that comes from the soul. Sure enough, the next moment. Kateri's screams were once again heard in the dark room. Middled and Caravana sneered again and again, while Rhaenyra had a drunken expression on her face. This brings back so many memories. This was the same room and the same location where she was trained by her evil master at the beginning, and she finally collapsed and twisted completely, and stepped into the abyss of darkness. No more, this is a joyous and crazy scream. At the same time, on the throne in the middle of the room, Tenraku was entangled with Mai and Tusca. After a long time, the two girls leaned against Tenraku's shoulders and gasped for breath. Looking at Kateria, who was still screaming and struggling, Tenraku's mouth raised slightly and then he snapped his fingers, and the knowing Rhaenyra immediately stopped her curse. Haha. Kateri's entire body was shriveled up and her already small clothes had long been torn and tattered, but she hadn't realized how tempting her appearance was to any normal man. One has to say that Kateria is a very beautiful woman. She has the look of a tall Oni-san with glasses, her figure and face are perfect, and even the tan complexion is not flawed. On the contrary, it added a few strange amorous feelings to her. Even though Tenraku's heart was agitated, the restlessness dissipated very pleasantly. No, the restlessness was not dissipated but was sucked away. Looking at Ubelina, who was kneeling in front of him with a look of admiration, Tenraku motioned to his queen to continue. Kill me if you have the ability, then kill me. Kateria looked at Tenraku coldly and hatefully before she spoke. Asking for death. Kateria, your consciousness has made me look at you in a different way. But unfortunately, I didn't intend to kill you. After all, a dead thing has no value to me. A devil-like smile appeared on Tenraku's face, and Kateria, who heard the sound, not only didn't feel happy at all, but her whole heart sank. She was even deprived of the right to die. This bastard? What do you want to do? Kateria stared at Tenraku with a furious expression on her face. I have already told you what I want to do. Surrender to me, and then let me use your power, Tenraku replied. A mere Phenex brat who couldn't even awaken his bloodline wants me to surrender. What a joke? Kateria replied sarcastically, but as soon as her voice fell, Rhaenyra punched her in the abdomen. There was another scream, and the intense pain made Kateria almost vomit blood. Woman, if you spoke like that next time, then I will make you regret coming to this world, Rhaenyra whispered evilly in Kateri's ear while roughly grabbing her hair. There was an endless chill in her heart, and Kateria did not doubt the truth of the other party's words. Although Kateria was not afraid of death, she didn't want to die so stubbornly, so she chose silence with a sneer. Rhaenyra let go of Kateria, and Tenraku, who had watched a short good show, also spoke again. Kateria, it is true that I really couldn't even awaken my bloodline, and I was called trash by everyone. But what? Currently, I am the host of the two heavenly dragons, and I am now known as the miracle child of the Phenex family. But you, maybe you have a noble bloodline, but you are obsessed with your ancestors and past honors, and you want to kill Sephiroth at the summit meeting of the three powers to regain the Leviathan's throne, but in the end, you become a captive. The only thing you can do now is insulting me, and that won't end well for you. After all, you are nothing but a sad loser. Tenraku's words were merciless, and Kateri's face was bloodless when she heard the words, and she almost lost her reason. Shut up, HH. Gasping for breath, Kateria certainly knew what a stupid decision she had made, but she really wanted to regain the Leviathan's throne, so she didn't want to let go of the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and wanted to get rid of Sephiroth and Surtsks. She had already possessed the power of the snake, and even if the plan failed, she could retreat, but she had still overestimated herself as she did not expect that Tenraku, who also captured the power of the two heavenly dragon, would become so powerful. With one move, she was defeated with just one move. For Tenraku, Kateria feel both fear and hatred, but more. She is angry. Obviously, he was just a waste that couldn't even awaken his bloodline, so why can he have such power? How hard had she tried to take back the Leviathan's throne, so why did she have such a bleak ending? Can't accept this, she can't accept this. Actually, if you really want to regain the Leviathan's throne, then maybe I can help you with that. The corners of his mouth raised slightly as Tenraku spoke, while Kateria, who was cursing him to high heavens in her heart, stopped and raised her head with an incredulous expression on her face. What did you say? I said, I can help you regain the Leviathan's throne. Kateria was finally convinced that she wasn't having an auditory hallucination, but there was still a skeptical look on her face. Aren't you with Surtsks and the others? Why are you helping me? Kateria was very vigilant and she didn't believe that there would be such a good thing in the world. Kateria, you have your ambitions, and I have mine. Your ambition is to regain the Leviathan's throne and to reproduce the glory of your ancestors, and my ambition, it's the whole world. Tenraku's voice seemed to reverberate in the room, and Kateria, who heard the sound, was shocked and she looked at Tenraku as if she was looking at a monster. What did this guy just say? His ambition is the whole world. What a joke, this is something that even the legendary god of the Holy Bible has never done. However, watching Tenraku's cold expression, Kateria couldn't help but feel shocked. He is not joking around. Although you have the power of two heavenly dragons and you also have the ability to seize others' sacred gears, but even so, your dream is impossible, Kateria said while constantly shaking her head. Although she admits that Tenraku is really good, but this kind of ambition is too unrealistic. If you can't do it, that doesn't mean I can't either. My sacred gear can not only seize other sacred gears, but it also gives me the ability to perfectly control any sacred gears, so that I can easily reach the forbidden move with the captured sacred gear. Every time I seize a sacred gear, my ability will increase. Last time, my strength increased by 1 point, and there will never be a limit? Kateria, how do you think I grew up from being a waste that could not even awaken my bloodline and did not have any magical talents to this current me? The corners of his mouth were raised in an arc as Tenraku spoke, while his words shocked Kateria to her very core. His sacred gear has so many terrifying abilities? No wonder it was only a dangerous victory when he fought with Volok, but after capturing the opponent's white dragon sovereign, his strength soared and he captured her with a single move. I understand it all. Although people from all major powers have been paying attention to Tenraku, they have not been very jealous of him. Although it is terrifying to be able to capture other people's sacred gears, having more sacred gears is not necessarily a better thing. On the contrary, the development of various sacred gears abilities will disperse Tenraku's energy, and the final achievement would be limited. Not to mention, once he captures sacred gears with conflicting attributes, it might cause a huge hazard for him. But no one thought that his sacred gear had such terrifying power. It only took Tenraku 2 pieces of Longinus and some other sacred gears to have his current strength. Kateria can't imagine how this man will grow as he continues to capture more sacred gears. Monster, this is a real monster? While she was endlessly shocked in her heart, Kateria couldn't help but raise a thought. Maybe he might really take the world? How can you help me? The corners of Kateria's mouth were dry as she got back to the original question. When I become the master of this world, it will be a matter of a word to let you regain the Leviathan's throne, Tenraku replied and looked at her as if he was looking at an idiot. Kateria's face flushed and her heartbeats started to accelerate. Indeed, if Tenraku really becomes the lord of the world, then helping her seize the throne of Leviathan would be a matter of one sentence. But what price do I have to pay? Kateria gradually calmed down and asked. She doesn't believe that Tenraku will help her for nothing. Have you finally become smarter? The price you have to pay is your body, your soul, and everything about you. Tenraku replied with a smile on his face. Despite her preparations, Kateria was still frightened by the price as she had to pay her body, her soul, everything about her. What a greedy fellow. Although she was angry, after thinking carefully, Kateria realized that she had no choice in the matter at all, that she knows the secret that she shouldn't know. The other party will never let her go, and even her right to die has been taken away. If she doesn't trade with this man, then I'm afraid she would be locked in this darkness forever and would become a plaything for him to vent his frustrations. Kateria shuddered at the thought of her own future. On the contrary, if she chooses to trade and surrender first, then although she will also become a plaything in the opponent's hands, she would have a certain degree of freedom and she would also have the opportunity to regain the Leviathan's throne. And to regain the Leviathan's throne is exactly her long-cherished wish. How to choose? She seems to be doomed from the beginning. As long as you help me regain the throne of Leviathan, then I will surrender to you. My body, my soul, everything about me is yours. After closing her eyes and staying silent for a long time, Kateria made the only choice she had. It was a humiliating choice, but she had to make it. And as Kateria's voice fell, there were 2 snaps, and the golden ropes that had originally restrained her also shattered and dissipated. Congratulations, Kateria, for making the right choice. Then, show me your determination right now. Tenraku laughed and spoke after stroking Yubelina's cheek and beckoning his queen to move away. Because of the long-term restraint, her hands and feet were numb and Kateria slumped to the ground and was about to stand up, but Rainare stepped on her back. Crawl over? Rainare ordered in a cold tone. Kateria felt endless humiliation, but thinking of her situation at this time, she managed to endure it and then crawled towards Tenraku step by step with her hands and feet. Master, master. Abandoning all of her self-esteem, Kateria yelled out in humiliation. Although she told herself over and over again that she was doing this to regain the Leviathan's throne, Kateria knew that she was already over when she yelled these two words. What a beautiful face. Tenraku is feeling an endless amount of joy at this time as he caressed the girl's charming face. He knows how humiliating this was for this woman and he knew how unwilling she must be feeling at this time, but these will only bring him more pleasure of conquering. He stared at her. This is the ending of the loser and the place of the winner. In the end, the loser's head was pushed down by the winner. After a long time, cough cough cough. Leaning to the side, Kateria kept retching and coughing, and the Tenraku was cleaned up under the service of Yubelina, and then he stood up with Tusca and Mai and said, Rainare, I will leave her to you. With a pleasant look on his face, Tenraku said, but Kateria was shocked when she heard the sound. Why? I have already surrendered to you? Kateria couldn't understand. She had already chosen to surrender, so why did Tenraku treat her like this? Tenraku looked at Kateria as he stopped her and said, Silly woman, surrendering to me is not enough. Accept your destiny. I will look forward to your transformation and rebirth. Tenraku laughed as he took Yubelina and the other girls out of the room, while Rainare, Middled, and Kala Warner waved their whips and surrounded Kateria with a sneer on their faces. The training will now begin. Looking at the three evil and cold fallen angels, Kateria was left with only a piece of cold despair. Early in the morning, the sunlight hit Tenraku's eyes as he opened them. Irina was tightly hugging Tenraku's waist while Rias curled up on Tenraku's arms. In addition, Yubelina, Mai, Rainare, Middled, and Kala Warner were squeezed on both sides of him. What a degenerate and beautiful picture. Woo. With a sudden whine, Rias arched into Tenraku's arms, and then went back to sleep. Seeing the girl's cute appearance, Tenraku's mouth raised slightly, and he couldn't help kissing the girl's forehead. Although the two of them have completed the last step and thoroughly blended with each other, Rias actually resisted being with everyone at first, feeling that such things were too shameful and evil. However, after being taken care of by Tenraku alone several times, Rias discovered a fact that made her helpless. Tenraku is too powerful, and she can't stand him alone. Every time she was with Tenraku, she lost herself in pleasure and even fainted before being let go by Tenraku. Rias felt too embarrassed, and although it was shameful, she finally decided to join Irina and Yubelina to fight Tenraku. But unfortunately, even if the girls united together, they are still defeated. Thinking of the way Rias kept begging for mercy under him last night, Tenraku had a happy smile on his face. Although it is time for the morning exercises, the girls were exhausted last night, so he would let them go this time. Without disturbing Rias and the others, Tenraku put on his clothes and walked out of the room, and he was ready to do the long-lost morning exercise. Oh ho, good morning, Asia. Walking to the lobby, Tenraku saw Asia helping Malayo and Burant in making breakfast for everyone, and he said hello. Oh ho, good morning, Tenraku-san. Asia replied in a flustered manner as a blush crept its way on the girl's cheeks. For a moment, Tenraku couldn't help but looked at the girl a little bit. Why did he have a feeling that Asia was acting a little strange? And it doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but upon closer inspection, Tenraku suddenly showed a look of astonishment on his face. In order to make breakfast for everyone, Asia is wearing a pink apron, but she is only wearing an apron? In other words, Asia, you. Woo, don't watch? Tenraku was about to say something, but the girl was already flushed with shame and she turned around and wanted to escape. However, when Asia turned around, all the beautiful scenery behind the apron was revealed in front of Tenraku. Although Tenraku is already familiar with every inch of skin on the girl's body, the scene made him feel a sudden surge of restfulness, and a word came to his mind. Naked apron. Now that it had aroused Tenraku's curiosity, how could he be willing to let the girl escape like this? His figure flashed in front of Asia, causing the girl to collide with his body. Tenraku-san, too. Feeling Tenraku's hot eyes on her body, Asia's heart raced like a deer, and she was already too shy to speak proper words. Asia, who taught you to do this? After gently comforting the frightened girl, Tenraku asked Asia with a curious expression on his face. Although he didn't know how many evil things he has done, but Asia had always maintained a pure and flawless heart. If no one instigates and teaches her, then Asia would never do such a thing. Hi, it's Malayo-san and Burant-san, Asia replied with a shy look on her face while looking at the ground in front of her. She didn't have the courage to look into Tenraku's eyes. Sure enough, Tenraku shouted while looking into the kitchen when he heard Asia's words. Malayo, Burant? Malayo and Burant were preparing breakfast for everyone, and when heard Tenraku's voice calling out their name, they quickly walked out of the kitchen. Unsurprisingly, the two women were also dressed up like Asia, wearing only an apron on their bodies. Master Tenraku, do you like it? I wanted to try this a long time ago, but Gasper used to be here and it was inconvenient, but I don't need to worry about it now. Seeing the scene outside, the two women guessed what was going on, but they didn't panic at all, and instead, they smiled at Tenraku a few times to stimulate him. You can do it yourself, but why did you teach Asia to do this? Tenraku said in a low voice while feeling that the restlessness in his heart was getting stronger. We just said that Tenraku-sama would be happy if we did this, but it was Asia herself who really decided to do this. It's so shameful, but she still works so hard. Tenraku-sama must reward Asia well. Malaya and Burant chuckled as they spoke, and Tenraku couldn't help but look at the girl in his arms in surprise and asked, "Is that true, Asia? Tenraku-san, do you like it?" Asia raised her head and looked at Tenraku with a faint look of anticipation in her eyes while the blush on her face got even deeper. "Ah, you are my favorite, my Asia." Asia is well-behaved, cute, kind, and absolutely loving, and loyal to himself. How could Tenraku dislike such a God-given gift? Feeling that his patience was reaching its limit, Tenraku picked up Asia and walked towards the girls' room. "You two also come in." Hearing Tenraku's voice, Malaya and Burant also had two blushes on their faces, and then they followed Tenraku and Asia together. After constantly plundering the sweetness of the girls last night, Tenraku originally planned to do his long-lost morning exercises, but that kind of thing can wait for some time. Right now, he just wants to vent the fire inside his body. Although it is not enough to eat 3 women at this time, but there are various ways to enjoy a delicious lamb. Not long after, the room was filled with the melodious moans of the girls. I am really getting more degenerate. After a long time, Tenraku, who was finally satisfied, looked at the 3 girls lying on the ground, and couldn't help but sigh up to the sky. The aprons on the 3 women had already turned into countless fragments and scattered on the ground, and their original jade-like bodies were also covered with traces of various sins. It's all good things he did. Today's breakfast was destined to be postponed. Tenraku walked out of the room, and Asia, Malaya, and Burant finally recovered after a short rest. They looked at each other's faces while feeling endless shyness in his heart. They should quickly clean up the traces on their bodies before the other sisters could find anything out. Kua Academy, Student Council Room. "This is the final report of your Kendo club." Sana frowned as she spoke while turning over the report Tenraku handed over to her. "You don't have to take this kind of thing so seriously, Sana." Tenraku was also slightly embarrassed as he replied after letting out a dry cough. Every club must submit a summary report to the student council at the end of the semester. As the Kendo Club's Kaiko, club president, Tenraku naturally cannot escape from this responsibility, but Tenraku, who finds this whole situation troublesome, just casually wrote whatever came to his mind. It's no wonder that the big miss of the House of Phenex has a disgusting look on her face. "Write it again," Sana spoke with an indifferent expression on her face while returning the report to Tenraku. Can you give me a pass this time, Sana? You see we are all so familiar." "Write it again." Tenraku didn't give up on trying to get out of this report writing, but Sana remained unmoved. The atmosphere fell silent, and both of them stared at each other until after a long time. "Fine, I write it again. I write the damn report again." Tenraku lost the battle in the end, and he replied while scratching the back of his head. Obviously, it's just something insignificant, but what else can he do when he meets such a real President Sama? He can only honestly rewrite it. Looking at Tenraku's unwilling look, the ice-like expression on Sana's face collapsed and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "It would be school summer vacation soon. What are your plans with Rias?" "Rias is going back to Gremara's house, and I plan to go back to Phenex house." Tenraku didn't know why this President Sama suddenly asked about this kind of thing, but he still faithfully replied. "I am also going back to the Setrai house, so we will meet again soon." Sana nodded at Tenraku as she spoke, but Tenraku was a little confused when he heard Sana and asked, "How and why would we meet again? What do you mean? Don't you know what would happen during this summer vacation? According to past trends, there will be a young devil gathering led by the great Satans. Needless to say, Rias and I would also be getting an invite. But with your current strength and popularity, you should also receive an invitation soon." Sana explained the situation to Tenraku, and he also understood what was going on, but he didn't care much about it. "Since Sana and Rias will both go, then I will also go take a look at that time. Don't take it lightly. Although your performance has always made many people admire you, there are also many people in Underworld who are paranoid about you, and they also care about the pure bloodline. Maybe they will be watching you at that time." Sana was annoyed when she saw that Tenraku didn't care about this gathering at all. "I am a hybrid between a devil and a human. This is an unchangeable fact. I am me, so I don't care whatever they see or don't. But, Sana, I am a little touched by your concern." Tenraku smiled as he looked at Sana with a happy expression on his face. I'll only give you some reminders as a friend, don't get so affectionate." Sana hummed softly, but the girl's eyes involuntarily turned to one side. The corners of Tenraku's mouth were slightly raised, but he did not comment on Soan's actions. After saying goodbye to Sana, he left the student council room. A young devil's party. After leaving the room, Tenraku muttered to himself, but the look in his eyes became sharp. "I hope there won't be some guy," Sana said by then, "otherwise, I don't mind teaching him how to behave in front of their betters." "Tenraku, we're going back to Gremara's house first. Let's wait until the young devil gathering, and then we'll rendezvous at Unii-sama's territory." Rias stood in front of the train to Underworld as he spoke. It looked like she is ready to go home. In addition to Rias, there are also Akeno, Konako, and Asia, and even Zenovia and Irina are also on the list. Rias had always admired the talents of the 2 women, and she has always wanted to make Zenovia and Irina join her peerage. After a period of time, the relationship between the 2 women and Rias had also gotten very good. After consulting Tenraku, Zenobia and Irina also signed a contract with Rias and became her knights. Understood, be careful all the way and take care of yourself. Tenraku nodded and then Rias walked into the train at the farewell of everyone. Sana and her peerage had already returned to the House of Phenex. Gasper had been taken by Azazel to Grigori, the headquarters of the fallen angel, and it was almost time for Tenraku and the others to depart. Let's go to. Yes, Tenraku-sama. Underworld, the main residence of Phenex house. With a flash of glittering light, Tenraku, Yubelina, and the others stepped out from the teleportation formation. Seemingly already aware of Tenraku's return, the doors of the castle opened, and then hundreds of maids and attendants stepped out from them and stood on either side and said, "Welcome back, Your Highness Tenraku." Tenraku nodded and he took Yubelina and other girls and walked in, only to see a girl standing inside waiting for him. With Golden's double diamond head and gorgeous princess dress, it was none other than Ravel. "Welcome home, Anii-sama." Ravel smiled in an elegant manner. Although it's only been a while since they've seen each other, the young girl has grown a lot taller, and her body exudes a more noble aura, vaguely already taking on some of the appearances of Okasama. "Ravel, it seems that your etiquette practice has been completed, but be more honest." Tenraku lightly nodded and spoke with a smile on her face. "Ani-chan, there is no need to maintain any etiquette and elegance," as the girl directly jumped into Tenraku's arms, causing Yubelina and the other girls behind them to laugh a little. "Ravel, your training is all in vain." Tenraku joked while stroking the girl's hair. "It's all Ani-chan's fault." Ravel angrily glared at Tenraku but her face soon got filled with two blushes. "Ani-chan, Otasama, and Okasama are waiting, let's go in." "Okay." Led by Ravel, Tenraku's group walked inside the luxurious hall and met the Phenex couple who were waiting for them. Era, little Tenraku is back." "Otasama, Okasama." The Phenex madam smiled as Tenraku, Yubelina, and the other girls also came forward to see him. "Stay for a while now that you have come back. The servants have already prepared a room for you." Duke Phoenix's voice sounded out in the hall and a hint of gentleness appeared on those rigid cheeks. "Hi, Otasama." Tenraku nodded his head after hearing his father's words as he already plans to stay longer when he came back from this holiday. Next, the Phenex couple asked Tenraku about the human world, and Tenraku also answered those questions with a smile on his face. Ravel quietly stood and her bright eyes were staring at her older brother, blinking from time to time. The events that transpired in the human world that involved Tenraku were naturally well known to the girl. Tenraku prevented the evil conduct of the fallen angel Kakabile. He also won the fated war between the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Sovereign and later became the Lord of the Two Heavenly Dragons. The girl was extremely happy and proud when the servants at home talked about her Tenraku Anii-chan with admiring expressions on their faces. Sure enough, her Tenraku Anii-chan is the best. "Anii-chan, where is my gift?" After seeing Otasama and Okasama, Ravel followed Tenraku and Yubelina out of the hall, and the girl blinked playfully while holding Tenraku's arm. Hi, I haven't forgotten Ravel's gift." Tenraku took out the gift he had prepared with a funny feeling in his heart. Although it is not a very expensive thing, all the gifts Tenraku gives to Ravel are carefully selected or handmade. Just like when they were young, the girl who received the gift also showed a happy smile and embraced Tenraku's with a look of intimacy. "Ravel, how is Riser?" Thinking of something, Tenraku suddenly asked, but the expression on Ravel's face became stiff when she heard the question and spoke with a hesitant look on her face. "Anii-chan, Riser Anii-san, Riser Anii-san." Tenraku and Ravel came to a door, which was the room where Riser was. It has been more than half a year since Tenraku returned from his outworld experience and had his battle with Riser. A lot of things have happened afterward, but according to Ravel, Riser has been in a slump since that time and he had not recovered. He had locked himself in the room all day long, and if this continued, the former genius of the Phenex family would almost become a cripple. No, the current Riser is already a useless person. "Anii-chan, the Riser Anii-chan will definitely become angry when he sees you. Should we come again next time?" Ravel still hesitated. It is not difficult for the girl to imagine the scene after Riser meets Tenraku after a while. "Riser is my responsibility and it was because of me that Riser became like this. Don't worry, Ravel, nothing will happen." Tenraku comforted while stroking the girl's forehead. Although he had never complained to him, but Riser had become the way he was now because of him, and both Ravel and Okasama should be worried, right? Taking advantage of this return, Tenraku also wanted to completely solve this matter. Seeing that Tenraku had decided, Ravel stopped saying anything and she bit her lips before knocking on the door. "Anii-sama, please open the door, a guest wants to see you." The smart girl didn't say that it was Tenraku because Riser would never open the door if he knows that Tenraku had come to meet him. They didn't know if Riser was sleeping but they heard Riser's sleepy voice after a long time. "Ravel, I don't want to see anyone today. I dreamed of something annoying, and I didn't feel like seeing a guest at all." Ravel had a helpless expression on her face while Tenraku frowned and said, "Riser, it's me." Clang clang clang, something in the room fell to the ground, and then Riser's voice sounded out from the room. Kami ya Tenraku, what are you doing here?" There was a tremor in Riser's voice and one could imagine that Riser in the room was frightened at this time. "Open the door, let me come in and talk." "Don't open the door, don't come in, don't come in," Riser exclaimed while Tenraku shook his head with a helpless expression on his face and then he kicked open the door. "Ah!" Seeing Tenraku and Ravel walking in, Riser turned around and fled, then hid behind the cabinet. The whole room was messy and Tenraku frowned when he saw this and Ravel quickly covered her nose due to the smell. How long has it been since this room has been cleaned? Riser, how much longer do you want to hide? Tenraku said as he looked in the direction of the cabinet. I don't want to see you. I don't want to see you. Kami ya Tenraku, you just came to mock me, didn't you? Yeah, I'm just a maggot, I'm just trash. If you want to laugh, just laugh and leave my room as soon as you finish laughing. Riser's frightened voice came out from behind the cabinet. The once arrogant Riser Phenex had turned into such self-hatred and depraved fellow. Tenraku was so speechless that he directly walked to the back of the cabinet and grabbed Riser before pulling him out. Ah! Let go of me? You let me go? Riser struggled and screamed while Tenraku and Ravel finally got a good look at Riser's current appearance. His hair was unkempt and dirty and forget about the appearance of a nobleman, he completely looked like a beggar on the roadside. Seeing such a Riser, Ravel covered her lips with her hands and tears were about to flow out from her eyes. Although Riser always used to have an arrogant look, he was still her elder brother, but now he looks like this. Are you willing to fall because you lost to me once, Riser? You look really ugly now. Tenraku was also a little surprised by Riser's current appearance and he spoke in an angry tone. What the hell do you even know? I'm a genius from the Phenex family, but I was defeated by a trash that couldn't even awaken his bloodline. They are laughing at me, everyone is laughing at me, my pride is all lost. Riser shouted while holding Tenraku's arm. Humph, I was able to defeat you because I worked thousands of times harder than you. If you are so unwilling, then work hard to become stronger and defeat me and regain everything you have lost. You put it so nicely, but you Belena and the others have become your peerage. Rias Gremory has also entered a marriage contract with you, my peerage, my woman, my dignity. I can never take back what I have lost. How do you know you can't do it without even trying? How much longer do you want to lie to me? You have such a powerful sacred gear but you keep pretending to be a loser. You've been laughing at me all along, right? Laughing at me like I'm a fool. I have already heard that you defeated the fallen angel Cotter Cockabile, and you even defeated the White Dragon Sovereign and captured the power of the second heavenly dragon. I am afraid that your current strength has surpassed Otasama, right? No matter how hard I try, I won't be able to catch up with you. Let me go, let me go. How long do you want to humiliate me? Why don't you just kill me? Looking at Riser who kept struggling and screaming, Tenraku suddenly understood that Riser had become like this not only because he had lost to himself at the beginning, but more because of the kind of despair that had arisen after seeing his constant rise. He has completely lost confidence in himself. It is no longer possible to cheer Riser up in the usual way. Tenraku has already understood this and let go of Riser, and the free Riser also stumbles and immediately hides behind the cabinet. Tenraku had become an indelible shadow on his mind, and he didn't want to see him again even for a moment. Let's go, Ravel, that's all for today. Ani-chan. The two left Riser's room. Seeing that Tenraku's expression was a bit unsightly, Ravel also showed some concern on her face. Don't worry, I will take care of Riser. Tenraku stroked the girl's forehead and smiled, indicating that the girl doesn't need to worry about her other brother. Letting Ravel go to Myra, Isle, and Nell to play with them first, Tenraku found Phenex Madam again and said, Sorry, Oka-sama, it was because of me that Riser had become like that. Tenraku bowed down and spoke with an apologetic expression on his face. Little Tenraku, you don't need to blame yourself so much. Riser has never had that kind of frustration, so it's normal for him to not be able to think straight. But I'm sure he'll pull himself together, and he'll be waiting for that day. Madame Phenex lifted Tenraku up and replied with a soft smile on her face. Looking at Madame Phenex at this time, Tenraku seemed to see his real mother who had passed away, and a gentle feeling rose in his heart. Riser had never taken this long to cheer up before. In fact, Madame Phenex doesn't have any expectations of Riser, but she is simply still willing to trust him. As a mother, Tenraku slightly breathed out and he seemed to have decided something. Oka-sama, I actually have a way to cheer Riser up again. The next day, early in the morning. After letting out a yawn, Riser slowly sat up from the bed and rubbed his sleepy eyes before he casually put on his clothes. The whole room was messy, and it was full of all kinds of peculiar smells. If it was the previous Riser then he would definitely not be able to stand in such a place, but now he has become accustomed to it. He wanted to finish his breakfast and go back to sleep, but when he saw that the table was empty and breakfast was not brought over, as usual, Riser was suddenly irritated. Someone, where is everyone? Are all the people dead? Where's my breakfast? Why hasn't my breakfast been delivered yet? Riser loudly shouted from his room and it seemed that someone had heard Riser's voice as someone opened the door and walked in. But it was not the maid or waiter who came here, but a strange girl. Good day, Your Highness Riser. I'm Lord Tenraku's peerage member. My name is Tusca. The girl who walked in was Tusca and she spoke to Riser in a polite manner. What did a peerage member of that guy come to my room for? Get out right now. Let someone bring my breakfast. Originally the young girl named Tusca was quite pretty in Riser's eyes, but the thought of her being Tenraku peerage caused Riser to become disgusted with her in a moment and he unceremoniously yelled at her. Tenraku-sama said that His Highness Riser's breakfast today has been cancelled. Tusca stroked her lips and smiled while Riser, who heard the sound, was first shocked, then furious. How dare he cancel his own breakfast? Damn you Kami ya Tenraku, you are bullying people too much. Who is he to cancel my breakfast? Who the hell does he think he is? Riser raised his hand in his fury and with a wave of his hand, a large blaze suddenly rushed towards Tusca. However, these flames were blocked by a barrier at a distance of half a meter in front of Tusca, and no matter how they rushed, they couldn't hurt the girl in the slightest. What a weak flame, is that all the undead bird that has lost its pride and dignity can do? Seeing Tusca blocking his own flame so easily, Riser couldn't help being shocked. Although his strength has gone backward for a long time, but the flame of Phoenix is not something anyone can block. Who is this girl? Your Highness Riser, Tenraku-sama had asked me to invite you out, but even if I invite His Highness Riser, you won't cooperate, right? So, with the corners of her mouth raised, Tusca activated her Sacred Gears ability again, and a spherical barrier immediately covered Riser, and then it floated into the air with Riser inside of it. You are just a peerage member, I'm Riser Phenex, what do you want to do to me? Let go of me now? Riser kept yelling and attacked the barrier that trapped him, but the inherent barrier is so strong that even Riser in his peak period may not be able to break, let alone him who had lost all the faith in himself. Ignoring Riser's screams, Tusca turned around and walked out of the room, and the barrier ball that trapped Riser also floated out behind her. Tenraku-sama, His Highness Riser has been brought out. Tusca smiled and said as she walked out with Riser who was trapped in the barrier ball. Tenraku nodded and looked at Madame Phenex on one side and said, Oka-sama, then we'll be gone for a few days. I would be counting on you for Riser, little Tenraku. Ravel, don't bother your older brother. Oh, I know, Oka-sama. HHH. Saying goodbye to Madame Phenex, Tenraku, Ravel, Yubelina, and others all flew into the air, and Riser, who was locked by the barrier ball, also flew into the air. Oka-sama, what are you doing? Hurry up and stop that bastard and save me? Riser in the air kept beating the barrier and shouting loudly, but Madame Phenex just smiled and waved at him and shouted Riser, cheer up, which made Riser half dead. Oka-sama, what are you doing by waving at me? I want you to save me? Under Madame Phenex watch, Tenraku and his team quickly turned into black spots and disappeared into the skyquack GAGE. Above the demonic beast forest, a huge flying bird had grabbed a demonic beast that looked like a rhino and sang happily as it was about to fly back to its lair. Sizzle, a bucket-thin giant python suddenly shot out from the forest below, biting the huge flying bird's abdomen in one bite. With a cry of pain and despair, the flying bird and the prey it captured were pulled into the forest and became food for the giant python. This is it. Falling from the sky and floating above the forest, Tenraku looked at the surroundings and muttered to himself. There are many fierce demonic beasts in the demonic beast forest. There are even great Satan-level monsters living in the depths of this forest. Most demonic beasts that are active in this area are at the level of the high-class devil, which makes this a perfect place to train Riser. A slender light was shot from Tenraku's fingertips as he waved his hand, and a nearby hill not far away from this location was immediately cut off by the light, exposing a large piece of smooth flat ground, and then a mini palace flew out of Tenraku's body. The mini palace grew rapidly and soon turned into a real palace and was placed firmly on the flat ground. It is the Saints and Demons Hall. The main body of Saints and Demons Hall, Sklanir, is one of the mysterious magic ships manufactured by the Ivaldi family. This mysterious and magical ship will continue to evolve by absorbing the power of its owner. As Tenraku's strength increases, the main body of the Saints and Demons Hall also changes and it is getting bigger and bigger. There are many rooms in the palace, and it is quite convenient as a mobile castle that can be taken and placed at any place and at any time. In the next few days, this will be the place where Tenraku and others would stay to train Riser. By the way, the woman Kateria has also been imprisoned in the Saints and Demons Hall. She was being trained by 3 fallen angel girls every day and night. She would soon complete her transformation and be reborn in the near future. What do you want to do to me? Let me out? Let me out of here. Riser was still yelling from inside the barrier ball and he had not stopped yelling along the way. Riser, your body and mind have been exhausted and you have become like this. You must retrain yourself. Enjoy yourself here, but let me give you some free advice, don't die. Tenraku spoke with a cold smile on his face before he gestured at Tusca, and the knowing girl instantly disarmed her Sacred Gears ability, and Riser, who could not break free from the barrier ball, immediately yelled and fell into the forest below. Ani-chan, older brother will be fine here, right? The demonic beast forest is full of dangers, as seeing her older brother Riser's current condition, Ravel couldn't help but look worried and she asked Tenraku. Don't worry, no matter how much he had regressed, he will always be a descendant of the Phoenix and he won't die so easily. If the situation becomes really dangerous then I'll help him out, Tenraku spoke as he comforted the girl while stroking the girl's forehead. Let's go, we will also train here for the time being. It hurts. Riser got up from the bushes and spoke with an embarrassed expression on his face. Kami ya Tenraku? Thinking of what had happened earlier, Riser couldn't help but become angry at the person who is the sole reason for his current situation. How dare he treat him in this way, that bastard, who the hell does he think he is? Riser was still thinking about how he would get his revenge on Tenraku when he suddenly saw a dark figure rushing towards him, and then, his entire arm was bitten off by that dark figure. Huyu. There was a low beast roar as Riser finally saw the beast clearly, and it was a demon leopard with black scales all over his body that bit off his arm. And Riser doesn't know when but dozens of demon leopards of the same size have sprouted out of the jungle and they have already surrounded him from all sides. Damned animals, even you dare insult me? Riser shouted angrily as he released all the hatred accumulated in his heart, and at the same time, the magic power rushed out of his body as his bitten arm was instantly healed. Go to hell, you beasts! There was nowhere else to vent his sorrow and anger before, and now that Riser had found someone, or in this case a group of beasts, then he will not let them go. He shot out a group of hot flames which suddenly exploded in his surroundings, and several demon leopards that could not dodge the flames were directly blown into flying ashes. Do you see it, you lowly beasts? This is the end that awaits anyone who provokes me. Riser Phenex. HHHHH. Riser flew into the air with his fire wings spread out from his back, and he looked at the dead and wounded demon leopards. Riser laughed when he saw this scene, only to feel that the long-standing suffocation in his heart was finally being relieved by a lot. Their companions were killed, and the remaining demon leopards roared at Riser while showing their teeth, and they looked at him with bloodshot eyes. With the sound of hula, a pair of huge fleshy wings spread out from their backs. After stopping his laughter, Riser suddenly has a bad feeling in his heart as he looked at the fierce leopards rushing towards him. Huiyu! Ah! Open the door, quickly open the door. As the night fell, Riser finally came to the Saints and Demons Hall with a panicked expression on his face, and he banged the door vigorously. First, he was torn and killed by a group of crazy demon leopards. After that, when he managed to shake off the demon leopards, he was accidentally swallowed by a giant python. After finally escaping from the stomach of the giant python, he was chased around by a group of fierce demonic beasts. Riser didn't know how many times he had cursed Tenraku in his heart and out loud, as he was the one who had threw him in the forest. If he could, he would never want to come here, as he was chased around by the demonic beasts for a whole day. He was exhausted, tired, and hungry. He was already so exhausted, so he can only abandon the last trace of dignity in his heart and come here for help. Not long after, the door was opened, and then a figure walked out from the Saints and Demons Hall. What really annoyed Riser was that it was the girl named Tusca again. Oh, isn't this our Royal Highness Riser? May I ask what are you doing here at this late hour? Tusca squinted her eyes and spoke with a seemingly surprised expression on her face. I need food and shelter, Riser said slowly, and he could feel his face getting flushed as he spoke. Riser just feels an endless humiliation in my heart. His current behavior is no different from begging, and he is begging from the guy he hates the most. So that's why you are here. Tenraku-sama has ordered this earlier, and food and shelter have been prepared for His Highness Riser. This is the food of His Highness Riser. Please enjoy it slowly. Your residence is over there. His Highness Riser can go by yourself. HHH. Tossing 2 cold steamed buns to Riser, Tusca points to a cave not far away that Ubelina has randomly created by blasting a big rock with her magic. Tusca chuckled and then slammed the door on Riser's face. Riser was still in a daze. It wasn't until a breeze hit Riser that he suddenly regained his senses. He looked at the cold steamed bun in his hand, and then at the chaotic cave not far away, and he couldn't help but become furious again. Kami-ya Tenraku, you are going too far. Come out, Kami-ya Tenraku, come out right now. Ravel, are you in there too? Come out. Riser was so angry that he even kept attacking the palace with his flames, but the entire Saints and Demons Hall was protected by a powerful barrier, and Riser's flame had no effects on it, and no matter how much Riser yelled, no one responded. HH. After venting his frustration and anger, Riser gasped loudly, and he looked at the deformed buns in his hand and was preparing to throw it away with a look of disgust. This kind of food is not even fed to dogs living at the Phenex house. Even humans won't be able to eat this food, right? However, just as he was about to throw it away, Riser's movements stopped again, and his expression was full of struggle. Before he had come here, he was chased around by a group of demonic beasts all day long, and he was almost starving to death at this moment. With tears of humiliation welled up in his eyes, Riser walked towards the cave while biting on the cold bun. Damn you, Kami-ya Tenraku, I will remember it. He casually found a flat place in the cave and laid down. Riser, who was already exhausted, quickly fell asleep. He only hopes that all of this is just a nightmare, and that nightmare will be over when he wakes up. At the same time, inside the Saints and Demons Hall, Ani-chan, older brother, he is so pitiful. Leaning on Tenraku's shoulder, Ravel had a distressed look on her face, and she almost couldn't help going out several times just now. Only after going through these trials can he cheer up again. You need to bear with it, Ravel. Soothing the girl, Tenraku looked at Isle and Nell on one side and said, Isle, Nell, you will start tomorrow. Yes, Tenraku-sama. The 2 lowlies show a devil-like cold smile on their faces as they spoke. Poor Riser, he doesn't even know that when he wakes up, his nightmare will not end but has just begun. Riser-sama, wake up, the sun is sunning. The bewildered Riser opened his eyes when he heard someone calling him, only to see 2 identical lowly girls staring at him with a smile on his face, and he couldn't help but be startled. Isle, Nell, what do you want? The ill-intentioned eyes of the 2 lowly girls made Riser's heart tighten subconsciously, but when he thought that he was the young master of the Phenex family and they were just 2 peerages, Riser was relieved again and spoke to them. Riser-sama's body and mind have been abolished, and you must be retrained. Today, we will be Lord Riser's opponents. Please take care of us. Showing their white teeth, the 2 sisters took out their magic saw, and then cut it down towards Riser. Looking at his body that had been cut into several segments, Riser blinked and then, Even if he had an immortal body, Riser still felt severe pain as his body was chopped into several sections. What makes Riser even angrier is that these two girls, Isle and Nell, even dared to kill him with a sudden attack. Die, 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 die. Riser instantly condensed two violent flames and threw them towards Isle and Nell in his anger, but suddenly, two barriers appeared in front of the two sisters and they were unscathed by Riser's attack. Hehe, this is the protection given to us by Lord Tenraku. Lord Riser's weak flame is useless in front of it. Come, Lord Riser, and be disintegrated. Disintegration, disintegration, disintegration. Isle and Nell approached Riser step by step as they spoke with a devil-like smile on their faces. The cold sweat was streaming down on Riser's body, and under Riser's horrified look, his hell life began. A few days later, a savage-looking person wrapped in animal skins was lying on the side of the stream and was drinking water. This savage-looking person is Rias and Phenex. After drinking enough water, Riser tore another piece of flesh and blood from the corpse of a demonic beast next to him before he roasted it with flames at random, and ate it. If he was allowed to see what he looked like now, then his eyes would surely come out of their socket in shock. He would see how miserable he looks, how desperate he looks. Ever since he came here, he has been living a hell-like life, not only being chased by all kinds of demonic beasts every day but also being abused by a group of cold-blooded and heartless devils. On the first day, he was chased around by Isle and Nell and he was chopped down by them several times. On the second day, he was hung up and beaten by Swollen and Isabella under the cliff. On the third day, Carlamine and Ceres threw him into a demonic beast's lair. On the fourth day, thinking of his tragic experience these days, Riser couldn't help but shed tears of grief and indignation. He also tried hard to resist, but he has abandoned his training for a long time and his strength regressed, and every time he was ruthlessly suppressed by the girls. He also tried to escape, but it wasn't long before he was caught by Tenraku, and then he was violently beaten. Regardless of dignity and face, Riser doesn't care about anything anymore. He just thinks about how to live in a place like hell. In order not to be chased and beaten, he flees faster and faster. In order to fill his stomach and stop eating the food from that man, he learns the skills of hunting. In order not to be found by Malayo and Burant, he lurks like a beast in the filthy soil. 4. In just a few days, Riser's spirit and body are rapidly recovering, but he himself hasn't noticed this. His HNG. Suddenly, there was a sound of something breaking through the air, and then a light spear fell from the air. Before Riser could react, his entire body was submerged in the violent explosion. Who is it? Who attacked me? The flame condensed once again and Riser's figure once again appeared without any injuries. Riser looked at the air and roared while feeling extremely annoyed. Why does a great master have such an unbearable older brother like you? The rest time is over, Rias and Phenex. With a sneer, Rainare, Middled, and Kala Warner in the air condensed another light spear and then threw it at Riser. Damn it! Riser cursed as he recognized that these were the three fallen angel girls who had been subdued by Tenraku. Now he didn't want to confront these females fallen angels and his body quickly rushed into the jungle like a cheetah. A few more days passed. In a certain gloomy jungle, Riser looked around vigilantly and the look in his eyes was sharp like a beast. Lila. Two black shadows flashed past him and several bloodstains suddenly exploded on Riser's body. Is it Ni and Li? Not caring about his wounds, Riser muttered to himself. With such sensitive movements and good at hiding, there are only two Nikomata girls, Ni and Li, in Tenraku peerage who injure him without being seen. As a peerage cultivated by the Phenex family, Riser is quite clear about the strength of the girls, but it is precisely because of this that he is extremely frightened. The strength of these peerage girls has increased by many times compared to the time when they were being raised by the Phenex family. If it was a few days ago, maybe he would only have been abused, but now, with a flash of light in his eyes, Riser pushed out his hands and pointed them in two directions. Right here, two huge flame birds ejected from Riser's palm and flew into the jungle. He found us, meow. The girls exclaimed, and then two figures, one blue and one red jumped into the air. It was Ni and Li. Although the two women escaped the attack of the flame bird, they also exposed themselves to Riser's field of vision. With a grinning laugh, Riser immediately condensed hundreds of fireballs to fight the two women. Fuck, meow, HNG boom boom. There was an explosion in the air, and the two women who could not avoid the attacks quickly deployed their defensive magic, but they were still blown away by the violent fire waves. A light flashed as Tenraku appeared in the air, and then caught Ni and Li. Sorry, Tenraku-sama, we lost. Leaning in Tenraku's arms, the two Nikomata girls spoke with a pale expression and fear was apparent in their heart. It was clear that they could still abuse Lord Riser a few days ago, but today, they were counterbattered, which is really depressing. You all did a good job, Ni, Li, I will reward you later. Tenraku rubbed the girls' foreheads as answered them. Unexpectedly, there will be a reward for losing, and the eyes of the two Nikomata girls were shining with anticipation. Yo, Riser, you're recovering pretty well. Tenraku smiled as he looked at Riser below. Unlike the decadent look before, Riser at this time looked dirty and looked like a savage, but his body exuded a ferocious aura like a beast. It's not thanks to you? Thinking of everything he had experienced these days, Riser couldn't help glaring at Tenraku and he spoke with an anger-filled voice. It was almost like hell, thinking of the countless times that he could have just died like that, but he had finally survived. So, he got a new life. What, do you hate me that much? Then come on, let me see how much anger you really have. Letting Ni and Lee stay aside first, Tenraku villainously hooked his hand at Riser. Riser was already full of anger and he couldn't bear it anymore as a pair of fire wings spread out behind him and he rushed towards Tenraku. With the corners of his mouth raised, Tenraku also revealed a demonic sword and then flew down to meet Riser. Kami ya Tenraku? Riser? Screaming at each other, the two smashed into each other fiercely in the air, and then, boom, you dare to do this to me, die, go to hell. This is the treatment that a waste receives. Are you dissatisfied? Come and knock me down if you are dissatisfied. You are the waste that couldn't even awaken his bloodline. You are the stain of Phenex house, and you lost to this kind of trash. You are even worse than a waste, you are a trash. Ah. The two of them screamed while attacking each other and the explosion sounded into a shouted sound. Without using other Sacred Gear's abilities, Tenraku's current strength was enough to beat Riser with only his sword skills, but the angry Riser was not afraid of death, and was chopped down and slaughtered again and again. Looking at the two people who were tearing each other apart, Ravel, who was standing with Yubelina and the other girls in the distance, burst into tears of relief. Great, older brother has finally changed back. Okasama, Otasama, I am sorry to have worried you. In the Phenex main residence, Riser scratched the back of his head as he spoke to his parents. He was no longer in his disheveled look from before, and it seemed that he had regained his previous self-confidence, but compared with the image of the frivolous and arrogant noble son, he was a little more stable. Great, Riser, I knew you'd be able to pull yourself together. There were tears in the Phenex lattice eyes. Although the family lord didn't say anything, his resolute face also showed his relief. They are all their children, and they are naturally very happy to see that Riser can pull himself together. You were behaving like that because you lost to Unai-chan older brother is really immature. The next time you give us trouble, no one will care about you. Ravel, what nonsense are you talking about? Who wants you to take care of me? It's still the same as before. Older brother hasn't improved at all. Ravel? Hee. After being teased by Ravel, Riser roared with a flushing face, causing everyone to laugh. Although he didn't want to admit it, this kind of bickering between family members gave Riser an unexpectedly good feeling. However, seeing Tenraku standing aside with his hands clasped, Riser grimaced again and turned his head away. Okasama, Otasama, I'm going to leave Underworld to go to human world for a while. With a slight exhale, Riser spoke as if he had decided on something. Why do you want to go to human world? You just recovered, it's better to rest for a while first. Lady Phenex looked concerned, but Riser shook his head and said, I have already decided and will leave soon. The old me has been just sitting around watching the world, and I simply do not understand how big this world is, so I want to see it for myself. And, speaking of this, Riser's eyes flickered with all spirits as he looked at Tenraku on one side and said, if he can do it, I can do it too. Tenraku innocently shrugged his shoulders, while the others were incomparably surprised and stunned, and Lady Phenex in the upper seat couldn't help but cover her lips. Sure enough, Riser has matured after this setback. Since the decision is made then go, do not forget that you are the descendant of the immortal birds, the man of the Phenex family. Duke Phenex calmly said after giving Riser a deep look. Yes, Otasama. Riser replied in a deep voice as he clenched his fists. Obviously, it was just these simple words, but it made him feel excited. Yes, he is a proud descendant of Phoenix, a man from the Phenex family, and he will never forget this again. Under everyone's gaze, Riser turned towards Tenraku again and said, sure enough, I really still can't recognize you, Kami ya Tenraku? I will embark on the same journey you have taken. I will find my peerage and companions. Wait for some time. When I return, we will fight again. Riser issued a statement of challenge with a sonorous tone but, then try your best, Riser, but you'll never beat me with that level. The momentum met as Tenraku looked straight at Riser and replied with a grin on his hateful face. The corners of his eyes throbbed as Riser became extremely angry. Sure enough, he still hates this guy the most. With a cold snort, Riser turned around, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised and his mood became wonderfully good. Like a phoenix flying into the sky, he raised his hand and left everyone with an aloof back. Unai-chan and older brother are so cool. Ravel's eyes twinkled with bright little stars as she looked at her brothers. Then who is cooler? Tenraku asked while rubbing the girl's head. Of course it's Unai-chan. Ravel answered without hesitation. Tenraku grinned. Ravel was still the cutest. Seeing the intimacy between the siblings, Lady Phenex shook her head with a helpless expression on her face. As both a mother and a person in the past, she naturally knew that Ravel's love for Tenraku was not a simple sibling relationship, but although this kind of thing is rare, it is not taboo in Underworld. Devil's genes are far stronger than humans, so there is no problem even if close relatives get married. It's just that it's relatively rare and they are also influenced by human culture after so long, but it's not a taboo or unacceptable thing. This is the reason why her husband keeps one eye closed on this. They neither agree nor disagree, they have left everything to them. This is an invitation from Lord Great Satans to invite the outstanding young devil of the Underworld's new generation to the party. Now that Riser has gone out to experience the world, then you and Ravel will attend on behalf of our Phenex family. Duke Phenex spoke as he passed an invitation to Tenraku. The gathering of new generation young devils led by Great Satans is a long-standing tradition in the Underworld. The eldest and second sons of the Phenex family have already grown up. Riser, who was originally a pureblood heir, was the most suitable candidate, but Tenraku's strength and reputation can also represent the Phenex family. Naturally, there is no problem. Yes, Otisama. Having already agreed with Rias and the others to meet at the party, Tenraku naturally had no reason to refuse. Duke Phenex nodded, but he still reminded him. There are a lot of pricks among those new generation devils, and there are also a lot of paranoid bloodline guys among the old devils, so you should be careful. Strength is the guarantee of everything, and Tenraku naturally will not take such things to heart, but he still snickered and said, I'm not a pure-blood devil, I'm sorry, but this is all Otisama's fault. HHH. Both Lady Phenex and Ravel were amused, and Duke Phenex's resolute face also showed a rarely embarrassed look. At night, at the Phenex main residence, Tenraku's room, fragments of various clothing were scattered all over the floor, and evil and depraved voices continued to reverberate in the room. The red-haired Nikomata girlie is drooling as she looked at the ceiling. Bad, break meow, Tenraku-sama, Ni, break, meow. Being constantly plundered and possessed, the blue-haired Nikomata girl Ni screamed idiotically. Ni, do you like this kind of reward? Tenraku whispered evilly while leaning over the girl's ear. Hi, like, meow. The look on her face became more and more blurred as the girl answered. Tenraku spoke with a smile on his face as he stroked the girl's cute face. 3 days later, Tenraku, Ravel, Ubelina, and the girls boarded the sky train, representing that the Phenex family has been invited to Demon King's territory to attend the gathering of the new generation of young devil of the Underworld. On the way, they entered several long-distance jumping cubes in the air. A few hours later, the group arrived at the capital of the Great Satan's Lucifer territory, Lucifad. The stations and platforms are very modern, and there are even human world things like vending machines, and you can see how prosperous this city ruled by the Great Satans is at a glance. Rias, Tenraku. At a glance, Tenraku saw Rias and others who had been waiting here for a long time, and the girls walked towards Tenraku with joyful smiles on their faces. Unanimously, Tenraku and Rias hugged each other before kissing each other's lips. Sure enough, you taste most delicious. After a long time, Tenraku broke apart and said with a smile on his face. Rias blushed and pinched Tenraku's waist. Why did this guy have to say these kinds of things in front of everyone? Now, Akeno is going to tease her? Although they only spent 10 days apart from each other, everyone missed each other very much. Tenraku greeted Akeno, Asia, Irina, and Zenovia. Then it was the last to Zhao Konako's turn. Konako-chan, did you miss me? I thought about Konako-chan every day. Tenraku smiled as he spoke while stroking the girl's head. This kind of sentence was neither good nor bad, and Konako lowered her face shyly and did not answer. Konako hasn't agreed to join your harem yet. Don't take the entire land when she hasn't even given you an inch. Ria said in an angry manner while protecting Konako behind her. Hi raising his hand to surrender, Tenraku naturally knew that doing too much would backfire, so he stopped. Although Konako did not resist him just now, but she still needs an opportunity to truly like him, and Tenraku is confident that this opportunity should not be too far away. Good day, sister-in-law Sama, long time no see. After greeting everyone, Ravel also walked over and greeted Rias. Long time no see, Ravel. Rias also smiled as she greeted Ravel while stroking the girl's forehead. Rias also loves this little princess from the Phenex family very much, and she politely and lovingly greeted her. Let's go, the party is about to begin. Let's go greet Anii-sama first. Where's Gasper? Didn't Gasper come here? Gasper seems to be receiving special training from Azazel on Grigori's side, so he wasn't able to come over this time. Surtsk-sama, Grafia miss. In Demon King's castle, Tenraku and the girls met Surtsk and Grafia, who were welcoming guests. Tenraku-kun, Rias. Leaving the servants to entertain the other guests, Surtsk and Grafia walked over to Rias and Tenraku. Tenraku was dressed in a black dress, Rias also put on a prosperous long red dress, and Surtsk also showed satisfaction on his face when he looked at the two people who looked the definition of a couple. After greeting everyone for a while, Surtsk said, the other great Satans will not arrive until a little while later. Tenraku-kun, why don't you guys go and sit in the adjacent meeting room first? They are all young devils of your age. Yes, Surtsk-sama. Tenraku just came over to say hello, and after saying goodbye, he turned and left. Tenraku-kun is really an incredible person. The aura in his body has become stronger again. Not to mention those young devils, I am afraid it will not be long before us great Satans will be surpassed by him. Surtsk sighed and said as he looked at the backs of Tenraku and the girls. The silver eyes of Grafia on the side flashed with a sharp light, but she fell silent quickly without saying a word. Sana, Miss Tsubaki, and everyone. On the way to the next meeting hall, Tenraku happened to run into Sana and her peerage, and he raised his hand to say hello. The girls were all dressed up in ceremonial dresses, and they looked so beautiful that Tenraku couldn't help but glance twice. Rias, Kamiya Tenraku. Sana nodded and said back after taking a look at Tenraku and Rias. Sana, are you going to the meeting hall? Let's go together. Well, before the official ceremony begins, all the young devils will be waiting in this room. Are the other young devils here as well? I hope that nothing goes wrong. Don't get your hopes up for that, Rias. As they spoke, the group had arrived outside the meeting hall, but just as everyone was about to enter, HNG, there was a bang and the whole door of the meeting room was blown off. Sana couldn't help but have her face turn black, something had happened just as she said, and the Tenraku next to her instantly unleashed the inherent barrier to protect the girls. Everyone okay? Cough cough cough, we are fine. The party was already in a mess. Tenraku and Rias were speechless for a while before they walked through the broken door into the hall, only to see that the tables, chairs, and various decorations had been destroyed, and in the center of the hall there were two camps of devils, led by a man and a woman, facing each other. Do you want to die so much, Sephiroth? Even those old guys wouldn't be able to say anything if I kill you? The female devil standing in the front spoke, and also issued a cold declaration of murder. With a tall figure and a blue robe on her body, this majestic woman is Tenraku and others' acquaintance, and she is also the next in charge of Agar's house, Sikvera. She seemed to be in a rather unhappy mood. The girl's eyes were cold and sharp at this time, and even the magic power fluctuations that radiated from her body gave people a cold feeling. Kill me? How dare you say it, woman? Rarely do I ask someone to have a private chat in the room over there. House of Agar's mist defense is really tight, that's why it's so annoying. Hey, Sikvera, you are still a virgin, right? You don't have a man, right? That's why I kindly asked if you need one before the opening ceremony. The male devil who confronted Sikvera was a guy with upright hair and tattoos all over his body. Even the group of peerages behind him were dressed like non-mainstream bad guys. Sikvera's beautiful eyes were filled with rage, and the atmosphere on both sides has become tenser and tenser. Kami ya Tenraku, Rias, Sana, you guys are here too. A tall figure came in front of Tenraku and his group. It was Sephiroth, who Tenraku hadn't seen for a long time. Yo, long time no see, Sephiroth. Sephiroth, what happened here? Tenraku and Sephiroth clinked fists while Rias, who was next to him, asked. As you can see, this is what happens when a bunch of bloodthirsty guys gets together. Really, that's why I said we didn't need to meet until after the ceremony. Sephiroth spoke with a helpless expression on his face, but after thinking of something, he looked at Tenraku next to him and said, Kami ya Tenraku, since you are here, stop them. You are more experienced than me in dealing with this kind of thing. What the hell are you talking about? Where the hell would I get that kind of experience? Looking at Sephiroth's smile, Tenraku can guess that this guy simply found the situation too troublesome and wants to throw a lid on the boiling pot. Although a little speechless, it's not a problem for him to control these guys from going crazy, so Tenraku shook his head and walked out. Miss Sikvera, long time no see. Walking towards the two groups of devils who were facing each other, Tenraku greeted Sikvera on the side. It's you? After focusing her attention from Sephiroth's side, Sikvera noticed that Tenraku and Rias have arrived with their respective people, and there was a hint of surprise in her expression. Tenraku smiled and nodded towards the girl before he looked at the bad devils on one side again and said, This fellow who looks like a bad boss, how about stopping here? It's not honorable to disrupt everyone's party. Who the hell are you, kid, and why should I care about your words or anyone else's for that matter? With his nostrils facing the sky, the bad devil named Sephiroth spoke in a tone that clearly suggested that he didn't put Tenraku in his eyes at all. I am from the Phenex house, Kami ya Tenraku. Tenraku reported his name with a shrug of his shoulders. Kami ya Tenraku, so he is the infamous Kami ya Tenraku. There were bursts of low voices in the venue, and many people looked at Tenraku with many different expressions in their eyes. The one who dueled with Riser at the beginning, the one who stopped the evil deeds of the fallen angel Kader Kakabile, the one who later defeated the White Dragon Sovereign and became the only Lord of the Heavenly Dragon in history. What Tenraku himself hasn't noticed is that he is now super famous in both the Underworld and in the Celestial Realm. So you are that miracle son of the Phenex house? I don't think so. I heard that you have a great sacred gear, and you have become the Lord of 2 Heavenly Dragons. Come, let me take a look at that. Yes, let's see it too. Obviously, Sephiroth has heard about Tenraku, but he was still feeling disdainful towards this guy in front of him, and the group of peerages behind them also snarled indiscriminately. Tenraku really does not know how such a group of delinquent punk-like guys was chosen as the family representative to attend this party, but he still shook his head and said lightly, You are not qualified. How dare you say I'm not qualified? You are nothing but a trash of the Phenex family? Naturally, Sephiroth heard the irony in Tenraku's tone, and he became furious. He clenched his fist and prepared to punch Tenraku, but HNGLNG? With a loud noise, Sephiroth, who was not yet close, was kicked out of the room. His body broke through the wall of the meeting hall and he was buried in the ruins. His eyes immediately turned backward as he passed out. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone reacted and looked at Tenraku, who was lightly clapping his hands, they couldn't help but breathe in a mouthful of cold air. In a second, Tenraku was able to take care of Sephiroth in a second, which means that he had enough power to actually kill Sephiroth in that second if he so wished. Sephiroth-sama? Seeing that their boss was easily taken care of by the guy in front of them, the group of bad devil shouted and prepared to rush towards Tenraku, but they only ran 2 steps before they were forced to stop the pace again. Rogue elder brothers, if you dare to move, I'll cut you off. I will really cut you off. Yubelina and the other girls appeared in front of Tenraku in a flash. They cast out their magic one by one and pointed their weapons at the devils rushing at Tenraku. The mischievous Isle and Nell were holding their chainsaw with bloodthirsty smiles on their faces, and they drew them on the body of a bad devil to scare the other party to death. Sephiroth's peerage was subdued in an instant, and the hall was so silent that the sound of a pin drop could be heard inside. Whether it was the king or their peerage, the gap between them was too big. Don't worry, I didn't kill your master. There will be an important party soon, so instead of doing self-defeating stupid things, go and rescue your master, Tenraku said as he signaled at Ubelina and others to step back. Having deeply understood the gap between each other, the bad devils did not continue to rush, and they even saluted Tenraku before they hurriedly ran to the side of the ruins to rescue their master. Ani-chan, are you okay? Don't worry, an opponent of this level can't hurt me. Ravel ran over with a caring look, and Tenraku chuckled and stroked the girl's forehead to relieve her of her worries. Looking at that handsome and resolute face, the girl couldn't help but flushed and her heart throbbed even more. Sure enough, her Tenraku Ani-chan is the best in the hall. The damaged place has been quickly repaired by the waiters. And after letting their peerage play by themselves, Tenraku, Rias, Sana, Sephiroth, and Sikvera, the 5 new generation young kings gathered together. Kamiya Tenraku, thank you for what you did just now. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Tenraku as Sikvera thanked him sincerely. Although she doesn't fear that fellow Zephyr, but if she had really chosen to fight with him here, then her reputation would have become bad, so she is immensely grateful to Tenraku who stood up for her. Miss Sikvera, you are our friend, so you don't need to care about this little thing. Tenraku shook his head as he spoke after taking a taste of the tea in his hand. By the way, which family is that troublemaker from? Tenraku asked with a little interest in his heart. Everyone who can come to this party is not just the children of the famous families within the underworld. Generally speaking, no matter how unbearable they are behind their backs, they will pretend to be noble, elegant, and graceful on the surface. But showing themselves so unscrupulously like those bunch of delinquents, that guy was a little weird. That guy is called Zephyr. He is the next head of the Glacialabalas family. Sephiroth had a playful smile on his face as he spoke, and Tenraku, who heard the answer, showed a hint of surprise on his face before he asked another question. Oi, are you sure that you haven't made a mistake? He is from Glacialabalas' house, isn't that the main family of Great Satan Asmodeus? Such a guy with poor personality and weak strength can become the next family head of such a prestigious family? House of Glacialabalas went through a huge turmoil a few days ago, and a lot of things seem to have happened. I heard that the person originally selected as next head of the family unexpectedly died in some accident, so Zephyr became a candidate for the new next head of the family. That guy's personality is indeed a bit bad. As for his strength, it's not that he is weak, but that you are too strong, Kamiya Tenraku. Rias gave Tenraku an explanation, and Sana, who was standing next to him, took the end of the topic in an angry manner. That guy Zephyr does have some problems with his personality, but even though no one likes him, they can't just fight against him, as he is quite strong and would at least rank in the top 10 of the new generation devil. Otherwise, after the death of the original heir to the House of Glacialabalas, he would not have been able to replace him. If Sana herself really fought against him, then she would have to use all the tricks in her arsenal to just get a narrow win against Zephyr. But such a person was defeated by Tenraku in just one casual move. No matter how you think about it, it would still make people feel a little hurt, and they can't even display their pride. After touching his nose in embarrassment, Tenraku also understood everything, but he really didn't mean to show off his strength just now. It's just that the opponents of that level couldn't raise his interest at all, so he could solve it after a few thoughts. After all that, Sephiroth laughed and watched Tenraku with eyes full of unexpected fight intent. Even Rias and Sikvera had a deeply emotional expression on their faces. In order not to upset the young king girls of the new generation, Tenraku wisely changed the subject and did not mention what had just happened. Tenraku suddenly felt a hostile look on his back, and he couldn't help but look at it. It turned out that Diodora was sitting not far away looking at him with a cold and bitter expression on his face. But seeing someone he had already defeated, Tenraku boringly withdrew his gaze and continued to chat with Sephiroth and Rias, as he was too lazy to pay any attention to this guy. Kamiya Tenraku? Looking at Tenraku, who dared to ignore him, Diodora on one side was so angry that he almost broke his teeth while gritting them. However, Diodora's eyes lit up again after he saw Asia, who was tasting dessert with Isle and Nell. Miss Asia, do you remember me? I am the devil Diodora Astaroth, who was rescued by you before. Diodora walked up to Asia and smiled before he spoke to her in a polite tone. This nun has become Kamiya Tenraku's woman. If he lures her to his side, then he will be able to get one up on Kamiya Tenraku. Diodora thought viciously. However, Diodora-san, you are a bad guy. I don't want to talk to you. Asia was told by Tenraku about Diodora's true face a long time ago, and she herself had witnessed the things that happened at the engagement ceremony of Tenraku and Rias. Naturally, Asia would not be fooled by this guy anymore, and said with a blushing face before she ran away with dessert. The corners of Diodora's eyes throbbed, and he was so angry that he was about to attack her on the spot. Each and every one of them dares to despise him so despisingly. Damn you, Kamiya Tenraku. Damn you, Asia Argento. Just wait for me. Sorry for the long wait. The great Satans are waiting for you. The door of the meeting hall was pushed open, and then a group of waiters walked in and spoke. The formal ceremony is finally about to begin. Don't be nervous, Asia. Just follow me. Seeing that Asia was a little nervous next to him, Tenraku held the girl's hand and soothed. I will, Tenraku-san. As if receiving great encouragement, Asia smiled sweetly and showed a reassuring look. All the young devils and their peerages stopped talking and followed the waiters to another wider meeting hall next to them. The atmosphere is a bit solemn, and there are already many older devils sitting on the high platform of the hall, all of whom are in power in the underworld today. In the center of the high platform, there are only 4 figures, exactly. Great Satan Surtx Lucifer, Great Satan Seraphal Leviathan, Great Satan Falbium Asmodeus, Great Satan Ajuka Beasley Bob, inheriting the title of the first generation of Great Satans and standing at the top of all the devils as the symbol of the underworld. Many young devils were already overwhelmed with excitement as they looked at those 4 figures. Tenraku in the crowd naturally looked at the 4 Great Satans on the stage. Surtx and Seraphal were known to him and they can even be called acquaintances, while the other 2 Great Satans, Falbium and Ajuka, he saw them for the first time. Not to mention Falbium, Ajuka is one of the transcendent existence like Surtx. Young devils, it's really hard for you all to be here, but this is a special meeting to take a good look at you who will take up the responsibility for the next generation. An elderly male devil said in a solemn voice while holding his arms behind his back. However, it seems that they fought as soon as they met this time. It was another male devil with a beard who spoke in an ironic tone. Tenraku felt a lot of eyes gathering on himself, Sikvera, and Zephyrdor, but he shrugged and didn't say anything and he also didn't care about what everyone here thought. Although that devil had mentioned their fight in a sentence but he didn't mention anyone by name and he didn't criticize anyone, and then the Great Satans and a lot of big people only just talked about it. They just talked about how everyone should be responsible and honest and that they don't have to fight amongst each other all day long. They said that they must study hard every day and that the future of the underworld depends on them. In short, it was almost the same as the school principal's speech. Tenraku was already getting drowsy and he almost fell asleep. Well, I'm sorry to have been nagging you for so long, but we have pinned all our dreams and hopes on you, but I hope you remember that you are all treasures of the underworld. It seemed that the speech was finally over and Surtx's words made many people's hearts excited. Finally, I want to hear about your respective dreams for the future. I wonder if it's okay? As soon as Surtx's voice fell, the entire venue was filled with many whispering, and then Seraorg was the first to stand up and speak. My dream is to become a great Satan. Seraorg's words caused a burst of exclamation in the venue, and even the big figures couldn't help but look at the young devil with different expressions on their faces. Not to mention whether he can do it or not, just being able to speak this kind of ambition in front of everyone is invaluable. I want to be the next in charge of the Gremory family and strive to win every rating game. Moreover, I have another person who I definitely want to defeat even if I can't, and I want to prove myself to him. Rias also stood up and said her dream. The first one was quite satisfactory, but the latter one made everyone a little curious. They don't know who this Gremory princess wants to defeat and prove herself to. Kendo, Ubelina, and the other girls know it and Tenraku touched his nose with a helpless expression on his face. It was obvious to Tenraku that Rias was talking about him. She is still thinking about these kinds of things, as expected of the proud and defiant Rias. But he likes it. Next, the other young devils also stated their goals and dreams. Some wanted to be the family lord, some wanted to become demon kings, and some wanted to eliminate the angels, fallen angels, and let the devils dominate the world. In short, it was a bragging conference. In the end, almost everyone here had spoken about their dreams, and only Sana and Tenraku were left. Tenraku was not really interested in this kind of thing. His ambitions and dreams only need to be done silently to realize them, but they don't need to be told to these people. So, from the beginning, he just wants to muddle through. Seeing that Tenraku didn't want to speak, Sana stood up with a helpless expression on her face before she took a deep breath, and said, "My dream is to establish a school in Underworld that teaches rating game-related knowledge." Sana told her dream, but many people frowned when they heard her. Speaking of schools related to rating game, they have already been established, right? A big man on the high seat asked with a suspicious expression on his face. They are the schools that only the superior devils and a small part of the privileged devils are allowed to attend. What I want to build is a school where both low-class devil and reincarnated devil can go to school without any barriers. Sana faintly replied while glancing at every devil present in the hall. Already thinking of the next scene, Tenraku couldn't help covering his forehead. Sure enough, in the next moment, except for a few great Satans, almost all of the devils on top laughed. That is impossible. This is really a masterpiece joke. I see, this is the so-called dreaming young girl? Although it is good for young people to have dreams, but for the next head of house to try to have such a careless dream and to have spoken of them in front of everyone. Fortunately, it is only a meeting place before their debut. All the big figures made no secret of their mockery of Sana, and even the expressions in the eyes of many young devils became a little strange. Low-class devil and reincarnated devil can only be regarded as waiters and servants. The pure-blooded superior devils are the real masters of the underworld. This is the tradition and rules that have continued for tens of thousands of years. Sana's dream can be said to be a joke for all people present here. After all, it is natural to be ridiculed and boycotted by everyone if she dreams of bombarding the current status and privileges of all the old homes and famous families. Looking at Sana, who stood fearlessly in front even though she was getting ridiculed by everyone, Rias couldn't help but have a complicated look on her face. She didn't expect Sana to have such a dream, and even as a close friend, it was the first time she has heard about this. Hey, you guys, this should be enough. If you bully my Sana-chan then I will bully you back. Up in the air, one of the great Satan, Lady Leviathan, was at the end of her patience as she angrily stares at anyone who dares to laugh at her Sana-chan. Leviathan-sama, your sister's dream is too absurd. As a demon king, Leviathan-sama's duty is to protect the honor and privileges of the old families and the pure-blooded devils. Did Leviathan-sama forget these? The atmosphere in the entire venue became tense. Many big figures subconsciously did not dare to look at the menacing great Satan, but there were still many self-reliant old devils here, and one of them spoke in a deep voice. I don't care about it. Whoever bullies my Sana-chan won't have a good ending? Sephiroth did not back down and spoke in a loud tone, while the face of the old devil who had just spoken turned black, and everyone in the venue felt that they couldn't bear to look straight. Sure enough, it was better to see than just to believe in rumors. So this is the wayward great Satan who spoils her younger sister? Sana, who obviously remained fearless in the face of many people's sarcasm and ridicule, hung her head with a red face, although she was moved when her Oni-san, elder sister, stood up for her butt. But this is still too shameful? Why should you deny Sana-chan's dream? If Sana-chan wins the competition, you will have nothing to say. There are so many things one can achieve if they get a good score in the competition. Although she was a little capricious, but she was not stupid, so Sephiroth added, feeling that the atmosphere was not right. It's a good suggestion. Why don't we hold a competition as a match for the young devils before their official debut? As if he was already thinking about it, Surtsk's words immediately caused a stir in the entire venue. Most of the so-called young people are a group of guys who love to show off, and if they can get the recognition of great Satans and bigwigs before their official debut, then it will be beneficial for their future, and many young devils with flexible minds can't help but get excited. Rias, Sana, as the first match of this competition, how about you two as opponents? Surtsk laughed as he looked down at Rias and Sana. After glancing at each other, a strong battle intent erupted in both women's eyes as they spoke at the same time. Yes, Lucifer-sama. Although it was a little sudden, the match between Rias and Sana was decided like this. Everyone had thought that the storm was over and the ceremony was almost over, but Surtsk looked at the crowd with a smile on his face and spoke to Tenraku. Tenraku-kun, everyone has already said their dreams, but I haven't heard your dreams. Tell us about your dreams. Both Isle and Nell were ready to leave the field, and Tenraku couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard Surtsk's. For a moment, almost everyone's eyes were focused on him. Although depressed, Tenraku could only step forward and speak. Almost all the people present have heard about Tenraku, and they are curious about what kind of dream this child from the Phenex family has. Tenraku is someone who had always been the waste that couldn't even awaken his family's bloodline, but he soon became the current miracle child that everyone wants to know about. My dream is to become the most invincible powerhouse in the world, Tenraku spoke under the gaze of countless eyes. HHH. Hearing Tenraku's so-called dream, the big figures on the high platform once again laughed. Even the great Satans who stand at the apex of all devil would not dare to claim to be invincible in the world. In the eyes of the big shots, what Tenraku spoke is no longer a dream, it is just a delusion of an upstart child. Of course, even if Tenraku has such unrealistic delusions, it has nothing to do with them, and it will not harm their interests, so they didn't care about it. In their eyes, Tenraku is nothing more than a young and frivolous little guy who does not know the heights of the sky, so the laughter wasn't quite as blatant as it was when they laughed at Sana with unconcealed sarcasm. Become the invincible powerhouse in the world. As expected of Tenraku-kun, but Tenraku-kun's dream should be more than that, right? Surtsk on the high platform nodded when he heard Tenraku's dream, but he once again asked, this brother-in-law of mine, he really wants to ask what I really, right? Tenraku secretly said, as he couldn't really tell them that his real dream is to dominate the whale world. He also felt a little impatient with Surtsk's and almost blurted out, I also want to build a huge harem, and become an unprecedented harem king. Tenraku felt a different kind of pleasure in his heart as he looked at the dumbfounded Surtsk's on the stage. Ask me more, why don't you? Are you satisfied now? Tenraku secretly smiled in his heart. However, after a sudden reaction, Tenraku realized that he seemed to have said something terrible. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence, and then, HHHHH. With a burst of laughter, the faces of Rias and the other girls beside Tenraku flushed, and they looked at this shameless guy in front of them with anger in their eyes. Well, what Tenraku had said is also true, but even if you really have such a dream, you don't have to say it out loud, right? Tenraku was also a little embarrassed, but after shrugging his shoulders, he quickly returned to normal. It is indeed one of his dreams to build a huge harem and become the harem king, who has never been seen before. These guys can just laugh if they want to laugh, but what can they do against him? HHHH. Kamiya Tenraku, I don't accept anyone's orders, but I will obey you from now on. HHHHH. Zephyr's voice sounded out as he hammered the ground while hugging his belly, and the group of peerage behind him laughed while tears were about to come out of their eyes. As someone who had a marriage contract with the younger sister of a great Satan, Tenraku even dared to make a public declaration to become a harem king. Even though Zephyr was bold and cheeky, he knows his limit, and he knows that he wouldn't have been able to do what Tenraku did. He had some resentment towards Tenraku because of what had happened before, but now he only admired Tenraku deeply. Zephyr can't help but accept it. Tenraku is the boss? Tenraku-kun, you. Surtsk on the high platform also smiled bitterly and shook his head. He regretted asking Tenraku another question just now. A solemn ceremony that should have gone on for some time ended prematurely because of someone's words. It can be imagined that from now on, the miracle son of the Phenex house will be given the nickname of Sex Dragon Emperor. Tenraku has heard it even before he walks out of the hall as someone called him that. After the ceremony, it was supposed to be time for the young devils to talk to each other, but the Rias and the other girls were embarrassed to stay here, so they directly left the meeting and prepared to go back to their temporary homes. However, on their way back to their homes, they ran into Sana and her peerage, who were also on their way back. Rias, the date of our duel has been set. It's in 20 days, Sana spoke as she stopped to speak. 20 days from now. I never thought that my first rating game opponent would be Sana. This is really fate. Rias sighed with some brilliance in her eyes. It is indeed destiny, as we who are both friends and opponents. And since I'm going to compare, I won't be merciful, so be prepared, Rias? You're really confident, but I'm not going to lose, Sana. As their gazes exchanged, a strong sense of battle intent broke out of the eyes of the two women, and they were already a little impatient. Kami ya Tenraku, I didn't expect you to have such a dream. To be honest, even I was a little surprised. Sana spoke with a playful expression on her face as she looked at Tenraku standing next to Rias. Ahem, it's still incomparable to Sana's dream. You can just laugh at me if you want. After a little cough, Tenraku spoke with an embarrassed expression on his face. Shinrit Sabeki and the other girls who had endured it for a long time simultaneously smiled, and the corners of Sana's mouth were also slightly raised. As a normal man, your dream is understandable. On the contrary, it is much more magnanimous than those guys who want to do the same thing but pretend to be a gentleman and laugh at you. These things will not be mentioned again. Actually, I was planning to invite you to visit our Satrai house territory as a guest. I wonder if you are interested? After hearing Sana's invitation, Tenraku couldn't help but look surprised and asked, to be a guest at your Satrai house's territory? Well, we are friends, but you haven't been to our Satrai house's territory yet, right? That's why I wanted to take this opportunity to invite you once. Sana nodded, but before Tenraku could reply, Ria's voice rang out. Of all times to invite Tenraku, Sana, may I assume that you are trying to get information from Tenraku on our side? Rias narrowed her eyes as if she had seen through it all. There are indeed ideas in this regard. Rias, you can use the power of the Red Dragon Emperor. If we confront you head-on, then our chances of losing are obviously greater. Therefore, it is only natural to obtain information from your side and formulate corresponding strategies. Why, Rias, are you afraid? Sana pushed her glasses up and she did not even deny her purpose, and there was even a hint of provocation in her tone. Damn you, Sana, don't think I don't know that you are provoking me, but just do whatever you want. Even if you get information from my side, I will still win. Gritting her teeth, Rias said back with hatred. Even though she knew Sana was doing it on purpose, she wouldn't stop her opponent from doing it. This is her pride as Rias Gremory? And what about you, Kami ya Tenraku, do you accept my invitation? With a smile at the corner of her mouth, Sana, who was the leader, looked at Tenraku again. Now that Sana has said so, let's go. When are we going? Tomorrow. I'll send someone from my peerage to pick you up when the party is over, and then we will return to our domain. Okay. After washing his body and putting on his pajamas, Tenraku walked out of his room. Akeno, isn't Rias with you? Tenraku asked when he met Akeno in the hallway. It's because of you. Rias had shut herself up in her room, Akeno said in an angry manner while giving Tenraku a white look. First was the harem declaration, and then the second was the invitation into the Satrai house. Although Rias didn't say anything, she still cares a little bit in her heart. Well, it's all my fault. Tenraku shrugged and spoke with a helpless expression on his face. Go and comfort her, our princess is actually not as strong as we thought. Akeno softly said while stroking Tenraku's cheek. I will go and comfort her, but doesn't Akeno need to be comforted? Tenraku's mouth curled up as he spoke while holding the girl's chin. I don't need it. Shifting her eyes, Akeno tilted her head to the side. Is that so? Looking at the maiden whose mouth was not in line with her heart, Tenraku was happy, then unceremoniously plugged the maiden's thin lips. WWW. At first, there was some resistance, but Akeno soon responded enthusiastically with blurred eyes. It was only after a long time of mutual satisfaction that the two separated, allowing the silvery thread to connect the corners of their mouths. Bad Tenraku, why have you become so greedy? You obviously weren't like this when you were a child. Leaning into Tenraku's arms, Akeno said with a sorrowful expression. I've always been greedy. I've always wanted to get my hands on everything I like. But I was too weak to protect Akeno alone, but now it's different. I have a lot of power and can protect more and more people besides Akeno. Tenraku replied with a light smile while stroking the girl's hair. Is that the reason why you want to become the harem king? It's obvious that you already have it all and you're still not satisfied. Tilting her head up, Akeno had an exasperated look on her face. What, do you regret falling for someone like me? But now it is too late to regret anything. Akeno has already boarded the ship of thieves and I will never let you have the opportunity to escape. Tenraku leaned down in the girl's ear and whispered evilly. Tenraku's voice gradually blurred Akeno's eyes like a magic sound. With both hands invading the girl's territory step by step, as soon as the final bondage was about to be lifted, Akeno in his arms suddenly woke up. You are thinking about bad things again. You should hurry up to comfort Rias? Tightening her dress that was about to fall off, Akeno left a word and fled in embarrassment. Looking at the fleeing girl, Tenraku thought that it was a pity, but he soon smiled with relief. The more delicious something is, the more slowly it needs to be tasted. One day, a Kendo will be his. Coming to the outside of Rias' room, Tenraku knocked on the door. Rias, are you in there? I'm not here. The voice of a young girl came from the room, and Tenraku couldn't help but be happy. Sure enough, this princess of his is angry. A small amount of spirit chi shot out of his hand and opened the locked door. Tenraku walked into the room and closed the door again, only to see Rias lying alone on the sheets. Naturally, Rias knew that Tenraku had come in, but the girl buried her face on the pillow and ignored him. Are you angry, Rias? Tenraku smiled and asked as he hugged the girl's waist from behind. Huh, who is angry? I am not angry. Finally raising her head, Rias huffed, but the red circles under her eyes made the young girls lie unconvincing. HR still playing hard to get like this. Tenraku was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Rias to react so much. Sure enough, as Kendo said, it seems that their princess is not as strong as they had thought. She will be sad, angry, jealous, and apart from the identity of Glamorous Princess, she is nothing more than a simple girl. To say words of inconsolable comfort at such a time would only make the girl's emotions more excited. Tenraku would not do such a stupid thing, so he took the most direct and effective method. Tear the girl's clothes. The room was filled with Rias' shrieks, but soon the girl's shrieks turned into the melodious and graceful groan. Clouds and rain turned in a fierce and primitive battle that lasted for a long time before it could be over. The whole room was filled with an addictive and depraved smell, and Tenraku and Rias, who were embracing each other, and they were both panting heavily. Are you still angry, Princess Sama? Tenraku smiled and asked as he stroked the girl's bright red hair. Taking a plaintive look at someone, the exhausted Rias is now too lazy to speak. Tenraku, this damned bad man, always uses this cunning way to conquer herself. How could she be angry when she has no strength in her body? Tenraku turned over and pressed the girl under his body as he directly looked into Rias' eyes and said, Rias, no matter how greedy and overbearing I am, you will always be my most important treasure. Please remember this for me? Looking at Tenraku's domineering yet sincere look, Rias couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart, and it was as if all of her grievances had dissipated in an instant. Yes, no matter how greedy and domineering Tenraku is, isn't it enough as long as he still loves and cherishes her? Moreover, there will be more and more women around Tenraku. She has already realized that, so why is so confused? Tenraku, love me, Rias said smittenly as she hugged Tenraku's neck. Yes, my princess? A smile appeared on Tenraku's face as he let out a low growl, and a new round of war began. The next day, Tenraku-sama, the train to Satrai territory is ready to depart. Sana-sama has ordered me to come to take you. Sana's queen, Shinra Tsubaki, spoke to Tenraku. Tenraku nodded and looked at Rias and the other girls on one side before saying, Rias, I'll go to Sana with you Belina and the girls as guests first. What are the arrangements on your side? We are going to return to Glamorous territory first. There is still some time before the competition with Sana, so I plan to give everyone a special training before then. Well, I'll come and meet you guys at Glamorous territory after my meeting with Sana is over. Ravel, how about you also go to Glamorous territory with us first? Hi, since sister-in-law Sama invited me, then I can't ignore it. After making arrangements, Rias, Kendo, and Ravel went back to Glamorous territory first, while Tenraku embarked on the train to Satri's territory together with the girls in the luxurious train box. Tenraku let Isle and Nell, a few idle girls, play by themselves, while he and Yubelina, a few women, seated on the sofa by the window to look at the scenery that kept flying outside. Tenraku-sama, please have some tea. Sana-sama will be here soon. Shinra Tsubaki smiled and said as she put a cup of hot tea on the table in front of Tenraku. They are all familiar with each other, but looking at the young girl who blushed just because she was close to him, Tenraku couldn't help but be happy. What? Did Miss Tsubaki thought of my harem declaration again? Oh no, Shinra Tsubaki's face turned red in an instant, and she couldn't help but become flustered. Yubelina, Swollen, and the other girls next to them chuckled softly. Seeing the girl's flustered look, Tenraku also had a nasty thought in his heart. Miss Tsubaki, I have always liked you, please be my girlfriend, and come join my harem. Suddenly standing up, Tenraku held Shinra Tsubaki's hands with a genuine expression on his face. Yubelina and the other girls instantly understood that their board master was having a bad idea again, but Shinra Tsubaki, who heard the sound, stiffened and there was only a blank space in her mind. She was confessed to by Tenraku-sama? Tenraku-sama, too. Shinra Tsubaki, who had always been an iceberg beauty in school, lost her ability to think and spoke incoherently. Appreciating the cute look of the girl, Tenraku was still preparing to continue, but the door on one side of the car opened, and then Sana and her peerages walked in. Kami ya Tenraku, is it so much fun to bully my queen? Hearing Sana's voice, Tenraku secretly said that it was a pity that he could only let go of Shinra Tsubaki's hands. I'm sorry, but Miss Tsubaki's reaction was too cute, so I couldn't help but give it a try. Asking her peerages to take care of the embarrassed Tsubaki, Sana gave Tenraku a cold stare and said, Tsubaki belongs to me, don't try to attack her. Miss Tsubaki belongs to you? Seeing the surprised expression on Tenraku's face, Sana also suddenly realized the ambiguity in her words. Her cheeks blushed, and she couldn't help but said with shame, it's the relationship between partners and friends, not the kind you thinking of. Get your head out of the gutter. Hi, it's my fault, I think too much. Tenraku kept nodding his head, but looking at his look that was obviously still thinking about it, Sana could not help but feel a little annoyed. Sana sat down with a cold grunt and she tried hard to calm her mind and decided never to bring up the topic she had just mentioned with someone again. Sana, do uncle and aunt have any preferences? Why are you asking that? After all, I'm going to be a guest at your house, so it's better to know first. Everything should be fine as long as you don't mention your great dream in front of Otasama and Okasama. From time to time, they struck up a conversation with the iceberg-spirited President Sama, and in a few hours, Tenraku's group had arrived at the Satrai House's territory. As one of the 72 pillars and the main family of the current Great Satan's Leviathan, Satrai House's domain is very wide and rich, and the castle as the main residence is also magnificent and luxurious. Greeted by hundreds of attendants and maids, Tenraku and Sana entered the house of Satrai and met Sana's parents, Duke Satrai and Madame Satrai. Duke Satrai is a serious-looking middle-aged devil. He rarely spoke except for welcoming Tenraku at the beginning. On the contrary, Madame Satrai is more easygoing, and she keeps asking Tenraku and Sana how far they had gone. According to her, this is the first time that her little Sana had taken a boy home, and she also asked whether Sana wanted her mom and dad to check him. It made Tenraku and Sana feel embarrassed for a while. One of the sisters of House of Satrai is a lively magic girl and the other is an iceberg-type President Sama. Sure enough, they are still their parents' childrens. One is similar to her mother while the other is similar to her father. Sana, as host, you will be responsible for entertaining the Phenex boys for a few days. Yes, Otasama. Little Sana, come on, snatch little Tenraku from Venelanis' daughter. After bidding farewell to the Satrai couple, Tenraku and Sana were simultaneously relieved after walking out of the hall. Kamiya Tenraku, don't take Okasama's words to heart, Sana spoke indifferently as she recovered her ice-cold persona. Ahem, I want, Auntie is really a funny person. Tenraku coughed slightly, and he was also a little speechless when he thought of the current past event. By the way, Aunt Satrai seems to know Aunt Venelana very well. Okasama and Venelana were rivals and friends when they were young, and then their fate was passed on to me and Rias. I see. In the next few days, Sana will take Tenraku around the Satrai territory. Tenraku enjoyed the scenery here, eating the food there, accompanied by a large group of beautiful women at all times. His life was naturally comfortable. At first, Tenraku was also worried that Sephiroth would suddenly come back at some point, but after hearing from Sana that there was another summit meeting between devils, angels, fallen angels, Eastern gods, Northern Europe gods, and other major forces, Tenraku realized that Sephiroth was busy with the talks and she will not go home for the time being, which makes Tenraku feel relieved. If the Siscon Great Satan knew that her favorite Sana-chan is going to accompany him all day long, then she will definitely be jealous. A few days later, in the Satrai house. In the huge gorgeous garden, the naughty girls Isle and Nell are running around and playing, while Swollen and Carlamine were sparring with Sana's peerage Urit Subasa and Meguri Tomo. In the middle of the garden, there is a jade-paved pavilion with a stone table and jade chairs. Tenraku and Sana are sitting opposite each other sipping black tea, while Ubelina and Shinrit Subaki, the two queens, are each standing by their master's side. Sana, I really have troubled you these few days. Tenraku thanked Sana as he put down the teacup. You are my guest, I'm just doing my duty, Sana replied indifferently. That's true, but you have a match against Rias in a few days, don't you need to prepare for that? Speaking of which, Sana and her peerage have been accompanying their group around for the past few days, and they haven't seen any training preparation. Naturally, we have to prepare. After you leave, we will also do special training. Am I taking up your time? Indeed, but you don't need to care, I invited you to come here. HHH, it really is your style, those are really straightforward words. By the way, didn't Sana say before that you wanted to get information from me on Rias? Why haven't you asked for it? Tenraku smiled and asked as he thought of something. I was just teasing Rias, I will win the game in my own way, and I don't need that kind of dishonorable means yet. Sana calmly replied after taking a sip of her tea. Tenraku nodded and he couldn't help but admire her. Here is a girl who is as proud as Rias. Although it's good to have such confidence, but you should know that you don't have any chance of winning this competition, Tenraku said with narrowed eyes as he looked at the girl sitting in front of him. Although his words were a little unpleasant, they were all facts. Since sharing the power of the Red Dragon Emperor by Tenraku, Rias has been directly promoted to a high-class devil. Coupled with the continuous development and proficiency of sacred gear, even if she encounters a great Satan-level figure like Kakabile, she also has the ability to fight against him. That kind of power has far surpassed Sana. The same is true for the king's side and peerage's side as well. Rias now has 6 peerage members, Akeno, Zenovia, Irina, Tujao Konako, Asia, and Gasper, and Sana also has 6 peerage members, Shinrit Subaki, Urit Subasa, Kusaka Reya, Hanakai Momo, Patrol Batka, and Nimura Ruriko. The number of peerages on both sides is equal, but Rias' side was undoubtedly better in terms of lineup and strength. Not to mention Akeno and Konako, Irina, and Zenovia, who are the holy sword wielders, can crush all peerages on Sana's side except Shinrit Subaki. Indeed, regardless of whether it is the king or peerage, Rias' strength is much stronger than mine. Add to that her wit and strategy, which is almost as good as mine, it does look like my side is going to lose. Sana laughed at herself as she spoke. Tenraku can understand this, and she, who is smart, can naturally understand it as well. But, you don't plan to give up even after knowing that you would lose, right? Tenraku smiled as he asked. Give up? Are you kidding me? Those words don't exist in my vocabulary. The so-called miracle is to turn the impossible into possible, and throwing in the towel before the fight is an act of cowards? That's not me. Sana Satrai is not a coward. The girl's voice seemed to reverberate continuously in the air while Tenraku and Yubelina's eyes lit up at those words, and Shinra Tsubaki on one side showed her endless admiration. As expected of her Sana-sama, she has followed all her life? Sana, it's not that you don't have any chance of winning. Tenraku suddenly had a mysterious smile on his face as he spoke. If you are trying to tell me the information and weaknesses on Ria's side, then you don't have to do that. That would only make me despise you. After taking a suspicious look at Tenraku, the girl said indifferently, "Hey, Sana, you are too full of yourself." Tenraku was speechless, while Sana, who heard the sound, felt a surge of anger rising from her heart. You're saying I'm being too full of myself? Isn't it? Although we are good friends, Rias and I, and engaged, and no matter how you look at it, I will be closer to her, so how could I betray my Rias for Sana? That's just impossible. So, Sana, you are being too full of yourself. Kami ya Tenraku? Although it felt reasonable to say it, but it is still very uncomfortable to hear that, and Sana gritted her teeth and stared at Tenraku with a fierce expression on her face. And looking at that proud face, she doesn't know if this guy did it on purpose? Why did the harmonious atmosphere suddenly become like this just now? Yubelina and Shinra Tsubaki look at each other helplessly, then bow their heads in tacit agreement. They will pretend not to hear them, anyway, this situation noting new for them. Okay, I am just kidding. Sana is always tense and cold, even that angry look on your face makes you look quite cute. Tenraku smiled as he spoke when he saw Sana's expression. Oh, so I'm just so cold and icy, I'm really sorry about that. The anger remained as Sana replied with a sneer. Tenraku also knew that he had overdone it a bit earlier, so he quickly changed the subject. Ahem, let's get back to where we were. Actually, I have a gift for you. Hearing the sound, Sana raised her brow, and she was really distracted. Gift? Haven't you already given a gift? Although he was invited to the House of Satrai as a guest, Tenraku naturally could not come empty-handed, so he had already sent a few Phoenix tears when he first arrived. That's just a small token of appreciation as a guest. I'm talking about a gift specially prepared for you. In fact, I've actually thought about it before, so I'll just take this opportunity to give it to you. Although she didn't lack anything, Sana couldn't help but become interested in the so-called gift after hearing Tenraku's words. It's not very convenient here, let's go out first. Standing up, Tenraku walked out of the pavilion. Although Sana was suspicious, she didn't ask much and walked out with Shinra Tsubaki and Yubelina. Tenraku-sama, play with us? They had barely entered the garden when Isle and Nell ran over and jumped on Tenraku. The two little loli were sweaty all over when they were playing, and their faces are flushed, just like the ripe apples that make people want to bite into them. All you know is to have fun, I will accompany you later. Hi. Tenraku knocked the small heads of the two loli girls, and Isle and Nell also responded and stood beside Tenraku obediently. At the same time, Swollen, Hanakai Momo, and other girls stopped discussing and walked over. Kami ya Tenraku, can you take it out now? Sana is now looking forward to Tenraku's gift, seeing that Tenraku was so serious, not knowing what the gift Tenraku was going to give her. Hi. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and under the gaze of the women, Tenraku opened his 5 fingers, and as a burst of brilliance flashed, only a silver jade jewel appeared in Tenraku's hand. Among the jade jewel, there is a silver and white unreal heavenly dragon flying in the wind, and there seems to be the sound of dragon chanting. Anyone can tell from a single glance that this is not an ordinary thing. This, could it be? Apparently thinking of something, Sana showed a shocked expression. Ah, could it be that? This is my gift to you, a long Inus and one of the legendary 2 heavenly dragons. Light wings of the white dragon, sovereign divine dividing. Kami ya Tenraku, this gift is too expensive, I can't accept it. Sana took a deep breath to calm down the shock in her heart before speaking. If it was a normal gift, it would have been fine, but what Tenraku was going to give her was light wings of the white dragon, sovereign divine dividing, a high-spec long Inus, and it would be false to say that she was not impressed, but she would never accept it. She didn't like to owe people favors, and she didn't like to owe such favors that she couldn't return. You don't have to refuse so quickly. I have already told you about my Sacred Gear's ability last time. I have shared Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear with Rias, so I plan to share Light Wings of the White Dragon Sovereign Divine Dividing shared with you. Red Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Sovereign, Rias Gremory and Sana Satrai, doesn't it sound just right for 2 rivals who are destined to meet each other on the battlefield? I cannot accept this. You don't need to care about any favors, and you don't need to feel any debt to me. I am sharing the power of White Dragon Sovereign with you. In return, you will help me in developing the capabilities of this long Inus. We are just mutually benefiting from each other. I cannot accept this. Really don't think about it, my President Sama. With this sacred gear, you will have the power to fight Rias, but it's not fair that Rias unilaterally owns Longinus duels that destroy God. Are you really not going to think about it, President Sama? With this sacred gear, you will have the power to fight against Rias, and it is also not fair for Rias to possess a long Inus. I cannot accept this. No matter what Tenraku said, Sana always answered that she cannot accept it. I don't know what the White Dragon Sovereign in Sacred Gear is feeling at this time, but one can imagine that there is something wonderfully comical about such a picture. Yubelina and Shinra Tsubaki also doesn't know whether to laugh or cry seeing this situation. Although Tenraku was impressed by the girl's ability to keep her heart in the face of the temptation of Longinus, he was more of a fire. I already said that I am going to give this to you. Do you really think you saying no would change my mind? Tenraku also got angry when he saw that his words weren't working on Sana, and he shot the sacred gear into Sana's body without providing any explanation. Woo. Unable to defend herself, Sana could not help but groan, and when she realized what had happened, she was suddenly annoyed and prepared to question Tenraku. However, in the next moment, Sana only felt that a powerful force had suddenly burst out of her body, and the questions on her tongue turned into a painful scream. Ah! One doesn't need to question how powerful is the strength of 2 heavenly dragons is. Even Rias experienced a lot of pain when she fused with the gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear, not to mention the fact that someone had just slapped a sacred gear directly into Sana's body so brutally. In such a case, the pain experienced by Sana is definitely a lot more than what Rias experienced at the beginning. Tenraku also regretted seeing the girl's painful look and he also regretted his impulsive actions, but Sana should be able to survive with her tenacity and will, right? Probably. Maybe. Sana-sama? Shinra Tsubaki and the other girls from Sana's peerage start to run forward when they saw Sana screaming in pain, but Yubelina and Tenraku's peerage stopped them. Don't worry, that's just Tenraku-sama sharing the power of his sacred gear to Sana-sama. She will be fine soon. Shinra Tsubaki and the other girls also know that they were a little impulsive. Even if they run over now, they can't help Sana, but they couldn't help but look at their king and master with nervous expressions on their faces. Sana continued to scream in pain and the sacred gear's fusion continued while the aura continued to rise from Sana's body. As one of the young kings of the Underworld's new generation devil, Sana has the strength of a high-class devil. She can even fight a top-class devil in serious situations. But after the integration of light wings of the White Dragon Sovereign Divine Dividing, her powers continued to rise similar to Rias who had also experienced a meteorite rise in her strength after she fused with Red Dragon Emperor and similar to Rias, Sana also directly broke through this threshold. The aura on her body continued to climb higher and higher, causing a violent gust of wind to surround the entire neighborhood. Tenraku launched the inherent barrier ability to cover the entire huge garden, which stopped the trend of anomalies from spreading out. After a while, the fusion of sacred gear had reached the most important juncture, but Sana had turned pale and her whole body was shaky, and Tenraku couldn't help but squeeze a cold sweat for her. Ah! With a loud cry, a beam of energy centered on Sana shot up into the sky, followed by another hoop, and a pair of blue wings of light spread out behind the girl. Light wings of the White Dragon Sovereign Divine Dividing has fully integrated into Sana's body. Sana slumped to the ground and gasped for breath. She had never experienced such intense pain. Just now, she really thought she was going to die. Sana-sama? Shinra Tsubaki and the other girls rushed to help Sana, and Kusaka Raya and Hanakai Momo, who are Sana's bishop, also quickly cast the recovery magic on Sana. Looking at the wretched girl who was being taken care of by her peerage, Tenraku felt a little guilty and he was ready to leave with that guilty conscience after giving a wink to Yubelina and his peerage. But before he could take a few steps. Stop, Kami ya Tenraku? Tenraku felt his body stiffen as soon as he heard that sound and he couldn't help turning his head back mechanically and saw Sana push away her peerage, and then walked towards him step by step with a cold look in her eyes. Although the girl is still a little weak and shaky at this time, she looks super terrifying no matter her current situation. So Sana, although I know it's too late to say sorry, but... Tenraku still tried to explain himself but the girl didn't give him a chance to explain as she just punched Tenraku in the abdomen. Huh. With a muffled grunt, Tenraku hugged his stomach and grinned. Although he felt a little aggrieved but he also knows that he deserves it. This is your payback for sharing sacred gear with me without my consent and putting me through an ordeal I will never forget. Although I am a little angry, it will only appear hypocritical to talk about those sweet words now. Kami ya Tenraku, I will accept the power of White Dragon Sovereign. Sana spoke as she looked at Tenraku with a condescending expression on her face. Hi, it is already a great honor for me seeing as Sana-sama had accepted this small gift. Covering the place where he was punched, Tenraku weakly stood up weakly and looked at Sana with a depressed expression on his face. Yubelina, Shinra Tsubaki, and the other girls couldn't help laughing seeing this scene and Sana also felt a lot of comfort in her heart. It evokes a beautiful feeling she isn't used to. A few days later. Boom! HNG. Above the House of Satrai training ground, two silvery white streams of light were fiercely colliding against each other. At one point, a huge flame exploded in the air, and then two streams of light fell to the ground, revealing two figures. Both of these figures have blue light wings behind their back and they are wearing silver and white battle armor. One looks majestic and gorgeous while the other one looks slim and graceful. These two figures were Tenraku and Sana. As expected of Sana, you have quickly mastered the forbidden move. Tenraku sincerely praised Sana after dissipating the armor on his body. In order to let Sana adapt to the power of the White Dragon Sovereign as soon as possible, Tenraku has been teaching her these days. Similar to Rias, it only took Sana a few days to reach the forbidden move of Longinus. With the guidance of the true sacred gear owner, I would be too clueless if I can't do it yet, Sana replied calmly after she also dissipated the armor on her body. Because there was just a battle, the girl was breathing heavily with sweat covering her body, and there was a touch of softness in her cold eyes, which made Tenraku feel a little dumbfounded but he quickly controlled himself. Now, you only need to become familiar with the Sacred Gear's abilities by yourself, and you will no longer use my teachings as they may hinder you. It's been a long time, and it's almost time for me to say goodbye, Tenraku said while he averted his gaze. When? A wave of fluctuations flashed in Sana's eyes when she heard Tenraku's words, but she quickly returned to normal. I'll say goodbye to uncle and aunt. I've already made arrangements with Rias to meet them. I see. Sana, thanks for the hospitality these days, it's been a real pleasure. The Underworld train to Gremory territory is ready to depart, and Tenraku and his team are on the platform to say their final farewells to Sana and her peerage who are here to see them off. It is the duty of the host to please the guests, and if anything, it should be me who should be saying thank you. Sana spoke in the same cold voice as ever. Well, let's stop being polite to each other. Your battle with Rias is still 10 days away. The Red Dragon Emperor vs the White Dragon Sovereign, the gap between the king and the king has been leveled, but your peerage's side had to improve for better. Although Meguri Tomo and Miss Nimura are both excellent, you should also know that they still have no chance of winning against Irina and Genovia who hold the holy swords. Speaking of things between peerage, Tenraku also reminded Sana to increase her peerage strength. I know, Sana replied calmly without denying anything. It is definitely too late to use mediocre methods to improve your peerage's power in a short amount of time. Maybe you can go to Azazel. That guy has developed a lot of artificial sacred gears, and although they are not so perfect compared to the real sacred gears, but they should be quite good. Maybe you can find a few good things for Meguri Tomo and others. After hearing Tenraku's suggestion, Sana could not help getting his eyes to brighten, but when she looked at Tenraku, her eyes revealed something intriguing. Kami-ya Tenraku, is it really okay for you to help us like this? Although Rias is generally generous, but she also gets very jealous in some ways. I just want to make this game a little more interesting. As for Rias, although she is going to be a little bit grumpy at first, but she's going to approve of that. Tenraku hummed twice in his heart while he secretly said in his heart, I already know that Rias is going to be jealous, but I have a way to suppress her, and it's still the kind of unsatisfactory tried. I understand, I will try it. After taking a deep look at Tenraku, Sana didn't say anything anymore. Then, we will say goodbye, and we'll see you on the day of your match. Tenraku raised his hand and prepared to leave with Yubelina and his peerage, but Sana's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Wait a moment? Tenraku doesn't know what else is going on with this President Sama, but he still stopped. Do you need something else, Sana? Facing Tenraku's puzzled gaze, the girl's expression was a little struggling, but in the end, she seemed to have decided something. Sabeki, you go back first. Hi, Sana-sama. Sabeki left with the rest of Sana's peerage, and although they don't know why Sana asked them to go back first, Sabeki and the other girls didn't ask much. They dipped their head towards Tenraku and left the platform first. Seeing that Sana was looking at his side, Tenraku naturally understood what the girl meant, and said, Yubelina, you guys go in too. Hi, Tenraku-sama. With a chuckle at the corners of their mouths, Yubelina and the other girls also walked into the train with ambiguous looks in their eyes, leaving space for Tenraku and Sana to be alone. Sana, is there something we can talk about now? Kami-ya Tenraku. Tenraku looked at the girl on the opposite side, and Sana slightly exhaled 2 steps forward, and then, she kissed Tenraku? This was really an unexpected surprise, and Tenraku was thrilled to feel the softness of those lips. Obviously, it was the first time that Sana had done this kind of thing, and she was ready to part away from the kiss, but Tenraku could not let such a surprise come to an end so easily. He hugged the girl's waist and overpowered her defenses as he kissed back. Sana just felt a blast going off in her head. Doing something like this for the first time had already challenged the girl's nerves, and this sudden change in the situation almost caused her mind to go blank. Sana instinctively put up some struggles as she tried to separate from Tenraku, but the guy kissing her is already a veteran in this area, as he easily subdued the girl, constantly tasting the sweetness of the plundered girl. Is this what it feels like to kiss? Sana gradually lost all the resistance and her eyes became blurred. This kind of feeling that she had never been experienced before made Sana feel intoxicated, and later, she began to respond instinctively and strangely. Neither Sana nor Tenraku know how long it lasted, but when everything was over, Sana weakly leaned into Tenraku's arms, and it took her a long time to relax. Sana, thank you for the hospitality, this is the most satisfying surprise I have ever received. Leaning over the girl's ear, Tenraku whispered with a strange smile on his face. Already feeling shy beyond words, Sana directly pushed Tenraku away. Don't think too much, Kami-ya Tenraku, I just want to try the feeling of kissing and repay your favor by the way, Sana said coldly after she forced herself to calm down. Hey, I don't want to think about how and why you decided to do something like this, I just want to think about how good it felt. Appreciating the girl's cute appearance, Tenraku replied with a smile on his face. That's your business, it has nothing to do with me. Spreading out the faint wings of light behind her, Sana turned into a streamer and fled in embarrassment. Ho ho, ho ho, what a shameless President Sama who couldn't even confess her true. As he touches his chin with an evocative look on his face, at the same time, Tenraku's heart also raised the endless desire for possession. Sana Satrai, one day you will belong to me? After another look at the direction of the girl's departure, Tenraku did not stay any longer and turned around and walked into the train. Riding the Underworld train, Tenraku, Yubelina, and the other girls came to Gremory territory, and then they used the coordinates left by Rias to use the teleport magic, and they found Rias and her peerage who were doing special training in the mountains. This time, Tenraku was a guest at House of Phenex for quite a while, and then he didn't plan to go anywhere else. Until the start of Rias and Sana's match, he was also preparing to let his peerage practice together here. In the room of the deep mountain villa, with a rousing high cry, Rias' entire body went limp onto Tenraku, with a strong flash of resignation in her eyes. Sure enough, no matter how many times she tried, she couldn't beat Tenraku. Say, besides sharing the power of White Dragon Sovereign with Sana, what else have you done? Thinking of something, Rias twisted the soft flesh on Tenraku's waist and asked, I say, be gentle. Grinning with pain, Tenraku told all the things that happened to him and Sana these days, including the final farewell. Even though she was prepared, Rias couldn't help but look incredulous when she heard that Sana kissed Tenraku on her own initiative. I didn't expect that even Sana had fallen. Rias felt complicated feelings rise up in her chest as she muttered to herself. She is not fallen yet. Our President Sama told me not to think about it. Thinking of the girl's parting words, Tenraku had a depressed expression on his face. Be proud of yourself. A proud person like Sana has made such a move. It means that she has approved you. With a cold snorted, Rias looked at Tenraku with an angered expression on her face. Hehe, that's true. For a moment, Tenraku couldn't help but smile as he remembered that memory. Rias, what are you doing? Tenraku couldn't help asking when he saw Rias struggling to sit up again. I want to squeeze you dry. In a valley, Tenraku was fully guarded and surveyed the surroundings from time to time, seeming to be wary of something. Hiss. Suddenly, there was a sound of something breaking through the air, and Tenraku only felt a dark shadow coming over. He looked up and saw a petite figure flying down towards him. This figure is Tujao Konako. Tenraku narrowly avoided the girl's attack in a flash, and with a loud sound, the place where Tenraku just stood was directly blasted by the girl's fist, and a 10-meter wide crater appeared in this place. Tujao Konako was not discouraged when her attack missed and she once again shot in Tenraku's direction. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as Tenraku no longer gave in. The spirit chi in his body surged as he prepared to meet the girl. HNG boom boom. The whole valley was filled with the sound of explosions as rocks and dust flew in the air. As Rias Rook, Konako has excellent offensive and defensive power. She punches swiftly and dexterously, and even Tenraku doesn't dare to face her in close combat. Flying to and fro, Konako and Tenraku fought hard against each other in the valley. Since coming here, Tenraku has fought against Konako every day, and although Rias knew that this guy have ulterior motives, she hasn't stopped him. After all, having Tenraku's guidance and fighting him has really improved Konako a lot. HNG. There was another loud sound as Tenraku forced Konako back with a punch, then stepped on the stone walls and shot up. Konako ran after Tenraku as she was not willing to let him escape, but Tenraku stopped in midair and grinned at her before he slammed his fist into a nearby rock wall. Rushing. The rock wall collapsed, and suddenly chunks of huge rocks fell towards Konako, who was chasing after him. Subconsciously, Konako prepared to dodge, but for some reason, she suddenly stopped her body and clenched her fists before she directly blasted the falling rocks with her punches. HNG. The sound shook like thunder, and all the boulders that fell down were blasted to pieces by the girl. As expected of Konako-chan, jumping to the ground and looking at Konako standing in the ruins, Tenraku couldn't help but praise. Konako-chan is really getting more and more vigorous. Senior Tenraku, Konako seemed to want to say something, but she hesitated and fell to the ground. Akeno, how is Konako-chan? Seeing Akeno coming out of the room, Tenraku asked quickly. Konako has fallen asleep. Tenraku. Akeno was about to say something, but it was interrupted by Tenraku. Well, if you want to blame me, you can wait a while. I'll go in and see Konako-chan first. Involuntarily, Tenraku opened the door and walked into the room, making Akeno feel amused while silently thinking, you are the one who feels most guilty for Konako-chan's accident. Why would I blame you for training her? Entering the room, Tenraku saw Konako-chan lying on the bed, while Rias was sitting by the bed taking care of the girl. I am sorry, Rias, it's my fault that Konako-chan is in this condition. Tenraku spoke with an apologetic expression on his face as he gently stroked Konako's face. It's not your fault. In fact, I should have discovered it a long time ago. Konako has been trying to force herself lately, Rias said while shaking her head, and her face was filled with annoyance. Konako is her peerage, but she has never noticed Konako's abnormality. This is her negligence as the king. Looking at the girl who was still frowning while she was asleep, Tenraku and Rias were silent for a while. Tenraku, you should also know about Konako, right? Rias spoke after a long period of silence. Well, I've heard of some. Tenraku nodded and replied. There were two Nikomata sisters who lost both their parents, and they struggled to survive together. One day, these two Nikomata sisters were picked up by a devil, and soon after, the older sister became the peerage member of that devil, and finally was able to live a normal life. But because of becoming a reincarnated devil, the ability that was originally hidden in her body suddenly exploded. After recognizing her power, the older sister who could not stop the power growth killed her king and fled, becoming a dangerous stray devil that would wipe out all the pursuit troops. Maybe she will run away like her elder sister someday. The devils who were so worried originally planned to dispose of younger sister, but my older brother adopted her on condition of surveillance and hoped that I can teach her to smile and the meaning of life. Rias spoke in a narrative tone and she told the story of a pair of Nikomata sisters. Tenraku naturally knows that the sisters in the story are Tujao Konako and her Oni-san, elder sister, Tujao Kurika. This child has been desperately fighting against her own existence and power. She wanted to be strong and help me, but she was afraid that her power would suddenly become like her Oni-san, elder sister. I know all of it. I want to bring her warmth and smile every day and live happily every day, but it makes her suffer so much. I am really not a qualified king and master. Rias spoke with a choked voice. Rias, you have worked very hard, and one day, the feeling in your heart will be conveyed to Konako-chan. Moreover, I will help you. I will help you unlock Konako-chan's knot in her heart, and let her live happily in the future. Tenraku comforted Rias as he held her in his arm. Humph, don't think I don't know that you are only trying to get Konako-chan in your harem? Raising her head, Rias angrily stared at Tenraku. Don't blame me. Konako-chan is so cute and I spoke the truth when I said that I want to bring her warmth and happiness. And, wouldn't it be better to let Konako-chan be with us forever? Tenraku murmured while he dodged Rias' gaze. You have an excuse for everything, don't you? Rias angrily stared at Tenraku as she spoke and bit him. Tenraku jumped up from his position although he felt no pain but a depressed and painful expression still appeared on his face. He doesn't know why Rias had taken every chance to bite him now. If Rias knew the nasty thoughts in his heart then she might have bitten his heart out by now, but seeing him grinning with pain and wanting to scream but not daring to call it for fear of waking up Konako, Rias felt a little in her heart. In order not to disturb Konako's rest, Tenraku and Rias took care of her for a while and then left the room. However, what the two of them didn't know was that just as they walked out of the room, a drop of crystal liquid spilled from the corner of Konako's eyes on the bed. Senior Tenraku, Kaiko, Club President, Rias, aren't you ready yet? At the urging of Tenraku, Rias and the other girls came out of their rooms. How do I look, Tenraku? Rias asked while holding her gorgeous red dress with a smile on her face. The girl was naturally beautiful without any makeup or fancy dresses and she looked absolutely stunning in her costumes. Besides Rias, Akeno, Irina, and the other girls had also put on suitable dresses, each of which caused Tenraku's heart to stir. Not bad. Seeing the strange look in Tenraku's green eyes, Rias grunted with satisfaction in her heart, and then she walked over to take Tenraku's arm. Let's go, the banquet is about to begin. After finishing the special training and returning to Gremara's house, according to the schedule, tomorrow is the day for Rias to fight against Sana. According to Surtsks, the banquet was held in honor of a prominent figure in Northern European mythology who had been invited to watch Rias and Sana's match ahead of the upcoming summit of several mythological powers. After walking out of the teleportation formation, Tenraku, Rias, and the other girls came to a high-end hotel in a forest somewhere in Gremari territory. Under the leadership of the staff, they walked into the hotel, and they happened to ran into Azazel and his party who had just arrived. Tenraku-sama, everyone? Gasper, who was standing next to Azazel, cried when he saw Tenraku, Rias, and the other girls, and then he shouted out Tenraku's name. This stinky boy really can't change out of his false maiden bad habits. Tenraku only felt a bit of chill crawling on his back before he kicked Gasper back with one kick. Gasper grumbled and rolled on the ground a few times, but he sat up indifferently, then crawled over with his hands and feet and hugged Tenraku's foot with a few strokes. Hey, Azazel, I asked you to help me train Gasper. You didn't torture him, did you? Looking at Gasper, who was being comforted by Asia and the other women with a pitiful look, Tenraku silently said to Azazel on one side, don't accuse a good man, boy. I'm trying my best to help you train him. You should be able to feel the aura on Gasper. Azazel looked at Tenraku with a wronged expression on his face and Tenraku couldn't help but nod. The aura on Gasper's body has grown a lot, and it seems that Azazel has indeed trained Gasper and Gasper had improved a lot during this time. Sana. Tenraku greeted Sana when he saw her. Sana arrived with Azazel. It seems that she also followed his suggestion and went to Azazel for help, but what made Tenraku depressed is that he took the initiative to say hello to the girl and she just glanced at him lightly and ignored him. Rias, tomorrow is the day of our fight. Have you made enough preparations? Sana spoke as her eyes fell on Rias. Sana, don't cry if you lose. There was a hint of gunpowder in the air as Rias replied with a smile on her face. Let's see who can have the last laugh. With a cold snort, Sana took her peerage and turned around, and walked into the venue first. Rias Tenraku was still preparing to say something to Rias, but Rias gave Tenraku a fierce look and then walked into the venue with a Kendo without looking back. Tenraku silently thought in his heart, I didn't seem to have done anything, then why was I suddenly caught in the cold? Tenraku only felt that a few crows were flying above his head calling him an idiot, not to mention how depressed it was. Well, boy, did you capsize at last? So, young people shouldn't be too greedy. The Shura field is even more terrifying than the war between gods and demons. Patting Tenraku's shoulder, Azazel sighed like a knowledgeable person. Everyone is qualified to call me, but you, the old senior, don't have that right. Tenraku gave Azazel a white look and said in an angry manner, HHH, you are right, but I have a lot of tricks for such situations. Do you want me to teach you some tricks? You should keep your tricks for your own use. I can handle them by myself. Yeah, it's really cold. In the meeting hall, Tenraku sat alone in the corner with a bored expression on his face. Since seeing Sana, Rias, and the girls haven't spoken to him, it was as if they had agreed to deliberately neglect him. Even Ubelina and the others were taken away by Ravel with some weird excuses. It must be Rias and Akino's idea. Later, let's see how I can punish you. An isolated poor creature is thinking viciously in his heart. It's been a long time, old man. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, you fallen angel rascal. Welcome, Lord Odin. Oh, it's Surtsks. I've been invited to watch the game and I also heard that a lot of things have happened on your side recently, so it's not easy for you to be great Satans. There was a commotion from the doorway and Tenraku saw Azazel, Surtsks, and Seraphal were accompanied by an old man who came in. The old man had only one eye, wore a robe and an ancient hat, and his white beard almost reached to the floor. Tenraku recognized the old man as the Lord of the Gods of Northern Europe, God King Odin. Contrary to the rumor, the old man walked into the meeting with one eye taking a look at everywhere, especially those pretty and cute girls. Tenraku is also feeling a little bit happy. This is really an interesting old lecher man. Surtsks and others were embarrassed, but they could only pretend not to see it. However, the Valkyrie guard beside Odin could not bear to see it and said, Odin-sama, please be more self-respectful. The name of Valhalla is crying seeing your actions. Really, you are too rigid. That is the reason why you can't even catch a brave man. Obviously, this situation hasn't happened once or twice. The old man Odin did not feel embarrassed at all and instead, he stroked his beard and replied with a smile on his face. And, to his utter amazement, old man Odin's casual remark brought tears to Valkyrie's eyes and then she burst into tears. WWW anyway, I am a Valkyrie and I have no boyfriend who could be my age. It's not my fault, I also thought about having a boyfriend, WWW. Anyway, Valkyries are also known for being powerful and beautiful. Is it really okay for one of them to cry like this? The whole atmosphere is very awkward, but the most awkward at this time is Tenraku. Oi, Valkyrie, you can cry if you want to but can you stop crying in front of me? Don't let people think that I have bullied you. Tenraku-kun. Surtsks kept winking at Tenraku, and Azazel, the unscrupulous fellow, was looking at him as if he was watching a show. With two twitching eyes, Tenraku reached out a hand to Valkyrie, who was lying on the ground crying, though speechless. Miss, are you okay? No, it's okay, I'm okay. Thank you, you are very kind. A tearful Valkyrie wiped her eyes and stood up, holding Tenraku's hand. Tenraku was also a little bit happy as he got a good and kind guy card. This fellow is my guard Rasius. She is very talented and generous, but she is so rigid that she has not yet found a brave man for herself. Odin laughed while stroking his beard and introduced the Valkyrie girl to everyone, and then he looked at Tenraku with scorching eyes. Not bad, little one, such a powerful spirit chi wave emanating from your body at such a young age. Well, there seems to be the aura of dragon race, and more than one. You are not the kid who is rumored to have robbed other people of their sacred gear and taken into Heavenly Dragon, right? Tenraku was surprised at how much Odin discovered just by looking at him. The old man looked like an old man, but it seems that he is still quite powerful. Odin-sama, I am Kamiya Tenraku. In any case, the other person is also a respectable figure so Tenraku salutes him respectfully. It really is you kid. The young people nowadays are really amazing. Not bad at all. Little guy, I think you would be good for Rasius, so please communicate more. Looking at Tenraku, he couldn't help nodding, and then the old man Odin suddenly said, Odin-sama? Not to mention Tenraku, Rasius couldn't help being ashamed when she heard what Odin had said. Rasius, it's hard to meet such a young and promising brave man, don't miss your chance. You are too much, Odin-sama just wants to distract me so he can do whatever he wants. Hey, what are you talking about? I can't hear you. Looking at old man Odin's appearance of playing dumb and flabbergasted, the crowd found it a little unbearable to watch. To protect such an old god king, she is really a poor Valkyrie girl. Ahem, Tenraku-kun, please entertain Miss Rasius. I will take King Odin to look around first. Surtsk stood up and said and then Azazel and a few people took Odin and left, leaving Tenraku and Rasius with each other. That, your name is Miss Rasius, right? Are you interested in having a drink with me? Tenraku broke the silence first and said, Okay, then I will trouble you. It is obvious from her manners that Rasius found it hard to get along with the opposite sex of the same age so much. You tried your best to become Odin's bodyguard because you couldn't inherit the magic of your family. Miss Rasius, you are really interesting. Oh, aren't you also the same? I have also heard a lot about you. As a descendant of the Phoenix family, you couldn't even awaken your family's bloodline and were called trash before. It must have been very difficult. I understand everything. It seems that we are really the same kind of people. Let those who once underestimated us all die. Come on, cheers. Woo cheers. Although it feels unbelievable, this is what happened in half an hour. In the corner of the venue, Tenraku and Rasius hooked up their arms and clinked a glass of wine. As for the demeanor, image, etiquette, they have long been forgotten by the two of them. In fact, the two of them only talked in a normal way at the beginning, and the atmosphere even fell into an embarrassing state for a while, but after drinking a little bit of wine, both of them became bold and opened the conversation box. Rasius was already a light drinker, and after drinking a little, she became dizzy. Although Tenraku wasn't like that, he was also feeling depressed after being left by all the girls, so he deliberately let himself indulge. After drinking, the two people having many similar experiences began to open up to each other. After this chat, they feel that they have found their soulmate and they couldn't stop talking. Sister-in-law Sama, Ai-chan has hooked up with another woman again. Do something about him? Seeing the unsightly appearances of the two not far away, Ravel squeezed her pink fist and exhaled. Her Ai-chan is good at everything, but can he be not good at getting women? Rias, it seems we really made a mistake this time, Kendo spoke with a smile on her face. Rias had a gloomy expression on her face and she couldn't help feeling a little regretful in her heart. That Tenraku guy really doesn't put her at ease at all. Rias thought that she would give him the cold shoulder to help him learn something later, but then all of a sudden he started dating another woman. Damn it, damn it, damn it. When Rias was about to take action, he suddenly noticed Konako running out of the venue with a black cat, seemingly in a state of panic. Akeno, I will leave Tenraku to you, Rias said. Is something wrong, Rias? Akeno and Ravel both looked at Rias with suspicion. No, maybe it's just that I am thinking too much, but just in case, I have to go and take a look to feel assured. Shaking her head and without explaining too much, Rias quickly left the venue, leaving Akeno and the other girls with a dazed expression on their faces. In the forest, Konako kept running after the black cat in front of her. There can be no mistake, this aura, it must be that person. They are already far away from the hotel where the banquet was being held and the black cat running in front suddenly disappeared into a cloud of mist. Konako kept looking around as she can feel it, that person must be here. Chiron, it's been a long time, it's Oni-san, elder sister. Suddenly a woman's voice sounded, and Konako hurriedly looked over and saw a beautiful woman in a kimono lying prone on a tree trunk not far away, and the other party was looking at her with scorching eyes. The moment Konako saw the woman, she trembled, and her lips moved several times before she finally spoke. Kuraka Oni-san, elder sister. Oni-san, elder sister, why are you here? Looking at the woman on the tree trunk, Konako asked with an indifferent expression on her face. Don't show such a horrible expression, Oni-san, elder sister, will be sad. I heard that there is an event organized by the Great Satans, so I came and take a look, meow. Answering the girl's question, Kuraka blinked playfully and made a cute cat sound. What is Oni-san, elder sister's purpose? Chiron, I'm here to pick you up. I just tried to escape for my life and couldn't take you away with me, but now it's time to take you with me. Oni-san, elder sister, too. Hearing her Oni-san, elder sister's purpose, Konako's face was filled with endless pain and complexity. Obviously, her older sister had abandoned her and escaped by herself. So why does she come now to take her away? Kuraka, Konako is my peerage member, I won't let you take her away. A voice was heard as Rias walked out of the forest on one side. Kaiku, club president, too. It's okay, Konako, it's okay. Konako was in a panic after seeing Rias, while Rias held the girl in her arms and continued to calm her down. Oh, isn't this princess from Gremory House? But Chiron is my younger sister. There is nothing wrong with me taking her away, so I won't give her to a devil. Sitting up, Kuraka smiled as she saw Rias who broke in and interrupted the meeting between two sisters, but her eyes were full of coldness. Kuraka, you who are addicted to power have left this child with a trauma that will never disappear in her life. After you killed your master and escaped, this child was living in hell. She didn't even have a single feeling when we first met, she lost everything. For Konako, being betrayed by her only relative, losing you, being despised and insulted by other devils, and almost being punished. This child has experienced too much pain and you continue to bring her more pain. Why are you doing this? Rias stroked Konako's back with endless affection in her heart and spoke to Kuraka with an angry expression on her face. Don't be so self-righteous, what do you even know about me? With a cold shout, Kuraka suddenly exploded with cold killing intent when she heard Rias' words. Chiron, come with Oni-san, elder sister, this is not where you should stay. Oni-san, elder sister, is where you really belong. Kuraka spoke to Konako as she finally seems to have lost her patience. I don't want to go with Oni-san, elder sister, constantly shaking her head. Konako in Rias' arms was already in tears. Looking at the young girl's painful appearance, Kuraka's eyes also flashed a trace of struggle, but soon firm again. Since this is the case, then I can only do this my way. One day, you will understand Oni-san, elder sister's feelings. In a flash, Kuraka appears on the ground, as if ready to attack. Kuraka, I won't let you take Konako. This is our devil's territory. If you dare to move, someone will come over soon. Protecting Konako behind her, Rias spoke with a hint of warning in her tone. Kuraka is a great Ikai who has awakened the power of the Nikoshou family. She is good at all kinds of powerful monster techniques, immortal techniques, and even magic. Rias can feel the dangerous aura on her opponent even if she hadn't fought her before. Plus the opponent is Konako-chan's elder sister. If she can, she really doesn't want to fight against such an enemy. You really are a silly princess, haven't you noticed it? I have already spread the barrier around when you stepped in here. Even if I kill you here, no one will find out. Kuraka sighed and spoke with a sarcastic expression on her face. Startled, Rias immediately felt the surroundings, and immediately, the expression on her face changed. It seems that the other party had already planned to do this from the beginning. Even if I am alone, I won't let you succeed. The magic power of destruction exuded from her body as Ria stared at the enemy on the opposite side. HHH, you have a good spirit. Let me see what you've got. First of all, with a charming smile, Kurika raised a hand, and at once arcane runes crystallized on the tips of her fingers, then broke into a poisonous mist that spread into the air. Ah! There was a groan and Konako behind Rias collapsed to the ground in agony. Konako, are you okay? Kurika, what did you do to Konako? Rias hurriedly held Konako, and then looked in Kurika's direction with an angry expression on her face. Don't worry, I have lowered the concentration of poison, it won't kill her. But, obviously it should be very effective on both Ikai and Devil, so why is nothing happening to you at all? Looking sideways at Rias, Kurika has a puzzled expression on her face. Rias was a little confused, but soon realized that the power of the Red Dragon Emperor protected her. Without hesitation, Rias immediately launched the gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear, and the gorgeous scarlet armor appeared. This is how it is the power of the Red Dragon Emperor? But, why do you, who are obviously not the Red Dragon Emperor, possess the power of the Red Dragon Emperor? Konako nodded, but then she became even more puzzled. Regardless of the Underworld or the Demon World, everyone knows that the Red Dragon Emperor is the man who defeated the White Dragon Sovereign Vale, and he is the son and the miracle of the Phenex family. I don't need to explain anything to you. Be warned, Kurika, if you hurt my Konako, then even if you are her Oni-san, elder sister, I will not forgive you. With her hair flying behind her, Rias' body emitted a terrifying power of destruction aura, and with a wave of her hand, hundreds of magic square formations immediately condensed in front of her. Do you think you will win with this? Don't be proud of it. After I defeat you, I will ask all the information I want. A huge magic formation unfolded behind Jiao Kurika's body, and then a magic bullet that gathered immortal technique and monster technique continuously formed behind her. Electricity seems to have sparked out of the two girls' eyes as they both moved against each other at the same time. On one side, a violent energy torrent of power of destruction shot out from the bright red magic array. The magic bullets that gathered the monster technique and immortal technique also rotated with extreme speed and then turned into a huge light wheel as they shot out. As if shattering the void, the wheel of light and the torrent collided fiercely in the air, and then, boom! At the same time, in the venue. Tenraku, what's the matter? Seeing that Tenraku suddenly looked outside, Kendo, who was pouring wine for the two, couldn't help asking. Nothing, it's nothing. Shaking his head, Tenraku replied, and then patted Rias next to him with the wine glass. Come on, Rias, let's continue. Hi, let's continue. Cheers, boom, crackling. In the forest shrouded by the barrier, the whole land was reduced to blackened ruins by lightning and fire. Kurika's figures are everywhere in the air and on the ground. Rias constantly unleashes magic attacks, but the figures disappear at a touch and are nothing more than doppelgangers created by illusion. Over here? Kurika's voice rang out, followed by several magic power light wheels that combined demonic technique and Jujutsu came from behind Rias, although she tried his best to dodge, but suddenly the whole space became heavy and Rias was finally hit by one of the light wheels. Jujutsu is an ability unique only to Yukai that allows them to cast both offensive and defensive spells, such as powerful blasts of spiritual energy or defensive barriers. HNG. What? With a scream, Rias was thrown away by the violent explosion. Kaiku, club president? On one side, Konako was so anxious that she wanted to help, but just as she stood up, her body went limp again. Even with the power of the Red Dragon Emperor, you are only at this level. You are far behind the real Red Dragon Emperor who defeated Vale. Kurika flashed in front of Rias and said with a sarcastic look on his face, you deserve to be Konako's Oni-san, elder sister, your techniques, demonic techniques, magic power, and even the space manipulation technique. Rias stood up with difficulty and she spoke with a wry smile on her face. She felt that her whole body was bound by the force of gravity beyond the norm and she would not have been hit if that wasn't the case. You can't take this for granted, meow, it's over, I can take Chiron after I kill you. With a flash of coldness in her eyes, Kurika prepares to strike a final blow, but Rias, lying flat on her stomach, suddenly breaks into a strange smile and said, that's not necessarily true. A bright red magic formation suddenly unfolded at Kurika's feet, and it seems that Rias was waiting for this moment. Not good. With a startled look, Kurika jumped up and tried to avoid it, but it was already too late. HNG. There was another loud noise, and Kurika in the air couldn't help but let out a scream. Although she had released the Jujutsu and tried her best to resist it, but she was still hurt so much that blood still came out from the corners of her mouth. Damn you, Rias Gremory, you finally pissed me off? Falling back to the ground, Kurika's eyes flickered with a fierce light, and this time, she was really provoked to kill. Standing up with the same gasping pattern, Rias couldn't help but show an ugly expression on her face. Her surprised attack still couldn't defeat the opponent, and she would be the loser sooner or later if she continued like this. No, if Tenraku hadn't shared the power of the Red Dragon Emperor with her, I'm afraid she would have already lost. Kurika, unless you kill me, I will never let you take Konako today. Although her body was already covered in bruises, Rias looked at Konako not far away and showed a determined expression on her face. She would never give Konako to this woman? Then you will die. Bye cow, do it? Kurika shouted into the air with a cold smile on her face. Stretch out, Rui stick. Suddenly a man's voice rang out, followed by an ear-piercing cracking sound as a golden's long stick shot through the air and directly struck Rias in the back. What? Kaiku, club president? Rias let out a scream, and Konako on one side turned pale. The golden stick shot was so powerful that it directly shattered the solid red dragon emperor armor, and Rias also vomited blood as her figure smashed into the ground. Ah, I'm sorry, Princess San from Gremorous family. The golden light flashed, and then a man in armor appeared in front of everyone. This figure is Baikao? Kuruka, didn't you say that you have to do this by yourself and that I don't have to do it? Why did you change your mind again? Baikao smiled and spoke as he looked at Kuruka standing at his side. It'll be a problem if someone finds out if we delay too long. We will take Chiron and evacuate from here after we get rid of her. With a cold snort, Kuruka walked towards Rias step by step, condensing monster power in her hand and preparing to end Rias. No, Oni-san, elder sister, don't hurt Kaiku, club president. I will do anything you ask, please don't hurt Kaiku, club president. No one knew when she crawled over, but Konako hugged Kuruka's feet and pleaded with tears streaming down her face. Konako, I can still fight, you don't have to plead with her. Cough cough cough. Rias on one side struggled to stand up again, preparing to reveal the Red Dragon Emperor's armor again, but with a burst of intense pain, blood oozes from the corner of her mouth again. No, Oni-san, elder sister, please don't. Konako hugged Kuruka for fear that she would kill Rias. Seeing the girl's expression of pain and pleading, Kuruka's expression changed a little and she hesitated, but in the end, she suppressed the killing intent in her heart and dissipated the monster power in her hand. Chiron, Oni-san, elder sister, loves you the most. Since you don't want Oni-san, elder sister, to kill her, then Oni-san, elder sister, would just let her go. Kuruka continued to speak as she picked up Konako. Chiron, you have a talent that is not inferior to Oni-san, elder sister. After you leave here, Oni-san, elder sister, will help you unleash the power hidden in your body, and then teach you the most powerful demonic techniques. It won't be long before you will become as powerful as Oni-san, elder sister. No, that kind of power, I don't want that kind of cursed power. Konako kept shaking her head while tears streamed down her face. You are really too innocent, Chiron. There is no power in this world that can make people unhappy, but people who don't have power will definitely be unhappy. Don't worry, Oni-san, elder sister, will slowly teach you in the future. Unexpectedly, Kuruka's eyes flashed with a cold light, but her expression became gentle again as she watched Konako in his arms. Konako, you are my servant and peerage, I will not allow you to leave without my consent. Seeing Konako who was about to be taken away, Rias shouted anxiously from the side. Kaiku, club president. Oni-san, elder sister, I don't want to go with you, I don't want to go with you. The young girl's appearance is very heartbreaking and even Kuruka's eyes showed some struggle in them, but she soon steeled her heart and said, Baikao, we are leaving? Hi. Kuruka picked up Chiron, while Baikao slapped the staff in his hand in boredom and started a teleportation formation, and the two of them were about to leave here. Konako? Rias wanted to stop them, but she was so badly hurt that she could only watch them take Konako away. Tenraku, please come and save Konako, come and save us? Rias kept calling out in her heart and as if to respond to the girl's voice. Who hurt my Rias and forced Konako-chan to do something she didn't want to do? Who is it and who allowed you to leave? A cold voice came from the air, followed by 2 clicks, the barrier enveloping the forest shattered with a thud, and then a figure shot down from the sky. The figure was wearing red and white battle armor while the Scarlet's dragon wings and the blue light wings were waving behind him. This figure is Tenraku. Tenraku, how did you? Cough cough cough. Seeing Tenraku actually appear here, Rias was pleasantly surprised, but she accidentally touched the wound and coughed repeatedly. Don't speak. Hugging Rias, Tenraku activated Holy Mother's smile to treat the girl's injury. Little princess, I told the partner that you are here in danger. Are you okay? Drake's voice rang from the Jade Jewel. Drake's power is lodged on Rias, so when Rias was in danger, Drake immediately sensed it and notified Tenraku, but the barrier in the forest was completely isolated from the outside world. It took some time to find it, but luckily, Tenraku finally found them. I'm fine. Tenraku, go save Konako. Konako will be taken away by them. Rias shook her head and signaled that she was okay and said with a desperate voice, Don't worry, no one can take Konako-chan away. Stay here and leave the rest to me. Tenraku spoke as he softly rubbed the girl's forehead. Rias' injury is no longer serious and she would be able to completely recover as long as she takes a rest. Tenraku stood up and looked at Kuruka and Baikao, who had turned to one side, with a grimmer expression than ever before. Senior Tenraku, the real Red Dragon Emperor has arrived. Konako exclaimed excitedly, while Kuruka had an ugly expression on her face, but Baikao beside them greeted Tenraku with a calm face and a smile. Yo, we meet again, Red Dragon Emperor. I heard that you have recently gained a new title called Sex Dragon Emperor. Quite nice, ha 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 ha. Normally, Tenraku wouldn't mind chatting with the other party, but now he wasn't in the mood. He is very upset. Who hurt Rias among the two of you? Tenraku asked as he looked at Kuruka and Baikao. The first one to attack was Kuruka, but I delivered the last blow. Baikao replied honestly. Then you can die. Almost instantaneously, Tenraku appeared in front of Baikao and punched him. Without any reservation, the powerful force makes the void tremble and vibrates, while Baikao stands in the same place and the pupils in his eyes almost shrink into needles. He will die. If he is hit by this attack, then he will definitely die. Baiko's instincts screamed at him. SII? Between life and death, Baiko's instinct for survival exploded and Rui's stick was placed in front of him with a very dangerous roar. Boom! With the bang of the golden spear, Baiko's body was shot backwards, breaking numerous huge and ancient trees and disappearing from sight almost in the blink of an eye. Konako and Kurika on the side were stunned, but Kurika was quick to react. Go to hell. With Konako in her arms, Kurika desperately urged the power in her body, and suddenly a few light wheels that brought together the demonic technique, Jujitsu, and magic shot towards Tenraku. HNG. Letting those powerful light wheels chop at him, Tenraku's body was instantly submerged in the violent energy turbulence. But, divide. As Albion's voice rang out, the violent energy turbulence rapidly diminished and dissipated in the blink of an eye. The power you took from Volley, you monster. Kuriko cursed as she saw the unscathed Tenraku. Baikao seemed to have been killed in an instant, and her attack was completely useless. This was really troublesome. Kuriko's eyes flashed as she kept thinking about how to get out of this situation. You are Konako-chan's Oni-san, elder sister, Kurika, right? Tenraku asked as he looked at Kurika. Ah, yes, I am sure one's Oni-san, elder sister. Will you also prevent me from taking Chiron away, Red Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Sovereign? Kurika replied with a cold expression on her face as she looked at Tenraku. Konako-chan is free, even if you are her Oni-san, elder sister, you can't force her to do things she doesn't like to do. Konako-chan, would you like to leave with your Oni-san, elder sister? Tenraku replied and asked Konako after some time. I don't want to. I want to stay. I want to be with Kaiko, club president, senior Tenraku, and everyone. Konako replied with tears streaming down her face. The expression on Kurika's face turned blue, but Tenraku under the armor showed a smile. I already understand Konako-chan's mind. Then with a flash, Tenraku appeared in front of Konako and Kurika again. Welcome back, Konako-chan, Tenraku said while stroking the girl's forehead. So strong. Looking at the fist still sticking to her abdomen, the expression on Kurika's face became pale, and then her body went soft as she fainted. I'm back, senior Tenraku. Konako smiled happily while tears continued to roll down her face. Konako-chan, you are free. No one can force you to do things you don't like. Even you are not allowed to force yourself. This is a curse and privilege that I have given to Konako-chan, and you will not violate it for the rest of your life, okay? After dissipating the armor on his face, Tenraku's words shocked the girl's body and mind, and the jewel-like eyes flashed with endless brilliance. You are indeed a cunning and domineering Tenraku senior. I will remember it. I will remember it for the rest of my life. Constantly nodding his head, Tenraku smiled at the girl's tearful smile. Sure enough, Konako-chan is the cutest. Just when Tenraku was about to say something, the expression on his face suddenly changed. Stretch out, Rui stick. Baiko's voice rang in the sky, and then a golden stick smashed down at Tenraku and the others. Konako, Tenraku? Rias shouted, but Tenraku and Konako's figures simultaneously drowned in the dust and smoke, and Rias himself was lifted out by the spreading air wave. Cough cough cough. As Rias worried about Tenraku and Konako's safety, a cyclone rolled, and all the dust and smoke were blown away. Tenraku shielded Konako with one hand and blocked the golden stick with the other, and Rias let out a sigh of relief. Tisk, did Kurika get killed after I left for a while? That's just terrible. You are worthy of the man who defeated Volley, the master of the two heavenly dragons. Taking back Rui's stick, Baikao, who was stepping on the somersault cloud, smiled as he spoke. At this time, Baikao was miserable, his forehead was bleeding and he felt discomfited, but his eyes glowed with excitement as he stared down at Tenraku. You survived and didn't take the opportunity to escape. Baikao, do you want to die that much? Tenraku narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but glance at the monkey who didn't escape after taking his attack and surviving. Ah, my life is harder than a rock, I won't die so easily. I've long thought that I would meet a master like you. Last time, the angel boss, the governor general, and the great Satan was there when you defeated Volley, but this time, there are only two of us. Let's have a good fight. This guy is indeed the descendant of Sun Wukongs who fought against the heavens. It is indeed a very aggressive monkey. Konako-chan, go to Rias first. We will go back after I finish this monkey. Tenraku said as he let go of Konako. Hi, senior Tenraku. Believing in Tenraku, Konako hugged Kurika and Rias, who had passed out, and withdrew to one side. The ruins on the ground still gleamed with light as Tenraku looked up at Baikao in the air and dispersed the armor of the heavenly dragon. Oi, why aren't you using the power of the heavenly dragons? It's not interesting at all if you don't use it. Baikao frowned and spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Is this guy underestimating him? Don't worry, I won't let it bore you. In addition to the gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear and light wings of the White Dragon Sovereign Divine Dividing, I have many sacred gear here, and one of them is just right for you. The corner of Tenraku's mouth raised slightly as a flashing silver iron rod appeared in Tenraku's hands. This was one of Tenraku's many sacred gear, Rui fine iron rod. With a whooshing sound, Tenraku pulls up a stick, and then, with a little air, the fine iron rod in his hand stretches and stabs a nearby mountain. How about it? I will entertain you with this Rui fine iron rod, aren't you glad? turning the fine iron rod back to its original shape. Tenraku sneered at Baikao in the sky. Oh, surprisingly, it's the sacred gear that the old man said was on par with my Rui stick. Red Dragon Emperor, you really have a lot of good things on you. Come on, let us have a good fight before the great Satans rush over here. Baiko's eyes lit up as he burst into battle. Not only he but the Rui stick was also excited and trembling. As you wish, Hermes boots. With 2 pairs of golden wings spread at his feet, Tenraku rose into the air, spinning the fine iron rod in his hand, and stabbing it at Baikao. HHH, come here. Rui stick, let's go. Baikao laughed as he flew out on the somersault cloud, and the Rui stick in his hand also stabbed toward Tenraku. Tearing through the air, the stick and the stick were pointing together in the air. The golden goose pierced the sky with light, and then, boom, ching ching, ching ching kang. In the sky, 2 golden streamers constantly collided against each other. There is no gorgeous magic, and there is no flower show. The 2 of them are fighting in the roughest and direct way. Baikao swept Tenraku 10,000 meters away, and Tenraku smashed Baikao into the ground. The 2 of them fought fiercely against each other, and the elongation and shortening of the sticks in the air were even more dazzling. Stretch out, Rui stick. Stretch out, fine iron rod. Thousands of meters apart in the air, Baikao and Tenraku roared in unison, and then 2 huge sticks as thick as buckets across the sky smash into each other. Boom! It sounded like a thunderstrike has struck down in close vicinity, and the sky and the earth were wailing. Rias and Konako below covered their ears in pain. HHH, this is fun. Baikao laughed while Tenraku also showed a small smile on his face, and then the 2 pierced thousands of stick figures at the same time, which exploded densely in the air. The violent airwaves drove both of them away, and then Baikao, who stepped on somersault clouds, took the lead to stabilize his figure. Rui stick, shoot him away. There was a flash of light in his eyes as Baikao let out a loud shout, and the Rui stick in his hand quickly stretched out and shot at Tenraku like a bullet. An alarm went off in his mind as Tenraku, still tumbling in the air, did a stick dance, and quickly crossed the fine iron rod in front of him. There was another explosion as the fine iron rod was dangerously blocking the Rui stick that was shot toward him. But everything is not over yet. The blocked Rui stick continues to stretch, while Tenraku continuously shot into the air. 10 meters, 100 meters, kilometers, tens of thousands of meters. Tenraku have been lifted into the sky by tens of thousands of meters before long. If he was still in the earth of the normal human world, he would have almost shot into space. Turning sideways, he lets Rui stick brush his ear and shoot away behind him. Tenraku had a grim expression on his face, and then a slight grin appeared on his lips. Baikao is good enough, so let's give him a big gift too. Raising the fine iron rod in the sky, Tenraku continuously sends spirit power into it. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Chi, so you avoided it. Feeling that Rui stick had lost his goal, Baikao above the somersault cloud made a cut and took Rui stick back to its original shape. With golden flames burning in his eyes, Baikao constantly scanned the air, searching for Tenraku's figure. But suddenly, the expression on Baiko's face became stiff as he seemed to have seen something. Not only Baikao but Rias and Konako, who were watching the battle on the ground, soon discovered something and were stunned by the scene before them. The giant stick, the sky-blinded giant stick, smashed down from the sky. The speed of the giant stick seemed slow, but in fact, it was incomparably fast. A huge and suffocating pressure seemed to have descended over this area, even though the giant stick was still quite a distance away. The airflow was turbulent and the wind was blowing. Rias, who was disoriented, quickly manifested the Red Dragon Emperor's armor on her body, and she took Konako and the fainted Kurika and flew off into the distance. All of them will be in danger if they stayed here. Rias and the girls escaped, but Baikao, who was locked in by the attack, couldn't escape. The unprecedented sense of crisis made him stand upright, and he did not hesitate to put the Rui stick in his hand into the air and roared. Rui stick! Desperately urging the spirit chi remaining in the body, the Rui stick quickly rose to block Baiko's body. But it is far from enough compared to the super gigantic stick that is falling down. There was no more time. The fine iron rod, which had turned into a giant cudgel, had already swept down. The huge and heavy wind pressure seemed to crush everything, and then it slammed down on the Rui stick's body. Boom! As if a nuclear bomb had exploded, a sun rose in the darkness of the night, the violent airwaves spread out, and everything in its path was destroyed, and even the entire earth and forest below was swept into a bare plain in an instant. Blob! Blood gushed out of Baiko's mouth as his figure flew away, and the Rui stick that protected him was dented, bent, and cracked with a bang. HHH, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Between life and death, Baikao laughed wildly with excitement as he looked at the great cudgel that was still smashing down at him. However, just when Baikao thought he was going to die, a sword shadow suddenly drew across the void, and then a crack opened. A hand stretched out from the crack and quickly pulled Baikao in. HNG. The cudgel finally landed on the ground, and suddenly there was another explosion in the sky. The mountains shook and the earth cracked, continuously radiating in all directions like a cobweb, and then bright red and hot magma soared into the sky. It was like a scene from the end of the world. After a long time, a figure slowly landed on the ground. This figure is naturally Tenraku. Did I overdo it somewhere in the underworld? A gap suddenly opened in the void, and then 2 figures flew out of it. HHH, so dangerous, I almost died. Baikao laughed like a madman as he fell to the ground in his own blood. Huh, there will be no such luck next time. That Kamiya Tenraku is too scary. With a cold grunt, the speaker was a male wearing glasses, holding a longsword that emanated the aura of the Holy Spirit, and he slowly inserted it back into its scabbard. But it's really fun fighting him. Anyway, thanks a lot this time, Arthur. I was just passing by, don't expect me to save you again next time. Well, don't be so cruel. It's a pity that Kuriko was taken away. She was still a good partner, but she was still too weak. This is no way. Tenraku-kun, you have done too much this time. The entire forest was destroyed, several rescue troops have been seriously injured, and in the Gremorous castle, Tenraku sits dejectedly in the middle of the hall, while Surtsk paces up and down and angrily recounts Tenraku's various crimes. Surtsk has always treated people generously, and his temper is very gentle, so it was obvious that he was really angry this time as he used such a harsh tone. Because of Tenraku's last attack, the entire forest was destroyed and the troops rushing to rescue were also hit by the aftermath of the battle, and several people were seriously injured. And the damage caused by that attack even spread to the hotel where the banquet was being held, causing the entire hotel to suddenly collapse. It is said that the old man Odin, who was accosted by a woman, was accidentally hit in one of his legs by falling rubble, a minor injury to a god of his level, but when he heard that Tenraku had done it, the old man was so upset and angry that he waved his cane and said he would have to deal with him. It was Surtsk and Azazel who managed to dissuade him. All in all, because Tenraku happily caused a lot of trouble for a while, Surtsk had to deal with the disaster and calm the emotions of all parties, which made him very busy. Cough Surtsk-sama, I did go too far. All the losses caused this time will be borne by our Phenex family. I will also ask you Belina to send some Phenex tears to the rescue troops who are seriously injured. Anyway, I'm sorry for the trouble this time, and if there's any punishment, then feel free to punish me. With a little cough, Tenraku knew he had gone too far this time. Fortunately, in Underworld, most of the people who came to rescue or participated in the banquet were devil with good strength. If this had happened in the human world, I don't know how many casualties it would have caused. Sure enough, drinking is harmful. Tenraku thinks that if he hadn't drunk those 2 more glasses before, he would definitely have shown a little restraint and it wouldn't be so exaggerated. Perhaps. Ani-sama, if you want to punish someone then punish me. Tenraku did all this to save us. Me too, please punish me, Lucifer-sama. And us? Rias and Konako stood in front of Tenraku, and even Akeno, Irina, and the other girls walked out. Tenraku was a little touched by the girls' earnest looks, but he was still speechless. I am only talking about the punishment, don't take it seriously. How can you let the great Satan step down if you're so serious? Sure enough, Surtsk was almost relieved when he heard Tenraku confess to his mistakes, but when he saw the women's actions, he got up again. You. Surtsk has an ugly expression on his face as he thought I seem to have overindulged you too much. You don't even bow down to the Demon King's majesty. I will punish you now even if you don't want me to. Just as Surtsk was about to say something, another voice suddenly sounded out. That's enough. The door of the hall was opened, and Venelina was seen walking in, accompanied by Grafia and several other maids. Okasama, please stop Unii-sama, he wants to punish Tenraku? Rias hurried over and hugged Venelina's arm and spoke with a happy expression on her face. Surtsk on one side turned black and almost died of anger. Sure enough, he was thrown under the bus by his younger sister without a second thought. He didn't even say anything yet. Rias was suing him as the villain first? I already know everything, you don't need to talk too much. Venelina knocked on Rias' little head and spoke in an angry manner. Rias knows what she did wasn't nice, but she was just too concerned about Tenraku, and when she sees that her Okasama has seen through her, she blushes and says nothing more. Surtsk, any great Satan that bullies his younger sister and brother-in-law are not a good Satan. Although little Tenraku has done a little too much this time, he already knows that he is wrong, so you don't need to pursue this anymore. Venelina said as she approached Tenraku, looking as if she were trying to protect him. Heaven Okasama said so. I know, Tenraku-kun will not be held accountable for this incident, but Tenraku-kun must remember this and don't be so impulsive in the future. Sighing, Surtsk had no choice but to say this. Although Tenraku caused a lot of damage this time, he also did this to save Rias and the others, so he couldn't really punish Tenraku. I will remember it, Surtsk-sama. Tenraku quickly replied as he didn't want Rias and others to create even more trouble for him. Surtsk nods towards Tenraku and looked at Rias again and said, Rias, I postponed the decisive battle between you and Sana for you. If this happens, you and your peerage also need to resume adjustments. The specific game time is scheduled for 3 days later. Unii-sama, too. Unexpectedly, her older brother had thought of these things for herself, and Rias was more and more ashamed when she remembered what she had just done. Well, you're my sweetest younger sister, and nothing would be better for you. Cheer up for the fight in 3 days and don't lose to your good friend and rival. Knowing what Rias wanted to say, Surtsk instead said, I know, Unii-sama. Taking a deep breath, Rias raised her head and spoke with a firm expression on her face. Everyone laughed, and sure enough, it was the confident and beautiful Rias Grammary they knew. We still have some things to deal with and we will leave first. Grafia. Hi, Surtsk-sama. After saying goodbyes to everyone, Surtsk and Grafia left first. But in the moment of leaving, the silver-haired beautiful maid glanced at Tenraku, who was surrounded by all the women, and the corners of her mouth curled up with a slight arc. Tenraku noticed Konako standing outside the room with a troubled expression and asked, What's the matter, Konako-chan? Senior Tenraku, I apologize if my actions have caused you any trouble, to Zhao Konako said, bowing her head respectfully. Tenraku couldn't help but laugh and ruffled the girl's hair. What silly thing to say, we're family. I'll always protect my cutest Konako-chan. It's not troublesome at all. Senior Tenraku, too. Konako felt a warm sensation in her heart and tears welled up in her eyes. She couldn't find the words to express her gratitude. Yes, whether it's Rias Kaiku or Senior Tenraku, we are all family members, real family members, Konako thought to herself, her face flushing with a light red glow. With a sense of determination, Konako stepped forward and said, Senior Tenraku, this is my way of saying thank you. She stood on her toes and kissed Tenraku on the lips. Tenraku was surprised, he couldn't believe that the shy Konako could make such a bold move. He asked, Konako-chan, who taught you this? Konako replied with a smile, it was Zu and Akeno. They said that Senior Tenraku would be happy if I gave you this gift. No, it can't be. Senior Tenraku? Tujao Konako looked at Tenraku nervously, her face flushing with embarrassment. She was worried that Senior Tenraku might not have liked her thank you gift. Tenraku saw her reaction and quickly reassured her, of course, this is the best thank you gift, but before he could finish his sentence, he leaned in and kissed her deeply, breaking through her defenses and plundering the sweetness of her lips. Despite her shyness, Konako didn't resist and her jewel-like eyes gradually blurred as she followed her Botus instincts and responded to Tenraku's kiss. After a long time, Tenraku pulled away and whispered in her ear, Konako-chan, will you be my wife? Just like Rias and the others, and we will always be together forever. Tenraku knew that it was a bit underhanded to say such things at this time, but he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Konako responded softly, and buried her face in Tenraku's arms tightly. Her heart had been stolen, and she could only follow her feelings. Tenraku smiled in satisfaction, feeling victorious. He had finally won over this Nikomata girl. He picked up Konako and walked into his room, with a smile on his face. Era, Rias, even Konako has fallen into Tenraku's claws, Akeno said with an evil smile on her face as she watched everything from around the corner. Rias glared at Akeno and said irritably, wasn't this your idea? Akeno shrugged and said, although it was my idea but you could have stopped it anytime, right? So, you who didn't stop me is also an accomplice like me. Rias was speechless for a moment, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She knew that Akeno was right, she was an accomplice to some extent. But thinking about Konako's tearful and heartbroken expression, and Tenraku's anger after seeing his injuries, Rias couldn't help but shake her head. Perhaps this was the perfect ending. The next day, early in the morning, after yawning, Tenraku opened his eyes and saw Konako lying on his side like a cat without a wisp of clothing on her body. The memories of last night flooded in like a tide, and Tenraku couldn't help but smile as he remembered what had happened last night. Konako is still relatively young and coupled with the characteristics of the Nikoshou clan. If he breaks in too early, it will cause a lot of damage to the girl, so Tenraku did not eat her. Although they couldn't complete the last step, Tenraku still had a lot of fun in other ways. He tasted every inch of skin back and forth. It can be said that every part of the girl's body has been engraved with his exclusive mark by Tenraku. It was amazing and memorable. How long will you continue to feign sleep, Konako-chan? Tenraku grinned as he gently caressed her delicate face. Senior Tenraku, too. Embarrassed, Konako tightly shut her eyes and avoided looking into Tenraku's gaze. Her cute appearance evoked feelings of fondness in others. I don't want to stop now. With a sigh in his heart, Tenraku rolled over and pressed the girl on him. It's time for breakfast. After tossing and turning in the room for a long time, Tenraku and Konako got dressed and then Tenraku walked out holding Konako's hand as she was too embarrassed to see anyone. Looks like you still have a conscience, you didn't do that to Konako. Rias couldn't help but be a little surprised as she spoke. Unexpectedly, Tenraku could endure and didn't take the final step to Konako. Although it was a bit hard but I can't bear to hurt Konako-chan. Rias, this is Konako-chan's choice. According to our agreement, you can't stop us anymore. Tenraku laughed as he spoke while pulling Rias into his arms. I won't say anything since this is Konako's decision. You should be proud, only a simple girl like her could be deceived by you? Rias pouted, letting out a small hum. Oh, it sounds like Konako-chan is quite naive. Some people are like that. Tenraku's dismissive and victorious expression caused Rias to flush. She couldn't help but think of her own defeat in a rating game match against Tenraku, and how even Konako had lasted longer. Rias didn't want to dwell on the memories that shamed her and quickly changed the subject. Konako, what do you want to do with Kuraka? Kuraka was currently being held in the Tenraku Saints and Demons Hall as a prisoner in connection to the incident. Rias was willing to consider Konako's feelings when deciding how to handle the situation. I don't know, Oni-san. She Konako's expression was pained as she was being consoled by Akeno. Tenraku sighed and gently stroked her forehead. Konako-chan, even though your Oni-san is a bad person, there's no denying that she loves you very much. I can assure you of this. If she loves me, why did she abandon me in the first place? Konako exclaimed, feeling angry and hurt. That's something you will have to figure out for yourself, Konako-chan. But what I can tell you is this, don't let yourself suffer anymore. Whatever decision you make, we will support you. Tenraku is right, Konako. Face it bravely. Konako-chan, come on. With the support and trust of everyone, Konako felt a warmth in her heart and the pain and fear subsided. Senior Tenraku, Rias everyone Konako looked at their supportive and encouraging gazes and the confusion in her eyes disappeared, replaced by a determined expression. I know what to do. Senior Tenraku, I want to meet my Oni-san, elder sister. In the dimly lit room, Kurika's hands, feet, and limbs were all tied up by Lejun's golden dragonfly. She was already awakened and was enduring the torture as a prisoner with no expression on her face. Woo, amazing. Konako-chan's Oni-san, elder sister, smells so good. Meow, sniff sniff. Ni bit Kurika's ear and smelled Kurika's body. If someone else did this kind of thing, they would definitely be regarded as perverted, but if they were replaced by these two Nikomata girls, things would begin to look a bit different. Feeling a bit unpleasant, red-haired Slee tugged at Kurika's clothes as she wanted to smell more clearly, but this also made Kurika, who had reached her limit, directly blow up. Enough, you stupid cats. Meow. The two sisters were surprised and their hair stood on end like a cat's. One of them even quickly jumped away from Kurika. It's terrible, just terrible, the sisters said as they hugged each other tightly and they looked at Kurika with frightened expressions on their faces. Kurika breathed heavily and with a sigh, she finally regained her composure. Seeing the scared expressions of the two sisters, Kurika couldn't help but roll her eyes. Hey, you two stupid cats over there, come here, she called out to them. Are you calling us meow? The sisters asked as they looked around, pointing to themselves. Who else but you? Kurika replied. Stop talking nonsense, come over to me. Although she appeared fierce, the two sisters walked over to her curiously. Help me get rid of these damn golden rings, Kurika said. Since neither immortal techniques nor magic could remove the golden rings, Kurika had to resort to enlisting the help of the two sisters, who didn't seem very intelligent. Why should we help you, meow? Ni asked, tilting their heads up in confusion. As long as you help me, I will teach you great immortal techniques and demon techniques. How about it? Isn't this a good condition? Kurika said, trying to seduce them. Awesome immortal technique and demon technique? The sisters' eyes lit up and they nodded eagerly. Good meow, we will help you, but you must not lie to us, they continued to speak. Don't worry, I never lie, Kurika responded with a smile, but secretly sneered. These are really two stupid cats, I will get rid of them as soon as I am free. Under Kurika's urging, Ni and Lee got on their toes and began biting the golden rings. What are you doing? Kurika asked with a black look on her face. Biting it away for you, they replied while biting. Who told you to use the bite? Use your weapons or magic, please get it out of me quickly? Kurika growled, frustrated with the sisters' lack of understanding. No, this is Tenraku-sama's sacred gear, which can't be removed by weapons or magic, Ni and Lee said as they rubbed their sore mouths. Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, Kurika fell silent. She had held hope for these two sisters, but it turns out she was the stupidest one. Are you okay? Ni and Lee asked. Well, help you bite again. It's not clear why Konako's elder sister suddenly stopped talking, but the two sisters were going to try helping her again, but at that moment, the door was pushed open and Tenraku and Konako walked in. Tenraku-sama? The sisters cheered and ran over to hug Tenraku. As the two Nikomata girls greeted him, Tenraku also put his arms around Ni and Li's waists and walked over to Kurika. How about, Kurika, are you still used to this place? Tenraku asked with a smile on his face. Red Dragon Emperor? Kurika glared at him and gritted her teeth with a look of resentment on her face. She had always been very confident in her own strength, but being easily defeated by Tenraku left her unwilling to think about what had happened before. However, when her gaze fell on Konako, Kurika's expression softened. Chiron, are you here to see Oni-san, elder sister? Oni-san, elder sister. Konako looked at her sister with a confused expression, not understanding why Kurika would address her in such a way. In the dim room, Tenraku sat aside to play with Ni and Lee, while Konako stood in front of Kurika with a complicated expression on her face. Chiron, I didn't expect that I would become your prisoner. What do you want to do with me? Do you want to kill Oni-san, elder sister? Kurika asked with a relaxed smile on her face. I don't know how to do the things Oni-san, elder sister, did. Konako replied with a blank look on her face. Chiron, you are too innocent, Kurika said. So, what do you want to see me for? She asked, her mood now lightened. I have a question to ask Oni-san, elder sister, Konako said. Well, just ask, Chiron. Oni-san will try her best to answer, Kurika replied. After taking a deep breath, Konako looked at Kurika with a sad look on her face and asked. Why did Oni-san, elder sister, become like this? You used to be so gentle before and have always protected me. Is strength really that important? Oni-san, elder sister, turned into a cold-blooded murderer for that kind of thing and killed the master who took us in. Why does Oni-san, elder sister, do that kind of thing? Why, thinking of those memories, Konako's eyes were already filled with tears. Although it was very painful to be despised and abused by everyone and even regarded as a monster that may run away at any time, what made her more painful was Kurika's betrayal. Especially after knowing that Kurika had abandoned her and escaped by herself, her whole world collapsed. Looking at the girl's painful expression, Kurika smiled and said, Chiron, strength is a good thing. As long as you have strength, you can do whatever you want. As for the master who took us in, Oni-san, elder sister, is also very sorry, but he had a reason to be killed. Kurika's eyes flashed with an icy chill as he said this, but she didn't reveal the reason. I don't understand, Oni-san, elder sister, doesn't tell me anything, I don't understand anything? Konako shook her head with tears streaming down her face, her painful expression made people feel distressed. Tenraku on one side could no longer sit idly by, and walked over and hugged the girl to comfort her. Konako-chan, you are so upset, let's rest for a while. Gently comforting the girl, Tenraku then used a hand knife to knock out Tujao Konako, putting her to sleep. You made Konako-chan so upset. Kurika, you really are an unqualified Oni-san, elder sister, Tenraku said as he held Tujao Konako who was unconscious. Huh, you don't need to care about my business, Kurika snorted coldly and didn't give him a good look as he wasn't Konako. Hihi, who made you into this? Tell me, I can just take care of it, Tenraku said. Tell me, why did you kill the devil who took you and Konako-chan in the first place? I'm also a little curious about this, Tenraku asked with interest, but Kurika looked at him like an idiot and ignored him. Do you think I will tell you anything just because you are curious? Are you an idiot or pretending to be one? Kurika sneered. So you are not going to tell me? Have you forgotten that Konako-chan is still in my hands? Tenraku threatened, if you can't satisfy my curiosity, then I can only do indescribable things to Konako-chan. Speaking crudely, Tenraku also smelled the scent of the girl in his arms with a drunken expression on his face. Isn't Chiron with you guys? Kurika couldn't help but be shocked as she couldn't stay calm anymore. What is this guy doing, threatening her with Chiron? Is there a mistake? Yes, Konako-chan and we are in the same group. She is also one of my family and companion, Tenraku nodded, but then he showed a wicked smile. But so what? He asked. Kurika, you are a bad woman, but you are not the only bad person in this world, it just so happens that I am too. You should understand that people like us are unscrupulous in order to achieve our own goals, Tenraku said. So, tell me the reason you killed that devil, otherwise I can only attack Konako-chan, he threatened. Tisk tisk, Konako-chan has lost consciousness now, even if I did something to her, she won't know it. Seeing the evil look on Tenraku's face, Kurika and even Enai and Lee were shocked. OMG, Tenraku-sama is so mean? Do you think I will be fooled? Kurika sneered coldly, she wouldn't be fooled so easily. Ha, self-righteous woman, then I will let you take a look. Tenraku, not bothering to explain himself, stroked Konako-chan's face in his arms and kissed the girl's lips. Kurika was stunned when she saw this scene. She never thought that Tenraku could actually do it. Isn't Chiron his partner? Isn't Chiron his family? This damn bastard, this damn liar? Seeing that Tenraku had made an inch of progress and seemed to want to untie Chiron's clothes, Kurika suddenly woke up and shouted angrily, stop. Tenraku raised his head and a smile appeared on his face. Why, do you believe it now? He asked. You bastard? Kurika exclaimed as she gritted her teeth with bitter hatred. She swore constantly in her heart that she will make this bastard pay one day. HHH, that's really, thanks for the compliment. Tenraku replied with a smirk. So, hurry up and satisfy my curiosity, or I will continue, he threatened. Kurika had to surrender in order to protect Konako's dignity. That guy discovered Konako and my talents, and the reason he took us in was just to use our abilities, she said. That makes sense, you think there are so many kind-hearted people in this world. If you are of no value, why should people take you in? Just like I never take wild cats and dogs on the roadside, Tenraku nodded, his words were quite authentic. Kurika's mouth twitched. Although she was very upset, she felt that this guy made a lot of sense. That's fine, but that bastard still covets my body and wanted to use me? Kuriko continued to speak with a resentful look in her eyes as she thought of the bad memories. So you killed him in anger? Tenraku looked surprised. I hate the kind of bastard who thinks he is the master and can do whatever he wants with his peerage and the servants, so I killed him? Kurika said. Although it was the first time to kill, it felt unexpectedly good. Even now I think of him lying under my feet begging for mercy, but my heart beats faster, HHH. Kuriko laughed with a cheerful expression on her face, but it was a bloodthirsty and cold laugh that made people shudder. You need to rely on your own peerage. It appears that the devil who took you in has failed. But why don't you explain it to Konako-chan? She will surely understand you. Tenraku said, nodding and speaking in a confused tone. What? I just don't want Chiron to know my shameful past, is there a problem with that? Kurika's eyes darted away, but she quickly regained her composure and spoke coldly. Of course it's fine, but do you take me for a fool? Tenraku spoke in a sarcastic tone when he saw the foolish expression on Kurika's face. He then moved his hand towards Konako again. Damn it! Kurika exclaimed, panicked. Stop it! Stop it! Kurika couldn't believe that her lie had been so easily exposed. I'm not in the mood to listen to your fabricated excuses. This is your last chance. I won't ask again for the truth. Tenraku flicked her finger with a cold smile on her face, causing a long slit to open in Konako's clothes. You asshole, you'll pay for this? Kurika grits her teeth and looked furious, but knew she couldn't do anything. She also knew that Chiron would be tainted by this person if she didn't tell the truth. After taking a deep breath, Kurika revealed, that person was a complete pervert. He didn't want me, he wanted Chiron. Chiron was just a child, but that perverted person wanted to do terrible things to her? I couldn't forgive him. Anyone who hurts Chiron is damned, damned. As she spoke, Kurika's face twisted in anger and her body exuded darkness and coldness. Oh, so the reason you killed your master and defected was to protect Konako and not because of some uncontrollable desire to run away? Tenraku smiled authentically and asked. Humph, those are just lies that the person's family spread to cover up their ugliness. Kurika replied coldly. I didn't expect that to be the truth. To be honest, I'm surprised, Tenraku said. Why don't you tell Konako? If you tell her, she will understand that you didn't betray her and everything you did was to protect her. Kurika scowled at Tenraku's persistence. Chiron is a kind and gentle child. I may not be good at expressing myself, but I know this better than anyone. If she found out, she would blame herself and think that it was because of her that aloof this happened. So, in order to protect your younger sister, you chose to fall into darkness. And to protect Konako from feeling guilty, you chose to bear everything alone? Tenraku exclaimed, My, you are truly great, you're even moving me? Kurika glared at Tenraku's exaggerated expression and said, Are you satisfied now? Yes, I'm satisfied. What a very interesting story, Tenraku said. I've told you everything, but please help me keep this secret. I don't want Chiron to know this too. At this point, Kurika could only ask Tenraku to keep the secret, but Tenraku grinned and said, Oh, it's too late for that? Kurika was shocked and quickly looked into Tenraku's arms, only to see that Chiron had woken up and was looking at her with tears in her eyes. Konako, don't hold back anymore, do what you want. Tenraku leaned into Konako's ear and encouraged her, before snapping his fingers and making the bonds that had been restraining Kurika disappear. Let's go, Tenraku said. It's so touching, Lord Tenraku, it's really touching. Tenraku twisted the crying Nikomata girls and walked out of the room. Kurika wanted to curse Tenraku, but seeing Konako just watching her with tears and not speaking, she couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart. Chiron, don't believe whatever I just said, I was just lying to that guy. Oni-san is a bad woman, how could she do that kind of thing? Even though Chiron hates her, Kurika didn't want her to blame herself for it. Kurika forced herself to calm down and said cruel words, but before she could finish, Konako rushed over and hugged her tightly. Liar, Oni-san is a big liar? Konako cried, almost exhausted. Unexpectedly, everything that her Oni-san did was for her. She didn't hesitate to fall into darkness and blame herself, but she still hated and misunderstood Oni-san all the time. The self-blame in her heart almost suffocated the girl. Seeing Konako's self-blame and pain, Kurika couldn't help but tremble and her disguise crumbled. Sorry, Chiron, Kurika said softly, closing her eyes and holding Konako tightly. The simple apology seemed to unlock something in Konako and all the pent-up emotions burst out. She cried uncontrollably. In the hall, Tenraku, Rias, and others were waiting patiently. After learning the truth about Kurika from Tenraku, the girls were silent for a long time. The truth is always surprising, and it must be painful and self-blaming. Although everyone was worried about Konako, they were also happy for her. Knowing that her elder sister had not betrayed her, and had always loved her, was the most important thing for Konako. After a long wait, Konako and Kurika finally teleported out of the Saints and Demons Hall. Hello everyone, Kurika greeted everyone, while Konako next to her held her tightly. It was as if she was afraid of losing her again. The whole room became lively as everyone gathered around to express their concern. Rias even stepped forward and hugged Konako directly. It's great, Konako, it's really great. Rias constantly rubbed the girl's cheek. She didn't say anything, but her worries for Konako were evident. Kaiko, everyone, I'm sorry for worrying you. Konako's voice was hoarse, and her eyes were red and swollen, but everyone felt that she was in better condition than ever. It seems that Konako has finally unlocked the knot in her heart. Thanking everyone for their concern, Konako walked up to Tenraku. Senior Tenraku, thank you, Konako said, bowing sincerely. If it wasn't for Senior Tenraku, she may never have known the truth, and never have had a chance to reconcile with her elder sister. Although those cruel truths were very painful and self-blaming, they were not important anymore. Now she had the courage to face everything bravely. You're talking silly again, Konako. If you really want to thank me, then live happily and bravely, Tenraku said with a smile as he nodded her forehead. Konako nodded vigorously. She had grown a lot and was determined to never be lost or shrink again. She would live bravely and happily, as this is what Tenraku had expected of her. Senior Tenraku, Rias Kaiko, I have one more request, Konako said, her voice steady. I want to ask you to take in my elder sister. I know this request is a bit excessive and even brings trouble to both of you, but I don't want my elder sister to go back to where she was before and I don't want to be separated from her again. I will make sure she never does bad things again, so please. Konako's face was pleading as she looked at them. Tenraku smiled and looked at Rias. This is Konako's request. Naturally I have no objections. Rias, what do you say? Rias looked at Kurika next to Konako, with a trace of scrutiny in her eyes. Although she was moved by what Kurika had done for Konako, she couldn't ignore the fact that Kurika was not a good person. If she couldn't be sure that Kurika was harmless to herself and her family, Rias would never keep such a threat close to her. Konako, have you decided? Rias asked. Konako nodded. What about you, Kurika, do you have anything to say? Rias asked Kurika. No one can separate me from Chiron. It doesn't matter if I stay or not, I just leave with Chiron, Kurika replied with a smile. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you are out here? Although Konako is your younger sister, she is also my important peerage and family. No one can take her away from me, Rias said with a stern look on her face while Kurika continued to look at her with indifference. The atmosphere in the room became tense. Konako pulled on Kurika's clothes, and seeing her younger sister beg, Kurika couldn't help but do whatever her sister wanted. Forget it, as long as you can take me in and let me do anything, I swear I won't betray you. I also apologize for hurting you before. If you want, you can hit me again. I will not fight back, Kurika said with a lowered posture. This act of humility impressed Tenraku and Rias as the women standing before them is very proud. After taking a deep look at Kurika, Rias made her decision. Kurika, you will be our companion and family from now on, but please remember what you said. If you dare to betray us and betray Konako, I will never spare you, Rias said firmly. I see, you are troublesome miss, Kurika said with a grin. Great, Oni-san, elder sister, Konako said happily. The atmosphere in the room finally relaxed, and everyone welcomed Kurika to join regardless of her past actions. Looking at her younger sister's happy smile, Kurika couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Maybe this would be good. The day of the decisive battle between Rias and Sana finally arrived after 3 days passed quickly. Sarayorg, Miss Sikvera, you guys are here too, Tenraku spoke while holding a black cat, as he greeted Sarayorg and Sikvera who had just arrived. That is natural, this is the duel between the two underworld princesses, I can't be absent, Sarayorg replied with a hearty smile. Sikvera also pushed her glasses up and said, Rias Gremory and Sana Satrai, I am also looking forward to their games. The two of them then took their respective peerages and sat down beside Tenraku, Yubelina, and the girls. As the two young kings in the new generation of devils, Sana and Rias were also the prized princesses of the Gremory family and the House of Satrai, and they are also the next in charge of the family. They combined beauty, wisdom, strength, and dignity. Both Rias and Sana were quite equal in their status in the underworld with high popularity. Despite the game not having begun, the Colosseum is filled with guests in attendance. The crowd is made up of various nobles and celebrities from the underworld. At the same time, on the elevated platform of the venue, the old man Odin stroked his beard and smiled. You did a good job in this game, Surtsks. Thank you, Odin-san. Both teams are ready and the game will begin now, Surtsks replied, in a good mood. He then looked at Grafia beside him and said, Grafia, let's start. Hi, Surtsks. Grafia replied before she walked to the front of the stage and surveyed the entire venue before saying, Everyone, I am Queen Grafia, serving as the referee of the Gremory family and House of Satrai rating game in the name of Great Satan's Lucifer Sama. Through the use of magic power, Grafia's voice could be heard throughout the venue. A huge three-dimensional projection appeared in the sky below the venue, featuring the battle-ready Rias and Sana along with their peerage. I will witness the confrontation between the two in the name of my Lord Surtsks Lucifer, Grafia said. The location of this battle is the mall near Kuah Academy, where Rias Sama and Sana Sama are located. Both teams' main formations are located on the east side of the second floor for Rias Sama and on the first floor to the west of the building for Sana Sama, she continued. For this game, there are special regulations attached. The information has been sent to all teams. Please confirm. The Phenex tiers as a recovery item will be assigned to each team. And Grafia went on to explain the various restrictions and rules for the competition. Finally, under everyone's expectations, the decisive battle began. Now, I announce that the rating game has begun. Grafia's voice fell, and huge cheers erupted from the entire venue. Is it finally going to start, everyone? Are you clear about your roles in this battle? Rias asked her peerages, trying to control her excitement. Leave it to us with confidence, Rias Kaiku, club president, they replied. We will definitely win. Irina and Zenovia added, and they all showed excited expressions on their faces except for Gasper, who looked nervous. Asia, stay behind and protect yourself. And heal anyone who gets injured, Rias said, showing her confidence in her peerages as she stroked Asia's forehead. Hi, I will definitely cheer Rias Oni-san, elder sister, Asia said, nodding vigorously as she held a pair of pink fists. Although she can't fight, she will also work hard in her own way and must help everyone. Taking a deep breath, a sharp light flashed in Rias' eyes as she spoke. So, let's get started? At the same time, on the other side, Sana slowly opened her eyes and said, Let's go. Hi, Sana-sama? Her peerages replied. Irina, don't overplay it later, Zenovia said to Irina. Zenovia is the one who is already excited, Irina replied. Both of them were wearing black tight-fitting combat uniforms and carrying holy swords as they walked through the mall. This was the first time they participated in a raiding game, and their emotions were high. Although the opponents this time were tricky, they were confident in their own strength. Soon, the other two figures appeared in the mall, walking towards Irina and Zenovia. They were Knight Meguri Tomo and Rokurit Subasa from Sana's peerage. Oh, is this our opponent? Meguri Tomo said. Your luck is really bad, Sun-san, Yura-san, Irina and Zenovia said, showing cold hunter-like smiles on their faces. On the roof of the mall, Rias and Akeno were facing off against the three women, Sana, Shinra Tsubaki, and Hanakai Momo. It's really like you, Rias, to give up your own base and come here, Sana said as she pushed her glasses up and smiled. Isn't Sana the same? We both know what the other would do, Rias replied, also smiling. It was precisely because the two of them knew each other so well, that's why they chose this location unanimously. This was the stage where they would fight the battle? Rias, I have 2 peerages, my queen and my bishop on my side. You only brought your queen with you, your situation isn't looking so optimistic, Sana said as her gaze fall on a Kendo next to Rias. That's true, but when my other peerages get rid of their opponents and rush over, it is you whose situation won't look optimistic, Rias replied, nodding. She didn't deny Sana's words, but she wasn't worried at all. In other words, which side wins faster is the side that wins the rating game, Rias said. Konako-chan, I will protect you, Gasper said while walking ahead tremblingly, looking around nervously for fear that someone would suddenly jump out at him from a place he didn't expect. Seeing Gasper's appearance, Konako was speechless for a while, thinking that he should protect himself first. After searching for a long time, they finally found their opponents, Pawn Nimura Ruriko and Bishop Kusaka Raya from the president's camp. Gasper-kun, here Nimura Ruriko and Kusaka Raya said, standing behind the corner and smiling and waving to Gasper in front of them, and then disappeared. Although it felt like the other party had a plan, they finally found out their enemy and they couldn't just let them run away. Gasper and Konako hurriedly pursued them. But just as he ran into the corner, Gasper let out a sad cry. Ah, garlic? It's garlic? Gasper screamed as countless cloves of garlic flew from the other side of the corner. As a vampire, he hates garlic? Sure enough, vampires hate garlic. Sorry, Gasper-kun, but this is war. Nimura Ruriko and Kusaka Raya said, smiling while throwing garlic at Gasper. Although they were saying sorry, the 2 women didn't show any mercy. This was a method that Master Sana thought of. Although it was simple, it was very effective. After all, Gasper's evil eye was a very troublesome ability, so they had to get rid of him first. Jie-kun, you are really just a useless vampire, Konako said. With a speechless sigh, she was about to take a shot, but Nimura Ruriko on the side suddenly appeared in front of Konako's body. Konako-san, your opponent is me? Nimura Ruriko said, holding a pair of fists and setting up a fighting posture vigorously. Although her rank was pawn, she was also a peerage of the melee combat system. Even if she wasn't to Zhao Konako's opponent, she was enough to contain her for a while. Nimura-san, Konako said, nodding slightly as she stepped forward and shot up, fighting with Nimura Ruriko. Ah, garlic, I hate garlic by now. Gasper was lying dizzy on the ground. The pungent garlic smell made him very uncomfortable, let alone fighting. He felt that now he was a torment just to live. I am really a sinner to bully Gasper-kun with such despicable means, Kusaka Raya said with one hand supporting her face. She smiled and confessed but maliciously, as she walked towards Gasper. Forgive me, Gasper-kun, I will relieve you immediately. HNG. Suddenly, a violent explosion occurred and Rias and Sana on the top of the mall flew into the air at the same time. Rias, I've been waiting for this day to compete with you, Sana said. Me too, Sana. Rias replied with a high fighting spirit. The 2 women launched huge magic squares at the same time. The hot ball of light and the violent water wave shot out and then exploded together in the air. Akeno-senpai, please advise, Hanakai Momo and Shinra Tsubaki said as they walked step by step towards Akeno, who was at the top of the building. Hanakai Momo unfolded her magic, and Shinra Tsubaki slowly drew the long sword in her hand. Era Akeno said with squinted eyes as lightning exploded out of her body. As bishop, Hanakai Momo's magic power is very strong and should not be underestimated. As queen, Shinra Tsubaki is even more difficult. Not only is her magic outstanding, but she also uses long swords, and her rank is very high. Facing the 2 at the same time, Akeno is really not in a favorable position right now. Ching ching kang, boom. On the other side of the mall, Irina and Zenovia were fighting fiercely with Meguri Tomo and Yura Tsubasa. Irina and Meguri Tomo are both sword users, and as knight, the 2 women fought extremely quickly, and it was difficult to catch the girls' figures with the naked eye. Only the light of the sword and the blade that collided in the air could be seen from time to time. Relatively speaking, the battle between Zenovia and Yura Tsubasa on one side was much rougher. Durandal? Zenovia shouted as she jumped into the air and urged the power of the holy sword Durandal, and then slashed at Yura Tsubasa fiercely. Yura Tsubasa's expression changed slightly, but she did not flinch. She lunged forward and then pushed out with both hands. An illusory light shield was instantly protected in front of her. Reverse? Durandal slashed on the light shield. With a loud sound, Yura Tsubasa dragged 2 long scratches on the ground, but she successfully blocked Zenovia's attack. What is your ability? Zenovia asked, feeling unsatisfied with the effect of her previous blow. At the moment when the sword and shield collided, she unexpectedly discovered that Durandal's power of the Holy Spirit had been transformed into the power of the demonic spirit. The power of the Holy Spirit has a great effect on devils, but if it becomes the power of the demonic spirit, it is just an ordinary slash, so the final attack did not cause any damage to Yura Tsubasa. Artificial Sacred Gear Elf and the Shield of Glory, lodged in the shield through a contract with Elf, so as to achieve the change of ability and the reversal of power of the Holy Spirit into power of the demonic spirit is its ability, Yura Tsubasa replied seeing that her opponent had already discovered her abilities. It turned out to be an artificial sacred gear, interesting. A different color flashed in her eyes, but Zenovia became more and more excited. The stronger the opponent is, the more enjoyment she will get. In the venue outside of the closed space, the guests who watched the girls who were already at war were also excited. Whether it was a wonderful battle or the beautiful and cute girls, they were very eye-catching. Chiron, come on, beat her to death, beat her to death. Kurika danced with two cat fists loudly cheering for her younger sister while she is being held back in Tenraku's arms. Sephiroth, next to him, looked surprised. Kami ya Tenraku, your cat. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a talking cat before, you stupid muscular idiot? Kurika raised her head proudly and then went on to cheer for Konako. Tenraku shrugged, and Sephiroth was embarrassed. He had naturally seen a talking cat before, but this was the first time he had seen a talking cat that was so arrogant. Rias-sama's bishop, exit. Graphia's voice suddenly sounded in the venue and in the alternate space. Gasper was stunned by Kusaka several times in the magic projection and then teleported out. Tenraku couldn't help covering his forehead and was speechless at the sight of Gasper. In fact, Gasper is now very proficient in the use of his sacred gear. With his bishop attribute, his magic power is also very high, but until he overcomes his weaknesses, he will forever remain the useless and weak boy. You're indeed very strong, Konako-san, but now there are two of us and one of you. After recovering from some minor injuries, Nimura Ruriko breathed heavily as she spoke. Even though Jie-kun is weak, he's still our family and friend. You bullied him, so I will take revenge? Konako glared at Nimura Ruriko and Kusaka as she determined to take vengeance for Gasper. She will no longer be uncertain and will no longer run away. A powerful spirit chi burst out from her body and a pair of cat ears grew on her head, revealing her Nikomata form. The sight of this made Nimura Ruriko and Kusaka solemn. They did not expect the other party to have such a powerful ability. This is really troublesome. At the same time, looking at Konako's determined eyes in the projection from outside the different space, Kurika felt complicated and pleased. Her sister has finally accepted her power. Looking at Konako in the projection, Tenraku nodded constantly, but he was also secretly scheming on how to take advantage of her new form. HNGLNG? Another loud noise echoed as Rias and Sana separated from each other. The two have been rivals for a long time, having risen to the top together and understanding each other's abilities and strategies well. If they continued to fight, it would be impossible to determine a winner even after 3 days and nights. Rias, you haven't used the power of the Red Dragon Emperor yet. You've already lost one of your peerages, Sana said, pausing her attack. Sana, you are the one who received the power of the White Dragon Sovereign from Tenraku, right? Rias said, with a hint of annoyance in her voice. That damn Sana, she had promised me that she wouldn't take Tenraku's power away from me? Rias thought, her frustration growing. I don't understand what you're talking about, Rias, Sana replied, turning her face away from Rias. Rias gritted her teeth for a moment, still feeling irritated. Sana, pretending to be ignorant, made Rias even more frustrated. Well, I'll deal with it later. I'll let Sana see the power of the Red Dragon Emperor now, Rias thought, knowing that the situation with Akeno was not good and there was no time to waste. Without hesitation, Rias unleashed the power of her Longinus that destroy God, and a beam of scarlet light shot into the sky. Her aura continued to increase as a suit of scarlet, gorgeous battle armor materialized around her. Is this the power of the Red Dragon Emperor? It's truly impressive, Sana said, impressed by Rias' display of power. Then I'll show you mine too, Sana said with a slight smirk forming on her lips. She also unleashed her power, the power of the White Dragon Sovereign, causing blue light wings to spread out behind her and a silver beam of light to pierce the sky. Sana's body was then covered inch by inch in gorgeous silver armor. The faces of the two girls were obscured by their armor, but their waists and legs were exposed, showcasing their grace and beauty. The combination of strength and elegance was on full display as they stood in their armor. Red Dragon Emperor, White Dragon Sovereign? The onlookers exclaimed, amazed by the transformations of Rias and Sana. Even Odin, the old man on the high platform, looked surprised. Sirtsks, are those two girls using the power of the two heavenly dragons? I thought the Longinus, which sealed the heavenly dragons, had been taken by that kid from the Phenex family, Odin said, questioning the situation. Looking at Sirtsks, Odin couldn't help but ask, is that one of Tenraku's abilities? Sharing the power of his sacred gear with others? I didn't know that was possible. Sirtsks nodded and replied, yes, I also didn't know about it until recently. Odin nodded and turned his attention back to the battle, becoming more intrigued by the girls' fight. Yo, little princess, I'm here to help you, a voice said from Rias Jade Jewel. Drake? Rias exclaimed in surprise. How could such an interesting battle be without us? That fellow Albion is here too, Drake said, and Albion's voice echoed in agreement. Come on, little princess, don't lose to them, Drake said, excited about the opportunity to participate in the battle. Though Drake enjoyed fighting Albion in Tenraku's spiritual sea every day, he also missed the feeling of fighting through a host. Seeing Rias and Sana fighting, he couldn't resist joining in with Albion. Of course, Rias exclaimed, her eyes shining with confidence. With Drake's help, her confidence soared. It's our first time meeting, Sana Satrai, nice to meet you. Albion's voice came from Sana's silver armor's jade jewel, and Sana was surprised by the increase in Albion's power. White Dragon Sovereign Albion? Sana exclaimed, her mouth curving into a wide smile. This battle was becoming even more exciting. With intense gazes, Rias and Sana could feel each other's fighting spirit. This was not just their battle, but also a battle between the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Sovereign. It is a battle between the two heavenly dragons? Without another word, the two girls transformed into their armor and shot into the sky as streams of scarlet and silver. With the blessing of the two heavenly dragons, they no longer need to worry about the output of magic power, they just need to let go and fight. Boost, 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 divide, divide, divide. Rias and Sana shouted in unison, as tens of thousands of magic phalanxes filled the sky, unleashing overwhelming flames and raging violent water. The sea of fire and water, each occupying half of the sky, collided against each other with a ferocity that cannot be matched. Boom! The entire alternate space trembled violently, and it was as if the primal chaos had exploded. Countless fireballs flew in all directions like meteors, and the violent and turbulent water flow also fell to the ground, sweeping and devouring everything. The escalated battle was dazzling, and there were shouts of awe from the onlookers outside the alternate space. This is the love and killing between good friends, someone thought maliciously, watching the two girls, Rias and Sana, fight fiercely in the projection. They were both true pride of hell, and the battle between Rias and Sana was much more beautiful than the battle between Tenraku and Vali. All kinds of shining magic emerged endlessly, leaving the onlookers dazzled. In addition to the battle between the kings, the battle between the peerages was also fierce. Konako, who had unleashed her own strength and transformed into Nekomata form, had a significant increase in strength and was holding her own against the president's peerages. Zenobia fought against Urit Tsubasa, and Irina fought against Meguri Tomo. As envoys of the Holy Sword, Zenobia and Irina were stronger and victory was an inevitability. Akeno, who was fighting against Shinrit Tsubaki and Hanakai Momo, was not faring as well. Akeno and Shinrit Tsubaki, both being queen, had the same strength, but Akeno was at a disadvantage as her opponent had a bishop to assist. However, as long as they can hold out until their partners arrive, that would be considered a victory. Ashen thunder? Akeno shouted, reaching her fingers towards the sky and summoning several bolts of thunder and lightning to strike down. Shinrit Tsubaki quickly retreated, while Hanakai Momo on one side summoned her artificial sacred gear, Garden of Moments applause wall. This sacred gear was able to deploy a solid barrier. Although it was not as powerful as Tusca's inherent barrier, it was still able to block Akeno's thunder and lightning attack. Cut! Akeno exclaimed, her attack proving ineffective, and her expression turning a little ugly as she prepared to continue her attack, but Shinrit Tsubaki's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Himejima Akeno, where are you looking? Shinrit Tsubaki lunged forward with a sharp, cold light in her eyes, and her long knife stabbed toward Akeno's back quickly. Startled, Akeno instinctively turned to dodge, but it was too late. A sharp piercing sound was heard, followed by a spray of bright red drops of blood in the air. With one hand on her waist, Akeno panted palely. Although she avoided the vital areas at the last moment, the attack left a long bloody streak on her body. Not only that, but other parts of Akeno's body were also covered in various sword wounds and magic burn marks, all of which are the injuries from her previous battles. Give up, Himejima Akeno, you alone cannot fight us, Shinrit Tsubaki said calmly, standing with Hanakai Momo. As a fellow queen, Akeno was an opponent she respected. Although it was a bit underhanded to attack one person with two, it was not a fair duel between them now. For Sana, they had to win. Give up, it seems that maybe I should think about it, Akeno said, laughing at herself, and took out a Phenex tear from her bosom, which Rias had given her before the battle, for her to use in critical times. Frowning, Shinrit Tsubaki and Hanakai Momo didn't stop their attack. But staring at the Phenex tear in her hand, Akeno was unsure of her next move. In this state, even if I use the Phenex tears, I may not be able to hold out until my friends arrive, Akeno thought. I'm really a useless woman. Although everyone trusts me, I can't meet everyone's expectations. So Akeno exhaled, and as if she had made up her mind, she threw the Phenex tears into the air. Rias? Akeno called out, and Rias, who is fighting Sana, subconsciously caught the flying object upon hearing Akeno's voice. But when she saw the Phenex tears that she gave to Akeno, Rias' expression changed. Akeno, what are you doing? Rias exclaimed, understanding Akeno's plan and feeling angry and anxious. Despite her own injuries, Akeno had thrown the Phenex tears at her, and Rias immediately tried to rush over to support her. Your opponent is me, Rias, Sana said, blocking Rias' way and deploying a huge magic formation. A violent energy column rushed out and blocked Rias from advancing further. HNG boom. The air was filled with chaos, and the helpless Rias could only fight Sana anxiously. Rias, you will be very angry afterward, but blame me after you win, Akeno said with a relieved smile on her face, and then placed her hands on the ground, immediately deploying a huge magic phalanx that covered herself, as well as Shinrit Tsubaki, Hanakai Momo. Himejima Akeno, are you crazy? Both Shinrit Tsubaki and Hanakai Momo exclaimed, realizing what Akeno was planning, and they were about to retreat, but it was too late. Hiss. Ah. A huge beam of thunder and lightning shot up into the sky, followed by the screams of the girls. Akeno? Tsubaki? Momo? Rias and Sana exclaimed and flew down at the same time. Electric lights exploded in the air, and Akeno, Shinrit Tsubaki, and Hanakai Momo were lying on the ground, covered in scars. At this point, the guests outside the alternate space battle were in an uproar, as no one expected Rias Queen to do such a thing and take each other out. Sana-sama, Tsubaki-sama, I'll leave the rest to you, Hanakai Momo said with difficulty, before turning into light dust and being eliminated from the battle. At the same time, Rias and Sana flew down and hugged their seriously injured queens. Only one bishop was taken away, what a mistake, Rias, to Kendo said with an unwilling smile, before turning into light dust and being eliminated from the alternate space. Sana-sama's bishop, eliminated? Rias-sama's queen, eliminated? Graphia's voice echoed in the venue and the different space, and the guests watching the battle shouted and exclaimed, but Rias and Sana's hearts were gloomy and their faces were grim. Stupid Kendo, watch how I punish you later? Rias gritted her teeth and slammed her fist on the ground. Sabeki, are you alright? Cough 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 I'm fine, Sana-sama. Sana asked as she helped Shinrit Sabeki swallow the Phenex tears and quickly recover from her injuries. The girl stood, her face still pale from the lingering fear of the previous events. She couldn't help but think that if it weren't for Hanakai Momo's protection with the Garden of Moments applause wall, she might not be standing there. Rias, I'm not in a good mood right now, Sana said in a low voice with a sharp look in her eyes. Same here, Rias replied as she stood and exuded the breath of power of destruction. Although it was just a game, the loss of their companion had affected them greatly. Then let's continue the battle? Rias and Sana exclaimed in unison, and their eyes met with determination as they prepared to continue fighting and they rushed toward each other at the same time. Boom, boom, bang bang bang. On the ground floor of the mall, Tujao Konako's battle with Nimura Ruriko and Kusaka Raya was still ongoing. At some point, the three of them had fought their way to the east of the second floor. Nimura Ruriko had promoted herself to become a queen through the attributes of pawn, which greatly increased her attack, defense, and magic power. Together with Kusaka Raya, she was able to hold her own against Tujao Konako in a stalemate. It's over? Tujao Konako exclaimed as she seized an opportunity and forced Nimura Ruriko back. She then punched out, and clusters of monster power flew out, attacking Nimura Ruriko and Kusaka Raya. This was the strength of Konako's Liberation's Nikoshao clan, and it was also her strongest ability now. Feeling the danger of the violent monster powers, Nimura Ruriko and Kusaka Raya kept dodging, but Tujao Konako had locked onto their breath, and clusters of monster powers quickly caught up with the two women in a beautiful arc through the air. HNG. What? There was a violent explosion, and Nimura Ruriko and Kusaka Raya, who were hit, fell to the ground with screams. No, as expected of Konako-san, to be so strong Nimura Ruriko said in disbelief. Then, they were sent out of the alternate space as light dust. Sana-sama's pawn, bishop, eliminated? Graphia's voice announced, and Tujao Konako finally breathed a sigh of relief, but she couldn't afford to rest. Kendo has already left the stage, we must hurry to help Rias Kaiko, club president, Tujao Konako said as she prepared to continue the battle. Thinking of Rias Kaiko, club president, who was fighting alone, the girl felt anxious, but before she could take 2 steps, her feet went limp and she fell to the ground. Power, power, run out Tujao Konako murmured as her vision gradually became blurred. In the last moment before she lost consciousness, she seemed to hear Graphia's voice again. Rias-sama's rook, eliminated, even Konako is gone, Rias thought as she raced through the air, dodging powerful magic strikes with an ugly look on her face. So far, she had lost Gasper, Kendo, and Konako, 3 peerages, leaving her with only 2 knights, Irina and Zenovia, who could still fight. Although the situation was dire, it was not hopeless as long as Irina and Zenovia could defeat their opponents and rush over as soon as possible. Sabeki, strike with all your might, Sana shouted. Yes, Sana-sama. Sabeki replied. Rias knew that Sana was thinking the same thing, that Irina and Zenovia, as envoys of the Holy Sword, were no less than a queen. It would only be a matter of time before they arrived. Sana had long understood this. Whether Rias survived until the help of the knights arrived or was defeated by Sana and Sabeki before that, this was a battle of time. The battle had reached its most critical moment. Both sides were going all out, with Sana resisting Rias' attack while Shinrit Sabeki constantly attacked from the sidelines. The magic was shining and the sword energy was soaring to the sky, pushing the atmosphere of the entire competition to its peak in an instant. Drake, max output? Rias shouted. Understood, little princess? Drake replied. Having been hit by the opponent's queen several times, Rias, even with the protection of the Red Dragon Emperor's armor, suffered considerable damage. Heartbroken, she immediately pulled out a Scarlet Power of Destruction magic bomb. Under the blessing of Drake, the magic bullet continued to grow, and then Rias threw the magic bullet fiercely in Sana's direction. According to the normal rules, Sana would have used the ability of White Dragon Sovereign to weaken the power of the magic bullet. However, seeing the magic bullet approach, Sana remained unmoved and stepped aside at the last moment, revealing Shinrit Sabeki who was waiting behind. Mirror of Recollection, Mirror Alice? Shinrit Sabeki shouted as she activated her Sacred Gears ability and a vertical mirror suddenly appeared in front of her. The magic bullet crushed the vertical mirror easily into pieces, and Shinrit Sabeki flew upside down screaming and was caught in midair by the flying Sana. Not good? Rias exclaimed as she saw the Sacred Gears ability, and her expression changed drastically. She saw the magic bullet that was attacking the enemy suddenly stop, then suddenly double in size and fly back towards her. Boom! Aria screamed as she was hit directly by the huge magic bullet. Following the explosion, Rias fell to the ground with heavy injuries. It's over, Rias, Sana declared as she emerged victorious. Naturally, Sana would not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She quickly condensed a magic bullet and threw it at Rias without hesitation. If Rias were to take this blow again, it would mean a certain defeat for her. I'm going to lose, Rias thought as she closed her eyes in despair. If she, the king, lost, then the whole game would be over. Gasper, Kendo, Konako. Rias blamed herself endlessly. It was all her mistakes that made everyone's efforts in vain. However, just as the magic bullet was about to hit Rias, Excalibur, Irina shouted. Durandal, Zenovia shouted. The voices of Irina and Zenovia sounded, and then two soaring sword energy flew out, colliding fiercely with the attacking magic bullet. Boom! The shocking explosion broke out in the air again and Rias opened her eyes in surprise. Sorry for the long wait, Rias, but we are here. Irina exclaimed. Sorry, it took a while for Asia-chan to reply for us, but I finally caught up, Zenovia said. Standing in front of Rias with a Juggernaut in hand, were the two girls Irina and Zenovia who were knight. Rias, Oni-san, elder sister, are you alright? Woo, it's a serious injury, I'll treat it for you right away, Asia said as she ran out from the side, seeing Rias' serious injuries. Irina, Zenovia, Asia. Rias was almost at her wit's end but seeing her partner's arrival gave her hope and she couldn't be more moved. Looking at the silhouettes of her partners, Rias felt unprecedented peace of mind and reliability. Asia, don't bother, I have this, Rias said as she took out the Tears of Phenex and used it to heal herself. This is? Irina asked. It was left by that idiot Kendo, Rias replied as she used the Tears of Phenex to heal her injuries. Although her magic power was greatly depleted, it quickly recovered under the ability of the Red Dragon Emperor Multiply, and it didn't take long for her to return to her peak state. Rias stood up and stood together with the girls and suddenly the venue outside the alternate space burst into cheers. Yeah, it's really a thrilling reversal, Tenraku said as he looked at the girls in the magic projection, unable to help but laugh at the scene. Irina and Zenovia rushed over, and with the exception of Asia who couldn't fight, Rias and Sana were now in a 3v2 situation. The situation was reversed in an instant. Why, obviously my knight and rook haven't exited yet, Sana said looking at Rias and the girls below and she couldn't help but look ugly. Just a little bit, obviously a little bit. What's more, Sana didn't understand why she hadn't heard the announcement of her knight and rook's exit and why Irina and Zenovia appeared here. Oh, you said Sun-san and Yura-san, in order not to startle the snake, we trapped them below, Irina explained. They are all very strong opponents. Even Zenovia and I took a lot of effort to take them down, but it's almost time to let them go now, amen, Zenovia added. Playfully kissing the cross in front of her sword, Irina snapped her fingers, and there was a violent explosion in the shopping mall downstairs, and then Graphia's voice sounded in the alternate space. Sana-sama's knight and rook, eliminated? Shinra Tsubaki's complexion paled and Sana felt her heart drop as they realized their final chance at luck had been lost. Sana, you and Queen bullied me so badly just now. Make up your mind, I won't let you go easily. Clutching his fists and walking to the front, Rias looked at Sana and Shinra Tsubaki in the air with a devilish smile on her face. Rias was not one to let a grudge go easily. After being bullied, she was determined to seek retribution. Shinra Tsubaki turned to Sana with concern. Sana-sama, she said anxiously. I don't have much magic power left and I'm not a match for the opponent's two holy sword envoys. If they work together with Rias against you, we're in trouble, and then, Tsubaki, we have failed, Sana admitted. But we will fight until the end. Despite her reluctance to accept defeat, Sana was not the type of person who refused to acknowledge failure. Her resolve was contagious and it helped Tsubaki regain her composure as well. Yes, Sana-sama, Tsubaki said determinedly, with a firm look in her eyes. Rias admired Sana's determination, but now was not the time to let it affect her own resolve. She had to win this competition, not just for herself but also for her companions. Irina, Zenovia, let's go, Rias shouted, and they responded with a yes. The final battle of the girls began and all eyes were on them. They fought for honor and dreams and to respond to the efforts and expectations of their partners. The girls fought desperately. At that moment, winning or losing didn't seem to matter. Everyone was captivated by the girls' tenacity and perseverance, cheering and applauding them loudly. The outcome was as expected. Tsubaki was defeated by Irina and Zenovia first, and then Sana was defeated by Rias, Irina, and Zenovia together. The game was finally over. Now, I declare the final winner of this competition, Graphia said. Rias Gremory? What a wonderful game, Surtsks, Odin said. You and your teams from the Underworld are doing very well. Odin-sama, you're too kind, Surtsk said humbly. There will be several more games before the summit meeting. If you're interested, please come and watch. Ha ha ha, then I will disturb you for a few more days, Odin said with a laugh. After the game, Surtsks entertained Odin and the other guests as they left the field. There is no doubt that after this battle, Rias and Sana's reputation in the Underworld will rise to new heights. Kamiya Tenraku, I am really looking forward to the day when I can fight with you, Sephiroth said to Tenraku. There will be a chance, as long as you can keep winning in the next games, Tenraku replied. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I will never lose before I fight with you, Sephiroth said with a laugh. Saying goodbye to Sephiroth and Seek Vera, Tenraku went to check on the girls from Rias' team. Even though they won the game, the girls were injured and were being treated by medical staff at the moment. As Tenraku walked into the ward, he could see Konako and Kendo lying on beds at a glance. Both had finished treatment and were resting. Chiron. Kurika jumped off Tenraku, transformed back to her human form, and ran towards Konako. Gasper, who was taking care of Konako and Akeno, walked towards Tenraku sniffling. Tenraku-sama, I'm so useless, I didn't help everyone at all. Tenraku was speechless for a moment, thinking that Gasper knew he was useless, but seeing the boy cry, Tenraku couldn't bring himself to blame him anymore. Gasper, you still have too many weaknesses, but whether it's me, Rias, or everyone else, we will all be waiting for the day when you become a real man, Tenraku said as he patted Gasper on the shoulder to motivate him. Tenraku knew that Gasper always wanted to become stronger and help everyone, but he couldn't help it. Yaaaaaa Lord Tenraku, Gasper wailed, moved by Tenraku's words. He hugged Tenraku tightly, his face covered in snot and tears. Feeling cold, Tenraku quickly pushed Gasper away. Akeno, what's the matter? Tenraku asked, coming to Akeno's bedside. Konako's power consumption wasn't a serious problem, but Akeno had suffered serious injuries. Although she had been treated, her face was still pale at the moment. I'm fine, Tenraku, Akeno said, forcing a smile, but anyone could see that the girl's smile was a bit forced, let alone Tenraku who knew her very well. I won't say anything about you, but be prepared, Rias will be here soon, Tenraku said while sighing and shaking his head. Akeno's behavior made Tenraku a little angry, let alone Rias. And when Rias arrived, the door of the ward was pushed open with a loud sound, and everyone saw her walking in with a cold expression. She was still in the same attire from the competition, meaning she rushed over without even changing her clothes. With an awe-inspiring aura exuding from her menacing body, Yubelina and the other girls made way for Rias, and Tenraku also cast a helpless look at Akeno and stood aside. Tenraku doesn't want to run into any bad luck at this time and Rias looks really scary at this time. Snapped. Walking over, Rias directly slapped Akeno on the face under everyone's stunned look. Rias, if you're so fierce, everyone will hate you, Akeno said, covering her cheek and smiling indifferently. Everyone's hearts were in their throats and just when everyone thought that Rias would be furious, but the next moment. Stupid Akeno, if you dare to do something like that next time, I will never forgive you. I absolutely won't forgive you, Rias said with a choked voice as she hugged Akeno. Akeno's heart trembled, and she, who was still trying to force a smile, suddenly showed a look of guilt. Sorry, Rias. For a while, no one in the room spoke anymore, but seeing the two tightly hugging each other, everyone couldn't help feeling a different kind of touch in their hearts. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, and Tenraku also felt relieved. He had thought that if Rias was too aggressive, he would have to step in, but it seems that he was no longer needed. Leaving space for the girls, Tenraku walked out of the room with Gasper in his arms. Master Tenraku, where are we going? Gasper asked. Anywhere is good, the girls are having their moment, what are we going to do there? Tenraku replied. Oh, Gasper said. Tenraku and Gasper left the ward together, but they ran into Azazel walking towards them not far away. Azazel was also followed by a middle-aged man with a full face of beard. Tenraku couldn't help being a little surprised when he saw the man. Gasper, you are really useless. Anyway, I have trained you for so long, but you were killed as soon as you played, Azazel said. Azazel-sensei, I have let you down, Gasper said, hanging his head in shame. Well, I underestimated how useless you are, but don't worry, I will train you more severely in the future, and one day I will turn you into a useful man, Azazel said. Azazel-sensei, thank you, I will definitely work hard, Gasper said, determined. No, I will be very proud if I can train a fool like you, Azazel said as he patted Gasper on the head with a laugh. He then looked at Tenraku next to him. Boy, how are Glamorous little princess and her peerages doing? Rias and the others are all fine and are resting now, Tenraku replied. Let me introduce you. This guy is my subordinate, Barakil. You should have heard of his name, right? Azazel said, gesturing towards the middle-aged man with the full beard. Azazel introduced the man as he pointed to the middle-aged man next to him. Of course, the fallen angel Cotter who can control the power of light and is also Akeno's father, my father-in-law. Tenraku nodded and replied with a smile on her face. You are really not polite at all, Barakil said. Yes, he is your father-in-law, Azazel said. Gasper, come with me, let your Tenraku-sama have a good chat with his father-in-law, Azazel said as he carried Gasper away, leaving only Tenraku and Barakil behind in a slightly awkward atmosphere. Cough, father-in-law, how about going for a drink? Tenraku said, breaking the silence and suggesting. Staring at Tenraku for a moment, Barakil nodded. That sounds good. In a tavern, Tenraku and Barakil sat facing each other. Barakil's face had a full beard, he is unsmiling and had an old-fashioned and serious personality, but Tenraku knows that his father-in-law is actually a serious ***. He should not judge him by his appearance. Kamiya Tenraku, I have heard about you and Akeno from Azazel, thank you for taking care of Akeno, Barakil said. You're welcome, father-in-law, Akeno is my wife, and I should do all of this, Tenraku replied with a smile, intentionally or unintentionally accentuating the tone of wife, but Barakil shook his head when he heard the sound. You can just call me by my name, you don't need to call me father-in-law, Barakil said. Why, you don't approve of my relationship with Akeno? Tenraku asked. No, I know what you have done for Akeno and I approve of your relationship, but I don't have that qualification, the qualification to be Akeno's father, Barakil said, with a guilty expression on her face. At first, Tenraku thought that his father-in-law would disagree with his relationship with Akeno and he would have to go through many tests before he could safely hand over his daughter to him, but when he saw the guilty expression on Barakil's face, Tenraku realized that he was overthinking it. That child, is she still resenting me? Barakil asked again after a moment of silence. Well, even though it's been so long, Akeno still hasn't untied the knot in her heart, Tenraku said. Denying her own bloodline also negates her own power. If she had used the power of Thunderlight in the previous match, she wouldn't need to use that kind of method to defeat her enemy. Tenraku spoke and the guilt in Barakil's expression became even worse when he heard his words. Sure enough, I owe Akeno and her mother too much, she will never forgive me, Barakil said. Actually, what happened back then wasn't your fault. It was the Heimjima family who hurt my mother-in-law while you were away, Tenraku said, trying to comfort him. You don't need to comfort me, kid. In fact, you understand that. I failed to protect my wife and daughter. If it isn't my fault then whose fault is it? Barakil said with a sad expression on his face while Tenraku was left speechless. Indeed, if it's not the man's fault then whose fault it is that he can't even protect his wife and daughter? However, Tenraku couldn't blame the other party as Akeno did, but he seemed to have nothing to say to comfort him, and the atmosphere became awkward for a while. Tell me about Akeno again. Seeming to have finally recovered from the guilt and sentimentality, Barakil said again. Father-in-law should know about these things, right? Tenraku asked. I just know some general information. You are Akeno's closest and most trusted person, so I would like to hear more from your side. Okay. Although his father-in-law seems to be a little troublesome, Tenraku did not refuse because of his love for his daughter and told him everything about how he and Akeno met and separated when they were young, and then reunited. As Tenraku recounted his story, Barakil's demeanor was tense and anxious, with occasional chuckles and a constantly changing expression. Tenraku inwardly acknowledged that his father-in-law was difficult to read and understand. He also left out certain indescribable aspects of his relationship with Akeno while narrating. Father-in-law, would you like to meet Akeno? I can arrange it for you, Tenraku suggested, noticing the complicated expression on Barakil's face after sharing his story. Barakil's eyes flickered with emotion but ultimately, he shook his head. Forget it, if we meet now, it will only cause that child's displeasure, Barakil replied. He didn't want to cause Akeno any discomfort, but he also had some apprehension about meeting her, which Tenraku had noticed. Then how about we go back to the human world later? In fact, I don't want to see Akeno can't let go of the past, Tenraku suggested. He realized that the matter of Akeno had to be addressed sooner or later and didn't want to delay it any further. Barakil was silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Kamiya Tenraku, Akeno is counting on you, take good care of her, Barakil said earnestly as he stood up. I will, Tenraku replied, nodding his head and making a solemn promise. Barakil gave Tenraku a deep look before saying goodbye and turning to leave. Watching Barakil's back, Tenraku couldn't help but feel a little sad for him. He could see that Barakil loved his wife and daughter deeply, but was unable to protect them well, was resented by his daughter, and lived with self-blame. It was a sad situation. It had been over a month since Tenraku and the girls returned to the Underworld and the summer vacation was coming to an end. They had planned to return to the human world after the match between Rias and Sana, but Tenraku was also scheduled to play in a raiding game, so they stayed at Gremara's house for a few more days and planned to return after the game was over. Tenraku's opponent was the talented young master of the Stellas family, one of the 72 pillars. In terms of family ranking, the Stellas family was higher than the Phenex family. Damn it, I was killed by a mere member of his peerage? The young master of the Stellas family exclaimed, lying on the ground covered in blood, looking ashamed and unwilling. He had even made bold statements before the game, boasting of his power and promising to show the half-breed of the Phenex family his place, but in the end, he and his peerage were killed before they could even see Tenraku's face. He and his peerage were defeated by a group of women? His Royal Highness Stellas, I accept your defeat, Yubalina said, looking down at the so-called genius young master of the Stellas family with a sarcastic smile on her face. She thought it was arrogant and ignorant of him to think that he could win over their master at this level. With a touch of her wand, Yubalina launched a burst of magic, delivering the final blow to the opponent. There was a violent explosion, an unwilling scream, and then Graphia's voice announced the end of the competition. The winner of this competition, Kamiya Tenraku? The venue outside the different space erupted in cheers, and Tenraku, who was watching his peerages fighting in the war room, stretched and stood up. He thought that the game was over too soon and it was quite boring as he didn't even have a chance to make a move.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.